companies when promoting new games. The internet has made the world colorful. But Lin Feng, this Chinese boy, has made the world full of miracles. Los Angeles Times, as a newspaper covering almost all aspects of society, also made reports game adaptation movies. History proved to be a failure. We don't know for the time being whether the trilogy of the movie The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition, which was adapted with an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars, will not escape this fate in the end. But we must admit that through this incident, this Chinese boy did three things. 1. He sold a staggering 5.3 million games record in 3 weeks in a market where piracy is rampant. No matter if any game can break this record in the future, his name will always be remembered in the history of the game, and he has also changed the status quo of the Chinese game industry. 2. Taking this opportunity, he undoubtedly greatly expanded the popularity of his dingdong.com and the business volume of his Unlimited Express company. Of course, he also made a lot of money from the advertising revenue of whimsical ideas. eBay, the popular online shopping platform in the world, has proved a complete failure in China. Online shopping in China has become the world of dingdong.com. 3. What is really important is that he promoted the movie Legend of Sword and Fairy very well. Just investing hundreds of millions of dollars and selling 5.3 million sets of games in 3 weeks, plus Lin Feng's personal magic, is enough to attract everyone's attention. We can imagine how many Americans will watch this movie because of these elements if the movie Legend of Sword and Fairy comes to the United States. In particular, this movie was invested by Lin Feng, a Chinese who has repeatedly accomplished miracles, and the script was written by him himself. I am afraid that many people will walk into the cinema to watch it, even if it is just to scold him. Perhaps, this Legend of Sword and Fairy will also create a miracle at the box office. Lin Feng was amazed by the comment of the Los Angeles Times. Their analysis was too right, and almost all their intentions were analyzed clearly. This time, I planned all this with such a high profile, not only to make money for the game, but also to make the movie sell well. At present, 5.3 million sets have been sold in 3 weeks. If the movie is staged, at least 5.3 million people will watch the movie. Based on the calculation of 40 yuan per ticket, the discount of 10 yuan will be deducted, and there will be a gross income of 30 yuan. 5.3 million people are 159 million yuan in gross income. Although it is still far from enough investment expenditure, this is only 3 weeks of sales. Moreover, everyone knows this publicity, and Lin Feng believes that more people will come to watch it. What's more, this time, Europe and the United States have also learned through this amazing game sales that The Legend of the Sword and the Fairy will be adapted into a movie. With the investment of hundreds of millions of dollars, Lin Feng believes that many people in Europe and the United States will be interested in it, at least want to watch it. Let's see what the movie adapted from the game is with the investment of hundreds of millions of dollars from the East. Maybe he will still lose money, but Lin Feng believes that this is enough to satisfy himself and will also be able to create a box office record for Chinese films in the world. Boss, you are amazing. Wu Xiaopu completely admired Lin Feng's 5-body project. A single-player game could sell 5.3 million sets within 3 weeks in China, bringing the company a gross profit of 95.4 million, which is really amazing. Hee. I'm not satisfied enough. Lin Feng shook his head relaxedly. Lin Feng hoped that the sales could exceed 10 million, but obviously this wish is difficult to realize. But Lin Feng finally stimulated these players. Lin Feng broadcasted live through CSPN, and under the justice of 3 lucky fairy sword fans, the 5.3 million sets of the promised $53 million were credited to the crew account of the Legend of Sword and Fairy trilogy. To prove himself, it is by no means launching satellites to deceive all fairy sword fans. Lin Feng's move also slightly stimulated the sales of the Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition. Finally, 1 month later, the Legend of Sword and Fairy Moon's Collector's Edition sold a total of 6.7 million sets. creating a domestic video game software market sales records. And Lin Feng's name is always engraved on the domestic game sales rankings. Of course, there is a potential impact in the future, when the second world launches Legend of Sword and Fairy Online in the future. These people will be its loyal players. What's more, now Daewoo Information has begun to plan the concept of Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 Inches, and this Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 Inches is of course not in History Wanxia's version of Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 Inches, but the original Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 Inches in history. The protagonist of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 Inches in history is Wang Xiao, a teenager in the same village as Li Xiao, the protagonist of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Later, I met Li Xiao's daughter, Li Yairu, and Li Xiao. However, in Lin Feng's view, the Legend of Sword and Fairy itself cannot be surpassed. If it is barely involved in the plot of the Legend of Sword and Fairy, it will not escape the suspicion of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. On the contrary, it will ruin the story of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Sign. Therefore, Lin Feng told Li Yongjin to sever this idea and learn from the classic Final Fantasy series of Japanese Scowl Company. No matter how good the sales of a game is, even if its sequel is released, it will be staggered for a long time. In the original plot before or after development, link them into a series, rather than developing in the same time period. Therefore, Lin Feng put forward the idea of own. Of course, the so-called own conception is actually the conception of Li Yongjin and others after generations Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 Inches. Of course, now, the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 Inches has been renamed the Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 Inches. This has been renamed Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 Inches. The story took place 50 years before Legend of Sword and Fairy. The protagonist is an ordinary disciple Jingshan, and the heroine is Miss Tang Sect Tangs. When this game was first played, Lin Feng finally lamented the resurrection of Legend of Sword and Fairy. Although it can't surpass the classics, it is far better than Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 Inches, the protagonist of Wang Xiao, and it uses 3D engine technology. There are multiple endings, Lin Feng said about his own idea. Li Yongjin and others listened to their eyes glowing again and again, and even grabbed Lin Feng. They chatted through telephone and video conferences for a full night before finally letting go of the exhaustion that had been tortured Lin Feng. But seeing Li Yongjin flushed and excited, Lin Feng knew that he hadn't spent the night in vain. And now my company is rich, not the original Daewoo Information, and now I can buy the best 3D RPG engine to design the brand new Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 Inches and make it a classic again. Boss, have some ginseng tea, refreshing. Lin Xiling also stayed up all night. After all, she is Lin Feng's secretary. Her boss is not asleep and still working. How can the secretary sleep? Forget it, Xiling, stop drinking. I was exhausted last night. Lin Feng yawned. Isn't it tired? I talked all night and talked dryly, and I had to rack my brain to remember the memories of the previous games. This night was really choking. By the way, Xiling, you'll get some sleep first. You go home to sleep too. Today you take a day off and come back tomorrow. Lin Feng looked at Lin Xiling with a tired face and said a little apologetically, Boss, it's not that I don't want to sleep, but I can't sleep. Not only I can't sleep, but you can't sleep. Lin Xiling pouted helplessly, unspeakably sexy and cute. Although Lin Feng was tired at the moment, he still felt a heartbeat. What's the matter? Lin Feng frowned and asked, if you are so sleepy, you can't let people sleep, and let people live. Boss, Mr. Ma Huan, the chairman of Tencent, called last night and said that I would like to discuss something important with you. I originally wanted to reject it, but he said he had already booked the plane ticket. I think he should have already asked for it now. Lin Xiling looked at her watch and said. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, wondering why Ma Huan was so eager to find himself. Just when Lin Feng wondered, Ma Huan had already arrived at the company and was waiting outside. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, drank a large cup of ginseng tea, woke up slightly, and opened the door to greet him. Dong Ma, it's been a long time since I came here in such a hurry. What can I do for you? Lin Feng yawned slightly. Hee. It seems that Lin Dong didn't sleep well. But I really have an urgent matter and am looking for you. Lin Dong, I'm sorry. Ma Huang said sorry. Haha, it's okay. Whoever is with us. I also want to thank you for helping me promote The Legend of Sword and Fairy. Haha, please come in. Lin Feng greeted Ma Huang in. This chapter is equivalent to chapter 2. Today, chapter 6 has been updated. Thank you for your support. However, there is a problem with the code word. It is indeed my personal negligence. The calculation is $10, and the result is $100,000. Sorry. Thank you all for your advice. Chapter 591 Preparing for a Rainy Day. Ma Huang is now considered a rare young talent in China. Born in 1971, he was just 31 years old this year. He founded Tencent QQ with hundreds of millions of registered users. It occupies nearly 98% of the instant messaging market in mainland China and can be described as the domestic IT industry. A bright star. Today, Tencent's stock price is also rising steadily, reaching 47.5 Hong Kong dollars. And personal assets have climbed to 8.7 billion Hong Kong dollars, becoming the mainland super-rich second only to Lin Feng. Of course, although Ma Huang's scenery is boundless, compared with the tired Lin Feng in front of him, it can only be regarded as Liu Ying and He Oyu contending for glory. Ma Huang sighed for a while. Today's IT giants in China are undoubtedly much inferior to the young and outrageous man in front of them. No. Perhaps the world's business elites are inferior to Lin Feng. While Ma Huang sighed, Lin Feng awakened and asked, Ma Dong, what the hell is going to come here today? Ma Huang listened, smiled slightly, and took out a report from his briefcase. Donglin, these are Tencent's financial statements for the first half of the year. Take a look. How do you feel? Ma Huang asked calmly. Lin Feng owns 10% of Tencent's shares and belongs to Tencent's second largest individual shareholder, and is eligible to inspect financial statements. Lin Feng took a look and took a breath in his heart. Tencent's gross profit in the first half of the year was 870 million yuan. And its profit during the period increased by 82.3% over the same period last year to 370 million yuan. It is considered a relatively profitable company among domestic IT companies. Donglin, this is the financial report for the third quarter. Ma Huang handed Lin Feng a data report. Lin Feng took a look and found that the situation was also good. He basically maintained the earnings ratio in the first half of the year. However, Lin Feng still noticed that although he is still making money, his profit growth rate has slowed down. Although the slowdown of profit growth rate is normal after the burst of the internet stock bubble, it is different from Tencent. As QQ users continue to grow, the number of online users continues to rise, but profits are slowing down. This is by no means a normal phenomenon. Donglin, I believe you can also see the problem. Now, apart from advertising, Tencent's main profit is QQ Show and a series of platform games we launched, especially QQ Farm and QQ Farm proposed by Lin Dong. It has indeed brought huge popularity and profits to Tencent as a whole. Ma Huang sighed. When the contract was signed with Lin Feng's idea was exchanged for 5% of Tencent's shares, which were not able to make ends meet. At first, many people within Tencent were opposed to it. Now it seems that a QQ Show and a QQ Farm occupy 85% of Tencent's revenue. The 5% share exchange for ideas did make a profit for Tencent. But now there are also problems. The once popular QQ Show has gradually become cold out with the increase in user purchases. Although there are new users increasing and new QQ shows are constantly being launched, there will always be a saturated day. Of course, what really worries Ma Huang is that with the operation of QQ Farm for more than a year, most of the users have been a little tired of playing. It's simple. It's fun to be fresh and stealing food. After playing for a long time, everyone's interest will not be so high. Naturally, fewer and fewer people are willing to become VIP users to pay for this. Although there will be no impact in a short period of time, in the long run, Tencent must find new profit growth points. Survive in the highly competitive global information age. However, Ma Huang did not think of any good ideas for a while. At present, the main profit point of the domestic IT industry, in addition to relying on advertising revenue, most of them are developing into the game industry. After all, the success precedent of the second world is here, which makes all IT companies jealous. Although the game market is more competitive, even if the game is not profitable and attracts more popularity, it can also bring more advertising revenue. But when it comes to games, Ma Huang really doesn't have much idea. At the time of Depression, The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition launched by Daewoo Information under the Second World sold an astonishing 6.7 million sets, breaking the sales record of domestic single-player games and shocking the global game industry. Thinking of Lin Feng, who created this miracle, Ma Huang had an idea in his mind. Since I couldn't think of it, I might as well ask Lin Feng to see if there is any way. After all, Lin Feng also owns 10% of Tencent, and this time the promotion of The Legend of Sword and Fairy game and movie, Tencent also spared no effort to reciprocate, and Ma Huang believes that Lin Feng will give himself a satisfactory answer. After hearing Ma Huang's problem, Lin Feng frowned. Tencent wants to diversify. Development is naturally good, but now the game industry's own second world is the dominant one, which basically occupies the absolute dominance of the domestic game industry. Tencent wants to develop the game industry. Of course, Lin Feng, there are still a few game ideas in my mind, and the second world can be developed for a while, but I can't beat my company in order to help Tencent. After all, he owns 35% of the shares in the second world, and only 10% of the shares in Tencent Holdings. Compared with the two, Lin Feng naturally focuses on the second world. However, Tencent's advantage is also extremely obvious. It controls the absolute resource of QQ, and its market prospects are also extremely objective. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as there are Chinese, Tencent will always exist. Moreover, its status in the hearts of Chinese citizens is improving year by year. With the development of global networking, in the future, perhaps all Chinese people will have a QQ account per capita. With the influence of Tencent, Lin Feng will naturally not give up, but it cannot affect the development of the second world either. The future of Tencent will naturally develop into online games. If you want to not affect the profits of the second world, you can only expand this market. As long as the market is big and there are more people who divide the cake, it does not matter. And after 2 years of second world exploration, there are currently about 30 million online game players in China, which is still quite low compared with the proportion of China's population compared with Western developed countries. Since Ma Huang is looking for himself this time, it is better to use this opportunity to expand the cake market. The users of second world are mainly college students and blue-collar workers, and ordinary white-collar workers. However, Tencent has users in various industries, and many of them are high-income earners. These people are all potential game users and game users who will spend a lot of money. Attracting them in is extremely beneficial to the entire game industry chain. Let the high-income earners spend more to enjoy the pleasure of the game. Allow ordinary users to spend more money to enjoy the fun of the game, and allow low-income earners to earn a living through games. This is Lin Feng's blueprint for the game industry. It's just this blueprint, which is still being outlined and slowly being constructed. However, Lin Feng did not have a good idea for a while. Some game ideas in his mind are good, but some are not suitable for Tencent's development, and some will have an impact on the status of second world. Tencent must become that one, a company that develops the market, not to seize the market. Therefore, the game developed must be suitable for the development of Tencent and will not cause a major impact on the second world. Of course, there is another point that makes Lin Feng a headache. The largest shareholder of Tencent Holdings is the South African media giant Mi Group, which holds 35.24% and is the largest shareholder in capital. This also made Lin Feng very upset. Tencent has annual profits of more than 1 billion yuan, but in the end most of them are distributed to the South African consortium, which is really uncomfortable. After thinking for a long time, Lin Feng touched his stomach. Ma Dong, I think you also rushed over overnight. Let's go. Accompany me to have breakfast. Ma Huan touched his stomach, only to realize that he was also a little hungry, so he put his briefcase on Lin Feng's table and headed happily for the nearby morning tea shop. Lin Feng is not very familiar with it, so he chooses a more elegant morning tea shop and orders some porridge and breakfast at will. While chatting with Ma Huang about the recent domestic and international IT situation, Lin Feng accidentally discovered that a child about 10 years old was using his father's laptop to play Plants vs. Zombies at the table next door. Lin Feng smiled lightly when he saw this game. This game is now declining. After a period of crazy national Plants vs. Zombies craze, due to the low escavability and playability of the game itself, only the last infinite challenge mode stimulates players. Over time, players will naturally gradually oppose this game loses interest. Today's QQ farm is the same. As the players' craze passes, sooner or later, players will gradually give up. Looking at such a big profit point, the profit is gradually declining, and Ma Huan should be anxious. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, sipping preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Suddenly, Lin Feng suddenly flashed an idea in his mind. After careful consideration, it became more and more feasible. At the moment, after drinking the porridge in 2s and 3s, he threw down Ma Huang excitedly and ran. Dong Lin. Ma Huang was startled, wondering what happened to Lin Feng. Ma Dong, I have a good game idea. I will go back and use the computer to sort it out. Lin Feng did not look back, shouted in excitement, turned and ran away. Ma Huang's eyes lit up when he heard it, and Lin Feng said that he has a good game idea, so it must be a good game idea naturally. Considering the miracle of domestic single-player games that Lin Feng created before selling 6.7 million sets in 1 month, Ma Huang believes that Lin Feng's excited expression at this moment is definitely not simple. Thinking of this, Ma Huang also looked excited, and after drinking the porridge in one gulp, he grabbed a quick cake and ran out with Lin Feng. Mister, you haven't paid the bill yet. Unexpectedly, when Ma Huang was about to leave, he was stopped by someone. Ma Huang looked at the frowning, rather sullen cashier, with an embarrassment on his face. Excited, Lin Feng forgot to pay, and he also forgot. But when Ma Huang was about to check out, he was stupid. It's still hot now, and he wears few clothes. His wallet is in his briefcase, but the briefcase was in Lin Feng's office when he went out just now. Ma Huang was embarrassed for a while. When the cashier waiter saw Ma Huang with an embarrassed expression, his face suddenly became dark, and he looked like a rascal who saw Ma Huang's meal. But looking at Ma Huang's well-dressed clothes, he didn't call the security guard either. He just stretched out his hands and asked Ma Huang to pay the bill. Ma Huang was really anxious. Even when he was the poorest before, he never had the phenomenon of eating the king's meal. Now he has become the chairman of a listed company, but he has no money to check out. Didn't you know that person just now? Ma Huang asked, pointing to Lin Feng's back. It's so close to the second world. With Lin Feng's reputation, the clerk in the restaurant nearby should know Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, the clerk shook his head. Although it is not far from the second world, it is naturally impossible for Lin Feng to eat Lisa's breakfast at home every day. It is normal for these waiters not to know Lin Feng. Of course, even if I have seen photos of Lin Feng and Ma Huang, a listed company chairman can't pay for a breakfast of hundreds of dollars. Who believes you are the chairman of the listed company? At a critical moment, Abby Cohen, the general counsel of Lin Feng's private consulting team, walked in, and saw Ma Huang slightly taken aback, and then walked over. Hey, are you the chairman Ma of Tencent? Abby has never met Ma Huang himself, but as the former chief financial officer of Goldman Sachs, Goldman Sachs also bought a lot of money during the initial listing of Tencent Holdings. Tencent Holdings stock. Abby Cohen naturally pays attention to the Tencent Holdings listed in Hong Kong, China. Moreover, as Lin Feng's chief consultant, she naturally pays more attention to Lin Feng, partners and companies' stocks. Ma Huang understands better, and Abby has several suggestions for Tencent, thinking that Lin Feng can make good use of Tencent. Hello, I am. May I ask you who are you? Ma Huang felt that the Western woman in front of him was more familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Ha ha, Dong Ma, I am Mr. Lin's personal consultant, Abby Cohen. Abby Cohen introduced himself with a smile. Ma Huang suddenly realized he remembered who this woman was before him. The former chief financial analyst of Goldman Sachs, a top international investment company, was called the Wall Street Myth. At the time, Abby Cohen resigned from Goldman Sachs and became Lin Feng's personal consultant, which caused quite a stir in the industry. I didn't expect to meet her by accident here today. 2. Can I check out first? The way to listen to Abby Cohen and Ma Huang speaking in English, and he was agitated and couldn't help interrupting the two of them. Ma Huang was embarrassed for a while. Can you check out for me? My wallet is in Lin Dong's office, Ma Huang said helplessly. Abby Cohen smiled and helped Ma Huang settle the bill, and then the two of them talked all the way to Lin Feng's office. Before walking to Lin Feng's office, Abby smiled and left, but along the way, Abby Cohen had already received a lot of information. After all, Ma Huang unknowingly reveals some clues about a legendary character who has saved himself from embarrassment, and is also known as a spiritual and a rather charming mature woman. And these clues are enough for the former chief financial analyst of Wall Street. Ma Huang knocked on the door and came in. Hey, Dong Ma, you are here, just in time. My new idea has come out. Lin Feng turned the display screen. Ma Huang took a closer look. QQ Farm plus Plants vs. Zombies. What kind of game is this? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 594 Crazy Farm? Ma Huang looked at the words clearly marked in black on the display, with a look of wonder on his face. QQ Farm plus Plants vs. Zombies. What game is this? Ma Huang thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a reason. QQ Farm is very simple. Grow vegetables, harvest vegetables, steal vegetables. Plants vs. Zombies uses a variety of plants to resist zombies and defend the homeland. The two games are completely different types. How do they blend? Ma Huang thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a reason, so he didn't bother with it at all, and just waited for Lin Feng to explain. Lin Feng smiled. Before he was reborn, I also played QQ Farm and used to be crazy. I remembered keeping and stealing vegetables every day, but after playing for a while, I got bored. Lin Feng often lamented that QQ Farm was too monotonous. The pleasure of eating and stealing food is easy to fade, making people unable to play for a long time. Later, when I played Plants vs. Zombies, it was crazy at first, but then I always challenged the infinite mode, and it was boring for a long time. After playing these two relaxing and casual games, Lin Feng often fantasizes about whether the two games can be combined, so that the fun of the game will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced, such as using the money from growing vegetables to cultivate plants to guard the farm and defend the home, prevent others from stealing vegetables. But there is also a problem. How can others steal it? What methods are used to steal? This question has been perplexing Lin Feng until he saw the children at the next table playing Plants vs. Zombies in the restaurant and saw the porridge in his hands. Lin Feng suddenly flashed in his mind and had an idea. Ma Dong, my idea is like this. Lin Feng came with his own idea. Lin Feng conceives that all players will have a small island at first. There are only 6 fields on the island. Players can rely on these 6 fields to grow crops. Like QQ Farm, they can grow radishes, cabbage, apples, etc. The crops can be sold to the system in exchange for money. This part is the same as QQ Farm. The difference is that the Plants vs. Zombies mode is introduced later. Players want to keep their hard-grown vegetables from being stolen. Under QQ Farm, they only have to guard vegetables, and they must act fast to avoid being stolen vegetables. However, in this game conceived by Lin Feng, players who want to Shukai must synthesize defense plants through the crops they plant, and then use defense plants to build a defense system to resist other players' steals. Dish behavior. The types and functions of plants are the same as those in Plants vs. Zombies. There are plants that can be sprayed with beans, plants that can be sprayed with ice beans, and plants that throw watermelons. Of course, after growing vegetables and keeping vegetables, the most important and most exciting thing is stealing vegetables. Stealing food adopts a brand new model. Since each player is on a small island, if a player wants to steal food, he must first buy a raft from the system, and then buy the zombie who steals the food. Use the raft to reach the island of the person who wants to steal the food, and put it down zombie. Direct it to steal vegetables. Of course, not only does it cost money to buy zombies, but to feed zombies, they must supply their food every day. If the zombies do not have food, they will attack their own farmland to obtain food. Ma Huang's eyes lit up. Ma Dong, I temporarily named this game Crazy Farm. It has 3 selling points. One is that it combines the advantages of QQ Farm and Plants vs. Zombies, and the defense plants can only be planted. Plants are synthesized, which makes the game more interesting and playable. Second, since each player has an independent island in the early stage, he must calculate the time on the road if he wants to steal other people's food. It's too early to arrive, you have to wait. Too late may be acquired, and at the same time you have to worry about whether other people will come to sneak attack your own farm. And the player has to calculate whether their own zombies can break through the opponent's defense. This increases the strategy of the game. Third, because all players are on the vast ocean, all players are on the same big map, so players can build guilds, conduct mutual transactions, jointly steal food or conduct defenses waiting for behavior. Lin Feng explained excitedly. Let players grow vegetables on the island and build defense measures, which not only increases the fun of the game, but also makes the game more playable. Especially this time, stealing vegetables is no longer an invisible behavior of the player, but can be seen with your own eyes. Stealing food is the player's boat, which is even more exciting. When I think of it, if more than a dozen players are rowing a boat at the same time, carrying zombies who come to steal food, and they are waiting for the Normandy landing when the crops are mature, the scene must be quite spectacular. The charm of online games lies in the alliance and confrontation between players, and Crazy Farm has the biggest characteristics of online games, which solves the previous lack of interaction between players in QQ Farm and Plants vs. Zombies. Afterwards, Lin Feng and Ma Huang had a detailed discussion on Crazy Farm and called Wu Xiaopu and others to formulate various rules and systems one by one under joint consultation, and divided the rights and interests. Crazy Farm is developed by Second World and has the ownership of the game, while Tencent is responsible for the operation. Second World and Tencent Holdings divide the profits by 5,050. When Wu Xiaopu and others learned of the concept of Crazy Farm, they were amazed at how to describe it. This Crazy Farm has been confirmed by Kui Ming's, Kuxin and others that the difficulty of development of the entire game is extremely low. Since all the data are readily available, it can be developed within a few months at most. However, although the game is extremely simple, the gameplay is extremely high. Not only combines the advantages of the two games, but also solves the biggest drawbacks of the two games. If they are listed, they will surely cause a sensation again. What's more, with Tencent now in the country, Crazy Farm is hard to imagine or not. As for Lin Feng, who conceived and designed Crazy Farm, Wu Xiaopu and others admire Lin Feng. They don't know what the head of the chairman is made of. There will always be whimsical ideas, but it is always so amazing. Maybe he is the Einstein of the gaming world. Everyone guessed secretly. Later, when Tencent and Second World jointly held a press conference to announce the joint development of Crazy Farm, domestic players were boiling. If we say that the world's most online game now is definitely not Audition, Full House, which has the highest online number of 5.01 million, nor is it Legend, which has just exceeded 100 million registered players. Currently, there is a real player base in the world. The most popular game is definitely not Tencent's QQ Farm, whether it is white-collar workers in the office, blue-collar workers in factories, government officials in government agencies, or students in school. QQ Farm can be said to be eager. It was a joy to play. According to incomplete statistics, there are currently no less than 200 million people playing QQ Farm across the country. A game is played by 200 million people, and this data is enough to make all game companies jealous. In particular, this game is so simple. Not only does it have no gorgeous graphics, but also has no plot. Simply planting vegetables and stealing vegetables can attract hundreds of millions of people. All game critics are shocked and speechless. Many foreign game companies have also plagiarized the idea of QQ Farm and released it after a little modification. It has also gained a lot of popularity and support from players. It can be said that it is the most popular after Tetris and Minesweeper game. However, after playing QQ Farm in China for more than a year, everyone's enthusiasm has gradually faded. At this time, Tencent and Second World announced the development of a brand new Crazy Farm, and the combination is now the most popular: the web game QQ Farm and the once popular Plants vs. Zombies. Just this gimmick evokes everyone's fantasy. After all, QQ Farm is still playing, but Plants vs. Zombies is a fond memory. However, how exactly do QQ Farm and Plants vs. Zombies merge, and what kind of game is it? All Tencent users are looking forward to it. For many people, they don't like park games like Legend, fierce battle games like Counter-Strike, or turn-based games like Magic Baby. They just want to play simple, relaxed web games. QQ Farm and Plants vs. Zombies are very suitable for their requirements. You can play if you want to play, just put it aside if you don't want to play. Don't worry too much. As all players waited, a week later, the first short game video of Farm Crazy came out. In this game video, there is only one island. The players planted 6 fields on the island, and the defensive plants in Plants vs. Zombies were built around the fields. After watching this video of the game, players are already excited. In the past, it was only necessary to consider the time for simple planting and harvesting of vegetables. Now not only should we consider when to plant vegetables, what kind of crops will be harvested quickly, and what kind of plants can be synthesized for defense, but also how to build defense measures. After all, different defense plants must be synthesized by planting different crops, and the same defense plants can be synthesized by different types of crops. Such a setting undoubtedly makes the combination method ever-changing. In addition, the crops have different maturity times and different prices. How to plant the most crops at the most effective time and synthesize more defense plants will become the object of research for all players. And everyone who has played Plants vs. Zombies knows that each type of defensive plants has different functions, different in power and bullet time, as well as fast and slow. Therefore, when building a defensive front, you must consider both. The layout of the formation must also consider whether the money and the power of the plants can withstand the enemy's attack from all directions. No doubt, this Crazy Farm has greatly increased its strategy and added more fun to all players. Of course, there are only 6 fields at the beginning of the game. On the cliffs, there are only 6 simple straight roads, and the player's defense is relatively simple. However, in the future, as the player reclaims more and more fields, the player's farmland will be attacked from all sides. At that time, the correct placement of the plants will further test the player. After watching the first video of the game, Many players have a question. This is just the player defending the position. So how can the player steal food? Is it still stealing food like QQ Farm? If so, what role does this defensive measure play? A few days later, the second video game came out. In the second game video, a player is creating a zombie, then loading it on a ship and transporting it from the sea to other players' islands. As a result, when I arrived at the destination, I accidentally discovered that there were other players around. After greeted each other, negotiated to wait for the crops to mature, and then landed together to grab food. After watching this video, all the players yelled in excitement on the spot, and some were so excited that they even screamed from the sky. In the past, when stealing vegetables, although it was very exciting, the time was too short. Either the owner was guarding the vegetables, or the owner was asleep. You can steal whatever you want. There is some fun at first, but it will become boring after a long time. Now not only steal food by yourself, but also other people steal food together, and you can see who is stealing food, which in itself is full of fun. The biggest reason for the popularity of online games is the large number of people, and the excitement and fun of everyone playing together. Now stealing vegetables are all stolen together, which is undoubtedly a very interesting thing. Thinking of the scene where dozens of players steal vegetables together when the crops are mature, many players are excited and almost want to play Crazy Farm immediately. The scene of dozens of players rushing to the island at the same time must be very spectacular. Of course, due to the limitations of the game settings, it is impossible for hundreds of players to steal food together. After all, it takes time to travel from your own island to the islands of other players, and the zombies need food. If the distance is too long on the way, their zombies will starve to death. This setting limits the collective stealing of large-scale players. This can prevent some players from offending others and being gangsterized in the game. Secondly, it can also limit large-scale stealing of food and cause excessive weight to the server. Burden. After all, this is not QQ Farm, and the burden on the system's server is not great when stealing vegetables. This is a real online game. If hundreds of gamers steal food at the same time and dispatch the transported zombies to steal food, the burden on the system at that time will be no less than that currently operated by the Second World. Swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country. Tencent currently has more than 200 million QQ users, and the maximum online users are more than 30 million. If these restrictions are not imposed, assuming that any tenth of the 30 million people steal food from one player at the same time, I am afraid that 10 sets of supercomputers will not be able to load it. Crazy Farm itself is a relaxing and casual game. It is about making money, not losing money. Now this setting can not only satisfy the player's desire to steal anyone's food, but also through various restrictions, it will not cause the game to cause too much load on the system server. It can be described as the best of both worlds. After watching the second video, players are already very eagerly looking forward to the third video. There is a video of growing vegetables in the front, and there is also a video about stealing vegetables on the way. The third video is naturally how to steal vegetables. With much anticipation, a week later, the third video was finally available. In the first time, more than 3 million people downloaded the video. After 24 hours, this data has reached 20 million times. The popularity of Crazy Farm is already a certainty. Faced with this situation, in addition to staring at other game company bosses, they can only say nothing. Although they can also plagiarize the idea of Lin Feng. A very important problem is that there is a huge QQ user base behind Crazy Farm. At present, Chinese netizens can go online without watching news, watching movies, listening to music, or playing games. Even if they are connected to the internet with their computer on, they are not at the computer, but there is one thing they will definitely do, which is to open it. QQ, chat when people are there, hang up when people are not. In this case, Tencent can hang QQ Farm under the main window of QQ before, and the player can do just one click. Then naturally, Farm Crazy can also be hung under the main window. In this case, How do their game companies compete with Farm Crazy? Well, forget it, it's not the first time. This damn Lin Feng, I don't know how many ideas are still in his brain. We don't care anymore. Many game company bosses sang Yang Kun's indifferent in unison. In the third video, after the players find that other players are mature, they send zombies to land, and start the game screen of invasion by selecting the weak point of the opponent's defense. As for the battle, it's the same as Plants vs. Zombies. But the difference is that in the previous Plants vs. Zombies, players always challenged the computer difficulty, but now they are directly confronting other players, which is more exciting. Watching the zombies controlled by the stealing food player continue to attack the stronghold of the guarding food player in the video. All the players who watched the video were full of enthusiasm, especially at the end of the video when other food-stealing players also rushed to the whole scene. It is very popular. Under their zombies of many stealing players, they finally succeeded in breaking through the defensive line of the Shukai players. When they succeeded in stealing the food, all the players cheered. However, at this time, all players also noticed a new problem after successfully capturing the stronghold of the guard player. Although the player in the video broke through the defense measures of the Shukai player, it is also a troublesome thing to transport the successfully stolen crops back to his island. Each raft has a certain storage space and can only hold a certain amount of crops. It is undoubtedly a very painful thing if you try your best to break through the defenses, but in the end the crops you snatch cannot be transported back to the island. What's more, can you grab enough crops to make up for the loss? Obviously, this again involves a strategic element. Is the effort proportional to the gain? But no matter how many players will worry about this issue, the popularity of Farm Crazy is doomed, just waiting to be launched. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 595. The Heirloom of the God of War. Although Crazy Farm is still in the final development and closed beta, many players have already expressed their expectations for it. Go online every day. The first time is to check the development process of Crazy Farm on the official websites of Tencent and Second World, and see how long it will be before the public beta. Boss, will Farm Crazy affect the number of people online in our campaigners' games? The setting of Farm Crazy makes me have the urge to play. If it eventually affects the operation of our campaigners' games, it would be a bit uneconomical. Wu Zhaopu frowned. Lin Feng is naturally aware of Wu Zhaopu's worries. Nowadays, the whole country is eager for Crazy Farm, which directly caused the decline in the number of online games online, and also caused many game companies to panic. They all started to develop games similar to Crazy Farm, hoping to solve the online operation. The status quo of the impact of the game. It is best to have a share. Although many game companies are panicking, in Lin Feng's view, Farming Crazy may affect the number of online users of other online games in the early stage, but after the initial freshness period has passed, players will still play whatever game they want to play. Indeed, Crazy Farm not only introduces the fierce confrontation of large-scale online games, but also adds more strategy, so that the entire game is no longer as monotonous and full of diversity as QQ Farm and Plants vs. Zombies and fun. However, no matter how many connotations of Crazy Farm, it cannot get away from its essence. Farm. In addition to growing vegetables and stealing vegetables, most of the time players can say nothing. At the beginning, it may be necessary to calculate the growth time of various crops and the time to synthesize defense plants, as well as the time and cost-effectiveness to steal vegetables. But as the game progresses and various strategies are released, it will no longer be a problem that restricts everyone. After the player is familiar with the game settings of Crazy Farm, it will be the same as QQ Farm. Most of the time, there is no need to log in, as long as you log in when you are harvesting food and stealing food. You can play other games in the rest of the time. After all, this is just a casual game, and all the games under the Second World can be run in a window. The same is true for Farm Crazy. which can run in a window. QQ Farm has not affected the operation of other online games, and Crazy Farm will not affect it either. At best, it is just to make players more involved in the game, or to broaden the entire game market. This is also one of Lin Feng's intentions in developing Crazy Farm. Amidst the impetuous expectation of the market, Crazy Farm is finally on the market. Regarding the number of online users after listing, Lin Feng can only sigh that Tencent's absolute dominance in the QQ market has brought absolute popularity to its casual games. On the first day, Farm Crazy client downloads reached a staggering 3 million copies, and this data is still increasing rapidly. After all, with the dominance of QQ and the popularity of QQ Farm, the launch of Crazy Farm this time has condensed the essence of QQ Farm and Plants vs. Zombies, coupled with high confrontation, and strategically, it's really hard not to be popular. Crazy Farm is a flash game similar to Plants vs. Zombies, but the screen is a bit more concise. Basically any computer on the market can run perfectly. The capacity of the entire client is only 87 M. As for the battle during the stealing of food, Wu Xiaopu and others have tested that the current ordinary Pentium 3 inches computer will definitely be very smooth unless more than 30 players come to steal food at the same time. As far as the map in Farm is concerned, aside some crazy players who may be crazy to come to steal food, but because there is no food on the way, zombies are very likely to starve to death. Under normal circumstances, a player may face up to 18-24 players stealing food. At this point of data traffic, the player's computer is sufficient. With such a low configuration and high gameplay, the number of online users of Farm Crazy has skyrocketed, reaching its peak of 2.5 million online on the first day. A week later, the player base of Farm Crazy has reached 30 million. This is a very terrible number, and the number is still increasing sharply. It is definitely not difficult to break through hundreds of millions of players in the future. As for the profit model of Crazy Farm, the membership replenishment system similar to that of QQ Farm is still adopted. It's just that after this time, the members enjoy not stealing more food, and getting some flower fertilizer. This time Ma Huan directly adopted a completely fair approach. Regardless of whether he is a member or not, the game is the same, without any material preferences. The only difference is that when a member player goes to steal vegetables, the system will automatically calculate the time to reach the opponent, as well as a brief evaluation of the opponent's defense, as well as the zombies needed to break through the opponent's defense. When the player's fleet enters the island, it will automatically call the police to remind the player to pay attention, and even send a chargeable text message to notify the player. Of course, for example, chemical fertilizers can still be purchased through Q coins to accelerate the growth of crops. But for those props that might disrupt the balance of the game, Ma Huang followed Lin Feng's suggestion and did not include them in the scope of sale. This point is also approved by all players. After all, there is a cost to operating a game. It is impossible for a game company to operate the game without making money. As long as the game balance is not disrupted, players can still accept the existence of members in the game. Thanks to various benefits, the number of players in Farm Crazy Farm is increasing. Especially Tencent QQ users do not need to register, they can log in directly with their QQ account. This allows most players who don't want to play just click in and send it out. It was out of control to play. As the Crazy Farm craze spread, magazines across the country also launched corresponding strategies. Of course, the official magazine of Second World naturally also released the most authoritative detailed strategy manual, as well as the synthetic data of various defense plants and different crops, as well as the attack attributes of defense plants, and zombies. Defense attributes and movement speed. Of course, in different weather environments, the attributes of defense plants and zombies change. The launch of the official authoritative magazine not only allowed players to know more about Crazy Farm, but also increased their enthusiasm for Crazy Farm. The number of people continued to exceed 50 million, 70 million, which once again triggered the national farm fever. It also brings huge benefits to Tencent and the second world. For most ordinary players, especially white-collar workers, although Second World has previously launched an official authoritative magazine that explains all the data of Crazy Farm in detail, for these players, it is still a bit of trouble. It is better to charge directly. Drill. Everything is simply named. The cost of the purple diamond is only 10 yuan a month, and it is not expensive, just recharge. According to Tencent's official statistics, 1 week after the launch of Farm, the number of users of Purple Diamond reached 1 million, and each person was 10 yuan, which is 10 million yuan in income. And the number of members continues to increase. The total human resources and hardware development costs invested by the Second World Design Crazy Farm did not exceed 700,000 RMB in total. As for operating costs, due to the use of Flash engine development, its own requirements are extremely low, far inferior to games such as Legend. The original QQ Farm server can fully handle it, and even rich. This is the standard small input, big output. Lin Feng was jealous when he saw it. Thinking about the high cost of swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country, and then looking at the low cost of Crazy Farm, Lin Feng really felt a little bit shameless. Fortunately, there are not many such games, and the popularity is also due to Tencent's absolute dominance, and the nature of its casual games is destined to be less profitable than other large-scale online games. Think about the currently popular Zeng 2 in the country. The highest online player is more than 800,000, but the monthly profit created is hundreds of millions of yuan, and the profit of Crazy Farm is nothing. Lin Feng is a bit jealous of the low cost and high return of Crazy Farm, so I won't talk about other companies. Many game companies are eager to die, and they have launched similar games, such as Infinite Farm, Super Perfect Farm, etc. However, there is no huge user base of QQ behind them, plus Second World. 2 years of accumulated mature game development experience and technology. Other online game companies, whether in terms of game quality or popularity, are far from being a threat to Crazy Farm. In the end, they can only fall into the laughingstock of Eastern effect. Regarding this situation, Chen Xiaoai of 9 Cities sighed secretly. Some time ago, Lin Feng personally planned to sell 6.7 million copies of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition in 1 month, setting a domestic single-player game sales record. Now, he is planning the Crazy Farm, an already a bit abnormal leisure and entertainment game. Chen Xiaoai didn't know if Lin Feng was admired or jealous. Perhaps I have always hated Lin Feng and opposed him everywhere, with most of the elements of jealousy in it. Alas, what will happen to the Chinese game landscape and the world game landscape in the future? How can we survive? Chen Xiaoai is already a bit at a loss. There are other domestic game company bosses who have similar ideas to Chen Xiaoai. They are really at a loss at the moment, and they don't know how to survive. Although they can barely maintain operations at the moment, as the Second World becomes more and more successful and its games become more and more mature, how will they survive in the future? The media at home and abroad have also made a lot of reports. After all, Crazy Farm is too successful and incredible. Guangming Daily. This is another miracle, a simple farming game, but matched with the previously popular Plants vs. Zombies. Let it once again shine with the new year. While we marveled at the charm of this game, we couldn't help asking, how many ideas does Lin Feng, who conceived and planned this Crazy Farm, still have? Japan's Asahi Shimbun. Oh my god, it's crazy that a game like this can attract hundreds of millions of Chinese people. I wonder if Chinese players are born farmers. In response to the irony of the Asahi Shimbun, Lin Feng sneered and directly caused the Second World Japanese branch to open a Japanese version of Crazy Farm in Japan, with a lifetime membership fee. As a result, when the Asahi Shimbun satirized the Second World and said that absolutely no player in Japan would play this simple and boring farm game, the Japanese version of Farm Crazy easily exceeded 1 million online. For Japanese players, if only QQ Farm or Plants vs. Zombies is not enough to attract them, but after the two games are perfectly integrated, it completely provokes the interest of Japanese players. In particular, the various data in it are also sought after by Japanese players who love to study. This is one of the reasons why Crazy Farm is so popular in Japan. However, Lin Feng adopts a monthly fee system. A Japanese player charges 500 yen a month, and a million people is 500 million yen, which is about 34 million yuan in gross profit. Regarding this profit, the Asahi Shimbun is annoyed. Speak out. In particular, Lin Feng did not open up auxiliary programs for Japanese players like domestic players. Japanese players love to delve into it, and there is no auxiliary program that suits them better. The success of Crazy Farm in Japan also made Lin Feng see the influence of Crazy Farm in the world. Although the game is simple, it is indeed full of fun. Even the most discerning Japanese players can bear it, and players from other countries in the world. Naturally acceptable. Lin Feng immediately opened the European service and the US service, and the performance is also extremely gratifying. A total of 15 million people in the European server play Farm Crazy, and 21 million people in the US server play Farm Crazy, and each player receives an average of $1 per month. Invisibly, the European and American servers of Farm Crazy bring an amazing return of $36 million to the second world every month. This shocked the world. The British Times was amazed. Oh my god, how many miracles this Chinese boy has to create. A game so simple can create such amazing profits. But why hasn't any European game programmer thought of it before? Here, I can only say that Lin Feng is a genius. Einstein in the game industry. USA Today. Farm Crazy has revenue of $36 million in 1 month, and a gross profit of $432 million a year. This Chinese has once again created a miracle in the game industry. Farm is more like a money printing machine than Microsoft's Office software. The Office needs a lot of programming talents to design, but this Crazy Farm only used more than 20 game talents, and it took less than a month to design. This good news also directly stimulated the second world stocks soaring all the way, rising to $124, and Lin Feng's personal assets are approaching the $40 billion mark. Buffett, the stock god who holds 10 million shares of Second World, said with emotion, viewing Second World stocks is definitely the most correct decision in my life. I have already made a will and donated all my personal property to charity, but I will keep the 10 million shares of the Second World as an heirloom to my children and grandchildren. I believe that with the 10 million annual dividends of the Second World, they will be able to live and eat without any worries. This can be regarded as the only patronage I give them as an elder. The world was shocked by the words of Warren Buffett. Is the Second World really so good? Re-examining the Second World in the world. When examining Lin Feng received a call from Houston Rockets general manager Dawson that the NBA 02-03 season is about to begin, and because Lin Feng has invested $100 million in new balls hall. Now the new Houston Rockets stadium has been completed and will be unveiled on November 1st. The Houston Rockets will host the Los Angeles Lakers, who have just won 3 consecutive championships at home. Lin Feng looked at his watch. It was already October 24th, and it was time to set off for the Houston Rockets. Look at the first round of the summit between the old champions of Jordan, Rodman, and Olajuwon against the new champion Anil Kobe. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 596. The War of the King of Pop? The NBA 20,022,003 season will officially start on November 1, 2002. This summer, the team that trades most frequently and shocks and surprises fans the most is undoubtedly the Houston Rockets. First traded away All-Star guard Francis, in exchange for the first-round pick of the Cleveland Cavaliers and number 35 rookie Boozer, which is almost nailed to the lottery team next year, and then traded a first-round pick for the Detroit Pistons, and then used the team. The chief blue collar center Kato traded for the dying year and the injury big dreamer larger one. This series of transactions was criticized by the media as stupid and idiot. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, Lin Feng personally hired the god of basketball Michael Jordan, the flower bug Rodman, and the signing of free agent Billups. The series of transactions was breathtaking. Although Jordan is old, he is still the most popular superstar in the NBA. He also cooperated with Dream, one of the best centers in the 90s, and with Rodman's assistance. Before the season, he bet with the media and threatened, "This season the Houston Rockets will surely enter the playoffs and launch an impact on the championship." This rhetoric has aroused the expectations of all fans. In particular, the Houston Rockets also signed the first foreign champion in NBA history, Yao Ming from China, which also makes people look forward to the performance of the 2.26 center. In particular, many media have received news from the Houston Rockets' internal employees. Yao Ming received personal reports from Rodman and Olajuwon. In addition to normal training every day, after the end, he was ruined by these two boss. His rebounding skills and fantasy footsteps have already reached 7 points by Rodman and Olajuwon, a 2.26 height center. Rodman's rebounding predictive ability, plus Olajuwon's dream footsteps, coupled with the unique soft touch of Chinese players. How terrible is such a center? NBA President Stern is definitely a person who is good at grasping the hot spots of the market. Otherwise the NBA will not develop from a small league that was about to close that year to one of the most popular sports in the world, second only to football in some countries, even more popular than football. Therefore, Stern very cleverly arranged the opening game of the 2003 season in the newly established arena of the Houston Rockets. The Houston Rockets challenged the Los Angeles Lakers, who had just won 3 consecutive championships. Jordan vs. Kobe, Olajuwon plus Yao Ming vs. O'Neal. Known as the closest person to Jordan, Jordan is still in the league and once again challenged Jordan. Today, the NBA's most terrifying, even the most terrifying super center in history, to challenge the former chief center and the future chief center. This opener is full of gimmicks. Such an important opening game, as the owner of the team, and Lin Feng, who actually manipulated the summer Houston Rockets transfer, naturally cannot be absent. At the moment of receiving Dawson's call, Lin Feng immediately arranged everything in the country and set off for the United States in his own wing of the wind. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to take Li Zhu and others to watch the opening match, but the crew of the Legend of Condor Heroes happened to film the scene of Li Zhu and others. In addition, when Lin Feng went to the United States, he would definitely meet Avril. Li Zhu, who hadn't completely solved it, gave up. In this regard, Lin Feng can only helpless. However, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Take it easy. After bidding farewell to Li Zhu, Lin Feng took Lin Shilling to Los Angeles directly. Originally, Lin Feng was going to fly directly to the Houston Rockets, but before leaving, he received a call from Avril and asked him to fly to Los Angeles, saying that he would have a surprise for Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to ask what the surprise was, but the weird Avril only said this gift mysteriously. Lin Feng would be surprised. He refused to say anything. Lin Feng had to suppress his curiosity and enjoy it. The comfort of a special plane, direct flight to Los Angeles. 24 hours later, on October 26, Lin Feng arrived in Los Angeles. "Hi, Lin, this way." As soon as she got out of the private airport passage, Avril rushed over. "Avril, you seem to be thinner again." Lin Feng hugged Avril, who was leaping over, and said with pity. Avril smiled and looked at Lin Chilling behind Lin Feng. The corners of her mouth murmured slightly, then lifted Lin Feng, walked straight over, looked up and down Lin Chilling, and snorted, "You are very beautiful, and you have a good figure." "Very well, many Western women are not as good as you, making me jealous. However, Lin is not yours. She is mine." Lin Chilling heard it. Her face was embarrassed, but her heart was shocked. She had also heard of Avril's straightforward character a long time ago. "Unexpectedly, when I saw it today, She just understood what it is to see it. Avril's straightforwardness is definitely more than rumors. This also made Lin Chilling couldn't help comparing Lisa and Avril. When Lisa saw himself, although he was dissatisfied, he hid it in his heart. Avril's dissatisfaction was directly uttered, and the two of them belonged to two extremes. Thinking of this, Lin Xiling couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng, wondering how Lin Feng was able to deal with these two women, and the two women knew each other's existence, but they could secretly acquiesce to each other. The boss is the boss. Lin Chilling sighed. Lin Feng saw that Lin Chilling's face was a little embarrassed at the moment, and he hurriedly broke the siege so that Avril would not point the finger at him at the end. By the way, Avril, you didn't have the slightest makeup to pick me up today. Aren't you afraid of media tracking? Lin Feng asked. Avril hates paparazzi stalking the most. I didn't meet the paparazzi stalking before, and the report that directly raised the middle finger was published in the major gossip magazines and became the front page. Now he came to pick him up without even wearing sunglasses. Lin Feng is really good. Surprised. Ha ha, Lin. Now the reporter has no time to talk to me. Now it's all on Sony and Michael Jackson, Avril said with a sigh. What's the matter? Lin Feng heard the unhappiness in Avril's tone, and asked quickly. Lin, Michael declared war on Sony. Avril said. Declare war? Lin Feng was taken aback. Well, come, Lin, get in the car, I will take you to a place, a bit far from Los Angeles, about 40 minutes by car. I will tell you in the car. Avril pulled Lin Feng into a Rolls-Royce, but arrogantly blocked Lin Chilling out. Xiling, you can sit in the back and take a car with Li Rui. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, and then ordered. Seeing Lin Chilling walk to the next car slightly depressed, Avril giggled triumphantly. She drove Lin Chilling to the back of the car. One was to demonstrate, telling Lin Chilling who was Lin Feng's true girlfriend, and the other was that she had some inconveniences to tell outsiders. She could only tell Lin Feng. Okay, let's talk about it. What happened to Michael and Sony? Lin Feng shook Avril's hand and asked softly. HMPH, don't you blamed me for driving away your sexy female secretary? Avril asked, looking at Lin Feng's eyes. Ha, you jealous jar. What are you talking about? Indeed, I admit that she is very beautiful and attractive. But I do know who is the most important woman to me, and who I like in my heart. Lin Feng squeezed Avril said with a strong nose. Hee hee. Avril's heart seemed to drink honey, sweet. Later, in the car, Avril told Lin Feng about the grievances between Michael Jackson and Sony. It turned out that the grievances between Michael Jackson and Sony began last year, when Jackson released the new album Invincible in 2001. Sony did not publicize it a lot, and even a little neglected it, especially when it was promoting Invincible. The Fox News channel unexpectedly broke Michael the rumor that Jackson owed a huge debt of $270 million was about to go bankrupt, which embarrassed Michael Jackson at the time. In the end, Invincible sold 5 million copies. In the eyes of other singers, this is already an extremely alarming data. But in the eyes of King of Pop Michael Jackson, it failed, or even failed. Dismal results. After all, this album Michael Jackson invested a lot of hard work. The whole process was sell-undid. 5 million sales can only just recover the cost. Sony and Michael want to make money and have to sell at least 7 million copies. Therefore, there was a battle between Michael Jackson and Sony Records. Michael Jackson reprimanded Sony Records for bad publicity, but Sony Records reprimanded Michael Jackson for being dead. There is a reason why the company does not invest huge amounts of money in publicity. Record sales prove everything. This remark naturally made Michael Jackson extremely dissatisfied, and the contradiction between the two sides gradually escalated. Finally, on July 6 of this year, Michael Jackson held a press conference in New York to declare war on Sony Records, directing the shady of the recording industry, racial discrimination against black singers and exploitation of artists. After listening to Avril's words, Lin Feng was speechless. He didn't expect that the whole incident was so complicated and there were so many shady scenes in the recording industry. It's no wonder that many popular superstars who have been infinitely beautiful and record sales have set many records have finally ended up with a miserable prospect of bankruptcy. In addition to the extravagance of some stars themselves, it is more because of the exploitation of record companies, especially black singers. Although the appearance of Michael Jackson in 1982 shattered the racial shackles in radio and television music shows and record shops with a thriller, it did not smash the racial discrimination that still lurks in the music industry, especially the record companies' cruel exploitation of artists. Lin, thank you for your willingness to invest and let me set up my own record company. Otherwise I will be ruthlessly exploited by the record company, said Avril, nestling in Lin Feng's arms with a look of luck and gratitude. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's investment to let Avril set up his own record company and run his own record, I'm afraid Avril would not have just released 2 albums as it is now. After holding a global concert, he would have hundreds of millions of dollars net worth. If you sign a record company, Avril can get up to 12% of the share. And of course the Emperor superstar has a 24% share. However, even if the 24% share is shared, Avril's 2 albums and 7 singles, 27 million in total sales, as well as global concerts, will bring a total of $470 million in revenue. In addition to operating costs and company commissions, the agent will pay dividends and his own band, etc. Avril can earn up to $20 million. Now Avril relies on his own operating company to run his own records, and has become the out-and-out little rich woman in the United States. Among them, half of the profits are distributed to Lin Feng. Of course, how can I let my woman be exploited? Lin Feng said proudly with his arms around Avril. Avril had a sweet face. By the way, Michael Jackson is really going bankrupt? Lin Feng asked curiously. Although Lin Feng was a fan of Michael Jackson in the past, the domestic news reports on Michael Jackson at that time were all negative news. It was not about bankruptcy, or a childishness, or his profligacy. This made Lin Feng read a lot. It is dissatisfaction. A person who has donated more than $300 million to 30 charities will definitely not be as embarrassing as the media said. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't bother to read relevant news later, and just concentrated on enjoying the pure music brought by Michael Jackson. That's not it. Michael Jackson's personal assets are at least $2 billion. How could he go bankrupt? He owns 50% of the copyrights of Sony ATV Music Publishing Company, and also owns the Beatles and Elvis Presley copyright, not counting his real estate. He also has nearly $2 billion in assets. How can he go bankrupt? It's just that he has no liquid funds to repay a debt of $270 million recently, Avril said with a sneer. Lin, you don't know, the reason that really made Michael decide to turn his face with Sony Records was because when he promoted Invincible Under Heaven last year, the man behind his debts was Motorola, the president of Sony Records. Lin Feng was taken aback. Lin, because the contract between Michael and Sony is about to expire, and Michael has stated that he will not renew the contract, Sony did so, hoping to destroy Michael, and eventually force Michael to return to Sony Records due to debt problems and get it back. That 50% of the copyright, because the loan was mortgaged with the 50% copyright of the Sony Records owned by Michael, and the price was set by Sony at the time, which was just over $270 million. The loan contract stipulates that if Michael is overdue, if the loan cannot be repaid, Sony Records will have the right to buy back 50% of the copyright, Avril said indignantly. Lin Feng heard it, and after a little thought, he understood what all this was about. For a record company, record copyright is the foundation. If Michael leaves Sony Records with this 50% copyright, the blow to Sony Records is self-evident. That's it. After thinking carefully, Lin Feng finally understood everything in it. Benefits. This war is ultimately for benefits. However, Michael is to protect his own interests, but Sony Records wants to regain the interests that have been lost due to mistakes in decision-making. Lin, can I ask you something? You help Michael. Avril looked at Lin Feng and said, to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 597 Dream Manor. Lin Feng understood what Avril meant when he heard it. Avril, do you want me to help Michael Jackson pay off this debt? Lin Feng asked with a smile. But it's not repayment. Just to help him turn around. You don't know that the annual interest on this debt was 20%, $270 million US, and $54 million US of debt had to be repaid every year. Avril said helplessly. Almost half of the money that Michael Jackson made in the past few years has been used to repay interest. As for the principal, there is no way to repay it unless he sells real estate or copyright. But whether it is copyright or real estate, it is impossible for Michael Jackson to give up, especially copyright, which will undoubtedly cheapen the black-hearted record company. 50% of the copyright of Sony Records has a market value of about $1.2 billion US. But if Michael Jackson is used as a mortgage, it is only worth $270 million. This is too dark. Well, Avril, let me talk to Michael at that time. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, but did not directly agree. Michael Jackson is the king of fashion and has his own dignity. He may not appreciate it if he rashly says to help him repay. Avril nodded slightly. This time she was so enthusiastic. First, she was more sympathetic to Michael Jackson's experience. Second, she also expressed admiration for Michael Jackson's courage to challenge the unspoken rules of the recording industry. And third, it was also because Michael Jackson had been taking care of him since her debut. In return, she should also help Michael Jackson, especially this debt is nothing to Lin Feng. At this time, the car stopped. Hey, Lin, here it is. This is the surprise I told you. Look, our dream manor, Avril said triumphantly, pointing to a manor under the mountain. When Lin Feng got out of the car, he was taken aback. Following Avril's gestures, the manor occupies a very large area, roughly estimated to be at least 10 square kilometers, and there are not only lakes, sports fields, and Lin Feng also saw the Ferris wheel and the carousel, which is even more outrageous. Yes, Lin Feng actually saw a giraffe and a camel. Avril, this is? Lin Feng asked in surprise. This is the dream manor I just bought. How about it? Not bad. There are almost everything in it, just like an independent happy kingdom. Avril said triumphantly, holding Lin Feng's arm. Dream Manor. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He remembered that Michael Jackson also had a dream manor. The legend also contained everything he saw now, and it was one of the most extravagant personal residences in the United States. Could it be? Lin, you guessed right. This is Michael's dream manor. But he hasn't lived in it for a long time, and the annual maintenance fee is close to $3 million US. He is temporarily unable to pay, and there is him here. Bad memories in the case of the child in 1993. In order to clarify himself, Michael Jackson was forced to undergo an inhumane and humiliating all-round physical examination by the doctor, such as the anus, lower body and other private parts, not only after detailed examination, but also taking photos one by one. Michael Jackson's headaches and health continued to deteriorate, most of which was caused by this health check, so I bought it for $50 million. Avril said proudly. $50 million. Lin Feng frowned. This manor was worth about $30 million US at most. Avril actually spent $50 million US. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Okay, don't use your merchant's set to judge whether I lost or lost in buying this dream manor. I think the 50 million flowers are very worthwhile. Avril pulled Lin Feng into the car, then drove down the mountain and drove in. This dream manor worth $50 million. Stepping into this dream manor, Lin Feng had to admit that Michael was a very enjoyable person. This dream manor is like a fairyland on earth. From the first step in this place, what I feel is not only happiness but also happiness. There is a Ferris wheel to observe the charming scenery around, a carousel to relive childhood fun. You can also go boating on the artificial lake, and you can also take the sightseeing train in the park to browse the beautiful scenery of the whole park. Dream Manor, worthy of the name. Of course, if you want to maintain this happiness, you must spend $3 million a year. Fortunately, Avril is also a rich little wife now, and she can afford this little money. Besides, isn't there still Lin Feng behind him? At this time, Avril summoned more than 70 servants in the manor. From now on, this manor belongs to him in addition to me. He will also be the owner of this manor from today. In front of all the servants, Avril handed Lin Feng a remote control. The remote control to control all the facilities in this dream manor. The many servants were slightly startled when they heard it, their eyes full of envy when they looked at Lin Feng. Avril is a popular queen nowadays. She is beautiful and long. She is also a well-known little rich woman. She just spent $50 million to buy this dream manor. Now she gives control to Lin Feng. The meaning is naturally different. It goes without saying, a fateful man. We have both wealth and color. Many servants did not know Lin Feng, but sighed Lin Feng's good luck in their hearts. Of course, there is no jealousy, because Avril had just bought this manor and paid everyone a premium. All the servants were grateful to him for its boldness. Avril, this. Lin Feng was startled, and naturally understood what Avril meant, but the gift was really heavy. Why, don't you dare to accept it? Just treat it as your gift to me. Boeing 767. This is your home in the United States from now on, Avril said with a sweet smile. Lin Feng smiled. This little girl is really interested. Lin Chilling and the others behind Lin Feng heard it but were dumbfounded. A manor worth 50 million yuan was really generous in return. Okay, but this security work must be the responsibility of my Spiky Tooth security company. If something happens to such a big manor, it won't work. Then, Lin Feng smiled and asked Li Ru and others to start checking the security system of Dream Manor, and plan to expand it. First, a helicopter apron must be added, as well as related electronic monitoring equipment. The 11.3 square kilometer manor, without these electronic monitoring equipment, would be unpredictable if it was touched by some unpredictable intentions. After spending the night in Dream Manor, Avril arranged for Lin Feng to meet with Michael Jackson the next day. In a luxury house in Los Angeles with a monthly rent of $100,000, Lin Feng met Michael Jackson with a haggard face. Although he is the king of pop, it is also very difficult to sing on the stage with the giant Sony records. A little carelessness may accompany his past reputation and future. Hi, Lin, I remember you, Avril's boyfriend. He always talks about you in my ear. And I heard that you are the richest Chinese in the world. It seems that Avril has really found a very good one this time. Boyfriend. Michael slowly greeted Lin Feng with his low voice. After some greetings, Lin Feng gave Avril a wink, and Avril understood. Michael, Lin has always been your loyal fan. Yesterday I accidentally leaked and told him your financial situation, so he wanted to help you. Avril stuck out his tongue and said with a grimace. Michael looked at a helpless wry smile. You little girl, tell you not to tell others, you just go around talking nonsense. Michael reached out and knocked Avril on the head, then looked at Lin Feng helplessly. Lin, I know your kindness, but mine I believe I can solve the accounting. Thank you for your kindness, but please don't publicize it. Can you keep it secret for me? Obviously, the king of fashion also has the dignity of the king of fashion. Although the current financial situation is not good, he will not easily accept donations from others. Especially the other party is the boyfriend of Avril, who is comparable to his daughter. If Avril offered him a huge amount of funding, perhaps he would accept it, but Avril's boyfriend would not accept it. This is not only for his own dignity, but also for Avril's dignity. If he accepts it, if Avril and Lin Feng have a dispute in the future, he doesn't want this little punk princess to get angry when facing her boyfriend because of his own affairs. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. Since Michael has said so, he is not too insistent, otherwise he will be slapped. How can I say that Lin Feng is now the richest man in China, and it makes no sense to stretch out his face to beat someone, even if the other party is his idol? Unexpectedly, Avril was anxious. She is very aware of Michael's financial situation, and in the past year or so since her debut, Michael has also helped her a lot and introduced a lot of seniors to her. Otherwise, she would single the sweet thing last year. So easy to solve. After all, this is a big taboo in the record industry, especially when Xiao Tanshan was so beautiful at the time, and she was a favorite. She is a newcomer again. It is not a coincidence that she met Michael Jackson, and it happened again. I am afraid that Avril's life in the United States is still very difficult. Even if Lin Feng had money, he couldn't help him solve all problems. Unless Lin Feng has the power to shake any rules in this world. Avril quietly pinched Lin Feng severely. Helpless, Lin Feng thought for a while. His eyes rolled. Michael, did you know that you have a huge popularity in China, with hundreds of millions of fans? It is a pity that you have never performed in mainland China. This is a very regrettable thing for all Chinese fans. I think this is the case. How about I offer you a contract worth $300 million to invite you to perform 30 concerts in mainland China in the next 10 years? Lin Feng had to curve to save the country for Avril. Michael Jackson was taken aback for a while. He didn't want to perform in mainland China before, but in 1995, he was rejected by mainland China on the grounds that his concert was too inciting. This disappointed Michael Jackson, who was enthusiastic at the time, and was later due to health and other reasons. The wish to perform in mainland China has never been realized. Relax. Now that China has reformed and opened up, your concert will be absolutely no problem. And now no one will say that your concert is inciting people's hearts. Lin Feng assured him. China in 1995 and China in 2002 were too far apart in terms of the degree of reform and opening up. In particular, Shanghai, a metropolis, is now even more open. With my own invitation, there is absolutely no problem. However, the performance fee is too high. Michael frowned. His ticket revenue for one concert is generally around $1 million and $30 million. But Lin Feng offered a contract of $300 million. Naturally, most of them are helping him. This makes Michael's self-esteem a little unbearable. This $300 million contract will not only buy out your 30 concerts in the next 10 years, but also your portrait rights in mainland China for the next 10 years. Lin Feng turned and said with a smile. When Michael Jackson heard that if he added the portrait rights of mainland China in the next 10 years, he would not be taking advantage of Lin Feng. With his popularity as the king of pop, selling $300 million in the next 10 years is basically a fair deal. Michael Jackson did some calculations and nodded in agreement. Thank you, Lin. Anyway, you helped me a lot this time. Michael Jackson breathed a long sigh of relief. Now the debt of $270 million is indeed overwhelming for him. Unless he sells the music rights in his hands, he can't repay it at all. With Lin Feng's $300 million, he no longer has to worry, and he is more confident to fight against Sony Records. This time he must tear up the shady scenes in the record industry. Michael Jackson clenched his fists. Lin Feng smiled slightly. At the beginning of the $300 million donation, Lin Feng only looked at the face of Avril, and also looked at the face of Michael Jackson, the idol he once admired, and provided an interest-free loan. Today, he has reached an agreement with Michael for 30 concerts in the next 10 years, and the portrait rights for him in mainland China in the next 10 years. This is an unexpected gain for Lin Feng. Lin Feng believes that as long as he operates well, he can earn back the $300 million. The charm of Michael Jackson is global. By the way, Michael, on November 1st, it is my NBA team Houston Rockets. It is in the first opener of the new season. I hope you can come. Lin Feng thought of the NBA opener 3 days later, and said by invitation. Well, I heard that Jordan is on your team. He hardly visited me this summer, all training in Houston. In order to start a new start for my old friend, I naturally want to join in. Michael Jackson said with a smile. Lin Feng listened for a while. With the presence of Michael Jackson, his team's open air will be even more lively. This is of great help to Lam Feng's pitch advertising for the Houston Rockets. The Houston Rockets advertisement is a gold mine. Sorry, it's a bit late today. After 2 consecutive days of outbreaks, I'm a little sluggish. There is one more chapter, which will be updated later. Support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 598, you can enter the room by singing. After discussing the details with Michael Jackson, Lin Feng walked out of the mansion that Michael Jackson rented in Los Angeles with satisfaction. Today not only won the portrait rights of Michael Jackson for the next 10 years, but also 30 concerts, which is a great thing for Lin Feng. According to Lin Feng's calculations, for 30 concerts, a stadium with 50,000 people and an average ticket price of 300 will earn 15 million yuan in revenue. 30 concerts will earn 450 million yuan in revenue, which is almost 55 million US dollars. And Lin Feng 300 million. On a sixth of the dollar investment has been recovered. And this is still a small head. The real profit lies in the portrait rights of Michael Jackson in mainland China for the next 10 years, whether it is a second world game, a mobile phone under preparation by Phantom Technology, or a starting point fast food restaurant. They can all be driven by the charm of Michael Jackson. Lin Feng believes that the harvest will be far greater pay. Of course, there is another point that Lin Feng has gained the friendship of Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's friendliness to Lam Feng before was still based on Avril's face, but now it is different. But as a friend, having friends like Michael Jackson is far more useful than money in many cases. This world is not only a world of money, but also a world of connections and relationships. Lin, thank you. Avril was also happy. Lin Feng can help Michael Jackson. In her view, it is Lin Feng giving her face for 300 million US dollars to buy portrait rights for the next 10 years. In Avril's view, Lin Feng will definitely lose money. But Lin Feng just did it, which naturally made Avril happy. In that case, Avril, tonight, I don't know if it can. Lin Feng said with a smirk. When Avril heard it, she suddenly looked ashamed. She didn't know how Lin Feng said. Last night, Lin Feng wanted to take the opportunity to eat this little punk princess on the artificial lake of Dream Manor with Avril. It is undoubtedly a very romantic thing to make Avril his own woman on the beautiful artificial lake of Dream Manor and the sky full of stars. Unfortunately, when he wanted to have sex last night, Lin Feng accidentally touched the switch on the remote control and turned on the siren of Dream Manor, causing the entire manor to panic. As for Lin Feng's good deeds, it naturally fell through. At that time, Avril was smiling proudly. After all, this is the first time for Avril, and I have never tasted it before. Naturally, I don't understand the uncomfortable feeling of the whole body when good things are in the soup. But Lin Feng was different. After this incident, he had a kind of addiction that was almost drug use, especially during this period of time when Lisa was absent. Lin Feng was suffocating all over his body. Unexpectedly, when Avril was about to surrender, she accidentally made this so that Lin Feng's body of evil fire has nowhere to circulate. Today I naturally hope to get what I want. Lin, do you really want to do it? Avril hooked Lin Feng's neck, put her lips to Lin Feng's ear, and whispered softly. With this murmur, Lin Feng was dying. The evil fire that had been holding back all night was nowhere to be sent. When Avril was teased, it was almost a fire from the sky. But now it is on the street. Lin Feng dare not really take any action. Lin, do you want to do it? Avril's rare tenderness and affection are so attractive. Lin Feng held his hand, gently embraced Avril's waist and nodded repeatedly. Lin, if you promise me a condition, I will let you into my room at night, Avril said. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What conditions? I will tell you tonight. After Avril finished speaking, she kissed Lin Feng's lips and turned into the car. When Lin Feng heard this, he was immediately discouraged. This girl doesn't know if it is a crime to hook someone like this. But thinking of the evening's appointment, Lin Feng was refreshed again. After dinner, Lin Feng glanced at Avril, waiting for Avril's condition. Avril raised her brows and clapped her hands to summon all the servants. Lin, I just made a song. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. As long as you can sing it out loud before 12 o'clock in the evening, as long as the melody is basically good, I will let you into my room tonight. If it doesn't work, HMPH, there won't be such a simple thing next time, Avril said triumphantly. Lin Feng frowned. Singing? My singing skills are not very good. It is so average, and in front of so many people, especially Lin Shilling, Li Ru and others. How embarrassed to let myself, the richest man in China, sing. But seeing Avril's serious face, Lin Feng also knew that she would not compromise. Oh, forget it, just sing it. Anyway, doing anything for the one you love is not a shame. Lin Feng thought for a while, gritted his teeth, bowed his head and recognized, stretched out his right hand. Where's the score? Avril was slightly happy when she saw it. Avril naturally knew that Lin Feng's singing skills were not very good, but she also specifically asked Lin Feng to sing in front of so many people, just to test whether Lin Feng would do something that seemed to lose face for her. This is also to prove that Lin Feng will be willing to pay for himself. Now it seems that Lin Feng's love for himself is true. Avril's heart is sweet. After all, in this world, the vast majority of super-rich people like Lin Feng will not make a fool of themselves for a woman to do something that she is not good at in public, especially in front of so many filthy people. At this point, Lin Feng passed. But if you want to get the heart of her little punk princess, and allow yourself to accept that this nasty fart-hearted man has another woman, this is not enough sincerity. It depends on fate. Avril has been feeling it these days and has composed a new song. If Lin Feng could sing it before listening to it, it would prove that he really had a relationship with him, and that he was the one destined for him. Avril gave Lin Feng the score. Lin Feng turned it over and froze. Avril, why only have lyrics? Lin Feng said with a headache. Avril smiled. I will play it to you now, but I will only play it once. If you can sing it out before 12 o'clock in the evening after listening, you can enter my room, and I will recognize you from then on. There was a blush on Val's face. Lin Feng's blood surged upwards after hearing this. Avril's words are a naked confession, and tell myself that as long as I can sing this song after listening to it in 4 hours, Avril is not only willing to be her own woman, but also won't mind Li. The existence of Zhu and Huang Meixi is definitely the best good news for Lin Feng. Of course, what troubles Lin Feng is that this song has only lyrics. Can he sing it after listening to it by himself? It has always been difficult to know Avril's songs, and I can only listen to it once. Even if song god Jackie Chung is here, it may not be possible. However, for the sake of his future life 3P, 4P, Lin Feng has countless beautiful images in his mind, like a chicken blood. His eyes are bloodshot. His hands are holding the lyrics, sitting aside, waiting for Avril. Play a song. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 599. You are not a human, you are a Superman. Avril sits floating in front of the piano, looks at Lin Feng, and sighs slightly in her heart. The reason why she proposed such an almost impossible task was also to give herself a reason for the final decision, to make a decision on the relationship between herself and Lin Feng. But somehow, when Avril played the piano, she couldn't help but sing along. Don't you bear it? Still afraid of losing? Avril didn't know. She only knew that she wanted to give Lin Feng a hint in her heart, even a little bit. Lin Feng was holding the lyrics, sitting on the sofa beside him, his expression serious. This bet is difficult, but Lin Feng readily agrees, also out of two considerations. One is because he saw the uncertainty and hesitation in the eyes of Avril. Lin Feng also hoped that Avril could make a final decision. Secondly, it was also the most important thing. Although Lin Feng sang the art is not good, but it is undeniable that as a fan of Avril, Lin Feng asks himself that he is familiar with Avril's song. Lin Feng is now betting that the song he holds in his hand is his own impression. The one. If it is really that song, when he can sing it after listening to it, Lin Feng can imagine how touched Avril will be by then. When the piano sounded, a feeling of sadness enveloped everyone, especially when Avril sang softly to the music. Everyone felt sour in their hearts inexplicably, especially Lin Xiling, who understood the relationship between Avril and Lin Feng. The others couldn't help but look towards Lin Feng, and sighed that Avril, an independent New Age woman, would actually fall into Lin Feng's love network, which is really embarrassing. Lin Feng was holding the lyrics, listening to the music played by Avril, and singing softly. He was excited. This song is very unfortunate. Lin Feng is really familiar, very, very familiar, but he never thought about it before. Passing this song will be related to myself. Hen You Are Gone When You Leave. This is a popular hit from Avril's third album, which is very popular and widely circulated. It's just that Lin Feng didn't expect that Avril would actually create it because of himself. Listening to the sadness and longing from the lyrics, Lin Feng felt that something was fermenting in his heart. At the end of the song, many people in the venue who understood the meaning of the lyrics showed tears in the corners of their eyes. After Lin Feng listened, he sighed and stood up. "Lin, I miss you so much." Although the song ended, Avril obviously hadn't recovered from the mood just now. Seeing Lin Feng, he hugged Lin Feng, as if he was afraid that Lin Feng would leave again. "Don't worry, I won't leave you again." Lin Feng gently patted Avril's back, which twitched his shoulders, and said softly. At this time, everyone quietly left, leaving space for the two. Wait. Seeing that everyone was leaving, Lin Feng drank quickly. "I haven't sang yet. Who will prove to me that you have left?" Everyone looked weird. This song Hen You Are Gone is indeed very beautiful, with a touch of sadness and deep thoughts, but it can't be sung by listening to it once. Lin Feng actually wants to sing in front of everyone. Isn't it obvious that he is embarrassed? "Lin, no need. In fact, if you are willing to accept this bet, I am satisfied." "No need." Avril quickly took Lin Feng's hand and said, "Perhaps in the beginning, Avril really wanted to see Lin Feng making a fool of himself and express the resentment in her heart, but at this moment she felt that everything was unnecessary. She has fallen deeply into it. If she loves him, why care about it?" Avril wanted to pull Lin Feng upstairs, and everyone wanted to leave. After all, Lin Feng was really going to make a fool of himself, and the scene was embarrassing. In any case, Lin Feng is also the richest man in China, a figure with a face, and being seen as embarrassed by their subordinates, there is no guarantee that they will not be jealous in the future. Safety first, it is better to leave. Everyone's thoughts, Lin Feng naturally understood. But this bet was so difficult, and it was hard to come across one of Avril's best songs. "If I didn't show it in front of everyone, I would be too sorry for the hard work I had done." And this was when Avril was completely impressed. Lin Feng would never let it go. Avril shook his head again and again. After her heart knot was completely opened, she didn't want to make her man embarrassed again. Absolutely not. "It's hard to tell if you don't want to know if I can really sing. Maybe we are really destined. Because music needs to be understood with the heart, and the song needs to be sung with the heart. If we have a sharp heart, I can naturally sing this song." Lin Feng took Avril to sit by the piano, and said very bewilderingly, "Scare." Everyone in the field was really a bit silly. "I don't understand what this super rich man wants. Can he really sing once he listens to it?" Many people at the scene believed that they still have a little talent for music. Although they are not qualified to make a record, they still can occasionally coquettish in KTV. But for the song Hen You Are Gone just now, ask yourself to listen to it. After that, at most, I can remember a little melody. I want to sing it. That is a delusion. But this young super rich, so sure, really so sure? Everyone was puzzled, and Avril was even more puzzled. She wrote this song, and she knows the degree of difficulty best. Not to mention other people, even if she asks herself, it is absolutely impossible to sing it just by listening to it once. But Lin Feng is so persistent. Can she really sing it? Or are the two of them really so minded? Amidst doubts, Avril also wanted to see if the two of them were really so minded. If Lin Feng can really sing, she really has no worries. This is the fate that God bestowed on her. With 3 points of doubt, 3 points of anxiety, and 4 points of anticipation, Avril put his hands on the piano and played it gently. When the hurtful melody of Hen You Are Gone sounded again, Everyone's hearts were hanging high. The servants in the dream manor hoped that their master Avril would have a good belonging, and if Lin Feng could sing it, they would also be happy. Lin Chilling looked at Lin Feng expectantly, wanting to see if this man who had created countless miracles could also show off his talent in singing. This man, in business, can come up with countless amazing ideas. In the film and television industry, he can write the Prison Break script that is popular in the United States, and he can also write the Legend of Sword and Fairy that all game fans look forward to. The script. So, in singing, can he really perform miracles, and can sing Avril's latest single after listening to it? Lin Chilling is looking forward to it, very much. Under the expectation of everyone, Lin Feng sang softly as the music sounded. Ilace need dead time in me and I also need to spend some time on myself. In ever dot I'd needy other in a cry I never expect you to be by my side when I cry. And the days feel like I'm alone. As Lin Feng sang softly, everyone in the venue was speechless in astonishment, looking at Lin Feng as if seeing a monster. Avril's new song with a very sad melody, Lin Feng actually sang it without missing a word, and instead of imagining the sound, he sang very skillfully, although it is far from comparable to Avril, but it's absolutely beautiful. What was even more shocking to everyone was that Lin Feng didn't read the lyrics from beginning to end. Yes. He didn't read the lyrics from beginning to end. This is too exaggerated and terrifying. In the case of only listening to it once, not only can I write down all the melody, but also memorize the lyrics, and finally I can sing it skillfully, and it is also very beautiful. Is this still a human? No, this is not human, this is Superman. The eyes of everyone looking at Lin Feng were full of incredible and shock. The most shocking is Lin Chilling. Lin Feng has created too many miracles, but Lin Chilling really did not expect Lin Feng to have such talents in singing. Her pair of wonderful eyes looking at Lin Feng was full of shock and admiration. No, it should be said, worship. At this moment, looking at Lin Feng who sang affectionately, Lin Chilling felt that she was going to fall completely. Facing this man, Lin Chilling, who has always been proud and conceited, feels that being his woman will really be very happy, even if she has no name or share. However, Avril was the most excited at the scene. She didn't expect Lin Feng to sing it, and she sang not bad every word. Although Lin Feng was a little bit out of voice in the high pitch of the chorus, on the whole, especially only I can sing such a perfect song after hearing it once, and Avril sighs. Regarding this, Avril can only believe that, as Lin Feng said just now, the two have a clear heart, otherwise they can't explain why Lin Feng can sing after just listening to it once. Avril cried without suspense, but tears of happiness fell. When the last note was played, Avril threw himself into Lin Feng's arms and burst into tears. This time, she really had no reason to refuse this love. No matter what the outside world said, she had already confirmed it. At this time, everyone applauded. It is not only happy for lovers to finally get married, but also cheers for the shock that Lin Feng brings to everyone. Lin Feng hugged Avril and listened to the applause of everyone. He was secretly lucky, but more of it was cool. Rebirth. It turns out that not only can I use my future memory to make money, but also deceive beautiful women. With her broken voice, the pop queen Avril who can sing sighs and is so touched to death. It can be said that life is here, so what can I do for my husband? In the applause of everyone's blessing, Lin Feng carried Avril upstairs. But this night, although Lin Feng completely won the heart of the little punk princess, he did not get the body of the little punk princess. There is no other reason. This night, Avril was moved to death, crying and baptized, and when Lin Feng comforted him, she was already asleep with her arms around Lin Feng. Facing Avril, who was curled up in his arms like a kitten and hugged him tightly, Lin Feng naturally had no intention to eat the little princess. Anyway, there will be more time in the future, you can eat it anytime. Warm and speechless all night. When she woke up the next day, when Avril saw Lin Feng sleeping beside her, her face was full of sweet smiles. Last night, she probably slept the sweetest and most stable night in her life. Good morning, Avril. Lin Feng slowly woke up and saw Avril staring at him with his big eyes open, saying good morning. Good morning, Lin. Avril sent a good morning kiss enthusiastically. Lin Feng was emotional, but it was a pity that he couldn't do what he loved in this beautiful morning, because everyone was rushing to Houston. Before the opening game, Lin Feng still had many things to arrange. Chapter 2, updated at 5 p.m. to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 600 Thousands of Expectations. On October 31st, Lin Feng rushed to Houston with Avril, Lin Chilling and others. A new arena, a new season, a new lineup, and the whole team has a new look after the summer training. When Lin Feng stepped into this new untitled arena, everyone in the stadium was doing the last training before the game. Tomorrow is the first game of the 02-03 season. It will face the Los Angeles Lakers, who have just won 3 consecutive championships. It will be broadcast nationwide, whether it is the absolute core of the team, Jordan, Rodman, etc., or rookies Yao Ming, Boozer, etc. Everyone sighed, and they must prove that the Houston Rockets, although they have gone through the summer trade, are by no means a fish. At the same time, it also proved that their boss, Lin Feng, chose them and absolutely did not look away. Boss, you are here. Dawson also watched the training of Jordan and others. For the summer trade, Dawson was full of admiration for Lin Feng. Jordan's arrival not only changed the outside world's evaluation of the Houston Rockets, but also brought hot sales of tickets and team-related products. More importantly, it brought the kind of meticulous attitude towards training, and this is for a team, especially for rookies, is crucial. Jordan's seriousness in training and an attitude of leading by example directly allowed rookies like Yao Ming to stay in Houston throughout the summer and train with Jordan, Rodman and others every day. Although a regular NBA game has not been played, Dawson can guarantee that the 3 rookies of his team, the top pick Yao Ming, Prince with the 15th pick, and Boozer with the 35th pick, will definitely be the most favorable contenders for this year's Rookie King. Especially Yao Ming, the top pick, is now stronger than when he first arrived, and his footsteps are more elegant. With that super soft touch, Dawson knew that a new big dream was about to be born. As for Boozer, although the defense is still average, the offensive firepower has been fully tuned, and the left and right hands are used. Even if it is facing Rodman's defense, he can be 70% sure. There are also rebounds. Originally Rodman trained Yao Ming, but when Yao Ming and Boozer competed, now Boozer has a half chance to grab a rebound. If it weren't for Yao Ming's height to occupy an absolute advantage, Yao Ming, who has won the true biography of Rodman, may not have robbed Boozer. There is also Prince. Although the offensive ability has not been developed this summer, the defensive ability has risen sharply. He will be the team's best perimeter defender. Tomorrow, the task of defending Kobe will be on Prince. Of course, it was build-ups that really surprised Dawson at Lin Feng's vision, and even worshipped him. This summer's training camp, build-up's ability has been recognized by everyone. Although his style of play is simple and unpretentious, he has strong defense, organized offense in an orderly manner and can score at critical moments. Jordan sighed again and again. This is the best point guard he has ever worked with. The members of the Dream Team are not counted. With such a lineup and such a rigorous training attitude, Dawson believes that in tomorrow's first game, the Houston Rockets will surprise everyone. After Lin Feng, Dawson and others greeted them, they sighed while looking at the newly built brand new arena. Compared with the dilapidated and old Compaq Center, this arena costing $170 million, Lin Feng owns 51% of the shares, is simply heaven. Not only can it accommodate 18,300 spectators, it has 92 luxury boxes, and the parking lot can accommodate 2,500 cars. Counting the nearby parking lot, it can accommodate 13,000 cars in total. It's far better than the Compaq Center, which can only accommodate 5,000 cars and not the parking lot. It also allows more fans to come to the stadium to watch the game. Hey, Lin, The new arena is great. I believe we can make the league tremble again here. Jordan saw Lin Feng and others and walked over to say hello while resting. This is also only Jordan has this right. Others dare not. The big guy is the big guy. Michael, I believe you will be able to create a miracle again, Lin Feng said confidently. As a Jordan fan, although Lin Feng did not catch up with Jordan's two great moments of 3 consecutive championships, but Jordan's final career has been watched throughout. In history, this season was originally the last season of Jordan's career, but it was in the Wizards. At that time, although Jordan was still working hard on the court, he could see the disappointment between Jordan's eyebrows. Now, Jordan's whole person is full of energy. His eyes are full of sharp eyes, as if he is back in the 9798 season, and finally a Jordan in a 3-game winning streak. With such a desire for victory, with the assistance of Rodman and others, as well as the assistance of Yao Ming, Boozer, and Prince, Lin Feng believes that the Houston Rockets can definitely score even if they can't get the ring this season. The playoffs created a miracle. And next season, when LeBron James, Wade and others join the NBA, the Houston Rockets, with 3 first-round picks, will create a real dynasty. Hey, Yao Ming, you are a lot stronger now, but you are still a bit thinner and need to be strengthened. You must know that your opponent is a behemoth like O'Neal, and his body is too thin. While everyone was resting, Lin Feng walked to Yao Ming and said jokingly, "Hey, boss, don't worry." Then physically, I am far from O'Neal's opponent, but I can fight around him now, Yao Ming said with a smile. After a few greetings with everyone, Lin Feng left the arena and began to make calls, inviting many of his friends in the United States to watch the first game of his team. At the same time, the domestic CSPN TV station was notified to prepare for live broadcast tomorrow, as long as Yao Ming plays a little bit, plus Jordan's appeal. The Houston Rockets will definitely become the most popular NBA team in China. Back then, only Yao Ming's Toyota Center was able to scroll domestic companies' advertisements at a price of $250,000 per minute. Today, Yao Ming and Jordan's Houston Rockets are worth more than $250,000. And one more thing, it's time to auction the title of the new arena. However, Lin Feng hesitated whether it was better for his company to win the naming rights or sell it to other domestic companies. One night passed in a hurry. On November 1st, for all Chinese basketball fans, the first foreign champion in the BA, China's Yao Ming will be on the NBA for the first time, and his teammate is the god of basketball Jordan, the opponent to challenge. It is also the most popular team in the world, and it has just won 3 consecutive championships, the Los Angeles Lakers. Before the game started, the focus of the first round of the battle was fired in full swing. In the United States, almost all fans who can't go to the scene to watch the football are in front of the TV, waiting to watch the Houston Rockets versus the defending champion Los Angeles Lakers, even if they have local Spurs, Kings, Timberwolves and other teams. They are temporarily ignored. Now they just want to watch the match between Jordan and Kobe, the match between Olajuwon and O'Neal, and the match between the first foreign champion Chinese Yao Ming. As for Houston, it has already been boiling. A summer chain transaction has long made all Houston fans look forward to it for too long, and finally waited until this day. Finally, I can witness Jordan put on the Houston Rockets jersey. And finally I can witness the rise of the Houston Rockets with my own eyes. The domestic is also looking forward to this game for a long time. In addition to the expectations of Jordan, the real reason why mainland China has hundreds of millions of basketball fans in an instant is Yao Ming, the first foreign champion and the pride of the Chinese Yao Ming. Since this game starts at 19:30 in the evening in Houston, which is equivalent to 8:30 in the morning in the country, which happens to be the weekend, CSPN and CCTV are broadcast at the same time. According to incomplete statistics, watch the game in front of the TV. There are at least 300 million Chinese fans in the game. Of course, some people tragically received a call from their boss on Friday night, telling them to work overtime on Saturday. Many people were very outgoing and proudly rejected the boss for the first time. "No, tomorrow I will watch the NBA, watch Yao Ming, and don't work overtime." After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone extremely silly. Leave the boss with a stunned look. If you want to be fired, the boss can call in person. Naturally, it is not an ordinary employee. Don't get fired. "I can't make it through myself." Finally, look at the broadcast schedule in your own home. Many bosses shook their heads helplessly. Forget it, they are all fans. So why not take a day off? Of course, the fans are looking forward to it, and various newspapers have also started to talk about it. Los Angeles Times. Who are we? The Lakers dynasty, the greatest team in NBA history, has just won 3 consecutive championships. The Houston Rockets, a team that only won 2 championships, wanted to challenge us. It was a big joke. Let us wait and see how the big shark shreds the inside of the rocket and how Kobe shoots the rocket. Let's see what kind of record this lineup personally selected by Han Linfeng outside the door will create. The Houston Chronicle, as one of Lin Feng's important mouthpieces, also immediately launched a counterattack. "O'Neal's ability is worthy of our respect. Kobe is also the best shooting guard today, but don't forget that there is a basketball player here. God of God, there is also a champion's heart." Perhaps Houston had fallen before, but now, never underestimate the heart of a champion. Because not only we have the best players but also the best bosses. The battle between the 2 newspapers was full of joy and the fans watched it happily, which made the game even more eye-catching. With many expectations, the first round of the game finally began. But before the start, it was Avril who appeared on stage and sang Champion's Heart, which she wrote and composed for the Houston Rockets. Under the passionate melody, the game officially began. Los Angeles Lakers starting lineup: center O'Neal, power forward Horry, small forward Fox, shooting guard Kobe, point guard Fisher. Substitutes: Eddie Jones, Devin George, Rice, Harper, Lou, Grant, Hunter, etc. Houston Rockets starting lineup: center Elijah 1, power forward Rodman, small forward Prince, shooting guard Jordan, point guard Billups. Substitutes: Yao Ming, Boozer and other role players. Jump ball. I have to say that Elijah 1 is really old now. The ball was easily obtained by O'Neal, and then passed to Fisher. Fisher was ready to push forward slowly, waiting for O'Neal to be seated, and then attacking the inside of the Houston Rockets. Zen master Phil Jackson, chewing gum, looked at the Lakers on the court, but his eyes were more focused on Michael Jordan wearing the number 23 jersey of the Houston Rockets. This is his old subordinate, but now he has become an opponent again. But with Rodman and Elijah 1, there are still a few rookies who want to make the playoffs and hit the championship. Phil Jackson shook his head. But I still hope that Jordan can have a good record in his twilight years. Unexpectedly, at this moment, just as Fisher was about to pass the ball, a black shadow flashed in front of him. The ball in his hand was taken away, and he looked up to see number 4 of the Houston Rockets, the unknown Billups. At this time, Jordan has rushed to the audience in strides. Billups understood. A wonderful turn. Jordan made a jump shot easily. The audience cheered. Lin Feng couldn't help but cheered. This is not only a victory for the Houston Rockets, but also a victory for themselves. This lineup was personally selected by Lin Feng, especially Billups, who is Lin Feng's designated point guard. If he can play well, he will undoubtedly give himself a long face. The subsequent game also proved Lin Feng's vision. Under Billups' pressure and defense, Fisher could not pass the ball to O'Neal. Instead, he was repeatedly intercepted or forced by Billups to make mistakes. The Rockets played a 132 at the beginning, and the scene was even more jubilant. Sitting in the first row, Lin Feng was even more excited when Phil Jackson had no choice but to call a timeout. He jumped up and gave Billups a high five to celebrate. No one thought that it was not the god of basketball Jordan that the Houston Rockets suddenly exploded in the opening game. but the obscure Billups. However, Lin Feng's actions also attracted the attention of the camera, especially in the first row. Not only the members of the most popular American drama Prison Break, but also the many beauties around Lin Feng, are also very interesting to the cameraman. Lin Feng sat in the middle, next to Avril. On the other side was Prison Break heroine Jessica Alba, and an Oriental beauty who had never been seen by American audiences, sitting behind Lin Feng, from time to time giving Lin Feng paper towels, mineral water, etc. Being looked around by three beauties is extremely happy. This also caused a burst of ridicule from the on-site comments, envying Lin Feng's gorgeous blessing. After 20 seconds, the game restarted. Phil Jackson is worthy of being a veteran, and immediately changed his tactics, no longer headed by Anil, but focused on Kobe. After all, the Lakers have two of the most ferocious killers in the league. Since Anil can't catch the ball, it's better to switch to Kobe to play singles. However, despite changing the tactics, Phil Jackson cast a deep look at Billups. In just 2 minutes, he has discovered Billups' ability. Definitely an excellent point guard. It seems that Michael has finally found the most suitable point guard for him. Maybe he will really do a miracle, Phil Jackson whispered to himself. At this time, after the Lakers changed tactics on the court, Kobe played singles with the ball. But what makes everyone surprised is that it is not Jordan facing Kobe. This is the picture that everyone is looking forward to most. Kobe is currently rated as the most similar to Jordan's successor by the media. Now Kobe's tactics are singles again, and he's playing against Jordan. Unexpectedly, it was Prince who was defending, which really made everyone strange. Although Jordan is old, but the defensive skills and experience are still there. But the physical strength is not as good as before. But there is absolutely no problem with staying for more than 20 minutes, and the Lakers can't let Kobe play the whole game. The picture of Kobe versus Jordan should be very beautiful, but now it is a rookie. The fans were disappointed. Los Angeles fans have begun to clamor, and a rookie also wants to guard Kobe, which is simply joking. However, the Zen master frowned, because he saw that Prince's arms were too long, and the eyes and footsteps moved, like a veteran who had been in the NBA for more than 10 years. However, Kobe is Kobe, and sometimes it is totally unreasonable to score goals. He made 3 consecutive shots, all of which were neatly captured, even if Prince put his hands on Kobe's face. "Hey, rookie, can't it?" "I can't do it," Jordan asked as he walked over and patted Prince on the shoulder. "Boss, believe me, although I can't completely stop him, I can definitely reduce his hit rate. You should save your energy. Waiting for the fourth quarter is the key to victory," Prince said with a firm gaze. Jordan nodded. In the subsequent game, Prince tried his best, but facing the surprisingly good Kobe in today's state, it could only be in vain, and even a foul could not stop Kobe's offense. Fortunately, as the owner of the Houston Rockets, Lin Feng can still help them find a bit of ground after witnessing his players being bullied. When Kobe made a free throw, he waved his hand and the naked man appeared again last season, dancing the most uncontrollable almost naked dance. Kobe looked at him with a black line. The free throw rate plummeted. "Damn it, Dash." Kobe gave Lin Feng a fierce look. Anil gave Lin Feng a glance of approval from the side. The 3 beauties around Lin Feng laughed overwhelmingly, with flowers trembling, especially when Lin Chilling saw this picture for the first time, smiling and lying on Lin Feng's back, almost stunned by the laugh. All of a sudden, the 3 women laughed and murdered countless films. After Kobe played alive in the first half, the Houston Rockets ended the first half with a 52 hours 50 minutes, 2-point advantage. Just as all the audience were preparing to eat and go to the toilet, the lights on the scene suddenly went dark and Lin Feng walked into the middle of the scene. "Thank you very much for all the fans for their love for the Houston Rockets. As the owner of the Houston Rockets, I have nothing to report." Therefore, in the first game of the 02-03 season opener, I specially invited the King of Pop Michael Jackson for everyone. Let's cheer. Lin Feng's voice resounded throughout the arena. and it spread to every corner of the world as it was broadcast on TV. With the blast of violent music, all the fans who were preparing to go to the bathroom and eat were suddenly stunned, because Michael Jackson really appeared on the scene. That familiar melody, familiar dance, and familiar face let all the fans went crazy. Michael, Michael, Michael. The audience shouted in unison. They did not expect to see Michael Jackson at the Houston Rockets today. It was so exciting. In the 15-minute break of the NBA, Michael Jackson jumped for 12 minutes. Although these 12 minutes are short, it is very enjoyable for all fans. However, the fans are enjoying it, and some people are not. The president of Sony Records Motoro was surprised when he learned that Michael Jackson was appearing on the Houston Rockets' home performance. Although he has never been in contact with Lin Feng, his instinct seems to be a bit troublesome. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 601 is too tender. The second half of the game was staged gorgeously while the audience cheered wildly for Michael Jackson's performance. In the first half of the game, although the Houston Rockets showed unexpected toughness, Billups on the defensive end firmly suppressed Fisher, who created the miracle of 0.4 seconds to kill the Spurs. This was something no one had expected before the game. The 97-year-old Tan Hualang, who used to be silent and wandering around, and almost all critics will forget, this game was so strong that everyone was stunned by the explosion. If you say that a game has occasional high scores, it is an outbreak. It is not worth the shock of critics and coaches. That half of the game contributed 11 assists, 3 steals, 1 blocked shots, and 6 points overall performance. It's shocking. Especially the pressure that Billups brings on the defensive end is suffocating. Let Fisher, the old world, and the point guard who won the championship, make frequent mistakes, and Billups' defensive strength can be imagined. Of course, there is also the interspersed lead on the offensive end, which can completely connect Jordan and Olajuwon, so that the two can score in the most energy-saving situation, which is also admirable. It's just that this kind of pass without any gorgeousness, most people can't see how powerful it is. The unpretentious top guard is perfect for this team. Zen Master Phil Jackson exclaimed. In fact, it is not only suitable for the Houston Rockets with Jordan and Olajuwon, but also for the Los Angeles Lakers under him. With Billups, O'Neal will be able to play a greater role, and Kobe's offense will also be even greater. Perhaps. The Zen Master Phil Jackson flashed in his mind. Of course, the other surprise for the Houston Rockets comes from the second-round rookie number 35 Boozer, a rookie traded from the Cleveland Cavaliers, a rookie generally not optimistic about the outside world. After Olajuwon left the field in the first half, Boozer and Rodman formed a double forward formation that played a huge role when O'Neal's rest was off. After 10 minutes in the first half, Boozer scored 12 points. 6 rebounds, is eye-catching. As for the other rookie Prince, Bryant scored 23 points on the head, and he didn't get anything other than contributing 4 fouls. However, although Kobe has repeatedly shot, but that does not mean that Prince's defense is poor. It can only be said that Kobe is in good shape today. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, Prince's defense must be very bad, but in the eyes of the Zen Master, Prince's defense is very good and worth training. Damn it, both rookies of the Houston Rockets are so good. And there is one more draft pick. And next year the Houston Rockets will also hold 3 first-round picks. Next year will be the year of the draft. Are the Houston Rockets really going to rise? Zen Master Phil Jackson couldn't help looking at Lin Feng sitting among the flowers. This series of trades and drafts are all inspired by Lin Feng. Is this layman in the eyes of the media really a layman? Under the speculation of Zen Master Phil Jackson, the game officially started. However, in the second half of the game, the Houston Rockets sent a lineup of Yao Ming, Rodman, Taylor role players, Hughes, and Billups. The audience cheered. In the first half, The other two rookies of the Houston Rockets were on the court. Apart from Prince was firmly suppressed by Kobe. Boozer's stunning performance made everyone look forward to the performance of the number 1 pick. This legend is the Chinese giant who was actually passed on by Rodman and Olajuwon. Yao, according to the Lakers' normal tactics, Anil will have about 3 minutes to play, but I want you to disrupt their rhythm and let Anil play early, before going on the court, Houston Rockets coach Tom Janovich ordered. The reason why Yao Ming was not sent in the first half: Tom Janovich wanted Yao Ming to observe the team's performance off the court and feel the atmosphere of the NBA scene. After all, Yao Ming is a Chinese, and he is also the number 1 pick, and it is widely rumored that he received the true biography of Rodman and Olajuwon, and he is expecting too much. In order to protect Yao Ming, Tom Janovich did not dare to send Yao Ming directly to face the Big Shark when his physical strength was strongest. But at this moment, the Big Shark, who just spent a summer, has definitely not fully recovered his physical strength. With the physical exhaustion in the first half, Anil's power must be greatly reduced. The second half is when Yao Ming shows his power. With a perfect start, Yao Ming's pressure will be much lighter in the future. Sure enough, Yao Ming, who had recharged his energy and held back the entire half, under build-up's unpretentious, but just right pass, Yao Ming thoroughly demonstrated the power of a 2.26-meter-long man. One stop in the penalty area is like Optimus Prime's average, unattainable, and its soft touch is amazing. It also leaves the Lakers' backup center defending Yao Ming speechless, especially when the legendary fantasy footsteps showed off on the offensive end. The entire Houston Rockets scene boiled over. Olajuwon's age and injury problems have made it difficult to show fantasy footsteps, but at this moment, they have seen from Yao Ming. Fantasy footsteps have been passed on again, and a new big dream has been born. Up. The most excited is undoubtedly the Chinese fans standing by the TV. Yao Ming is the 3rd Chinese player to join the NBA, but before that, both Wang Zizi and Batel were completely reduced to water fountain players, meaning substitutes in the bench, and it was difficult to get a chance to play. It can be said that Yao Ming carries the hope of all Chinese fans. But in the first half, Yao Ming didn't get a minute of playing, which caused all Chinese fans to make mistakes. Will Yao Ming become a water dispenser player like Wang Zizi and Batel? But he is the champion. Unexpectedly, in the anxiety of all Chinese fans, Yao Ming scored 11 points and 3 rebounds in just 2 minutes of the second half, sifting the inside of the Los Angeles Lakers, forcing Zen master Phil Jackson to call a timeout again. Put Anil on the court early. Coach Tom Janovich smiled triumphantly. The 2 key points to win this game. The first is to disrupt Anil's rest time. After a summer off-season, Anil has obviously gained a lot of weight, and his physical fitness has also been insufficient. As long as he disrupts his rest rhythm, Anil will naturally be exhausted in the fourth quarter. Now Yao Ming's super performance has disrupted Anil's rhythm. The Houston Rockets got the first match point of the game. The second match point was him. Tom Janovich fixed his eyes on Kobe. In the first half, Kobe was indeed a godly aid, scoring 23 points, but the price was excessive consumption of physical strength. Although Prince's defense did not stop the brave Kobe, it consumed too much of his energy. In the second half, the candidate to defend Kobe will be him, Hughes. The second half of the game, as predicted by Tom Janovich coach, Anil's appearance did contain Yao Ming. Yao Ming, who was just so brave, immediately stopped. He didn't score any points or rebounds. Instead, he drew 3 fouls in a row. However, coach Tom Janovich did not replace him, allowing Yao Ming to continue playing. In the first game, he can compete with the current NBA's chief center Anil, which is a rare opportunity for Yao Ming. And even if it fails, the media will not criticize too much. What's more, 2 minutes, 11 points, and 3 rebounds are enough to make a difference. What's more, any center in the NBA now faces Anil the same. Defeat. Anil at its peak is unstoppable. However, being forced to play early has indeed disrupted Anil's rest plan. The Zen Master Phil Jackson had to send Kobe to share Anil's pressure. But what surprised the Zen Master is that Prince, who committed 4 fouls, could not play. Jordan was also preparing for the fourth quarter, but another freely signed player, Hughes, broke out. Hughes, who also played shooting guard, went straight to Kobe. His task in this game is to defend Kobe, which is his value. Hughes tried his best to defend Kobe. If a Prince, the rookie defending Kobe depends on footsteps and skills, Hughes has used a variety of small moves in addition to more sophisticated footsteps and skills. And it was extremely shameless to touch, pinch, and pin Kobe, and almost touched Kobe's whole body. The disgusting Kobe almost didn't let anyone verify whether Hughes was gay. In this defense, although Kobe is still brave, but the entire third quarter, but only got 8 points. For others, 8 points in a single quarter is very good, but for Kobe, it is very average. And he also consumed too much energy. Seeing the two generals under his breath, Phil Jackson kept shaking his head. I faintly felt that this game was dangerous. Although the Los Angeles Lakers are currently 81-76, 5 points ahead of the Houston Rockets, Anil and Kobe are too physically exhausted. And don't forget that the true core of the Houston Rockets, the god of basketball Michael Jordan, has not yet shown off. In the 3 quarters of the game, Michael Jordan scored 12 points, contributed 5 assists, 3 rebounds and only 1 block. Although Jordan is 39 years old this year, this data is still extremely abnormal. What does this show is that Jordan bet the game in the fourth quarter from the beginning. The victory is in the fourth quarter. Thinking of this, Phil Jackson's forehead sweat came down. For Jordan, Phil Jackson couldn't be more familiar. This is a godlike man. On the basketball court, there is only the word victory in his dictionary. After 3 quarters of silence, the energy exploded in the fourth quarter will be extremely amazing. Damn, where did he find so many defensive masters? Phil Jackson's mineral water bottle creaked and looked at Lin Feng with doubts and envy. First there was a Prince, then a Hughes. These two people entangled Kobe to death. Although 3 quarters contributed 31 points, but the physical exhaustion seems to have played to overtime. If he were not Kobe, I am afraid that Prince and Hughes would have long collapsed under the combined defense. It would be great if the Los Angeles Lakers could have such a player, Phil Jackson thought to himself. Feeling the look of Zen Master Phil Jackson, Lin Feng returned a triumphant look. Zen Master Phil Jackson felt bitter. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, the game was as expected by Phil Jackson. The silent 3-quarter Michael Jordan broke out. In addition to the fiercest attack and 3 quarters of physical strength, Michael Jordan personally defended Kobe. Boom. Witnessing Jordan personally defending Kobe, the audience went into a boil. Although basketball is a team sport, the most exciting thing is undoubtedly the heads-up of players on the court, especially the heads-up between superstars. This is the most exciting moment for fans. For the matchup between Jordan and Kobe, the players on both sides were very acquainted and did not go up to help. Although as a professional player, victory is the first. But the NBA is just a game. In order to promote commercial games, this kind of occasional duel between superstars is still very necessary. You are very strong, even stronger than when I was young. After all, you won 3 championships at the age of 24, and I won the first championship at the age of 29. Jordan smiled lightly and said lightly. Kobe's mouth moved, but he said nothing. The man in front of him is his former idol and can get Jordan's boast. From a psychological point of view, Kobe is still extremely happy. But the understanding of Jordan, let Kobe know that Jordan is not so simple to praise himself. However, I can tell you why you have won 3 championships and still be underestimated. Jordan's eyes suddenly shot sharp gazes that could pierce the soul. That is dominance. I know a game. When should I play the most perfect game? Give full play to my abilities. and lead the team forward. And you are too tender. Jordan stepped and dribbled twice under his hips. Just when Kobe thought that Jordan was about to break through, Jordan made a decisive shot and the basketball scored neatly into the net. Come on, let me see if you are really enough to be my successor. Tender bird, Jordan said with index finger. Uproar. The scene boiled, completely boiled, and Jordan launched a declaration of war on Kobe, who is known as the closest to him. HMPH, I've never been a successor to Jordan. I want to be myself. Kobe looked colder and reached out to ask Fisher for the ball. He wanted to prove on the court that he was definitely not a successor to Jordan, but Kobe boo. Ryant. Of course, what makes Kobe more unwilling is that Jordan said he is too tender. Too tender. Jordan on the field and Lin Feng in the audience sighed at the same time. Lin, how do you say Kobe is too tender? He is very powerful. Jordan may not be able to stop Kobe. As a Los Angeles native, although Jessica is currently a fan of the Houston Rockets for some reason, it does not mean that she is right. The Los Angeles Lakers are unfamiliar, and she knows Kobe's abilities very well. Avril and Lin Chilling also looked surprised. Jordan is no matter how good, but after all he is 39 years old, and Kobe is only 24 this year. When his body peaked, why did Lin Feng say he was too tender? Lin Feng shook his head and explained in detail under the expectation of the three beauties. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 602. The wind is not flat. The waves are not quiet. Lin Feng took a few deep breaths and slowly explained. The Los Angeles Lakers are now Neil's team, not Kobe's team. Jordan provoked him to break the harmony. If Kobe challenged Jordan recklessly, he would surely annoy Neil. You know, the team's victory is more important than everything. If Kobe is obsessed with personal honor and disgrace, he can only be said to be too tender. Another point is that Jordan was silent for 3 quarters for the fourth quarter. However, Kobe was under the defense of Prince and Hughes, and his physical strength was exhausted. Still insisting on a duel with Jordan, too tender. Lin Feng shook his head. Jessica listened and looked sideways. The game on the court is as Lin Feng said. Kobe is too obsessed with personal duel, especially the frontal defeat of Jordan, is undoubtedly the best proof of himself. This is even more deeply stimulating Kobe. After all, he is almost exhausted now, and Jordan is also 39 years old. Comparing the two have a tie in terms of physical fitness, which is a rare opportunity for a head-to-head contest. Coupled with Jordan's deliberate provocation, how did Kobe suffer? Unfortunately, he is facing Jordan, a Jordan who has matured to become the absolute leader of the team. Although Jordan said that the two were singled out, they would use the power of the entire team to defend and clamp Kobe. On the contrary, Kobe is too obsessed with singles and is exhausted by his reputation. After all, beating Jordan head-on is the dream of countless top defenders and the best chance to prove yourself. Under the leadership of Jordan, the Houston Rockets hit an 18-8 climax, pulling the score to 94-89 in one fell swoop, leading by 5 points. Zen Master Phil Jackson frowned and was about to replace Kobe to calm him down, when an unexpected conflict broke out on the court. What the hell is going on? Don't shoot if you can't make it, and give me the ball. Neil hasn't touched the ball for a few minutes, and was holding a sigh of relief. Seeing Kobe again being struck by Jordan's defense, he was annoyed. Next, he pushed Kobe. Here you, 18 points and 8 rebounds in the 3 quarters, and dare to clamor. Kobe is not to be outdone, especially for this big black guy who is the boss everywhere. He is extremely upset. When thinking of the rookie period, during the internal training of the Lakers, because the team dunked Neil on the head, and was slapped in the face, Kobe was worried. Back then, he was a rookie, so naturally he had to bear it. Now it's different. He is already the top shooting guard in the league. The two were about to quarrel, and the other Lakers quickly separated them. Then their Zen Master Phil Jackson quickly replaced Kobe. However, without Kobe, O'Neal is also very difficult to support. Finally, under the leadership of Jordan, the Houston Rockets 110-101, violently cold, defeated the defending champion Los Angeles Lakers in the opening game. Throughout the game, the best performance was Billups, with 18 points, 18 assists, 7 rebounds, 6 steals, and 2 blocks. The comprehensive data made everyone look at him. Hughes also scored 10 points, 1 rebound, 1 steal, and 2 assists. But Hughes' main contribution is defense. In terms of rookies, Boozer also performed extremely well, scoring 18 points and 9 rebounds in a quasi-double-double. In addition to contributing 5 fouls, Prince only scored 2 points and 1 assist. But throughout the first half, he was guarded against Kobe. In the eyes of discerning people, he was also the hero behind Houston's victory in this game. As for the top pick Yao Ming, he scored a total of 14 points and 6 rebounds. Although it is far from Boozer, considering that Yao Ming is facing the league's Big Mac and Neal, this result is already qualified and he is worth the top pick. Of course, as the core of the team, Jordan finally scored 29 points, 7 assists, 7 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block through an explosion in the fourth quarter. After the game, the major news media also reported the game for the first time. Big multimedia changed the satirical remarks about the Houston Rockets before the game. It not only praised Jordan for being strong, but also the omnipotent God. It also praised the 2 rookies of the Houston Rockets for their good performance. Of course, for the brains of the team, Billups is even more praiseworthy of the world, and threatened that the Houston Rockets will surely make the playoffs this year, and even hit the championship. Of course, for Lin Feng, who created these transactions in one hand, many media have changed their previous mocking tone, boasting that Lin Feng is another Auerbach legend in the history of NBA coaches, who created the Celtics dynasty with one hand. Won 16 championships, including 8 consecutive championships, no people accurately, rare in the NBA. Lin Feng paid no attention to the boasting of the media. What the media is a prostitute. Whoever gives them money is the uncle, do what you want them to do. It's just that the media wants more than money, but also news. The Los Angeles Times naturally would not praise the Houston Rockets so much. Instead, it was ironic. It was just a fluke to win a game. Both rookies scored high scores when they were not really tested. If it weren't for Jordan's last-minute outbreak, the Houston Rockets would still be just that fish. To speak of victory in this game, we can only admit that God is still the God. But if the God is injured, can the Houston Rockets still fly? Of course, the Los Angeles Times selectively ignored Lin Feng's magical brush in selecting players. After the Houston Chronicle was naturally unwilling to be outdone, it immediately sneered at each other. Have the 2 rookies been tested? It can only be said that the team we met was too bad, so it was easy for the rookie to score high points without any test. Indeed, in the end, the Houston Rockets depended on Jordan's performance to win the victory. But is it important? We only know that before Jordan retires, he will always be in the Houston Rockets. And the Los Angeles Times, instead of worrying about our God being injured, it is better to worry about the dispute between Anel and Kobe. The Houston Chronicle said that the Los Angeles Times jumped up and down, but at this time they didn't have time to talk back, because Kobe and Anel were almost on the court. And now the focus of the national media is on the Los Angeles Lakers. The core of the Los Angeles Lakers' 3 consecutive championships is the OK combination. Although there have been rumors that the OK combination is incompatible, it is a rumor after all. But in the battle against the Houston Rockets, the 2 almost started on the court, and the facts have been accurately placed in front of everyone. If the 2 really cannot reconcile, it will be big news for the entire league. A big news that can adapt the league's structure. Phil Jackson also had a very headache. Back then, the Bull dynasty also had 2 superstars, one Jordan and one Pippen, but Jordan was so good that he kept pressing Pippen, making Pippen reluctant to be an assistant. But the current Los Angeles Lakers are different. Although Neal is at the top, Kobe has grown into a superstar. If the two superstars could join hands, one inside and one outside, they would be invincible. It happens that both of them are fighting for the boss. This is difficult. Phil Jackson thought for a while, but he couldn't do it in secret. Now the entire American media is guarding the Los Angeles Lakers' Staples Arena, waiting for some violent news to come out. Although he has temporarily pacified Kobe and O'Neal, if he is instigated by some bad-hearted media reporters, with O'Neal's big mouth, if something happens casually, the Los Angeles Lakers will really be in chaos. No, the attention of the media must be diverted, otherwise a little disturbance can cause an uproar. After thinking for a moment, Phil Jackson walked to the office of General Manager Kupchak with a smile on his face. A day later, a sensational trading news broke out in the league. The Los Angeles Lakers are willing to trade starting power forward Horry and starting small forward Fox for Boozer of the Houston Rockets for any player who can match the salary of both sides. This news immediately attracted all the OK eyes. Although Horry and Fox are both 32 years old, their status is still there. Horry is especially known as Mr. Key. The Houston Rockets are now just a good three-point shooter on the outside. The Los Angeles Lakers used two starters to exchange for a rookie of the Houston Rockets and random other players. It's too exaggerated. Could it be that the Los Angeles Lakers' brain broke? Although all the media were surprised, but like a shark smelling blood, they immediately squeezed into the Houston Rockets to find out whether the Houston Rockets agreed with the Los Angeles Lakers' offer. Regarding the offer of the Los Angeles Lakers, Lin Feng was secretly stunned. I don't know how the Los Angeles Lakers like Boozer, but how could the strength of Boozer be comparable to Horry and Fox? Lin Feng directly asked Dawson to reject the offer from the Los Angeles Lakers. The Houston Rockets surprised all media reporters by rejecting the Los Angeles Lakers' offer so cleanly. The deal itself was a bit unreasonable. The Lakers suffered a big loss, but what made reporters even more puzzled was that the Houston Rockets refused without thinking about it. Just as many reporters were preparing to write a few reports on the matter, the Los Angeles Lakers made another offer and Fisher Gahary replaced Billups. Hiss. All reporters took a sigh of relief. Billups did have a comprehensive stat in the first game, but Fisher is not bad now. Although he is not a first-class point guard, his shots at critical moments can bring the team victory. But what surprised the reporter and couldn't stand it was that the Houston Rockets refused the deal without hesitation. Damn it, just playing with us, isn't it? Lin Feng hammered the table angrily. At first, Lin Feng's deal with the Los Angeles Lakers thought that the other party valued his players. But at this moment, it seems that the other party is simply using the deal to divert the attention of media reporters. I'm afraid the Los Angeles Lakers are expected to not agree to this side, and deliberately traded with two starters. Of course, if they are willing to trade, they will not suffer, and they can also be used to attract reporters without trading. The purpose is very simple. From now on the market there is no news about Kobe and O'Neal's disagreement. Lin Feng guessed the intention of the Los Angeles Lakers. Although doing so may damage the enthusiasm of other players, the core of the Los Angeles Lakers is okay. As long as the OK combination is stable, other people's Zen master Phil Jackson will naturally have a way to appease. You do the first year of junior high school, and I do the 15th. Lin Feng coldly snorted, and immediately let Dawson release the news. If the Los Angeles Lakers are willing to trade Kobe or O'Neal, we can consider trading Billups or Boozer. Lin Feng's declaration completely exploded the entire NBA trading market. Don't you want the wind and the waves to be calm? I will let you the wind and the waves. Tooth extraction today, depressed, severe headache, but I promised everyone, I must complete it, a little bit later, sorry. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in, more chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 603 The Cunning Fox. Lin Feng's trading conditions spread, causing criticism in the industry. No matter how outstanding Billups scores, no matter how amazing Boozer's potential, wanting to change Kobe, who has just entered the peak period, or O'Neal, who is in the peak period. It is simply a dream, unless the Lakers are really stupid, crazy, idiot, fool. And other nicknames have been put on Lin Feng. Lin Feng paid no attention to the irony of the media. When Lin Feng issued this declaration, he didn't expect the Lakers to agree. The defending champion who just won 3 consecutive championships, no matter what kind of deal he faces, even if it is a deal for Garnett or Iverson, which is now the hottest league in the league, the management of the Los Angeles Lakers will not agree. After all, there is never a reason to dismantle a pair of champions, unless it is necessary to dismantle them. Obviously, neither Kobe nor O'Neal has really reached the point of meeting each other, or the point where one of them must be sent away. Lin Feng said so, just to remind reporters that the core of the Los Angeles Lakers, Kobe and O'Neal, just had a quarrel. Although Lin Feng did not say anything, many reporters are like monkeys, monkey spirits and monkey spirits. When Lin Feng clicked on it, everyone immediately remembered the incident and immediately flocked back to Los Angeles and surrounded the Los Angeles Lakers stand, Puss Arena, squatting outside, trying every means to get the news, want to see if Kobe and O'Neal are really at odds, and whether the Los Angeles Lakers will really trade one of the OK combinations. Humphrey, I want to rectify my team. No way. Lin Feng hummed coldly. This situation is definitely beyond the expectations of Phil Jackson and General Manager Kupchak, who made this plan. They just wanted to take the opportunity to divert the attention of the media and add chaos to the Houston Rockets. By the way, unexpectedly, Lin Feng's sluggish slaughter, instead, made the Los Angeles Lakers a target of public criticism. Damn Chinese boy, you cunning fox. Los Angeles Lakers general manager Kupchak, looking at the crowd of reporters outside the arena, gritted his teeth and cursed. Lin Feng's trading conditions were extremely insidious. Not only did the media's attention be shifted to O'Neal and Kobe again, and the Houston Rockets got out of the vortex, but what's more vicious is that no matter how Kupchak rejects the deal now, how to claim Kobe and O'Neal is not for sale. As long as Boozer and Billups get better and better in the future, this rumor will continue to haunt the Los Angeles Lakers. Phil Jackson shrugged and left after he was speechless. He is just the head coach, not the general manager. These things are beyond his control. Although he proposed the plan, he is really interested in Billups and Boozer. If it's troublesome, let's let general manager Kupchak get a headache. Later, after pacifying O'Neal and Kobe, Lakers general manager Kupchak repeatedly declared that Kobe and O'Neal will be the cornerstones of the Lakers, and they are not for sale. The Lakers will never agree to trade any of Kobe and O'Neal. After Kupchak's repeated explanations, the trading turmoil has subsided. However, affected by this, the Lakers only achieved an ordinary record of 6 wins and 4 losses in the first 10 games, while the Houston Rockets have won 10 consecutive victories, becoming the biggest dark horse of the new season, which made everyone admire, especially the players traded in the summer. All have outstanding performance. Billups averaged 13.6 points, 11.2 assists, 5.5 rebounds, 1.8 steals and 1 block in 10 games. What is truly shocking is the assist-to-turnover ratio of Billups. The number of assists, number of turnovers. The higher the number, the stronger the player's passing stability and the lower the turnover rate, reaching an astonishing 4.1. Especially among them, 0 turnovers in the 2 games are shocking. Of course, what is even more shocking to the media is the growth of the 3 rookies of the Houston Rockets. The top pick Yao Ming averaged 15.2 points and 8.5 rebounds in 10 games. Boozer achieved 17 points and 7 rebounds. As for Prince, although the points and rebounds are still low, the strength shown on the defensive end is amazing. 3 rookies, especially Boozer, the 35th rookie in the second round, actually averaged 17 points and 7 rebounds per game, which is really amazing. I have to sigh that Lin Feng Xuan's vision is too accurate. The Houston Rockets are so fierce this season. What about next season? The Houston Rockets, which holds at least 3 first-round picks, will be the year of the draft next year. Thinking of James, who has already begun to make trouble in the high school league, many reporters can't imagine how terrifying the Houston Rockets will be if he goes to the Lam Fung team. Of course, the current formation of the Houston Rockets is not without problems. First of all, Jordan and others are too old and have limited physical strength. It is still a problem whether they can cope with the cruel playoffs. Secondly, the small forward position is too weak. There is no one to change except Prince, and there is also a point guard. Billups has already played the MVP level, but the bench is too poor, which all need to be reinforced. For this, Lin Feng had no good candidates for a while. After all, I just love the NBA. Not an NBA expert, it is impossible for all players to remember. After thinking about it, Lin Feng asked Dawson and Morey to fill the vacancy. Anyway, the Houston Rockets now have a lot of salary space, and it's no problem to sign a few more people. When the NBA regular season is in full swing, the national media is still wondering whether Kobe and O'Neal can get along well, especially when Boozer and Billups both played extremely good numbers recently. Will the Los Angeles Lakers trade one of O'Neal and Kobe at that time? Lin Feng quietly came to St. Vincent St. Mary's Middle School in Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland is a small city. St. Vincent St. Mary's Middle School was unknown 3 years ago and didn't have anyone who could take a shot. But now St. Vincent St. Mary's Middle School is hot and has won 2 interstate basketball championships in the past 3 years to become the most well-known middle school in the United States. And all this is caused only because one person, a player who has been paid attention to by basketball experts in the United States today, has become a super genius player. LeBron James. Lin Feng's trip to St. Vincent St. Mary's Middle School in Cleveland was for this super genius. Although Lin Feng holds 3 first-round picks next year, Lin Feng is not absolutely sure whether he can successfully sign LeBron James. Although according to the current record, Cleveland should be firmly at the bottom, and the odds of drawing the number 1 pick are extremely high. In the 02-03 season, although Cleveland won the All-Star player Francis, his record was worse than last season. The first 10 games only played a poor record of 1 win and 9 losses, which surprised all experts in the industry. Lin Feng couldn't understand the reason for this. One is because Cleveland's strength is really limited. Although an All-Star Francis has come, his strength has not been significantly improved. Second, Francis is not a person who can lead a team to drastic changes, especially being replaced by the Houston Rockets. He felt that he was transferred to the Cleveland Cavaliers. It was too embarrassing. With emotions in his heart, naturally he could not play well. This also directly caused the Cleveland Cavaliers' poor record now. Although the Cleveland Cavaliers may be at the bottom 90% this season, Lam Fung is still afraid of an accident. After all, there may be accidents in everything, not to mention the emergence of himself as a rebirth. In order to prevent the Cleveland Cavaliers from not winning the number 1 lottery, Lin Feng is here to sign LeBron James first. Of course, it is not an NBA player contract not allowed by NBA rules, but a commercial contract. Although LeBron James now has a good record, his family was still very poor before he joined the NBA. Lin Feng believes that his contract is definitely a help in the snow for him. Thinking about James' future commercial value, Lin Feng salivated. After all, there is still a year to end the high school career. In case of any injury this year, no one can say. Besides, Lin Feng also has a secret weapon. "Hi, Michael, what do you think about him?" Lin Feng said, pointing to LeBron James, who was training alone in the arena. "Yes, although the technique is still relatively rough, but the body is extremely strong, and does not belong to any NBA player at the same position." Michael Jordan nodded and commented, "Also, I appreciate his dedication to victory." In Jordan's view, it doesn't matter if your physical talent is not good, and it doesn't matter if you have poor skills. As long as you have a dedication to victory, you can stand on the basketball court. If not, for example, Jordan's personally selected champion Quam Brown, no matter how good the physical talent, but not a dedicated heart to victory, that is, a mediocre talent. At this time, after James' training temporarily ended, Lin Feng and Michael Jordan walked over. "Hi, LeBron," Lin Feng greeted with a smile. "Excuse me, Michael Jordan." James was still wondering who Lin Feng was, but he saw his idol Michael Jordan appear in front of him in a blink of an eye. His face was in disbelief, the basketball in his hands slipped to the ground and his voice was abrupt. Screaming, "Please excuse me, are you really Michael Jordan?" Now that the NBA regular season has begun, how could Michael Jordan appear here? LeBron James couldn't believe it. The reason why Jordan was able to come here at the start of the regular season was because the Houston Rockets happened to be playing back-to-back away games with the Cleveland Cavaliers. In order to let these old players rest, Coach Tom Janovic would not arrange Jordan and Rodman play back-to-back matches with a larger one. Anyway, the Houston Rockets have many rookies, all of them are young people, and their physical strength is strong and there is nowhere to vent. "Hi, LeBron, hello, this is Michael Jordan." Jordan reached out and shook hands politely. Hello, I'm LeBron James." James was shaking with excitement, shaking hands with Jordan, shaking hands with excitement on his face. I kept looking at my right hand, excited as if a child got the most wanted Christmas gift. "Hi, LeBron, how about it? Go on the court to compete for a set." Jordan grabbed the basketball and walked onto the court. "Okay," James yelled and rushed to the court excitedly. Being able to play with an idol is what he looks forward to most. "Hey, LeBron, be careful not to use too much force, you are not a type of player." Lin Feng took a look and was startled. Back then, Jordan was hit by Artist with an elbow and broke 3 ribs. James is stronger than Artist, and he is young and vigorous, and I don't know the severity. If he accidentally injured Jordan, Lin Feng would be depressed to death. Oh, I see. James slowed down, then nodded after thinking about it. After all, he is a small forward, and he is very talented. He was born a lap stronger than a human, and he really had to bump into Jordan without knowing how serious it was. That was really choking. "Hey, high school student, show your strength. You didn't even make it into the NBA, and you want to hurt me. Be careful of yourself." Jordan heard this but was unhappy. He must do his best to play. If he has reservations, how to play then? What's more, in this way he can't really figure out the strength of James. "Okay, I will do my best." James' eyes shot excited eyes. Being able to fight a bullfight with his idol with all his strength is probably the happiest moment in his life. Jordan and James had a 1v1 bullfight. There were no others on the scene, so Lin Feng should be the referee. In the first game, Jordan allowed James to attack with the ball. After James got the ball, he roared strangely and dribbled the ball into the basket. Earlier on TV, James Cuton was scary enough, especially Yao Ming once said that making James hit a man foul, like being hit by a truck heavily in the chest. At that time, even James was terrible, and now I have witnessed it with my own eyes, listening to the heavy footsteps and the slight trembling of the floor. Lin Feng asked himself, facing the charged James, it really takes a little courage to stop him. But Jordan is Jordan after all. Although his body is far inferior to James, he sticks it from the side, and is very clever with one stick and one loose, which makes James' rhythm really inconsistent. He wants to force a jump, but he is really short of breath. And the current James, the technology is really rough, and finally was forced out of bounds by Jordan. So tender. Lin Feng sighed. James today is indeed too tender. But after all, this has only just entered the senior year, and now James is far from being able to compare with the Cleveland Cavaliers to the finals 5 years later, whether in football skills or physical. Then, after Jordan's turn to start, he made a relaxed fake and scored a jumper. He won the bullfighting championship with a clean 5-0. I lost. Although he lost to the idol, James was still full of regret and unwillingness. Hey, high school student, good But you have to hone your skills more, practice more emergency stop jumpers, and learn to use your physical advantage more. Jordan gasped. Lin Feng smiled. Although the score, Jordan won extremely easily. But from Jordan's panting and breathing heavily, it is easy to know that James still put great pressure on Jordan, otherwise Jordan would not be so tired. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 604 Global Shock? Also, high school students, remember, no matter who your opponent is, you have only one go at victory. Jordan finally returned the ball to James. James was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were frenzied. Jordan's words opened up a new world of basketball career for him. But afterwards, James suddenly became shy. Mr. Jordan, can you give me an autograph? James handed the basketball in front of Jordan. Jordan smiled helplessly, took the pen handed over by Lin Feng, and neatly signed his name Ito LeBron James. I wish you courage to move forward. From Michael Jordan. Looking at the basketball in his hand, LeBron James' eyes moistened for a while, but from this moment on, no matter what difficulties James faced, he always remembered Jordan's words in his mind: go forward. At this time, Jordan wiped his sweat and walked to Lin Feng's side. Yes, it is worthy of being the champion of next year by American basketball experts. I am afraid it is also the strongest champion in the past 2 decades. Jordan still gasped. 1984 was a draft year, and 1996 was also a draft year, but in Jordan's view, this young man might really surpass Olajuwon in 1984 and Iverson in 1996 and become the strongest in the past 20 years. The champion. Because he is too young. His physical talents are too good, and he is persistent enough to win. Hi, LeBron, although I can't give you an NBA contract right now, I can give you a commercial contract. I hope that at a price of $30 million in 5 years, please become the spokesperson of our company, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng's voice fell to the ground, and both Jordan and James were taken aback. Although James is very young, he is almost certain to be the top pick next year, but after all, he is still a high school student, and there is still a year to go. In case of any accident, Lin Feng's $30 million may be in vain. 30 million? James was born as a child from a poor family. For him, if he wants to change his family's life, he can only make a living by playing football. He wanted to play rugby before, but after an injury, he could only switch to basketball. Fortunately, with the physical fitness of the quarterback playing rugby, it was not bad to switch to basketball at first. Later, when he revealed his talent in basketball, James also believed that he could achieve something in basketball, enter the NBA, become a professional player, and change his home environment. Unexpectedly, before he joined the NBA, Lin Feng sent a contract with a sky-high price of $30 million in 5 years, which would generate $6 million per year. This is enough for James to buy a lot of clothes for his mother and buy a lot of houses. How about? Agree? Lin Feng said with a smile. Agree, of course I agree. At this moment, James, who had recovered from his excitement, grabbed the pen to sign. Wait, you are not 18 years old. Go home and ask your mother. Lin Feng stopped James. Although Lin Feng believes that his mother will not oppose this contract, according to American law, James signed this contract without a guardian present, and this contract is very likely to become as James's reputation rises. The contract was invalid. At that time, if James turned back, Lin Feng really wanted to cry. Yes. James brought Lin Feng and Jordan back to his home with excitement. When he arrived at James's house, Lin Feng had to sigh. The current James's house is still very poor. It is really poor. You can hardly see any decent furniture. Only an old color TV and a table lamp are the only modern appliances. Mom, we don't have to live in poverty anymore. James got home with excitement. James' mother heard the call and walked out. Afterwards, James was excited to tell the ins and outs of the matter, and when he learned that someone had sponsored his son's 5-year $30 million contract, James' mother was also shocked and speechless for a long time. "Mister, is my son really worth the price? Also, does he need to do something? If it's illegal, no matter how much money, LeBron won't do it." James' mother looked at it suspiciously. Lin Feng originally wanted to grab Lin Feng's hand and ask, but when he saw Lin Feng dressed in glamorous clothes, he was a little afraid that his dirty hands would stain Lin Feng's clothes, so he took a step back and asked. Lin Feng smiled slightly, but instead grabbed James' mother's hand and said very sincerely and cautiously, "Yes, our company has signed your son LeBron James. We are a multinational company and we will never let LeBron do anything bad." After asking a few more words, James' mother finally believed what she had said, and a joyful smile finally appeared on her face. "Two gentlemen, if you don't dislike it, please have a casual meal here before leaving," James' mother said hesitated. After all, the family situation is not good, and the two people in front of them are rich and wealthy at first sight, and they may not be willing to eat their poor and sour ice. "Ha ha, auntie, you are welcome. Just make whatever you have. LeBron can grow so strong. I believe your food must be very delicious. I am so small and I want to borrow your food to grow stronger." Lin Feng jokes say, although he is now the world's super rich man, and his usual life is more luxurious, but he is not the kind of master who insists on eating the delicacies of the mountains and the sea at every meal. After a potluck, James and his mother signed the contract together. Within a week, Lin Feng will send someone to give James the endorsement fee of $6 million in the first year. "LeBron, let's go and play well." After everything was done, Lin Feng and Jordan said goodbye. "Well, LeBron, I'm waiting for you in the Houston Rockets." Jordan naturally understood the other purpose of Lin Feng's trip, and said at the last moment, "Well, if I can, I must go to the Houston Rockets." James nodded and said. After watching Lin Feng and Jordan leave, James' mother gently patted James on the back and said, "LeBron, they are all good people. You will need to know about it in the future. Although we have become rich now, we are also from poor people. When people rescue us in our most critical moments, we must know that we are grateful. You must not follow other people's ways, turn your face and deny you after being rich." "Well, I see, mother." James nodded sincerely. After getting the James contract, Lin Feng wanted to contact Wade, Anthony and other players, but accidentally received a call from Stern. "Mr. Lin, your private contact with James does not conform to our NBA rules," Stern said with a hint of blame. It is not surprising that Lin Feng received a call from Stern. After all, the appearance of himself and Jordan, as well as the great changes in James' home, would be known by a caring person. A little bit of investigation, not to mention Lin Feng had no intention of concealing it. After all, this kind of thing can't be concealed even if you want to. Hee, Mr. Stern, the NBA regulations just don't allow contact with NBA draft players. But James is still just a high school student. He is not an NBA player yet. Maybe he will choose to go to college next year. Lin Feng this trip has already ascertained NBA-related laws and is not afraid of Stern's blame. Stern heard this, frowned secretly. This Lin Feng was really difficult. Indeed, the NBA does not have relevant laws to restrict contact with high school players. But he is James after all and will definitely participate in the draft next year. Under the consensus of many owners, James is almost a draft player. Lin Feng made contact so openly, although he did not violate the NBA regulations, he broke the unspoken rules. "Mr. Lin, I hope you don't have similar behaviors. Otherwise, I think you will definitely receive a ticket, and it will not benefit you and your team." Stern was helpless in the end. In order to avoid Lin Feng making similar behaviors again, I had to say a little shamelessly. Lin Feng didn't expect that Stern would be a rogue. He was speechless for a while. After thinking about it, after he got the biggest fish, James, it would be fine if other people didn't touch him for the time being. Anyway, he holds 3 first-round picks, and he has a lot more chances than others. After bidding farewell to Stern, Lin Feng, Michael Jackson and Avril held a long-planned press conference. "Everyone, I have reached an agreement with Michael for a contract worth $300 million. In the next 10 years, Michael will go to China for 30 performances and buy out his portrait rights in mainland China for the next 10 years," Lin the Wind announced in a high-profile suck. The reporter on the scene took a sharp breath. During this period of time, the war between Michael Jackson and Sony Records has been full of joy. Michael Jackson challenged the shady scenes in the recording industry, while Sony Records mocked Michael Jackson's greed and profligacy. But the real reason was, it still lies in the copyright of the 50% Sony Records in the hands of Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson pledged 50% of the copyright of Sony Records and borrowed $270 million. Sony Records has the right to recover the original price. Although this is only a debt of $270 million. It is related to billions of dollars worth of copyright. Now Lin Feng has put a pole in the middle and offered Michael Jackson a $300 million contract, which can not only help Michael Jackson repays the loan and allows him to freely leave Sony Records without any difficulties. There was a sound of broken glass. Motorola, the president of Sony Records, who was watching this press conference, threw the glass in his hand to the ground angrily. "Damn it, damn Chinese. Damn China." Motorola walked around the office angrily. He didn't expect that a forest wind would suddenly pop out of this incident, and he helped Michael Jackson solve the $300 million debt in one go. Now Michael Jackson is not only debt-free and light, but he can also leave with 50% of Sony Records copyright. No, absolutely not. Motorola roared again and again. But Motorola didn't know that this was just the beginning. And what made him angry is still to come. "After my careful consideration, I decided to join Avril's record company and become a freely signed artist under it," Michael Jackson said afterwards. The news was released, and the global recording industry trembled. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 605th chapter is completely blocked. Michael Jackson joined Avril Records as a freelance artist. This is definitely news that shocked the world. When Michael Jackson announced that he had joined Avril Records, all the reporters on the scene were dumbfounded on the spot. Through the live TV broadcast, the world's major record companies that are paying attention to this matter are also silly. EMI Records, BMG Records, Warner Records, and many other record companies were paying close attention to this. If Michael Jackson really fell out with Sony Records, they would definitely not mind throwing an olive branch to Michael Jackson. Thinking about the 50% copyright of Sony Records owned by Michael, it is a sweet pastry for any record company. As long as he obtains this 50% copyright, he can immediately become the world's largest record company. Unexpectedly, before they could do anything, Michael Jackson had signed with Avril Records in advance, which was undoubtedly a blow to all record companies that tried to take in the 50% copyright of Sony Records. Of course, it is not them who are really hit hardest, but Sony Records. Motorola, the president of Sony Records, was trembling with anger and his face was sullen when he heard the news. Originally, Sony Records had been reluctant to renew the Michael Jackson contract when it was about to expire. There were many opinions from the senior management. Some said it adopted a soft policy and some said it adopted a tougher policy. In short, the opinions were divided. In the end, President Motorola decided to take a hard line against Michael Jackson and warned other artists under his banner not to provoke the authority of the record company. One of the very important reasons why the President Motorola did this is because his ex-wife, the popular Queen Maria Kelly, at the time, Motorola was very proud to marry the 22-year-old pop diva. Unexpectedly, in the end the two divorced due to differences in music, and Mariah Carey also denounced his domineering and arrogant to the media, which made Motorola very dissatisfied. In this divorce process, Motorola believes that Michael Jackson is the mastermind. Because Mariah Carey's best friend is Michael Jackson, Motorola guessed that Mariah Carey was bewitched by Michael Jackson and finally decided to divorce him. In particular, the original reason for the divorce between the two was also because Mariah Carey wanted to instill black music, which is obviously related to Michael Jackson's advocacy of black music. Under the entanglement of various things, Motorola decided to take tough measures against Michael, forcing him to return to Sony Records and helping Sony get the 50% copyright. Unexpectedly, now, Lin Feng first gave Michael Jackson a contract worth $300 million, enough to pay off the loan, and then Michael Jackson joined the Avril Records voluntarily, which made Motorola want to let it on the spot. The bodyguard went to beat Lin Feng severely. Of course, this idea is just thinking about it. Lin Feng is now following 8 bodyguards at any time, and all of them are sharp-eyed and burly, stronger than the security system of the average small country. These bodyguards of his want to move Lin Feng. It is a delusion. Damn Chinese. Motorola grabbed the phone angrily and began to dial the numbers of the presidents of major record companies. Michael Jackson joined the Avril Records company. Although it was his personal wish, it was an earthquake for the global record companies. At first, Leicester Records was very optimistic about Avril and wanted to sign a contract. Unexpectedly, before they could make a decision, Avril had received funding from Lin Feng to set up his own record company to release the film. At that time, although Leicester Records regretted it, it was only regrettable. Even if Avril's records became popular and became a pop star in an instant, other record companies did not pay much attention to this matter. After all, Avril's record company has been focusing on making her own music, and has not competed with other record companies. But now the record company that Michael Jackson signed with Avril is different. This means that Avril Records will become a new company in the recording industry, and with the charm of Michael Jackson, it will become an upstart in the recording industry. In particular, this free signing model is very disruptive to the rules of the recording industry. The profit of the record company mainly depends on squeezing its artists to get the maximum profit. But now Avril's signing conditions clearly break the rules. Of course, the major record companies are not only worried about this, they are afraid that the arrival of Michael Jackson will trigger other artists to follow suit, and then it is the real trouble. Although the current strength of Avril Records is still very weak, whether it is production talents, marketing talents, and the relationship with the radio, they cannot compete with established companies like Sony Records. But this trend is not good. In particular, Michael Jackson joined Avril Records as a freelance artist. The so-called free signing of artists means that the artist and the company are in an equal cooperative relationship, and there is no binding force, and the most important thing is in the division. The artist and the company usually each account for 50%, and even the artist takes the majority. Most record companies make profits by exploiting artists. Like Michael Jackson, there is only one in the world. If Avril Records adopts such conditions to sign artists in the future, it will undoubtedly be a fatal blow to other record companies. Especially now Michael Jackson still has 50% of the copyright of Sony Records. Motorola will naturally not let this happen, and will not let 50% of Sony Records copyrights go out in the future, such as in the hands of Avril Records, which is undoubtedly a fatal blow to Sony Records. Therefore, Motorola now hopes to take advantage of the fact that Avril Records is not firmly established, and unite the power of major record companies to block Avril Records. After the press conference, an undercurrent flooded the world's major record companies following Motorola's phone calls, and a conspiracy against Avril Records pounced on Avril and Michael Jackson. Many fans are naturally unclear about this conspiracy. They are happy at the moment that the dispute between Michael Jackson and Sony Records has finally come to an end. And Michael Jackson has also found a record company that can give all fans more classic songs. Especially for Chinese fans, Lin Feng doesn't know exactly how many fans Michael Jackson has in China. But with the charm of the King of Pop, Lin Feng believes that it is at least 100 million. These hundreds of millions of fans burst into enthusiastic cheers for Michael Jackson to perform 30 concerts in China in the next 10 years. In the past, you could only watch Michael Jackson's concert through VCD, but now you can witness it with your own eyes, which is enough to satisfy the wishes of most fans. But at this moment, Lin Feng received bad news. Lin, my new single, major radio stations and music channels refused to broadcast. Avril frowned. During this time, Avril was immersed in the recording studio again. In addition to perfecting Hen You Are Gone, he also produced a new single, Girlfriend, which is also an extremely popular golden song. The two singles are extremely confident, and I believe that the sales volume will be at least about 3 million. Unexpectedly, when her record company's public relations department wanted to send the record to major radio stations, it was rejected. All major radio stations and music channels in the United States were rejected without exception. Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. I have secretly guessed that this matter should be related to Michael Jackson's free joining of Avril Records. At this moment, Sam, the head of the public relations department of Avril Records, hurried in. Avril, I received an internal message. The reason why the major radio stations and music channels in the United States will not broadcast your singles this time is because other record companies have jointly pressured all radio stations to not broadcast your singles. Not only your singles, but also Michael's. In short, as long as it is a song by an artist signed by Avril Records, it is not allowed to be played. And not only in the United States, including Europe, Asia, it seems that except for mainland China, the rest secret letters from major record companies around the world are received everywhere. Sam's face flushed. He had never seen such a nasty thing. It is shameless that the major record companies refused to dare to do so. I think it's because of me. And I also received news that the initiator of this incident is Sony Records. I'm afraid Motorola wants to force me to leave Avril Records. Michael Jackson shook his head helplessly. Sorry, Avril, I think he'll leave. Otherwise, it would be bad if your company is implicated. Michael Jackson shrugged. If Motorola really deceived people too much, Michael Jackson wouldn't mind using his family property to gamble with him. But he would release his own record and sell it himself. And if you choose Warner Music and other companies, Michael Jackson believes that this so-called alliance will be self-defeating. The reason is very simple. He is the king of pop. Michael Jackson. Most of the time, the company is rushing to sign him. The reason why these companies are now uniting to pressure Avril Records is that Avril Records is too small, its strength is too weak, and it is a record company composed of artists. This is the last thing all record companies want to see. No, you just leave like this, don't you bow your head to them. But Avril stubbornly said, the more others persecuted her in this way, the less convinced she was. It's a big deal. We will go to China to publish the film. Avril loves Woo and has a good impression of China. Sam's eyes lit up. China is the most populous country in the world, and it has the best economic situation among the developing countries. In the future, the world's largest consumer market, if you publish a film in China, even if there is only 1% of the market, there will be a market of 13 million. In the market, Sam's eyes are full of golden light. I'm going to have a life at the end of this month, and I'm ready to confess to my girlfriend. You guys can give me a romantic confession suggestion. If you can move it, you will always remember it in your heart. Thank you. To be continued, such as for more information, please log in. There are more chapters, authors are supported, and genuine reading is supported. To be continued. Chapter 606 Lin Feng's Plan? Sam's eyes shinned. For the Chinese market, the world's major record companies have long been salivating, but mainland China is more troublesome and there are many unspoken rules that make many companies unable to adapt. And piracy is extremely serious, which is also an important reason why all record companies have been reluctant to move forward. But now, for Avril Records, there is an important backing. Lin Feng is the richest man in China, and his roots are in China. As for the so-called unspoken rules, Lin Feng will help naturally without worry. Regarding piracy, we can also think of a solution. Moreover, China has a large population, and Sam believes that with the popularity of Michael Jackson and Avril, there should be a market. Sam's words attracted the attention of Michael Jackson and Avril, who both looked towards Lin Feng. The Chinese mainland market is a big cake for anyone, and no one dares to ignore it. 1% of the market is enough to offset the entire United States or the entire European market. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Sam's thoughts are still a bit taken for granted. In terms of unspoken rules, I might still be able to contribute. After all, Lin Feng now has many friends in the business world, such as Zong Qingwu of the Wahaha Group, Shi Yazhu of the Giant Group, etc. Especially Shi Yazhu. Lin Feng believes that he knows a lot of high-ranking officials, otherwise there is no relevant expert to criticize such a horrible game, and its background is obvious. These people have a network of relationships almost all over the country, and it is okay for Lin Feng to use their contacts to circumvent some unspoken rules. In addition, the official high-level officials Lin Feng knew were enough to clear most of the unspoken rules. Besides, for some officials, as long as they have money, everything is easy to do. The real headache for Lin Feng is the piracy. Although only 1% of the market is enough to satisfy any superstar. But the question is, can there be a 1% market? An 1,000th may not be achieved. For example, at Avril Records, an average record is about $18, which is equivalent to more than 100 yuan. How can so many people come to buy it? Although China's GDP ranks among the top 6 in the world, its per capita is out of the top 100 in the world. Even watching movies is a high consumption behavior that can only be enjoyed by dating. How can so many people spend hundreds of dollars to buy a record? With the same quality, it only costs 10 yuan for piracy and 100 yuan for the original. In addition to die-hard fans, Lin Feng believes that many people will choose piracy. Lin Feng analyzed these situations, and the three of them were stupid. They also did not expect that the Chinese mainland market would be like this. Lin, what should I do then? Don't you give in to them. I won't. Do you think of a way? Avril took Lin Feng's hand with a face of determination. Avril, don't make it difficult for Lin. Although he is very rich, his power is mainly in the IT industry. This is the record industry. You just debuted, and you don't know much about it. I believe Sam should know this. If the record companies team up, how powerful will they be? Even Bill Gates can't shake them. Michael Jackson thought very openly, but comforted Avril. Sam, really? Avril asked in disbelief. Sam sighed. What Michael Jackson said is the fact that if the global record companies unite, no one can match the power in the record industry. What's more, there is a parent company behind these record companies. If you count the strength of the parent company, Sam can't believe how much trouble they can make. Regardless of Lin Feng's assets of nearly $40 billion, the second world stock price rises. Lin Feng's personal assets rise, but in the face of the cooperation of these companies, it is still as small as a lone boat in the ocean. It is precisely because of the huge potential behind these companies that Sam hopes that Avril and Michael Jackson will release records in mainland China. With the socialist background of mainland China with Chinese characteristics and the influence of Lin Feng, other companies should not even want to move Avril Records. At that time, we will be based on the Chinese mainland market, and then go to the world. Unfortunately, piracy is rampant in the Chinese mainland market. Forget it. As long as I go out and join any record company, this so-called temporary alliance will naturally break itself. Michael Jackson sighed and said with a smile. No. Avril pouted and shouted. Michael Jackson took care of her like a father, and she must not leave it alone when Michael Jackson was trapped. Michael Jackson gently stroked Avril's forehead and shook his head lightly. This matter cannot be resolved with anger. People must face reality. Fortunately, he is still the king of pop and he can still bring profits to these companies. Otherwise, if it were other artists, they would have been banned by the record company long ago. Lin Feng looked at Michael Jackson with a helpless expression, sighed secretly, and felt his incompetence. As the most powerful third person in the world, he is still so powerless. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had a deep sense of failure. I am so rich, but I can't help my idol. What a failure. In a daze, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the basketball that Jordan gave to James, and the sentence written on it, "Go forward bravely." It seems that I should have nothing to fear. It's just a big deal to lose money. I shouldn't give up so early. Lin Feng had an idea in his mind long ago, but it was still immature and there was a certain risk. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt that he was too cautious. A total loss. Only a few $100 million. Can't you not afford to lose? On the contrary, if he succeeds, he will not only slap these overbearing record companies, but also help his idols. From a venture capital perspective, it is worth the risk. Thinking of this, Lin Feng made a decision. Wait, I have an idea, Lin Feng said suddenly. Avril, Michael Jackson and Sam looked at Lin Feng together. After all, if there is a choice, no one wants to give in and be constrained by others. Indeed, I can't fight these companies in terms of power, but it doesn't mean that others can't. Lin Feng said excitedly. Who? The three asked curiously. Lin Feng smiled and waved his finger. Netizens. The three were stunned. Hee. Although I am not a record company, I am in the IT industry. Indeed, they are now blocking you, but they cannot block you on the internet. It is the 21st century, the century of the internet. For most of them now, for young people, there can be no radio, no TV station, or even no TV, but no computer, no internet. We can set up an internet radio station to promote your songs. Lin Feng gets more excited as he speaks. Not only can we build an internet radio station, but we can also set up an online video website to send your promotional videos online, or put some of your live videos online, so as to attract netizens more. At that time, we can also adopt an online ordering model. Sales. This will not only greatly reduce the cost of publicity, but also the influence will not be small. Of course, the overall sales may be affected, but I believe that the profit will not be small. Lin Feng said. The three were stunned. Avril, Michael Jackson, and Sam were all engaged in music, and they were not familiar with IT and didn't know much about what Lin Feng said. But they felt that what Lin Feng said was definitely right. Lin, then this matter will be handled by you, Avril said. Lin, as long as it's really okay, I can bring a few days-old people to join Avril Records, and I can express the disgust in my heart. Michael Jackson is also full of resentment towards these record companies. Since he wants to cooperate to force him to leave Avril Records, he is not a vegetarian. With his influence, Michael Jackson believes that there are still many superstars who are willing to leave the original company and join Avril Records as a freelance artist. It is the dream of all musicians to be less exploited and free to make their own music. Lin Feng's aura flashed again, thinking of the audition virtual community being developed by the Second World First game development team. Doesn't that require the authorization of many celebrities? This may be just an opportunity. After all, he can own 50% of Avril Records. Perhaps this crisis will be another opportunity. Thinking of this, the cells in Lin Feng's mind were running faster, and soon a series of plans were released. Terry, open a music channel for me, and a music station, which will be broadcast live throughout the United States. Lin Feng flew to the Houston Rockets' own FSNESTAN TV station. Create a music station and music channel, or live broadcast across the United States. Terry was taken aback. Now that there are so many well-known music channels and radio stations in the United States, it's not a good idea to open them now and broadcast them all over the United States. Boss. Terry wanted to dissuade Lin Feng from this kind of crazy behavior. Okay, just do what I said. Lin Feng didn't want to explain either, and now it would be bad if there were too many explanations. Okay. Terry nodded helplessly. Although he didn't understand why Lin Feng did this, he still implemented it honestly. What's more, the income from TV sports channels, TV drama channels, and esports channels is enough to support the cost of opening a music channel and building an additional music station. What's more, the TV stations are all owned by Lin Feng, who is so rich and at a loss. But boss, the ratings of Prison Break 2 inches have dropped slightly, and all revenue in the second quarter, after-tax profit is $70 million. Terry said with a little regret. The first season of Prison Break made more than $100 million in after-tax profits, but Prison Break 2 inches only had $70 million, a 30% drop. It seems that the audience's reaction to Prison Break 3 inches is not so enthusiastic. Of course, as long as it is filmed, Terry believes that many viewers will see it. After all, the first season of Prison Break was too successful, and many people are still looking forward to the ending. Also, our TV station's ace shows are still too few. The boss still have to invest more in TV series like Prison Break, Terry said expectantly. Lin Feng nodded. I still have a lot of excellent American dramas in my mind, so I can write them out. After taking the time, when Lam Feng's Fsnestan TV station started broadcasting Avril's latest two singles Henny Waragon and Girlfriend, many American listeners were shocked. These two songs are undoubtedly the highlight of this year. The fans of Avril who have listened to the Fsnestan TV station music channel and music station are ecstatic. They did not expect that after the punk princess had just released her second album and held a global concert, she would release two singles immediately, and the two singles were very different in style, and they were both so nice. Especially the dynamic melody of Girlfriend makes people fascinated by it. Moreover, the music channel of Fsnestan TV station will also play some live videos of Avril and Michael Jackson during the process of scrolling the music, which makes the fans of the two people even more crazy. The ratings of the Fsnestan music channel have been rising steadily. 3 days after its opening, it has become the 10th most popular music channel in the United States. Witnessing this achievement, many record companies cursed. After all, they jointly banned the Avril Records company in order to prevent artists from opening their own record companies. Unexpectedly, when Avril Records was running out of nowhere, Lin Feng jumped out and used his own TV station to help promote it. Damn Chinese, do you think you can solve everything if you have money? Tell you, in the record industry, you don't count as gross. Motora, president of Sony Records, had a grim face and made a few phone calls. Then the music channels of major television stations across the United States began to select most popular songs, most popular golden songs and other selection activities to grab the ratings. Suddenly, the ratings of the music channel of Lin Feng's TV station hit a record low. And there is also a very serious problem. All major record houses in the United States do not sell Avril Records records. Avril's two singles have been very popular since they were broadcast on the music channel of Lin Feng's TV station, but many fans wanted to buy discs, but unexpectedly found that all record shops were not selling them. When I called the TV station didn't know where to sell it, which disappointed many fans. Haha, Chinese boy, don't you have money? You have the ability to build record shops in the United States. I see how much money you have poured in. You can fix 1,000 record shops for me. Motora, president of Sony Records, laughed loudly. No matter how good the song is, if there is no record to buy, with the current science and technology, fans can copy it through recording and other means. Although the effect is not good, it can satisfy the desire to listen. When everyone is tired of listening and the record comes out, the sales will be terrible by then. As long as the Avril Records was suppressed at the beginning, it didn't take long for Motora to believe that Michael Jackson, a very loyal king of pop, would definitely leave Avril Records. By then, the only one who can give him the best treatment is still Sony Records. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, Support genuine reading. The 600 order and 7th chapter target Google. The National Record Store does not sell Avril Records records. Naturally, it is also pressure from the major record companies around the world. These auction houses are unlikely to offend so many giants for Avril Records records. Lin, what do you do now? Avril frowned. I didn't expect these record companies to be so vicious that they would suppress themselves by this means. Lin Feng smiled. This had already been expected by him. I didn't intend to sell through the record store from the beginning. Lin Feng said with a smile. I aimed at the online trading platform from the beginning. Avril's eyes lit up. However, it is extremely frustrating that the online sales model has also been blocked, and all online trading platforms in the United States have tactfully refused to sell Avril Records records. HMPH, I knew you wanted to sell online. Hee. I told you in advance. What do you do? Motoro is not stupid. Lin Feng is an IT background. Naturally, he guessed that Lin Feng might sell through the online trading platform, so Motoro has already done enough work in advance. Under pressure from global record companies, no online trading platform is willing to sell Avril's records. For this situation, Lin Feng smiled instead. Still laughing. No one of the others' records has been sold. Don't forget. The company still has your share. If you lose, you will also lose money. Avril said angrily. Lin Feng hugged Avril, who was pouting her mouth, and took her hand. Comfortingly said, don't worry, this is all in my expectation. Didn't I say that I want to set up an internet radio station? If it is not established, it is just to avoid rushing into trouble. Avril was overjoyed. Okay, don't worry about it. I will definitely surprise these record companies that bully people this time. Lin Feng said with a smile. For many record companies not only block sales of record shops, but also block online sales, Lin Feng had long expected. After all, these record companies are definitely not stupid. On the contrary, they are extremely smart, and they will naturally prevent online sales. Unfortunately, they still did not anticipate their true intentions. Lin Feng smiled triumphantly. Whether it is FSNestan TV station launching a music channel and music station, to contacting eBay to sell 2 singles of Avril, Lin Feng is trying to confuse these record company bosses and make them think that their actions are all in their expectation. Then they will take it lightly and they will have the opportunity to take advantage of it. Otherwise, without waiting for them to act, these record companies act in advance, and they don't want to implement any plans at all. After all, this is the United States, it is the territory of others, and I am just a passerby. But it's not the Raptors but Jiang. Since I want to support Avril and Michael Jackson, I must support it to the end. In the confusion of Avril, Lin Feng contacted Liu Yinying and asked her to send someone to the United States to open the American branch of DingDong.com. Lin Feng had expected that eBay would not sell Avril's records, not to mention whether there was pressure from companies such as Sony Records, but only the grievances between his own DingDong.com and eBay. eBay will not sell one's favor. When DingDang.com and eBay competed, DingDang.com did not take advantage of some embarrassing things of eBay such as selling credit points, reviewing information too sloppy, etc. to promote itself, and the two families became angry. Therefore, since there is no online trading platform willing to sell Avril's records, it is better to sell it yourself. Anyway, DingDang.com is expanding the Asian market and entering the US market ahead of schedule. Of course, there are risks, and this was also what Lin Feng hesitated at first, but he couldn't lose much money even if he lost it all, so he lost it himself. Of course, if you want DingDong.com to gain attention in the United States and be accepted by American netizens, you must rely on a medium Google. Google is now the world's largest search engine company, occupying 84.9% of the global search engine market and becoming the preferred search engine website for almost all Americans. As long as Google is willing to promote DingDang.com, Lin Feng believes that DingDang.com can not only establish a foothold in the United States, but even open up new markets. After all, Chinese products are extremely cheap. Selling that country's products to the United States through the B2C trading platform can not only make a lot of profits, but also create foreign exchange income, and the country can also have policy inclination. This is definitely a good thing with multiple birds. Of course, if Google wants to push dingdong.com, there must be a prerequisite. Lin Feng owns shares of Google. Only in this way, Google will push the dingdong.com, and will not enter the dingdong.com into the cold palace or even block it because of pressure from other companies or other factors. The acquisition of Google stock has long been in Lin Feng's plan, but there has been no excuse or opportunity. When the Phantom MP3 was launched last time, Lin Feng also met with Google founder Larry Page, but Lin Feng's financing plan was rejected. But last time, Lin Feng was still unknown. But now Lin Feng is the third richest person in the world, with enough fame and strength. After bidding farewell to Avril, Lin Feng drove to the Google headquarters in Mountain View, California. For Lin Feng's visit, the current president of Google, Eric Schmidt, personally received it. After all, Lin Feng is now in a different status, ranking third in the world's richest list, and Google dare not ignore it. Mr. Schmidt, I would like to forgive you if you take the liberty to visit. Lin Feng said politely. Where and where? It is our honor for Mr. Lin to visit Google. Eric Schmidt said politely. Looking at Eric Schmidt in front of him, Lin Feng sighed. If Larry Page brought Google into this world, but the person who made Google profitable for the first time since the snooping bubble burst in 2000 is Eric Schmidt. Last year, Google achieved profitability for the first time. Revenue, $86.4 million US. Profit, $6.99 million US. This year, only the financial statements of the first 3 quarters have increased by 400% over the same period last year. This is an extremely astonishing increase. In the context of the bursting of the internet bubble, Google is still able to achieve such strong profit growth, and it further consolidates the title of King of Search Engines. Eric Schmidt contributed indispensable. Although Google is making so much money now, and the future prospects are promising, Lin Feng is also quite confident in his trip. Mr. Schmidt, what do you think of the current search engine market? Lin Feng smiled and stepped into the subject. Google is still the absolute king of the search engine market, Eric Schmidt said confidently. Lin Feng smiled. Yes, it looks like this so far. But Yahoo has taken off the Google logo from its website. Google search is no longer used, and Microsoft is also coveting the search engine market. After all, the future is the internet age, and search engines are the core of the internet age. This is like the internet is the vast ocean, and various websites are islands in the vast ocean, and search engines are ships that carry guests to various islands. Lin Feng said. Eric Schmidt heard this analogy for the first time, but it is indeed very appropriate, and Lin Feng's assessment of the search engine market is not wrong. Yahoo has fallen out with Google and no longer uses the Google search engine. The Bing engine developed by Microsoft is also trying to grab the Google market. Although Google is now in full swing, it does not mean that there is no crisis. I don't know what Mr. Lin meant, Eric Schmidt asked calmly. Lin Feng smiled. It's very simple. I want to invest in Google, just financing, Lin Feng said lightly. Eric Schmidt frowned. He also guessed the intention of Lin Feng's trip. He didn't want to advertise, but he wanted to raise money. To advertise, Lin Feng does not have to come in person. Come in person, only for financing Google. However, recently Google is indeed preparing for a second financing, and is in contact with major investment banks, looking for a few investment banks that only want to buy stock capital without actual controlling rights. In this way, we can obtain more abundant funds to fight against Yahoo and the more powerful Microsoft. However, Eric Schmidt has many worries, because Lin Feng also owns a search engine company, Baidu. Today, Baidu is the absolute hegemon in the search engine market in mainland China. Compared with Google accounting for 84.9% of the global market, Baidu's market share in mainland China is as high as 90%. What is the intention of Lam Feng's financing of Google? Mr. Lin, you also own a Baidu search engine. I don't know what you mean by financing Google. Eric Schmidt asked cautiously. I'm just a businessman purely for profit. I think Google is very valuable for investment. So I came. Lin Feng did not say his purpose. Now that the major record companies are uniting to block the Avril records, Lin Feng must not disclose his intentions in advance, otherwise, once it spreads out, I am afraid these record companies will definitely do everything to stop it. Although they cannot change the Google decision, they can do it with money. With so many record companies, a single blow was enough to kill Lin Feng. Regardless of Lin Feng's assets of $40 billion, but only $2.3 billion in cash in his hands, Lin Feng only supported Avril and Michael Jackson, this time in his own name, not in the name of his company. Otherwise, there will be a war. I am afraid that these record companies are very happy to play with Lin Feng in the real version of the Monopoly game, wipe out Lin Feng's assets, or even replace it. Mr. Schmidt, this is my financing plan, please have a look. Lin Feng knew that he could not persuade Eric Schmidt, so he could use money to persuade him. Eric Schmidt took a look at the contract and was surprised. Lin Feng's contract is very generous, and he is willing to acquire 5% of Google for $500 million, which has far exceeded Eric Schmidt's estimate. In this financing, the current market value of Google is estimated by the major investment banks to be around $6 billion, but Lin Feng has nearly doubled, and only has 5% of the shares. This is very tempting. Lin Feng also believes that his financing plan is very tempting. Not only is the financing price high, but as long as 5% of the shares are acquired, it does not pose any threat to the equity structure of Google. But to Lin Feng's surprise, Eric Schmidt shook his head and declined Lin Feng's financing plan. Because Lin Feng owns Baidu, this is too uninsurable. Although Baidu is currently only involved in the Chinese mainland market, what about the future? If you extend your tentacles to the international market, you will definitely play against Google. When Lin Feng owns 5% of the shares, he naturally has the qualifications to attend the shareholders' meeting and the board of directors. At that time, Google will have a headache. Lin Feng didn't expect to be rejected by Eric Schmidt, but Lin Feng didn't say much, and walked out of the Google headquarters with a smile. But after leaving the Google headquarters, Lin Feng's face sank. Without Google, one's own plan cannot be implemented. At this moment, Lin Feng received a call from Microsoft. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 608. Depressed Microsoft President. Lin Feng was very surprised. He did not expect that he would suddenly receive a call from Steve Ballmer, the president of Microsoft, and Steve Ballmer would make an interview with Lin Feng very cautiously. Afterwards, the two met at a cafe in San Francisco. After a simple greeting, the two went straight to the subject. Mr. Ballmer, I don't know what you want to do with me, Lin Feng asked directly. Mr. Lin, our company is very interested in the Avenue company that you hold and has acquired 20% of the shares circulating in the market. I wonder if Mr. Lin is willing to transfer your 51% of the shares. This is our acquisition. I believe the price will satisfy Mr. Lin very much. Ballmer smiled and handed Lin Feng a contract. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that Microsoft wanted to acquire the Avenue company in his own hands. Avenue is an online company that Lin Feng followed Abby Cohen's suggestion to invest last year. At that time, it acquired 51% of the equity of Avenue for $180 million. After the acquisition, the Avenue company has been renamed Aquantive, and its main business is to plan and implement internet-based advertising services for many companies in the United States. Lin Feng can also understand that Microsoft wants to acquire its own Aquantive company. Now the influence of Google is becoming more and more significant. and almost all internet users rely on the services it provides. In the future internet era, Google is bound to impact Microsoft's position. Microsoft is now planning ahead, and it is reasonable to want to acquire its own Aquantive. Lin Feng smiled and accepted the contract, opened the contract, and was slightly surprised when he saw the terms of the purchase. What a big deal from Microsoft. The current share price of Aquantive is $19 per share, but the purchase price proposed by Microsoft is more than doubled. It is willing to purchase all 51% of Lin Feng's shares at a price of $39 per share. Aquantive has a total share capital of 100 million shares. Lin Feng owns 51% of the equity, which is 51 million shares. Microsoft bought it at a price of $39 per share, which is $1.989 billion. In 1 year, Lin Feng's initial investment of $180 million has doubled tenfold. Mr. Ballmer, Microsoft has such a big hand, Lin Feng said with a smile after reading through carefully and examining all the terms. Steve Ballmer smiled lightly. The reason why Microsoft is willing to buy Aquantive at twice the price is also helpless. After entering the internet age, Microsoft made at least 2 mistakes. One is that I missed the MP3 market and made Lin Feng's Phantom and Apple iPod a lot of money. Although Microsoft and Lin Feng worked together to promote the MA format, but the MA format was helpless in terms of sound quality. There is indeed a certain gap between MP3 and MP3, and so far it is only an embarrassing situation. But if you miss the MP3 market, Microsoft can still accept it. What Microsoft really cannot accept is that it underestimates the potential of the search engine market and also underestimates the impact of the internet. I just watched the rise of Google directly, and according to the current development of the global internet, as well as the ambitions displayed by Google, the future will be enough to shake Microsoft's position in the IT industry. This is not allowed by Microsoft, and Microsoft must start to clamp down on Google as soon as possible to ensure its absolute status. What's more, the profit of internet search engine advertising is enough to make any company jealous. As for the Aquantive company, Microsoft values its business and customer resources in this regard. As for the acquisition at a price of $39 per share, this is also what Microsoft has repeatedly measured. First, Lin Feng has absolute controlling rights. No matter how Microsoft acquires it, how it announces various rumors, and how the stock price of Aquantive fluctuates, Lin Feng can stay still and watch its changes. Therefore, the price paid by Microsoft to acquire a fully controlled company is already huge. Second, it is because of Google. The strong rise of Google has brought about the Google effect. As long as the companies related to Google, they are favored by the industry. For example, the Aquantive company of Lin Feng Holdings is the case. Under the shadow of the internet bubble in 1 year, the stock price has risen from 3 yuan to 19 yuan today, and it will continue to rise in the future. Therefore, Microsoft also had to come up with a purchase price of 39 yuan. Third, Lin Feng is too rich. Lin Feng's personal assets are second only to Bill Gates and Buffett. If the purchase price is too low, Lin Feng will not be able to impress. For Lin Feng, holding this Aquantive in his hand, it is good to make money slowly. Anyway, Lin Feng is not short of money. Therefore, after careful analysis, Microsoft's acquisition department set a purchase price of $39. This is enough to represent Microsoft's sincerity, and it should be able to impress Lin Feng. Therefore, Steve Ballmer was drinking coffee very confidently, waiting for Lin Feng to nod in agreement. Unexpectedly, what made Steve Ballmer depressed was that after reading the contract, Lin Feng actually followed his example, sitting still on the Diaoyutai, tasting coffee, silently. This makes Steve Ballmer depressed. Originally he thought that Lin Feng would be a little excited, and then very happily agreed to transfer the shares of Aquantive, and then his little high-profile contempt Lin Feng, the world's third richest who has risen suddenly recently. After all, earning nearly $2 billion in an instant, Steve Ballmer believes that anyone will be happy. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng would be so calm, as if this was not a contract worth $2 billion. but a contract worth $20. Hold on. Although Steve Ballmer's heart is very itchy, he wants to know what Lin Feng thinks. After all, this Aquantive is related to a more important weapon for Microsoft against Google in the future, so he can't be too impatient, lest Lin Feng take this opportunity to sit on the ground and raise the price. Indifferent, must be indifferent. Steve Ballmer kept admonishing himself in his heart not to be impatient. This is the case for negotiations. Whoever is more stable will be more able to take the lead. Unexpectedly, after drinking 3 cups of coffee, the time has been from 2 in the afternoon to almost 4 in the afternoon. The two of you are already here. You take a sip, I take a sip, silently sipping coffee, like a very leisurely retiree sitting here enjoying San Francisco sunshine, savoring wasted life. Steve Ballmer looked at his watch, crying in his heart. These 2 hours were wasted. After sitting for 2 hours, he was a big man with hundreds of thousands of dollars per minute. He sat here and drank coffee for 2 hours in vain. Are you so leisurely? Do you have so much time to waste? Steve Ballmer glanced at Lin Feng bitterly. He didn't understand what was hesitating about sitting here for these 2 hours. This condition is good enough. Also, how does Lin Feng say he is also the 3rd richest in the world? So how long is the time? In terms of time, this is something top wage earners like Steve Ballmer don't understand. As the president of Microsoft, he was naturally entangled in Pepsi, and wasting these 2 hours is a bit like a crime. But if Bill Gates, the founder of the Microsoft empire, sits here, let alone 2 hours, it means 2 days, and Bill Gates has the time to slowly accompany Lin Feng. After all, employees naturally do the work, and the boss is only responsible for making money. It's a pity that Bill Gates is not good at negotiation. He is good at software design. This is the difference between a boss and an employee. Therefore, in the end Steve Ballmer couldn't stand it anymore. He could no longer hold on to the grinding, and had no choice but to break the deadlock. Mr. Lin, it's been 2 hours and 1 minute and 25 seconds. Have you thought about it? Steve Ballmer looked at his watch, bit the time and pressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled faintly. In these 2 hours, Lin Feng was not really competing with Steve Ballmer for internal strength, but was thinking about the benefits that this contract could bring to him. Indeed, Lin Feng was very satisfied with the contract worth $2 billion. But Lin Feng believes that this contract can bring another gain to him. Microsoft wants to acquire Aquantive in order to counter Google's dynamic advertising reporting and targeting technology. Of course, Microsoft can also research on its own. The technical aspects are not a problem, but it takes too much time and energy, and everything has to be started from the beginning, and it may not be able to occupy the market in the end. It is better to acquire existing companies with similar technologies. Lam Feng's Aquantive is currently the most powerful and marketable company except for Google in the market. Since it is a weapon used by Microsoft to fight Google, Lin Feng wondered whether he could use this contract to pressure Google to satisfy his desire to successfully raise Google. What's more, because Microsoft is so desperate for Aquantive, Lin Feng will naturally not just transfer it for $39. Bargaining is the most common behavior in the business field, and Lin Feng naturally has to bargain with it to fight for his best interests. Mr. Ballmer, your price of $39 is very attractive, Lin Feng said with a smile. Steve Ballmer showed a slight looking down expression on his face. This is Microsoft. As long as Microsoft sees something, it will definitely succeed. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's next sentence made Steve Ballmer unable to maintain his composure and demeanor. But I think the price is too low, at least $50 a share. I will sell Aquantive. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Steve Ballmer. What? $50 a share? Mr. Lin, are you joking? Steve Ballmer cried out. Aquantive company, the current price is $19. Lin Feng actually offered $50 for the transfer, which is too outrageous. At Lin Feng's price, Microsoft would have to spend at least $2.55 billion to acquire the 51% stake in Lin Feng's Aquantive. But they bought 20% of the outstanding shares before. but it only cost $380 million US. It's not a bargain. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 609 Bright Sword? Steve Ballmer repeatedly confirmed that Lin Feng did not say goodbye after joking. $50 per share is too outrageous. Although Microsoft is bound to win a quantive, it is not taken advantage of and slaughtered in this way. However, although Steve Ballmer's heart was upset by Lin Feng's lion, he did not say anything dead. Looking at Steve Ballmer, who was leaving with a gloomy face, Lin Feng smiled slightly and turned to call his chief advisor, Abby Cohen. What, Lin? Microsoft really started to acquire a quantive? During the call, Abby Cohen was half surprised and half proud. After all, it was her idea for Lin Feng to buy a quantive. Now Microsoft is willing to buy it at a price of $39 US per share, which proves her original vision. But I refused, and I offered a price of $50 per share, Lin Feng said with a slightly triumphant tone. Although the $50 lion opened his mouth, so Steve Ballmer went away, but Lin Feng did not worry that Microsoft would retreat. On the contrary, he will definitely come to negotiate with himself again. With the rise of Google, Microsoft must have weapons that can fight against Google. Besides, even if the $50 share really scares Microsoft away, Lin Feng doesn't care. Just hold it in his hand and make money slowly. There are at least several $1 million in dividends a year, and as the internet penetrates into every corner of the world, Lin Feng believes that future earnings will be higher. Lin, are you really going to sell a quantive? Abby Cohen asked. At first, Abby Cohen let Lin Feng acquire it because it really took a fancy to its future potential. But now that Lin Feng owns Baidu, it does not need to be sold at all. At that time, Baidu will be integrated into a parent company after it goes public. This complements each other, and Baidu also has the opportunity to enter the US market. Of course, at that time, we will face the full suppression of the powerful Google. As long as the price is right, a quantive has nothing to keep, Lin Feng said categorically. Although Lin Feng now owns Baidu, after owning Baidu, Lin Feng used his own controlling rights to transfer a quantive's dynamic advertising report and targeting technology to Baidu. It can be said that a quantive is now in favor of Lin. In terms of wind, apart from the customer profile and the market, the rest is optional. It would be nice if you could sell it for some cash. As for Baidu's entry into the US market, in Lin Feng's view, it is too early. Baidu is now doing a good job in the Chinese mainland market, and then slowly radiating from the mainland, Hong Kong, Macau and Taiwan and other places gradually spread to Asia. The United States is the last market. After listening, Abby Cohen thought for a while and said, since you want to sell, then raise the price to $60. $60. Lin Feng was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Abby Cohen was more black than himself, and he threatened to cost $60. Yes, Lin, since Microsoft likes us a quantive and wants to acquire, we naturally have to make the most profit. Microsoft is not short of money. If they really want to fight against Google, a quantive is their choice now. The best internet advertising company. Abby Cohen has been on Wall Street for more than 10 years, and is known as the Wall Street myth, in terms of investment, especially in terms of estimating the psychological price of acquisitions. Abby Cohen does not feel that he is the number one in the world, but it is definitely in the top 5 in the world. Microsoft wants to acquire a quantive. The price of $60 is definitely its psychologically acceptable price. What's more, as long as there is a little bit of publicity and a little trick, as soon as the stock price of a quantive rises, or Google gets new financing, Microsoft is bound to make a move. Later, after Lin Feng discussed the details with Abby Cohen urged Lin Feng not to let go, and rushed over from Shanghai with the investment team. If the acquisition this time is bound to cause a sensation, the confrontation between Microsoft and Google will come under the eyes of everyone. How to make Lin Feng reap the greatest profit in this incident is the responsibility of Abby Cohen and others. What's more, Lin Feng's purpose this time is not only to sell a quantive and raise Google, but also to help Avril and Michael Jackson fight against the blockade of global record companies. While waiting for Abby Cohen, Lin Feng leisurely lived in the dream manor purchased by Avril. In addition to fishing and feeding the animals, he flirted with Avril every day. Unfortunately, currently affected by the ban on the record, Avril became angry. Although he did not rush Lin Feng would break through the last line of defense. He threatened that unless Lin Feng defeated these nasty record companies, he would never get her. Avril's statement made Lin Feng extremely depressed. It is undoubtedly a very torturing thing to hold a petite and lovely lady every day, which can be kissed, touched, but not allowed. Damn Sony Records, damn Warner Times, you guys wait, I must make you look good. Lin Feng vented all his lust to these record companies. Now Lin Feng has another absolute reason to defeat this record company ban. Fortunately, it didn't take long for this kind of birth is better to die, and Abby Cohen rushed over with the entire investment team. When he first arrived at Dream Manor, Abby Cohen and the entire investment team were slightly surprised. They have long heard of this Dream Manor, which is known as the most luxurious private manor in the world. When they saw it today, they knew that what they said was true. There was absolutely no exaggeration. It was like a paradise. After a one night rest in Dream Manor, the next day, Lin Feng, Abby Cohen and others rushed to the Google headquarters. But this time, instead of meeting with Google President Eric Schmidt, but with the two founders of Google, Larry Page and Sergey Brin. As long as they are persuaded, the two who own most of Google can also agree to Lin Feng's financing. Mr. Lin, lucky to meet. Larry Page and Lin Feng had a relationship, and Lin Feng has been in the news. Although it has been almost a year later, he can recognize Lin Feng. Mr. Page, it's been a long time since I saw him, and now I'm more energetic, Lin Feng said politely. After a brief greeting, Abby Cohen was not as good as the topic, telling Larry Page and Sergey Brin that Lin Feng wanted to raise $500 million in Google in exchange for 5% of the shares. Larry Page and Sergey Brin frowned. Both of them knew about the previous meeting between Lin Feng and Eric Schmidt. Although Google needs financing now and is also very interested in Lin Feng's $500 million financing plan, as the current Google president Eric Schmidt said, Lin Feng has the search engine market in the Chinese market. With absolute dominance of Baidu, the two companies are potential enemies. Lin Feng's $500 million, they can only reluctantly refuse. Today, after receiving a call from Lin Feng, Larry Page and Sergey Brin hesitated and decided to meet. After all, Lin Feng is now in a different identity, and they have to give Lin Feng this face. Otherwise, it would appear that Google was too arrogant. Secondly, I was afraid that if Lin Feng was furious, Lin Feng would attack him, which would be a very headache, because Lin Feng owns a Quantive. This is a company that makes Google a headache. If Lin Feng is forced to rush and use a Quantive to attack them at a loss, although Google is not afraid, it is a situation where both sides suffer. Therefore, after discussing with Sergey Brin, Larry Page decided to meet with Lin Feng first and see what Lin Feng said. Mr. Lin, I think this question, our campaign's President Eric Schmidt should have answered you. He is now in charge of the Google administration, and the two of us are only in charge of technology. Larry Page evaded. Lin Feng smiled. But the situation will change. I believe that when Mr. Page and Mr. Brin learn about this news, they will definitely reconsider my financing plan. Lin Feng asked Abby Cohen to show them Microsoft's acquisition of a Quantive copy contract. Larry Page and Sergey Brin were surprised when they saw them. They did not expect that Microsoft had already begun to prepare to deal with Google, and purchased the Quantive in Lin Feng's hands at a price of $39 per share. This made Larry Page a sigh in his heart that Microsoft is rich and powerful. Today's Google is indeed not qualified to fight Microsoft. If you want to keep the existing market, develop rapidly, and go public, this second financing is imperative. Several major investment banks have agreed to raise Google, but the price is not as good as Lin Feng, and only agreed to raise 17% of Google shares at a price of $1 billion US. Originally, Larry Page and others were very satisfied with this financing plan, but after reading Lin Feng's financing plan, although Lin Feng's financing has been rejected, they inevitably murmured in their hearts, thinking that these investment banks, it smells like taking advantage of the fire. Now, seeing that Microsoft wants to acquire the Aquantive company, it is even more uncomfortable in my heart. Now is the time for Google to transform again, but unexpectedly it has been hit one after another, which makes Larry Page and Sergey Brin quite a headache and helpless. A lot of money is overwhelming. If Google goes public, it will naturally be able to raise funds through the stock market, so why bother to be blackmailed by this investment bank, and be afraid of the aggressiveness of Microsoft and Lin Feng's trick bright sword? At this moment, when Abby Cohen revealed this contract, isn't it just a demonstration? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 610th chapter. War begins. After Larry Page and Sergey Brin looked at each other and exchanged a few secret glances, Sergey Brin spoke for the first time. Mr. Lin, with all due respect, we are very interested in your financing plan, but you own Baidu. It is not shy to say that your Baidu will be a competitor of Google in the future. It is impossible for us to let you own Google shares. Enter the Google board of directors. Sergey Brin's tone was not at all polite. Mr. Lin, you should know that this is related to the company's core secrets. Even if we agree, other shareholders will probably not agree. After all, there is no precedent in the industry. Larry Page followed Sergey. Brin said, but the tone was much more relaxed and more euphemistic. Lin Feng smiled, secretizing red and white face. But this also gave Lin Feng a certainty in his heart. Larry Page and Sergey Brin did this. Obviously, they were extremely concerned about the acquisition of Aquantive by Microsoft. Otherwise, they would not act in this drama. I am afraid they would directly decline Lin Feng, walk away. They wouldn't be like Steve Ballmer, sitting with Lin Feng stupidly for 2 hours. Mr. Page, Mr. Brin, our boss has not yet agreed to the terms of the acquisition of Microsoft, but you must also know that the price of $39 per share is very attractive. Abby Cohen spoke on behalf of Lin Feng. Larry Page and Sergey Brin frowned, wondering what Abby Cohen meant. To put it simply, our boss is very interested in this financing and thinks Google is a company worth investing in. As for the concerns of Mr. Page and Mr. Brin, we have a contract with a very detailed description. It's about the future conflict between Google and Baidu. Abby Cohen handed over the contract to Larry Page and Sergey Brin. The two took a look. The contract stipulates that if there is a conflict between Google and Baidu in the future, Lin Feng shall not have the right to participate in the board of directors, nor have the right to inspect relevant documents and files, for any decision made on Baidu on the Google board of directors. Larry Page and Sergey Brin admire this proposal very much. If this is true, Lin Feng's financing may not be unacceptable. The 5% equity of the $500 million financing is far more generous than those of investment banks. But what makes Larry Page and Sergey Brin wonder why Lin Feng is so obsessed with financing Google? On the contrary, many companies can invest, such as Lin Feng's own Phantom Technology and Baidu, and so on, are very promising companies in the industry. This $500 million is enough to bring these two companies to the next level. The future prospects may not be as good as Google. Lin Feng looked at the doubts of Larry Page and Sergey Brin, smiled slightly, and winked at Abby Cohen. As for why our boss wants to finance Google, I believe you will understand after reading this contract. This is the only requirement our boss asks. Abby Cohen once again handed the two a contract. After reading them carefully, Larry Page and Sergey Brin suddenly realized this contract is the cooperation contract between DingDang.com and Google under Lin Feng. The contract stipulates that the search engine of Google must link DingDang.com as the first choice for netizens to search for online trading platforms. In addition, when searching for Avril and Michael Jackson, the advertisement of dingdong.com will be the first to pop up. Larry Page and Sergey Brin looked at each other, and finally understood why Lin Feng was so persistent in financing Google. The news that Avril Records was banned by global record companies, Larry Page and Sergey Brin would naturally not know, although they are in the IT industry. After all, they are doing search engine business, which is somewhat heard. The global record company's blockade of Avril Records is almost a one-sided war. Although Avril Records has a recent hot pop queen and the addition of King of Pop Michael Jackson, it is simply unable to resist the banning of global record companies. As a result, Lin Feng jumped out to support Avril and Michael Jackson. It is a pity that it is useless how much money Lin Feng has. In the recording industry, the cooperation of global record companies cannot be confronted by any company or even a country. Not only all record shops do not sell Avril Records records, but also online trading platforms cannot sell them. Today, only Lin Feng's dingdong.com can be sold. It's a pity that Lin Feng's dingdang.net is in mainland China, and it can be said that distant water cannot save near fire. However, now that Lam Feng is financing Google, I am afraid that dingdong.com will enter the US market. These record companies may have a headache. Larry Page and Sergey Brin murmured to themselves. Of course, for them, for Google, this is just a farce. They just develop Google with peace of mind. At this time, Larry Page had agreed to Lin Feng's financing plan, but he was also worried about Microsoft's acquisition of Lin Feng Holdings Aquantive. He hoped that Lin Feng would not sell Aquantive to Microsoft, but the businessman is seeking profit. He has no reason to ask Lin Feng to abandon this seemingly lucrative acquisition plan, unless Google is willing to acquire Lam Feng's Aquantive. But first, Google does not have that much money to acquire Aquantive. If it is acquired with stocks, Lam Feng's personal capital will occupy too much share of Google. It is very likely to become the largest shareholder of Google, which is obviously unacceptable to Larry Page. What's more, Aquantive technology is also owned by Google, and the acquisition is unnecessary. It is also a huge threat to Google to allow Microsoft to acquire it smoothly. Tangled, Larry Page was very tangled. Lin Feng and Abby Cohen watched Larry Page's entangled psychology and smiled in their hearts. Mr. Page, about the Microsoft acquisition of Aquantive, you know, we can't refuse such a huge profit. Abby Cohen's words made Larry Page and Sergey Brin's heart sank to the bottom. However, then Abby Cohen's tone changed. Of course, if our boss can finance Google, he will naturally become a shareholder of Google. Naturally, we don't want to see the interests of Google damaged, but it will not allow our boss' interests to be damaged. Abby Cohen said. The words made Larry Page and Sergey Brin bewildered, not knowing what Abby Cohen wanted to say. Abby Cohen smiled. As long as our boss can successfully raise Google, I guarantee that unless Microsoft offers more than $50 per share, our boss will never sell any equity in the company Aquantive to Microsoft, Abby Cohen said with a confident smile. Larry Page and Sergey Brin listened and fell into deep thought. Abby Cohen's remarks can be described as both soft and hard. Not only did he promise that Lin Feng would not involve anybody board meeting, but also promised not to sell Aquantive to Microsoft unless it offered $50 a share, plus 5. The temptation of billions of dollars is strange to Larry Page if he can't say it. Moreover, if they disagree, Lam Feng will definitely sell Aquantive to Microsoft immediately. This will not only make a huge profit, but also hit Google. Larry Page believes that Lam Feng will definitely do this. It's him. So surely, after Larry Page and Sergey Brin looked at each other, they nodded secretly. Mr. Lin, welcome to join the Google family. Larry Page smiled and stretched out his right hand to Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Abby Cohen smiled at each other. Happy cooperation. Lin Feng held Larry Page's hand. Subsequently, when Google announced its successful financing, the Chinese investor Lin Feng and the 4 major investment banks raised funds, and the industry was shocked. For this financing, the industry is not surprised. To everyone's surprise, Lin Feng, a Chinese man, actually raise Google and raised 5% of Google's equity at a high price of $500 million US. What does this Chinese want to do? Everyone can't help asking themselves secretly, especially as Lin Feng's current direct opponent, the founder of the global blockade of Avril Records, Sony Records president Motora, can't guess why Lin Feng spent $500 million US in financing Google. The only person who confessed to guess Lin Feng's intentions was naturally Microsoft president Steve Ballmer. Upon hearing this news, Steve Ballmer's face was pale, thinking that Lin Feng was doing something to himself. Pressure. Damn, your appetite is too big. Steve Ballmer cursed Lam Feng indignantly, but now that Google obtains financing will be even more unstoppable. Microsoft must come up with corresponding measures, and the acquisition of Lam Feng Holdings Aquantive is the best method. Mr. Lin, shall we talk about the acquisition of Aquantive? Steve Ballmer reluctantly called Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly after receiving a call from Steve Ballmer. Mr. Ballmer, I'm sorry, I have delegated the agent Abby Cohen to take charge of this matter. If you have anything, you can talk to her. Then Lin Feng handed the phone to Abby Cohen. Hello, Mr. Ballmer, I believe you are no stranger to me. I am now solely responsible for the acquisition of Aquantive. Now, on behalf of my boss, I will formally notify you if the price is less than $65 per share. My boss will never sell Aquantive. Abby Cohen temporarily raised the price again. Now affected by the successful financing of Google, the share price of Aquantive has also risen one after another, reaching a price of $22. Abby Cohen's request for $65 is not too much. Who told Microsoft to need Aquantive now? This is the reason why exotic goods are available. At this time, if she didn't take the opportunity to ask for a price, she wouldn't be Abby Cohen. But with Abby Cohen's mouth, Steve Ballmer jumped in surprise. Lin Feng opened his mouth for $50. In Steve Ballmer's opinion, it was black-hearted enough. But now this Abby Cohen is even more black-hearted and opened his mouth for $65. Miss Abby Cohen, your asking price is too high. Microsoft is definitely not taken advantage of. Steve Ballmer rudely hung up the phone. Abby Cohen didn't care. Calling out $65. Apart from telling Microsoft that Lin Feng didn't have to sell Aquantive, it also gave Microsoft a bargaining space. Bargaining is valuable regardless of the value of commodity transactions. After hanging up the phone, Steve Ballmer walked around the office annoyed, but in the end he had no choice but to convene a temporary board of directors of Microsoft to discuss the acquisition of Aquantive. At the meeting, everyone was extremely angry about the price of $65 offered by Abby Cohen, thinking that it was a robbery. But faced with the fact that Google is financing again, everyone is more helpless. Aquantive must be acquired. As for the price, I believe it can still be negotiated. But please don't forget that Lin Feng just raised Google. Although I don't know why he raised Google, but if he sold Aquantive to us Microsoft, and I believe it will affect their partnership somewhat, Bill Gates concluded after listening carefully to everyone's speech. After everyone looked at each other, they nodded one after another. Although Steve Ballmer felt that things were not so simple, he couldn't think of the mystery for a while. In the end, everyone voted to do their best to acquire Lin Feng's Aquantive. Finally, after a difficult conversation between Abby Cohen and Microsoft finally succeeded in acquiring 51% of the Aquantive shares in Lin Feng's hand at a price of $55 per share. The industry was shocked again. Lin Feng originally invested $180 million in the acquisition of Aquantive. 1 year later, he sold it to Microsoft and made a full $2.7 billion. This is too enviable. No, it is jealous. When signing a peace agreement with Lin Feng, Steve Ballmer couldn't help but jumped a few times, but his heart was secretly, HMPH. Let's see how you explain to the Google shareholders. Steve Ballmer didn't know that Larry Page and Sergey Brin just signed for this transaction. After all, everyone had an agreement before that. If more than $50 per share, Lin Feng would be able to sell Aquantive. In a word, Microsoft is too rich. At this moment, after the transaction, Lin Feng owns 5% of Google shares, and his personal account has advanced $5.15 billion US. It's time to declare war on the major record companies. Lin Feng coldly smiled. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 611 The Purpose of YouTube? After Microsoft acquired a quantive in Lin Feng's hands, Lin Feng had $5.15 billion US in cash and successfully raised Google to obtain 5% of Google shares. For this series of transactions, many financial experts and analysts are confused and envious. What makes these experts puzzled is why Lin Feng invested $500 million US, but only 5% of the shares of Google. Although Google is favored by the financial community, it is still strong after the dot-com bubble burst, but Lin Feng's the financing price is still too high, compared to the nearly high price financing of other investment banks. This move is really silly. For Lin Feng's behavior, many financial analysts in the United States wanted to criticize and ridicule Lin Feng's stupid investment behavior, but they did not wait for them to contemplate, slander, and ridicule Lin Feng. In a blink of an eye, Lin Feng said $55 US per share, 250% higher than the market price, sold a quantive, which was acquired a year ago for $180 million US, to Microsoft for a total price of $2.85 billion. Lin Feng made a full profit in 1 year. 1,558% profit. This is faster than robbing a bank to make money, and even faster than printing money. Looking at the data at hand, many financial analysis experts are speechless. This Chinese boy is really good at making money, and he admires Abby Cohen's vision even more. Of course, I also secretly rejoiced that what I and others were preparing to ridicule Lin Feng did not appear on the paper, otherwise if they were in the newspapers, they would mock Lin Feng's stupid acquisition. While on the other side Microsoft bought Lin Feng's a quantive at high, then they will be embarrassed. As for who is an idiot, I'm afraid all readers can tell. Of course, compared to the experts who have almost made a mistake and hated forever, it is the Motorola of Sony Records that has really troubled. This time, the unified blocking operation of global record companies, of which the most hardworking and the most anxious is undoubtedly Sony Records. The 50% copyright in Michael Jackson's hands is a sweet pastry for all record companies. Sony Records must be able to get it. Even if Sony Records can't get it, it must not let other record companies get involved. But under repeated pressure, the Avril Records company did not move. Calm and frightening. Especially Lin Feng, who originally supported Avril Records, has recently raised Google and sold a quantive, which has made great achievements in the IT industry. However, he did not help Avril Records to solve the current dilemma. Action. This is too unusual, but Motorola can't find any trace of Lin Feng's actions, but as the president of the world's largest record company, Motorola faintly feels a hint of danger that the mountains and rain are about to come and blow all over the building. Unfortunately, this is just a feeling. As the president of Sony Records, he can't use his feelings to lead the operation of the entire company, and direct everyone with his feel. In this way, others will be dissatisfied, and he himself will find it absurd. Therefore, Motorola can only focus all its attention on Lin Feng and Avril Records, paying attention to Lin Feng's every move. Lin, what the hell do you do now? Avril asked, pinching Lin Feng's waist tender meat, snuggling into Lin Feng's arms. Don't worry, it will be resolved soon. Lin Feng pecked at Avril's face and said confidently, you have to hurry up. My 2 singles will not be able to make the chart if they drag on like this, Avril said with a pouting mouth. Lin Feng smiled and stroked Avril's long blonde hair. Although Avril said it was for his own record, it was actually for Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is now in a dilemma. After joining Avril Records, he launched a new record and a series of business plans. But if Lin Feng can solve the global record company's ban, Michael Jackson will not easily launch new records and develop related business plans. That will definitely be hidden, and it will be Avril in the end. To retire is to leave Avril Records and join any record company. This global ban will naturally disappear. However, Lin Feng gave him hope again, and Michael Jackson did not want to jump into another fire pit again. The ravens in the world are generally dark. At this time, the record company that dares to accept him will definitely not come for his reputation, but for the 50% of the Sony record copyright in his hand. This is naturally unacceptable to Michael Jackson. In this dilemma, Michael Jackson is naturally very embarrassed and in a dilemma. A day later, Liu Yinying took a few key members from DingDang.com to the United States. "Boss, congratulations, you have done a big deal again." Liu Yinying congratulated her sincerely. Unexpectedly, on this trip to the United States, Lin Feng actually created another miracle, which is really admirable. Of course, what is even more admirable is that Lin Feng dares to challenge the global record companies. "Hey, Yinying, I haven't seen you in a few months, and I'm even more beautiful." Lin Feng tut and tut complimented. The Liu Yinying in front of her is not only more outstanding, the heroic spirit between her eyebrows, but also no man, plus the influence of DingDong.com is expanding day by day, and the level of acquaintance is getting higher and higher. Between Liu Yinying's gestures, fully show the elegant demeanor of a successful lady. "Ha ha, boss, your rhetoric is even more pleasing." Liu Yinying stroked her long hair, smiled faintly, and glanced at the top model in Taiwan behind Lin Feng, who is also Lin Feng's secretary. Lin Shilling shook her head helplessly. "Also, there are always so many beautiful women around you." Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. Lin Shilling was surprised. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's DingDong.com actually has such an extraordinary female president. And relying on a woman's intuition, Lin Xiling faintly felt that Liu Yinying was so unusual about Lin Feng. After the greeting, step into the topic. "Boss, currently DingDong.com has $200 million of working capital, B2C business, and the industries involved include electronic products, large household appliances, small household appliances, mobile phones, etc., clothing and other categories. And its unlimited express has also spread all over the country. Except for the vast majority of cities, towns and townships in remote areas such as Xinjiang and Tibet," Liu Yinying said confidently. After these 2 years of development, especially after Wang Juntao, the former father of e-commerce in China, joined, the business of DingDang.com is booming, coupled with strict control of the source of goods, elimination of fakes, and thoughtful after-sales service, plus with the cooperation of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, DingDang.com has become the first shopping website for many young shoppers in China. At the same time, DingDong.com began to slowly enter Hong Kong and Macau. It opened a traditional website and cooperated with Hong Kong's HSBC. Netizens in Hong Kong and Macau can directly use HSBC and other bank accounts to make purchases on DingDong.com's things. According to the plan jointly formulated by Liu Yinying and Wang Juntao, they are ready to gradually set foot in Taiwan, and then enter South Korea, Japan and other countries, gradually expanding the influence of DingDong.com to Asian countries. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng suddenly asked him to come to the United States to open the branch of DingDong.com, which disrupted the plans of Liu Yinying and others. "Don't worry, I am not asking you to shift your focus to the US market now, but to focus on the domestic market. For the time being in the US, it is only selling Avril Records products and some cheap electronic products." Lin Feng explained with a smile. "You have to eat one bite at a time, and you can't make a fat man with one bite. If you want to fully open up the American market and continuously sell cheap Chinese products to the United States, that is not what DingDong and Lin Feng currently can do." Now, Lin Feng is just taking this opportunity to fight against the global record company blocking Avril Records to let DingDong.com build a solid stake in the United States. After getting Lin Feng's affirmation, Liu Yinying was also relieved. If you really let dingdang.com now aggressively attack the US market, it would be a bit outweigh the gains. Later, when Liu Yinying established the American branch of dingdong.com, when Lin Feng planned to start an internet radio station, he suddenly patted his forehead. How could he forget this website YouTube? YouTube, the largest video sharing website in the United States, was founded in 2005 and was later acquired by Google for $1.65 billion US. This is definitely a sweet pastry. Compared with the tomato network founded by Lam Feng's company Second World, YouTube has the biggest difference. Tomato.com is affected by domestic policies and can only provide videos officially, and netizens cannot upload videos. In YouTube, any netizen can upload videos with a capacity of no more than 100 MB and a length of no more than 10 minutes. The completely open architecture also makes YouTube the most influential video website in the world, with thousands of videos every day. It is spread to YouTube, but YouTube itself does not cost a penny at all. It only needs to provide network bandwidth and hard disk space. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had another idea in his mind. An idea to combat the global ban initiated by Sony Records. However, the premise is to establish YouTube first. Fortunately, at present, no one in the United States competes with Lin Feng. And now there is another advantage of establishing YouTube, which is to divert the attention of Motorola, the president of Sony Records. Otherwise, he would be aware of the fact that Motorola was staring at him to establish the American branch of dingdong.com. When the time comes, I will startle the snake. If you want to establish YouTube, you need 3 people, the 3 founders of YouTube. Lin Feng also luckily remembered their names: Chad Hurley, Steve Chen, Cht Kareem, and they can remember their names because of the 3 names. All have their own characteristics. As for looking for these 3 people, it couldn't be easier. Compared with the influence of Baidu on China, Lin Feng must admit that the influence of Google on the United States is absolutely earth-shaking, especially for all American netizens. In China, log into Baidu, although you can find all aspects of information, but subject to domestic policy restrictions, more information cannot be shared. By logging into Google, you can find almost all the information you want to know. After Lin Feng landed on Google, he only needed to enter the names of the 3 people. Almost all Americans who matched the names came out. After screening, Lin Feng could easily learn the whereabouts of the 3 people at the moment. Chen Xiaojun and the others are now working at an internet service provider called PayPal, Chinese name, PayPal, in San Jose, California, USA. Lin Feng contacted the 3 directly through ICQ, and after telling them his thoughts, after the 3 heard them, their keen sense of touch told the 3 that this was definitely an opportunity. The 3 Chen Xiaojun resigned without hesitation and joined the YouTube video network just created by Lin Feng. Lin Feng holds 85%, giving each of them 5% of the shares, and appoints Chad Hurley as the chief executive officer. Chen Xiaojun is the chief technical officer and Judd Klim is the consultant. In just a few days, with the abundant financial support of Lin Feng's investment of $5 million, the YouTube video network was established. The original videos were some precious personal videos of Avril and Michael Jackson. In order to expand the influence of YouTube as soon as possible, Lin Feng not only allowed his own FSNistan TV station to broadcast advertisements, but also spent millions of dollars to broadcast advertisements on major TV stations in the United States, and used himself as a Google. The advantage of one of the directors is that netizens who log on to Google will be the first to pop up a YouTube link when searching for videos and other websites. With Lin Feng's financial resources and the support of Google, the YouTube video network quickly became popular, and its open setting of uploading videos freely allowed many individuals who had taken many precious videos but had nowhere to publish them, opportunity to show yourself. In just 1 week, the number of daily views of YouTube exceeded 1 million, and the average daily uploaded video exceeded 8,000. As for Lin Feng's creation of YouTube, It is naturally clear that Lin Feng's Motorola has always been paid attention to. But he didn't understand what Lin Feng's move meant. Although this video site can help Avril to promote her records, if it can't be sold online, no amount of promotion is useful. Just when Motorola was puzzled, Lin Feng made a move. Lin Feng uploaded a top-secret video of the Fsnistan TV station music channel interviewing Avril. In the video, the host asked Avril why the major record houses in the United States did not sell her latest single. Avril said frankly that he did not know. Afterwards, the host interviewed many record shops and came to a conclusion: national record shops refused to sell Avril's records. Once this video was uploaded, the click rate was huge. In 3 days, it reached an astounding 6 million times. Those who listened to Avril's latest 2 singles, Girlfriend and You're Into A, fans can't find Avril's latest 2 single CDs in major record shops. I thought it was Avril's own record company that had a supply problem, and most of them were still waiting. Now after watching this video, I suddenly understand. Under the leadership of some of Avril's die-hard fans, thousands of Avril fans gathered, dressed in clothes with Avril's head, holding banners, chanting slogans, and chanting, "We want Avril, we want Avril." These fans demonstrated at the nation's largest record chain, Tower Records, and demanded that Tower Records sell Avril's records. Humphrey, is this your plan? Motora's hanging heart was completely let go, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. He originally thought that Lin Feng would be so smart, but he was attacking the record shop. This was undoubtedly digging his own grave. You have offended the record shops, and which record shop will sell your records in the future? Even if you are forced to sell it, you will put your record in the most inconspicuous place. Of course, what makes Motorola uncomfortable is that Lin Feng did not let Avril personally attack the record store, but let his TV host fire at the record store. This undoubtedly helped Avril avoid the turmoil. No need to offend the record shop yourself. If Avril personally criticizes these record shops, then Motorola has the opportunity to personally destroy this star who dared to grab food from his bowl. In Motorola's mind, it is believed that Avril Records and Michael Jackson are in partnership and want to seize the 50% copyright of Sony Records. Avril Records belongs to Avril, and Motorola naturally has a relationship with Avril in addition to resentment. Of course, there is Lin Feng, who is also the enemy that Motorola's heart desires the most to get rid of. As for the Avril fans who made trouble during the Ewing demonstration, Motorola didn't take it seriously. Thousands of people protested in Ewing, and they couldn't make a lot of storms at all. And Motorola has too many solutions. After a phone call, Tower Records faced reporters who had heard the news and announced that this was because the record store had adopted a brand new review standard. Avril's records had some words that did not meet their standards, so they would not sell them for the time being. Avril's record. This speech obviously did not satisfy Avril fans, but it also made Avril fans unable to object. After all, there are occasional indecent words in Avril's lyrics. But then there were hardcore fans protesting, and Avril's lyrics were mixed with 1 or 2 indecent words. This is a characteristic of punk and cannot be a basis for not selling Avril's records. And once again protested against the record store not selling Avril's records. Humphrey, the mob. Looking at the news, the hardcore fans of Avril protested, Motorola said disdainfully. While many hardcore fans of Avril continued to make trouble, Motorola combined with other record companies and major record houses to offer discounts on all records, and launched a selection of other popular superstars. Under these multiple promotions, the fan base that took the lead in making trouble quickly collapsed. After all, there are still a few real hardcores. Especially most people don't just listen to one person's song. Faced with the joint promotion of record shops and record companies, no one can ignore it. What's more, the tens of thousands of fans of King of Pop Michael Jackson complained for Michael Jackson at the time, and there was no turmoil. The thousands of fans of Avril were naturally even worse. A celebrity is a celebrity. I want to fight with the company. Motorola drank champagne proudly, watching the most hardcore fans on the TV screen gradually leave after the demonstration to no avail, Motora was full of pride. "Lin, why didn't you let me come out?" Michael Jackson couldn't help but ask when the action planned by Lin Feng to use fans to criticize the record store failed. He believes that with his appeal and influence, there will be more fans and greater demonstrations. After all, in Europe, whether it is London or Paris, there have been tens of thousands of fans cheering for him. In the United States, Los Angeles, New York and other places, Michael Jackson believes that he must have more fans. "Michael, it's not the time yet. Patience," Lin Feng said soothingly. "Motora, this is just a preview. The show has just begun," Lin Feng said confidently. In planning this fan demonstration, Lin Feng's real purpose is to enable the establishment of the US branch of DingDong.com without any interference. At present, the effect is significant, and Motorola has not even noticed DingDong.com. The establishment of the US branch. Of course, this fan action is just an introduction buried in advance for future plans. And Motorola didn't realize the real power of YouTube at all. "Boss, the US branch of DingDong.com has been established and has reached an online payment agreement with several large banks in the United States. At the same time, it has reached a national express contract with FedEx," Liu Yinying said with a long sigh. "Well, it's been hard work." Lin Feng poured a cup of coffee for Liu Yinying, thanking him. In the past few days, in addition to supervising her subordinates to step up preparations for the website of the US branch of DingDong.com, Liu Yinying has also negotiated online payment agreements with major US banks, such as Citibank and Midland Bank. FedEx negotiates business, and it is not possible to make a deal if it is busy. In just 1 week, the flight journey exceeds 10,000 kilometers. It can be described as extremely hard. "Haha, no way, who called you the boss?" "My subordinates." "Born to work hard." Liu Yinying shrugged helplessly and said, "By the way, boss, has Sony Records discovered our plan?" Lin Feng shook his head. Because of Lin Feng's high-profile preparations for YouTube, Motorola's attention was drawn to YouTube by Lin Feng, and in order to control the troubled Avril fans, he came up with a lot of methods, which were discounts and promotions. All the thoughts were taken to deal with the troubled fans, and the establishment of the American branch of DingDong.com was naturally ignored. "Boss, when will we launch DingDong.com?" Liu Yinying asked. "No hurry. Wait until I meet someone." "No, after a family." Lin Feng's eyes rarely showed uncertainty and hesitation. Liu Yinying was taken aback. She rarely saw Lin Feng so hesitant and uncertain, and subconsciously asked, "Who see?" "The Walton family, the owner of the world's largest chain store Walmart." Lin Feng showed a look of help on his face. Liu Yinying was surprised when she heard that. She didn't know why Lin Feng was looking for Walmart. There is one more chapter, which will be updated later in the evening, and the normal update will resume tomorrow. One chapter at 1 o'clock noon, one chapter at 5 p.m., one chapter at 8 p.m. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support authors, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 612 Joining Hands with Walmart. Walmart, the world's largest retail chain, has a total sales of $220 billion in 2001. While creating a historical record for the company's sales, it also surpassed ExxonMobil, which was ranked number 1 on the Forbes 500 list in 2000. Petroleum Company became the number 1 among the world's top 500 companies. It is also the world's largest private employer, with more than 1 million employees worldwide. It is no exaggeration to say that every move of Walmart affects the US and even the global economy. The Walton family that created and controlled Walmart was the richest family in the world. Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, died in 1992, leaving all his property to his wife and son. Helen Robson Walton, wife of Sam Walton, is now the honorary chairman of Walmart, has $18.4 billion in assets, owns 8.73% of Walmart shares, and is 74 years old. Samuel Robson Walton, the eldest son of Sam Walton, owns 8.87% of the shares in Walmart and has assets of $18.7 billion. He is 52 years old. The current president of Walmart, John Walton, the second son of Sam Walton, owns 9.06% of the shares in Walmart and has assets of $19.1 billion. He is 50 years old. Jim Walton, the youngest son of Sam Walton, owns a 9.01% stake in Walmart and has $19 billion in assets. He is 48 years old. Alice Louis Walton, the daughter of Sam Walton, owns 8.78% of Walmart and owns $18.7 billion in assets. He is 47 years old. The entire Walton family owns 44.45% of Walmart. The total equity of Walmart reached more than 3.8 billion shares, and the market shares were about 1.2 billion. During this period, Lin Feng secretly absorbed and purchased 50 million shares of Walmart at a price of $55.30 per share at a cost of $27.65. $100 million. Owns 1.31% of Walmart shares. Although these 50 million shares are insignificant for Walmart, which has a total share capital of 3.8 billion shares, it still attracted the attention of the Walton family, the controller of Walmart. After the investigation, people who secretly absorbed the shares of Walmart were discovered. After this Chinese who has become the most popular in the IT industry recently, the Walton family issued an invitation letter to Lin Feng. When receiving the invitation letter from the Walmart family, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Buying Walmart stock by oneself, in addition to wanting to diversify the investment, is more important to attract the attention of the Walton family. If you rush to visit yourself, others may not appreciate it. It's important for you to invite people in person. Then Lin Feng rushed to a small town in Kansas, USA, where Sam Walton started his business, Newport. When you first came to the house of Samuel Robson Walton, you could never believe that this is the house of the current president of Walmart. Compared with the neighbors around, this ordinary villa is too ordinary and ordinary. People thought it was just an ordinary American middle class living here. What made Lin Feng even more surprised was that it was Samuel Robson Walton, the current president of Walmart, who opened the door to greet Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry to let you come to the humble house not far away. Please come in. The 50-year-old Samuel Robson Walton looked extremely indifferent. But this is not the indifferent kind of rural folks. It's the indifferent seeing through all the prosperity in the world. These two kinds of indifferent. There is a kind of decisive difference in realm. After entering Samuel Robson Walton's house, Lin Feng was even more surprised. If Lin Feng were to use one word to describe the arrangement of Samuel Robson Walton's house, Lin Feng could only use one word to describe simplicity. But then I saw the honors and memorabilia of Walmart over the years on the wall, as well as the classic saying first, the customer is always right. Second, if you have any objections, refer to the first. Lin Feng is a little surprised. Walmart relies on diligence and economy to develop step by step from a small family store to the world's largest retail chain. After pouring Lin Feng a cup of coffee, Samuel Robson Walton is straight to the point. Mr. Lin, we are a retail chain business, and we know that time is money. I won't say any more polite words. Excuse me. Why did you buy 50 million shares of Walmart? Samuel Robson Walton believes that Lin Feng is definitely not trying to acquire Walmart, which is absolutely impossible. The Walton family owns 44.45% of Walmart's shares. Together with the other partners' shares, they hold more than 60% of the shares. Most of them are friends for many years. It is impossible for outsiders to acquire Walmart. Not to mention that Lin Feng does not have that many shares. Money. The reason why Samuel Robson Walton invited Lin Feng to come today was because he held the usual cautious attitude of Walmart and wanted to know what this Chinese man with assets of more than $40 billion wanted to do. Lin Feng smiled slightly. First of all, I am investing. In the past 10 years, the stocks of Walmart have been stable like an ancient well, but the annual dividends are very surprising. Especially last year, I just became the top of the world's top 500 companies. I have so much spare money in my hands. After the recent dot-com bubble burst, investing in Walmart is a very wise choice. Lin Feng explained. Samuel Robson Walton is non-committal. This is by no means the truth about Lin Feng's $2.765 billion acquisition of Walmart. The second point, I want to cooperate with Walmart, Lin Feng said with a smile. Cooperation? Samuel Robson Walton was stunned. He didn't know where his Walmart and Lin Feng could cooperate. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Walton, it is the 21st century, the internet age. I believe that Walmart can sell not only physical goods, but also virtual goods, Lin Feng said with a smile. Samuel Robson Walton was stunned. An unnoticeable color flashed in his eyes, but he didn't make a sound, but just poured another cup of coffee for Lin Feng. Mr. Walton, I believe you should understand what I mean. With the development of the internet and the popularization of digitalization, many consumers are now accustomed to downloading MP3 from the internet to listen to their favorite songs. This download is very huge. I believe Mr. Walton should be aware of the MP3 charging service download business provided by my subordinate Phantom Technology, and its monthly global profit is about $5 million. Lin Feng took a sip of coffee and continued. I believe Walmart can also sell online music charging services, and the prospects are even more promising. Samuel Robson Walton's eyes lit up when he heard it, but soon he drank coffee to cover up his past thoughts. However, this light is still captured by the wind of Samuel Robson Walton. Mr. Walton, Walmart can build an online music sales store. I believe this can bring more profit to Walmart. And the cooperation I am talking about is a subordinate Phantom Technology. A complete set of complete charging system and operating experience will be provided to Walmart free of charge. Of course, in return, in the profit sharing of MP3 downloads, my Phantom Technology only needs 30% of it, Lin Feng said. Samuel Robson Walton was slightly taken aback when he heard this. This kind of thing is simply a pie in the sky, which is equivalent to saying that Lin Feng gave up 70% of the profits to Walmart. There is no money-free lunch in the world, and Samuel Robson Walton never believed that Lin Feng would be so kind. Mr. Lin, please be blunt, this seems to be beneficial to Walmart, but what good is it to Mr. Lin? Samuel Robson Walton asked directly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Mr. Walton, you should know the contradiction between me and Sony Records and other record companies. Lin Feng asked lightly. Samuel Robson Walton nodded. Mr. Walton, then you should also know that the MP3 paid download service provided by my subordinate Phantom Technology, the copyrights of which are signed with major record companies. There are more than 1 month, the contract signed by Phantom Technology it's about to expire, but at the moment, these record companies don't seem to be sincere in renewing my contract. In that case, I might as well contribute this system. I believe that with the strength of Walmart, these record companies are certain will buy it, and will sign a license agreement with Walmart. In this way, although I lost 70% of the profit, it is at least better than nothing at all, isn't it? Not to mention the customers who bought my Phantom MP3 player can still enjoying the service is the most important thing, Lin Feng said helplessly. Samuel Robson Walton nodded. However, Mr. Lin, aren't you afraid that I am developing an online music system alone now? Samuel Robson Walton thought about it and couldn't help asking. After all, Walmart is also fully capable of developing this online charging system, but it takes a little longer. If Mr. Walton is so unwise, I can only transfer it to the Apple company. Although Jobs and I are competitors, it does not mean that we cannot cooperate. The enemy's enemy is a friend. If Walmart sells online music, I think Mr. Jobs, the president of Apple, will be very happy to work with me, Lin Feng said confidently. Samuel Robson Walton was silent after hearing this. If Lin Feng and Jobs cooperate, then Walmart may face a bloody battle to develop an online music system. Instead, choose to cooperate with Lin Feng. Walmart does not need to spend almost anything and can get phantom technology every month. 70% of the profits of the original MP3 download system. This is a bargain. But Samuel Robson Walton never believed that Lin Feng asked for only these. Mr. Walton, I still have a little request. I hope that Walmart can sell Avril records, and according to the style of the records will be placed in the most conspicuous places in different merchandise areas. Sell. Of course, as a promise. No matter how the situation changes in the future, all records of Avril Records will only be sold on Walmart. Lin Feng stated his true purpose. Samuel Robson Walton suddenly realized, only at this moment did I understand the significance of Lin Feng's acquisition of 1.31% of Walmart shares. I am afraid it is to use the power of Walmart to fight against the blocking of major record companies in the world. This is one of the reasons why Lin Feng specially sent Walmart 70% of the profits. Samuel Robson Walton closed his eyes, thinking for a while. He wants to calculate whether the cooperation between Walmart and Lin Feng is a loss or a profit. After all, cooperating with Lin Feng means that Walmart indirectly ran into with global record companies. Lam Feng did not urge Samuel Robson Walton, tasting the coffee silently, adding the coffee when he finished drinking. And when Lin Feng drank the third cup of coffee, Samuel Robson Walton opened his eyes. Mr. Lin, I think we should be able to become a very good partner. Samuel Robson Walton stretched out his hand. Walmart is the world's largest retail chain, and it has no intersection with record companies. If there is, it is the record company seeking Walmart instead of Walmart seeking record company. That being the case, Walmart is of course fearless. Benefits come first. Thank you Mr. Walton for giving me this opportunity to cooperate. I think from now on Walmart should add a new profit point to cord sales. Lin Feng said with a smile. Samuel Robson Walton smiled confidently. Walmart sells records a few years ago, but it is small in scale and cannot be compared with record shops. The cooperation with Lin Feng means that record sales will become one of the other major businesses of Walmart. After all, from now on, all the records of Avril Records will only be sold on Walmart, which will bring more traffic, more customers and more business to Walmart. Of course, the premise is that Avril Records can survive and have more singers. However, as long as Avril Records can survive the current level, with the appeal of Avril and Michael Jackson, there will be more artists under Avril Records in the future. Therefore, Samuel Robson Walton decided to cooperate with Lin Feng to completely grab the business from the record store and make Walmart more prosperous. This is also Lin Feng's original intention. These record shops follow the instigation of the record companies, and the world rejects the records of Avril Records. Then I will uproot your entire record store and let you fall apart. Within 10 years, I will let the record industry disappear. You can offend me, but don't offend my women and friends, or I will make you pay a price that you absolutely cannot bear. Lin Feng's eyes shot a ray of bloodthirsty light. Samuel Robson Walton couldn't help but chill. But he felt excited when he thought of Walmart gradually eroding the profits of record shops in the future. Walmart is the world's largest retail chain, so everything must be the best and cheapest in the world. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at Samuel Robson Walton and said suddenly, Mr. Walton, I now own 1.31% of the shares of Walmart. I am also planning to purchase another 20 million shares to account for 2% of the shares. I wonder if one of my cousins can become a director of Walmart. She is just listening. No matter what, I don't do anything. Don't make a statement, just have such an honor. Lin Feng said with a smile. Samuel Robson Walton was taken aback. Mr. Walton, because she used to work in the Carifa supermarket, and she clashed with the manager and left in anger. I just wanted to help her raise her eyebrows. As long as she has a false name, she just sits in a meeting. There is nothing. Voting rights. Lin Feng continued to explain, but he was full of nonsense. Samuel Robson Walton frowned and thought about it. If it was just like this, then there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, if Lin Feng really owns 2% of the shares, he does have the right to join the board of directors. After thinking about it, Samuel Robson Walton nodded in agreement. Thank you, Mr. Walton, for your kindness. I thank you for my cousin. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 613th chapter, Counterattack, begins. Samuel Robson Walton gladly agreed to Lin Feng's eligibility requirements for the board of directors. Lin Feng purchased another 20 million shares of Walmart and owned 2% of the shares, becoming the 12th largest shareholder of Walmart and qualified to be on the board of directors. Moreover, Lin Feng only requested the qualifications of a named director, not the right to vote, and was just to vent his cousin. Samuel Robson Walton naturally had no reason to disagree. What's more, Carrefour is the second largest retailer in the world, second only to Walmart. Both companies have always been competitors. Samuel Robson Walton is still very good at Carrefour. For Samuel Robson Walton, this named director was just a matter of effort. But for Lin Feng, this named director has far-reaching significance. With the development of B2C business to customer, DingDong.com under Lin Feng has become increasingly demanding on logistics systems and supply chain management, and now DingDong.com is also beginning to expand into the international market, with logistics systems and supply chain management. The procedure will be the key to determining whether DingDong.com can successfully expand into the international market and make profits. Moreover, Wang Juntao is still conceiving whether to develop a B2B business system. By then, the massive cargo transportation and distribution will be the most severe test of DingDong.com. In Lin Feng's view, the current DingDong.com does not yet have the logistics system and supply chain management procedures that match the sales volume. If you lag behind, you must learn. Walmart is what Lin Feng wants to learn from. Walmart can grow from a simple mom-and-pop store to the world's #1 retail chain. It is famous for its logistics system and supply chain management. With this set of leading global logistics systems and supply chain management procedures, Walmart commodity logistics costs accounted for only 1.3% of sales, while Kmart, the originator of modern supermarket retail companies, accounted for 8.75%. Sears, another U.S. supermarket giant, is 5%. With the sales of Walmart of $220 billion in the past year, Walmart can save up to $8.14 billion in cost compared with other retail giants. $8.14 billion. This is an extremely alarming figure. This is also a very important basis for Walmart to call out everyday price and the world's lowest promise. Lin Feng wanted to plagiarize this set of logistics system and supply chain management procedures and use it as his own. Therefore, Lin Feng spent a lot of time to spend $3.871 billion to buy 2% of the shares of Walmart, and asked Samuel Robson Walton for a director qualification to let his own people go inside. Learn slowly. As for the cousin candidate, Lin Feng already has a general candidate in his mind. Of course, Lin Feng invested $3.871 billion for this purpose, and Lin Feng did not lose money. Walmart stocks have been stable for 10 years, and there is no fear that the stocks purchased will shrink sharply, and the annual dividends are also extremely gratifying. Mr. Lin, happy cooperation, Samuel Robson Walton said with a handshake. Mr. Walton, happy cooperation. Lin Feng satisfied with Samuel Robson Walton and signed an online music store operation cooperation agreement, and reached that Avril records will only be available in Walmart sales agreement. After leaving Samuel Robson Walton's house, Lin Feng returned to Los Angeles. Lin Have you really reached a record sales agreement with Walmart? Also, have you transferred the online MP3 sales system of Phantom Technology to Walmart? Liu Yinying was surprised. Liu Yinying never thought that Lin Feng would transfer the online MP3 sales system to Walmart. Although the licensing contracts with many record companies were about to expire, it was not impossible to negotiate. After all, the online MP3 sales system is also profitable for these record companies. And now it is only because of Michael Jackson's 50% of the Sony Records copyright and Avril Records' violation of the rules that Lin Feng and many record companies are guilty. But in Liu Yinying's view, this is definitely not unsolvable. Merchants only want profit. As long as Lin Feng can give them enough profit, Liu Yinying believes that other record companies don't have to fight Lin Feng. Lin, did it really cost you a lot? Avril held Lin Feng's arm tightly with a look of guilt. In Avril's view, Lin Feng is the third richest in the world. Helping her is just a matter of effort. Lin, I'm very sorry, maybe you don't need to sacrifice so much. It better sign with other record companies. I believe that I can still get more generous treatment. Michael Jackson also frowned again and again. This time it was just him. He was already very sorry for affecting Avril's personal affairs, but he could still owe Avril's favor. But if Lin Feng was further dragged on, he couldn't accept it. Ha, it's okay, this was what I expected. I was prepared for this from the beginning. Lin Feng laughed indifferently. For Lin Feng, who knows the future, with the popularity of mobile phones, especially multimedia mobile phones, MP3 players will gradually withdraw from the market. There will be a glorious 1 year at most, and then mobile phones will become the world. By then, most of them will rely more on mobile phones or MP4 to listen to MP3, rather than professional MP3 players. Now transfer this online MP3 sales system to Walmart and get the friendship of Walmart. Not only is it not a loss, but it is very worthwhile. Okay. Don't worry. If you really feel that I have lost a lot of money, you can endorse me for free when my Phantom Technology mobile phone comes out in the future. Lin Feng said with a smile. Of course. Michael Jackson and Avril nodded heavily. Don't forget to report. Whether it's Michael Jackson or Avril, they are not the kind of villain who forgets righteousness. Lin Feng listened and felt happy. But this time he made a lot of money. Its own Phantom Technology has been negotiated with the famous French mobile phone manufacturer, and the final details are being discussed. Once the acquisition is successful, with his grasp of future mobile phone trends and the popularity of Michael Jackson and others, Lin Feng believes that his Phantom Technology mobile phone will become a new global hotspot. Yinying, how about it? Is dingdang.com already ready? We have to cooperate with the Walmart's record sales plan to release at the same time. Lin Feng turned to confess. Well, I know. Liu Yinying nodded her head. Lin Feng smiled triumphantly. Motorola, my counterattack has begun. 3 days later, all major television stations in the United States, Walmart announced that they will simultaneously sell the ads of the latest 2 Avril singles in 1,173 chain stores across the United States, and will subsequently lock in and sell them in Walmart worldwide. At the same time, when Lin Feng's FSNSTAN TV broadcast the Houston Rockets game, it also broadcasted an advertisement on dingdong.com to sell the latest 2 singles of Avril online during the primetime period. The overwhelming advertisements have made all Avril fans who have been wanting to be ecstatic, especially nowadays. There are many ways to buy these 2 Avril singles, all of which are extremely convenient. Otaku or fans who don't have time and are busy with work can buy them on dingdong.com, which is not only convenient for payment, but also home delivery. If you have free time, you can go to Walmart all over the United States to buy and purchase 2 records at the same time. You can also get a discount, which is fully in line with the Walmart strategy of parity every day. In the first week, Avril's 2 singles Anywhere Gone and Girlfriend were on the top of the latest US record sales charts, each of which sold 375,000 copies. For the first time, a singer topped the list with 2 singles at the same time. Of course, these two singles by Avril can achieve this amazing result. It is also because these two songs have appeared for too long, but there has been no record sale. The backlog of Avril's fans has been vented this week. It also made its first week's sales reach such an astonishing level. Of course, it must also be admitted that these two songs by Avril are indeed very good. Damn it. How so? Sony Records headquarters, Motora patted the table angrily and drawled. He never thought that Lin Feng's DingDong.com would secretly cross the Chenkang and open a branch in the United States. Moreover, according to a survey conducted by Motorola, Lin Feng's DingDong.com signed an online payment agreement with major US banks and signed a courier service with FedEx. It was precisely when the YouTube video site was just created and Avril fans made trouble. I was fooled. I was fooled by Lin Feng. Motorola was frantic in the office, annoyed. But this is not what makes Motorola hysterical. What really drives Motorola crazy is that Walmart actually sells two of Avril's singles and advertises them all in the United States. This undoubtedly slapped Motorola a lot. And Motorola sent people to understand that Walmart put these two albums of Avril in the most conspicuous place. As long as customers enter Walmart, they can see it, which also allows many customers to buy Avril's albums. Why, what the hell is this? Motora, who could not understand the actions of Walmart, grabbed the phone angrily and called Walmart President Samuel Robson Walton. However, after the phone call, Motorola instantly controlled his emotions and tried to maintain a calm and gentle tone. Mr. Walton, good afternoon. Long time no see. Calling today, I just have a question. Are there any indecent words in these two singles of Avril? Walmart has consistently reviewed the records. How can the system be passed, and it will be advertised in the United States? Our company and other record companies' records don't have such treatment. Mr. Walton, you are too favoritism to our other record companies. Motorcycle. Although Ra was uneasy in his heart, facing the president of Walmart Samuel Robson Walton, he did not dare to use the tone of reproach and could only speak softly. After all, Walmart and record companies do not have any intersection. Although Walmart also sells records, at present, its record sales only account for less than 0.01% of Walmart. It can be said that Walmart's dependence on record sales is dispensable. If Motorola pulls its records out of Walmart, it will not be Walmart that will suffer, but many record companies. Mr. Motora, I am forgiving. Our Walmart audit standards have always been fair and strict. Now that the audit department has passed, it can naturally be sold. As for advertising throughout the United States, that is our marketing strategy. I think our Walmart's marketing strategy is not qualified for other companies to question. Samuel Robson Walton said lightly. Motora touched a nail that was neither soft nor hard, and there was a displeasure on her face, but she did not dare to show it. Mr. Walton, we naturally believe in your company's review system and have no right to question your company's marketing strategy. However, I have a gratuitous request. I wonder if you can ask your company to place other record companies' records under the proper position. I think this is also the hope of all record companies. Motorola emphasized the word appropriate and carried out all record companies to put pressure on Samuel Robson Walton. Samuel Robson Walton sneered. Mr. Motora, how to put the records is the responsibility of our company's container department. I don't think other companies can direct us. Okay, Mr. Motora, I have something to do. Goodbye. Samuel Robson Walton hung up. Mr. Walton, Motora screamed. But there were bursts of blind tone on the phone. Damn it, bastard. So arrogant. Motora hung up the phone heavily, her face distorted. But for Walmart, he has nothing to do. No, absolutely can't do this. Motora then called other record companies, and must not allow Avril Records to turn over, otherwise their banning would be a waste of effort and become a laughingstock. Unexpectedly, a phone call from Motorola ended up irritating Motorola. Mr. Motora, the previous promotional activities, discounts, and selected albums have reached the saturation point of the market. It can even be said that to a certain extent, the interests of our company's artists have been harmed. Of course, it is definitely necessary to block Avril Records, but if the interests of our company's artists are too damaged, we will not be able to explain to them. Mr. Motora, it is still free to launch relevant promotions now. If Mr. Motora has other good solutions, please let us know and we will definitely cooperate with you. BMG, or record companies such as Time Warner, unanimously rejected Motorola's plan to promote again. After all, for other companies, it is absolutely unacceptable to lose both sides with Avril Records. In particular, there is Lin Feng behind Avril Records, and now Walmart is backing Avril Records. The record company already feels that this blocking operation will fail. Anyway, 50% of the copyright in Michael Jackson's hand belongs to Sony Records, not their company. It's good to get it, but it doesn't matter if you don't get it. As for Avril Records breaking the rules of the industry, it is not completely unacceptable to say it. Of course, by joining Avril Records, artists can get the most profit. But Avril Records is currently in the recording industry, as immature as a baby, still unable to compare with them. Moreover, if there are too many artists joining, I am afraid that they may not be able to obtain the desired profit. After various calculations in this way, other record companies would naturally not choose to cooperate with Avril Records. Perhaps it is to fight with Lin Feng. Damn, short-sighted guy. Motora hung up again, annoyed, sitting on the chair sulking. How to do? Now how to do? Motora is a bit at a loss at the moment. But when Motora was a little at a loss, Lin Feng made another move. This world is a society of money. Although money cannot buy everything, 99.99% of the world's things can be sold through money. Many record companies have joined forces to put pressure on the record store to make the record store reject Avril's records, so Lin Feng can also use the money to buy the record store and let him fight back. How many record shops are there in the United States? Lin Feng didn't know, but he knew that few people in this world don't love money. Salk, look, there are only two of us here, no reporters, no lawyers. This is just a drunken talk after getting drunk. I just ask you casually, I just want to know if Sony Records are you pressured to not allow the record store to sell Avril's records? Lin Feng asked a record store owner with a toast with a drink. Sales opened his drunk eyes, looked at Lin Feng's $10,000 check, and then at the silent box around him. He smiled. Mr. Lin, I'll tell the truth. Yes, we are indeed affected by Sony. Record companies, as well as other record companies, have suggested that we refuse to sell Avril's records for various reasons. After speaking, Sales took away the check in Lin Feng's hand with a smug smile on his face. In a word, there are $10,000 in the account, which is too easy. Besides, this is also true, and he is not slandering others. Lin Feng also showed a satisfied smile, and got the information he wanted the most. Afterwards, Sales and Lin Feng parted ways and went home with satisfaction with a check for $10,000. But Sales didn't know that all this in the box just now was recorded by the camera. And this incident also happened in 26 other places. Boss, get it done. Chen Shai-jun, the chief technical officer of YouTube, posted these 27 videos to YouTube using 27 different accounts. Motorola, you underestimated the role of YouTube, Lin Feng said with a sneer. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 614, Desperate Sashimi? When these 27 videos appeared on YouTube, it immediately caused an uproar. In just a few hours, the number of users who viewed these 27 videos exceeded 1 million, and the number of websites reposted in them was tens of thousands. Overnight, the world knew that Sony Records blocked the news of Avril. Although these 27 videos are not very clear, the appearance of the characters is faintly visible, and the voice is absolutely clear. All netizens who clicked on the video could clearly hear the voice of the owner of the record store inside, and immediately understood why they couldn't buy Avril's record at the record store. There are also good news netizens. Through a Google search, they found that the bosses of these 27 record shops have their own people, and the scenes have also been searched out, and good news netizens listed one of them on the internet. All these evidences prove that these 27 videos are by no means fabricated. At the moment, the entire United States is shaking, and with the development of the internet, these 27 videos will soon be broadcast to the world. There was an uproar among fans all over the world. They did not expect that Sony Records would be so overbearing and brutal to block a pop diva. All of a sudden, rumors spread, all speculating why Sony Records wanted to block Avril. For the 27 videos that appeared unexpectedly, all the record companies were dumbfounded. They didn't know why it suddenly broke out. Especially Motorola, the president of Sony Records, is even more silly. Why? How could this happen? Motorola was stunned and speechless. Especially what embarrassed Sony Records at present is that all the videos are directed to Sony Records, and there is no mention of any other record company. This also makes Sony Records extremely passive. The taste that Kian Fu refers to is by no means so pleasant. Damn, it must be the Chinese, it must be him. Motorola is the president of Sony Records after all, and soon recovered. After a little scrutiny, he knew that this was Lin Feng's devil. YouTube belongs to Lin Feng. It may be a coincidence that 27 videos can appear on YouTube instantly. There must be someone behind the scenes. This person does not need to guess, but also knows that it must be Lin Feng. Of course, Motorola and Global Records calculated Avril Records, and Lin Feng calculated that he was also normal. It's just a matter of courtesy. And what really makes Motorola angry is why Lin Feng pointed the finger at Sony Records. The ban order was issued this time, but it was a joint decision made by the global record companies. Otherwise, the strength of Sony Records alone would not be able to carry out a global ban. However, Lin Feng targeted Sony Records. The 27 videos were all aimed at Sony Records, which made Motorola vomit blood. If there are other record companies, Motorola believes that Sony Records will definitely not be so passive now, and Lin Feng will target all record companies, and the retaliatory action brought about will definitely make Lin Feng unable to go around. But Lin Feng just pointed the finger at Sony Records. Too cunning, too cunning. Motorola cursed secretly. Lin Feng smiled triumphantly at Motorola's curse. Shoot the bird. Sony Records is currently the world's largest record company and the initiator of this banned incident. Naturally, Lin Feng will take revenge against Sony Records. Moreover, although Lin Feng wanted revenge, he was not crazy yet. If the spearhead is aimed at the entire record industry, it will definitely ignite the fire and drive these record companies into anxieties. Whether it is a lawsuit or a subsequent battle, Lin Feng is unable to compete with it. I had to find a company to do it and warn the other record companies. This object is naturally Sony Records. It was Sony Records that initiated this blocking incident, and it was Sony Records that argued with Michael Jackson, and 50% of the copyright in Michael Jackson's hands was also Sony Records. For many reasons, it was impossible for Lin Feng to choose Sony Records. For the videos on YouTube, many reporters were extremely excited and even hyped. For news media, they don't care who is involved. As long as there is news, readers care about it. In the end, under the hype of physical media and online media, this incident rose to a scandal, called the Sony Gate. Motorola, this Sony Gate incident not only affects Sony Records, but also affects the parent company. You must clarify as soon as possible, otherwise you should know the consequences. Motorola received a call from the parent company in the office. Boss, Motorola wanted to explain, but the other party had already hung up the phone. Jerk. Motorola hung up the phone angrily, but she was in distress and didn't know how to deal with it. By the way, other significant record shops can stand up and clarify. Motorola had a flash of inspiration in his mind and immediately called the largest record stores in the United States, such as Tower Records. Mr. Motorola, don't worry, We know how to do it. The bosses of the largest record shops in the United States promised in unison. Subsequently, the Tower Record Store and the Bay Area Record Store issued statements in succession, claiming that the record company had never received instructions from any record company to block Avril Records, the reason why they did not sell Avril records, but because of their review standards have been changed. Avril's records failed to pass. But obviously, these words are unconvincing. Said it was a change in the review standard. Isn't this bluffing? But many large record houses say this, and ordinary people cannot refute it. People have the freedom to formulate such audit standards. Humphrey, I want to use the record store to fight back against me. Dreaming. Lin Feng coldly smiled. Then Lin Feng held a press conference, and Avril stood up. My record is by no means a vulgar record. All my songs are just a true portrayal of my heart, although occasionally mixed with one or two indecent words. The same is true for my first 2 albums. I don't understand why the current standard it suddenly changed, and it seems that other records can be sold just for me. Avril said frankly to all reporters at the press conference. Avril's remarks undoubtedly embarrassed record shops such as Tower Record Store and Bay Area Record Store, because many of the records they sell are standard vulgar records, which makes a lot of consumption. I don't understand why those fuck records can be sold, but Avril's can't be sold. What made these record shops even more embarrassing was that Walmart stood up at this time. Our Walmart review system has always been very strict. Regarding Avril's 2 new singles, we believe that she is in full compliance with our review system and is by no means a vulgar record. A Walmart spokesperson said in a statement, Walmart can stand up. In addition to Lin Feng owns 2% of Walmart shares. It is also a reward for the transfer of the online MP3 sales system of Lin Feng's company Phantom Technology, which Lin Feng has sincerely transferred to Walmart. There is no concealment at all. Walmart will naturally reciprocate. What's more, in the future, Avril records will be sold on Walmart, and Walmart does not want the rumors of these record houses to affect the future sales of Avril records. What's more, Walmart began to sell records on a large scale, and naturally became a competitor with these traditional record houses. If it can defeat the opponent's reputation, it will naturally cooperate abnormally. Walmart's statement undoubtedly dealt a fatal blow to Tower Records and other large record companies, and made them silent. After all, Walmart has always been picky about records. Many fans often complain that Walmart's review system is a bit abnormal, but now Walmart can sell, but record shops cannot sell. This is absolutely unconvincing. The interpretation of Tower Records and other large record houses is absolutely inexplicable. Suddenly, the group of heroes were indignant, and they all pointed their fingers at these large record shops. Since they said that they hadn't received any signal from the record company, why didn't they sell Avril's records? Of course, you can have the right not to sell Avril's records, but you must give the public an explanation. In the face of doubts from all walks of life, large record houses such as Tower Records are in desperation. They decided to support Motorola at a critical moment in order to win a relationship with the record company. After all, this time is sending charcoal in the snow. Not to mention that they don't think this is such a big thing. Who would have provoked Walmart? If they knew that Walmart would jump out, they would definitely not support Motorola. Of course, in order to maintain the relationship with the record company, they remain silent at most, and will definitely not be the target of the first shot now. Now, many record shops can only be the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shinobu. Wait for the storm to pass. After all, there are so many news happening in the United States every year. This is just one of the more eye-catching news. After this period of limelight, the people may have forgotten about it a long time ago. Humphrey, it's not that easy to pretend to be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But Lin Feng will never let them go. Under Lin Feng's arrangement, Michael Jackson, who was the real cause of this incident, stood up. All fans, as well as all artists, If record shops use such means to block artists' records, it will not only hurt the artists, but also all the fans. It will hurt the entire music industry. I hope that all artists can stand up against this brutal blockade of record shops. Michael Jackson exclaimed. If Avril's record was banned, it could only arouse sympathy from everyone. Then Michael Jackson's ascending call undoubtedly really violent. The bomb. Michael Jackson, the king of pop, has too many friends in the American entertainment circle. There are countless singers who have been favored or helped by him. He stood up like this and many singers came forward. And they are all superstar figures of the emperor. Pop star Mariah Carey was the first to stand up. The record store united to block the singer, which is shameful. What right do they have to decide the fate of the singer? Isn't it enough that we, as a singer, concentrate on singing our own songs and dedicate the best singing to everyone? The hip-hop superstar Jay-Z, the king of New York, also stepped forward. Oh my God, the record store teamed up to block the singer. It's terrible. Maybe I have to make a good relationship with these record houses before I release records in the future. Maybe I have to invite them to dinner first. The emergence of superstars one by one has undoubtedly brought the turmoil to the climax, and the outside world has become more and more suspicious of large record houses such as Tower Records. Yes, instead of going to them to buy records, I would rather go to a small record store or Walmart to buy. And this is undoubtedly fatal for these record shops. If all the fans do not come to them to buy records, then there is only one ending waiting for them. The door is closed. Closing the door is naturally absolutely not allowed. Mr. Motora, if you don't want to solve this problem anymore, for our survival, we can only show the truth. Tower Records and several large record shops jointly put pressure on Motora. After all, they have suffered for others, and there is no reason to make them bear all the guilt. In particular, these superstars are actually aiming at their most innocent record store, which makes them feel really wronged. Of course, what large record shops such as Tower Records don't know is that this is all in Lin Feng's plan. Lin Feng is going to put pressure on them, and finally force the black-handed Motorola behind the scenes. As long as this pressure is great enough, these record shops will absolutely not be able to bear it, and will naturally reveal the true truth in the end. Compared with record companies, the strength of these record companies is too weak. I really can't touch these companies, but it doesn't mean I can't touch these record shops. This is not a plan made by Lin Feng. Start from the weakness. Especially this weakness is so obvious, so vulnerable. Received joint protests from several of the largest record shops in the United States, even threatening to make Motorola chaos. He didn't expect things to develop into this way. It's going to be where it is now. It's just 2 stars. Do you want to bow to it, the world's largest record company? No, never. Motora roars unwillingly. If you bow your head, it not only means that the blocking operation failed, it also means that the 50% of the copyright in Michael Jackson's hands will never be taken back by Sony Records, and it may even end up in the hands of Avril Records. At that time, the consequences would be disastrous. What's more, if you don't get back 50% of the copyright in Michael Jackson's hands, all that awaits him is voluntarily leaving. Of course, to put it bluntly, it means to be fired. Whether it is for the sake of face or power, Motorola absolutely cannot accept failure. But Motorola has no idea what to do. By the way, you still need to tie the bell to untie the bell. As long as you find the 27 auction house bosses, as long as they are willing to come out to testify, saying that the words of that day were instigated by Lin Feng, then everything can be solved. Motora was excited. But when Motora was about to contact the 27 record shop owners, an assistant hurried in. President, log on to YouTube. The assistant said anxiously. Motorola landed on YouTube suspiciously, and a video appeared in the most conspicuous place of YouTube, the white paper of 27 record store owners, and the number of viewers reached a staggering 3.22 million. Motorola hurriedly clicked on. After clicking on it, it was the protagonist of the last 27 videos, the owner of 27 small record shops, facing the camera. They issued a statement in unison. proving that their record shop was indeed instructed by Motorola. The president of Sony Records banned Avril's records, and 3 of them also issued a recording certificate from Sony Records instructing to ban Avril's records. Although these 3 recordings are not what Motorola said personally, they can prove to be the instruction of the staff of Sony Records, and naturally it can prove that the record company's ban on Avril records is true. No. Impossible, it's impossible. Motorola yelled in panic. At this moment, the owner of a large record store such as Tower Records called, "I'm sorry, Mr. Motorola, we must protect ourselves." "No, you can't do this. You will definitely regret it." Motorola screamed upon hearing this. But what Motorola brought was a blind tone. Subsequently, Tower Records and other major American record houses jointly issued a statement proving that they had banned Avril Records from Sony Records President Motorola's instigation, and publicly apologized to Avril and the public very sincerely. The joint statement of Tower Records and other large record houses undoubtedly sounded the death horn of Motorola. "Quickly, find me those bosses." Motorola anxiously ordered the bodyguard, hoping to find these 27 bosses as much as possible to clarify for herself. After some investigation, "Sorry, Mr. Motorola, after analysis of these videos, 95% of these videos may not be in the United States, and according to the investigation, the record shops of these 27 bosses have been transferred at low prices, and the whole family has gone abroad and their whereabouts are unknown." The bodyguard said helplessly. What? Motorola is in despair. He already feels that his future is not bright. "Humphrey, want to find them? No way." After spending money to get these 27 record shop owners to publish this white paper, Lin Feng asked the 27 owners to relocate their family to a foreign country as early as possible. It's not expensive, it's only $1 million per person. In total, only $27 million was spent. This is the advantage of being rich. Besides, Lin Feng believed that he would be able to get back the $27 million. Motorola, for the benefit of the company, I hope you are mentally prepared. At this time, a call from the parent company of Sony Records informed that Motorola had been sacrificed. Boom! It was like 5 thunderstorms. In the face of this result, Motorola collapsed on the chair. Subsequently, Sony Records and other record companies issued a statement proving that the banning of Avril Records was only Motorola's personal behavior. The reason was that Michael Jackson once helped Motorola's ex-wife Mariah Carey divorce and held a grudge against Michael Jackson. Under the circumstances, Motorola carried out this irrational revenge action. The release of this violent news undoubtedly made Motorola's reputation ruined. In particular, Mariah Carey also stood up to prove that Motorola does have a paranoid character and a desire to control too much. Coupled with Mariah Carey's accusation, Motorola could never turn over again. With the chanting of Motorola's resignation and apology from all walks of life, Motorola can only resign sadly. Fortunately, in the end, Sony Records gave him full compensation as a compensation for his failure of the company. Although the Sony Gate incident seemed to come to an end with Motorola's resignation, a rumor spread on the internet that Motorola was just a scapegoat, and the real behind-the-scenes were these record companies. No matter where this rumor comes from, it has won the trust of the people. After all, without the authorization of the record company, Motorola would never have such a big right to carry out a global ban. Without the alliance of the global record company, it is impossible for the global record company to refuse to sell Avril's records. The spearhead was once again directed at many record companies. This naturally caused headaches for many record company bosses. In desperation, these record company bosses had no choice but to put down their figure and personally go to the behind-the-scenes Lin Feng to talk about it. "Mr. Lin, do you have any requirements?" many record company bosses said helplessly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 615. Vice President of Play? BMG, ME, Time Warner. Of course, the vice president of Sony Records gathered in Los Angeles in the Dream Mansion bought by Avril. When the vice presidents of many record companies rushed to the Dream Manor, Lin Fengxing had a barbecue with Avril, Lin Shilling, Liu Yinying and others. Feeling contented and uncomfortable, many vice presidents witnessed this situation and felt bitter. They called in advance and made an appointment with Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, when they came, Lin Feng was grilling, which was really irritating. The vice presidents of many record companies also murmured secretly in their hearts. No wonder the bosses of their respective companies didn't come. They all had a lesson in the past. Today, they must come to feel angry. Therefore, sending them these vice presidents not only represents the importance of the record company, but also prevents the president himself from being humiliated. The vice president, is used to receive anger. Many vice presidents looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and walked toward Lin Feng. Cheeky. Mr. Lin, Miss Avul, good afternoon. Many vice presidents said hello in unison. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng and others still grilled sausages and other things, and ignored everyone, which made many vice presidents embarrassed for a while. I wanted to walk away, but I didn't dare. This time, the president of the company confessed that the riots caused by the Sony Gate must be calmed down. Although the time of the riots caused by the Sony Gate was slightly subdued by the resignation of Motorola, the president of Sony Records, there was an undercurrent surging. In particular, the public is quite indignant about this Sony Gate incident. Although the record company's banning of singers is not news, it has never been in broad daylight. It is an unspoken rule, and no singer has ever challenged the authority of a record company. Now it is the king of pop Michael Jackson who challenges the authority of the record company, and there is a Lin Feng behind him, which undoubtedly makes things extremely tricky. Especially now in the internet age, Lin Feng's YouTube will undoubtedly make things more troublesome. If the trouble continues, no one knows what happened in the end. Of course, neither Michael Jackson nor Lin Feng would let many record companies send their vice presidents to come to negotiate. What scares many record companies is Walmart, the giant of the global retail chain industry and the top of the global top 500 list. In this Sony Gate incident, it is not the record companies that have suffered the most, including Sony Records. Although it has a bad reputation for banning singers, fans did not hate Sony Records' contracted artists. As long as Sony Records promotes a little in the future, this matter can be revealed in one click. The record shop is the real damage. This time, as Tower Records and other record shops joined the ban, although they apologized to their fans, sales declined sharply. Most fans began to choose to buy records at Walmart. This is not a good thing for many record companies. If Walmart ultimately dominates the record sales market, it is by no means a good thing for many record companies. Record companies can control record shops, but they cannot control Walmart. Of course, record companies can also prohibit the sale of records on Walmart, but in this way, I am afraid that what will happen in the end is beyond the record company's ability to predict. The best way is that the record store and Walmart, referring to the record sales department, coexist. Therefore, many vice presidents came here today to discuss and see what Lin Feng wants. Let Lin Feng continue to toss like this, the situation will definitely get out of control in the end, and it will not be good for everyone. In particular, these record companies also learned that Lin Feng now owns 2% of Walmart. Although not much, it is enough to cause headaches for these record companies. Mr. Lin, Time Warner's vice president, whispered again. However, Lin Feng and others are still grilling sausages, which makes many vice presidents even more embarrassed. Although they are just a vice president, they can be regarded as decent figures. It is really infuriating that Lin Feng is so indifferent. Just when many vice presidents were a little impatient, Lin Feng finally put down the sausage in his hand. Oh, everyone is here. Please sit down. Lin Feng looked back and saw many vice presidents, with surprise on his faces, and at the same time he took off the earphones from his ears, without the slightest apologetic words on his face. Sorry, Sorry, I was listening to music just now, but I didn't hear it. At this moment, there was a sneer from Avril and others. Obviously, Lin Feng was talking nonsense. But for many company vice presidents, even though they knew that Lin Feng was talking nonsense, they did not dare to pursue it. What's more, Lin Feng gave them a step down. At least there are still 2 earplugs hanging on their ears, which are left for them to some extent. Some face. Sit down, guys. The weather is so good today. Is it wrong to have a beer or barbecue? Lin Feng said with a soft smile. Many vice presidents came to talk today, but they didn't expect that Lin Feng asked them to sit here at the barbecue. This was a bit beyond their expectations. They looked at each other and still sat down reluctantly. However, many vice presidents are sitting on pins and needles with uncomfortable faces. Lin Feng smiled secretly when he saw it. The play just now was just to vent her anger for Avril. These record companies have joined forces to suppress Avril's record company, almost killing them all. Now that the situation has reversed, they have come to make peace. This is too deceptive. Today, if you take the opportunity to rectify them, it is in my heart. How to eliminate the evil spirit. Hi, Joker, a servant, help me prepare some barbecue knives and forks for these gentlemen, as well as beer, Lin Feng ordered. Okay, sir. Joker turned and left. Not long after, Joker brought knives, forks and beer to the vice presidents of many record companies. Mr. Lin, we are here today to discuss important matters with you. The vice president of BMG Records had no choice but to take over the knife, fork and beer. Is it different? Isn't it pleasant to talk about things while drinking beer, eating barbecue, enjoying the sun? Lin Feng sent a grilled sausage to his nose, sniffed, and bit down. Mouthful of oil. Yes. BMG vice president still had to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. Avril, give me some paper, and cold beer, it's hot. Lin Feng said in a speechless voice. Take it, look at you, like a child. Avril laughed loudly and handed Lin Feng a tissue and cold beer. A black line drifted across the faces of the vice presidents of many record companies. This is like talking about things, clearly flirting. Lin Feng smiled secretly in his heart. Fortunately, the vice president came. If he came to the president, Lin Feng would really not dare to play like this. After all, the vice president is nothing more than a vice president. Playing the vice president will not hurt the overall situation. But even though they knew that Lin Feng was playing tricks, many vice presidents could only pretend to be deaf and dumb, as if they didn't know. By the way, where were we just now? Lin Feng asked. The vice presidents of many companies were speechless for a while. At this moment, several people walked in from outside. Hi, Avril, a female yelled. Many vice presidents were very familiar with this voice, and looked back curiously, but they were surprised when they saw it. The person here is not someone else, it is the pop queen Mariah Carey, and there is a girl beside her. Although she is not as famous as Mariah Carey, many vice presidents still know her. She is also a girl. Disbanded one of the members of the group, Beyoncé. What are they doing here? The vice presidents of the record company were surprised. Lin Feng's heart jumped wildly when she saw Beyoncé. Mariah Carey and Beyoncé did not expect to see so many record company vice presidents here. They were slightly taken aback, especially when they saw the respectful attitude of many record company vice presidents towards Lin Feng. They were secretly shocked. Hi, Mariah Carey, Beyoncé, go, let's go in and talk. Avril clapped her hands and jumped up, pulling Mariah Carey and Beyoncé into it. Many vice presidents of the record company were curious and wanted to see the past, but now they still have to discuss business with Lin Feng. But they still barely hear a few words, contract, signing, etc., when they stretch their ears. Are Mariah Carey and Beyoncé signing with Avril's record company? The vice president of the record company was shocked. If this is the case, I am afraid that Avril Records will rise rapidly, coupled with Avril's own strength, as well as the strength of Michael Jackson, and Lin Feng, the third richest man in the world, backing up, of course, to calculate the support of Walmart. I am afraid that Avril Records will become as powerful as any record company present. Thinking of this possibility, Many vice presidents were frightened. However, the immediate important matter is still negotiated with Lin Feng, so that Lin Feng will no longer use YouTube and his influence in Google to influence public opinion on the internet, causing trouble for many record companies, especially record shops. After thinking about it, many vice presidents looked at each other, decided not to delay, and cut the mess quickly. Mr. Lin, I believe you should be clear about our intentions. We have also brought our sincerity. The vice president of Time Warner offered a contract, and the vice presidents of other record companies also offered a contract. This is about the online MP3 sales system owned by Mr. Lin's company Phantom Technology, and the MP3 music license agreement for sales. We will again authorize Phantom Technology to sell digital music of our company online. Time's Vice President Warner said, "This contract is the best sincerity they can show, and they believe that Lin Feng also desperately needs it. After all, Lin Feng's Phantom Technology has one of its biggest competitors, Apple. If it wants to compete with Apple's iPod, Lin Feng's Phantom Technology needs this license agreement. This is the weakness of Phantom Technology, and it is also where many record companies rely." Unexpectedly, Lin Feng didn't look at the contract at all, but pushed it aside. HMPH. It would be too whimsical to want to use this kind of contract. You asked me to send myself away. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. This licensing agreement is beneficial to the record company. After all, Lin Feng's Phantom brings tens of millions of dollars in profits a year, which is very lucrative, and the record company can also split half of the money. Now I'm using this to prevaricate myself. Isn't this a joke? Mr. Lin, I think your Phantom Technology needs this license agreement very much. I think we should be able to eliminate misunderstandings with each other, and we don't need to fight each other like this, the vice president of EMI reminded and threatened. Indeed, if Lin Feng has not transferred his online MP3 sales system to Walmart, this threat is still very useful. But now, this threat was too ridiculous for Lin Feng. Moreover, the future is the world of mobile phones, and MP3 players have passed their historical period. I'm sorry, I don't plan to sign this agreement again, Lin Feng said lightly. What? Many bosses were surprised. Everyone, if this is your sincerity, please go back and tell your president that I, Lin Feng, is definitely not the kind of person who can coax me with a few candies after being beaten, Lin Feng said coldly. Many vice presidents frowned. Then I don't know what Mr. Lin wants. Time Warner's vice president asked helplessly. Very simple, I ask you to publicly apologize. Publicly apologize to Avril Records. Apologize to Avril. Lin Feng said firmly. No. Many vice presidents refused in unison. If this is an apology, it will undoubtedly bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to the major record companies. Especially it will create a very bad impression in the hearts of fans, and they will never agree. Then there's no way. Lin Feng got up and walked into the room. I only have this one request. If you agree or not, it's up to you. Mr. Lin, your request is too ridiculous, many vice presidents said. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, then turned and left. Many vice presidents frowned. At the moment, the vice president of Sony Records couldn't help but exclaimed, Mr. Lin, you are too hard for you to be like this. It may not be a good thing. If Avril Records wants to develop, you can't make too many enemies. The vice president of Sony Records here today has a good relationship with Motorola, and he is very dissatisfied with Lin Feng, so he said with a hint of resentment. Lin Feng glanced at the vice president of Sony Records, shook his head, put his middle finger up and walked away. Angry. Many vice presidents are angry, but Lin Feng is helpless if they don't compromise. They can only go back and tell the president the result of this matter to see what his opinion is. Besides, the arrival of Mariah Carey and Beyoncé is also a big event. With full of anger and resentment, and a hint of anxiety, the vice presidents of many record companies left angrily. At this moment, Lin Feng walked into the room with a look of excitement. Just now, Lin Feng recognized one of those two people as Mariah Carey, but the other person, Lin Feng, was very familiar, but he didn't dare to confirm it. If that person is really Beyoncé, it would be amazing. Although Beyoncé is not so well known now, it will be a popular queen in the future. An Avril, a Mariah Carey, and a Beyoncé are all pop queen level figures. Avril's punk style, Mariah Carey's lyrical songs, blues, rap, and Beyoncé's R&B, hip-hop styles. The three pop divas have different styles, but they are all extremely popular. Of course, there is also the king of pop, Michael Jackson. With a lineup of these four queens, Avril Records can definitely become the most famous record company in the recording industry. What's more, with his own backing and the support of Walmart, Lin Feng dared to ignore the threat from the record company. In the internet age, it is impossible to completely block a record company. Of course, the only thing that made Lin Feng hesitate was that Mariah Carey was invited by Michael Jackson to join Avril Records. So is Beyoncé also. Of course, even if it is not, Lin Feng will definitely pull him into Avril's record company. Lin Feng must not let go of these pop queens who need to sign a contract with Audition Virtual Community under Second World. There is something at home, and there are 2 chapters, which will be updated around 11 o'clock. If it doesn't work, I will fill you up tomorrow. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support the original version, read it. To be continued. Chapter 616. The sky is getting darker. Lin Feng walked into the villa with a hint of anticipation and a hint of anxiety. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that he went around in the villa and found no 3 girls. Boss, I think they should be in the recording studio, Lin Xiling reminded from the side. Lin Feng snapped his fingers and walked towards the recording studio. As soon as the door was opened, there was a sound of music, and the 3 girls were indeed inside, and it seemed that they were cooperating well. Hi, Lin, you are here. Avril ran over with excitement, pulling Lin Feng to introduce. Lin, this is Mariah Carey. This is Beyoncé. They are all ready to join my Avril Records company. Avril excitedly introduced everyone. Mariah, Beyoncé, this is Lin and the owner of my record company. My record company depends on him today. Don't worry about unfairness. I have the final say in terms of the contract, Avril said with joy. For Mariah Carey, Avril has also been admired for a long time. This time she was introduced by Michael Jackson and Mariah Carey was willing to join her record company. She was naturally ecstatic. Although Mariah Carey is slightly inferior to Avril in terms of creation, her high-pitched range of 5 octaves and rococo singing skills are all worthy of Avril's learning. As for Beyoncé, Avril originally thought it was just a female companion to accompany Mariah Carey. Unexpectedly, her talent in music does not belong to her at all. But Beyoncé is best at R&B and hip-hop. The 3 girls are good at music, but they can complement each other. Therefore, excited, the 3 girls went directly into the recording studio and began to express their passion. All singers, the best way to communicate is to sing. Judging from the intimate expressions of the 3 girls, it is clear that the 3 of them communicate very well. Lin, my agent will discuss the contract with the company in detail. I just hope that I can compose my favorite songs and get a reasonable salary, Mariah Carey said very seriously. Beyoncé also nodded aside. For Mariah Carey, money is not the most important thing. She is not short of money now. What she likes is to make her favorite songs. Previously at Sony Records, her ex-husband Motora hoped that she could always show her high-pitched singing and rococo singing skills to make money. After all, for Motora, singing is just a craft, a skill to make money. If the previous singing skills can make money, why do you suddenly sing black blues or hip-hop that you have never tried before? From the company point of view, Motorola is absolutely correct, but from the point of view of a singer who loves to sing, it is very difficult to accept. It is undoubtedly very painful not to be able to make a song that you like. And Mariah Carey finally divorced Motorola. The difference in music is also one of the important reasons. Therefore, Mariah Carey, who currently has no contract, finally decided to follow Michael Jackson's opinion. First come to talk with Avril, and then see whether to join Avril's record company. Unexpectedly, when they met today, the 2 hit it off. and Avril was very generous about the contract, saying that Mariah Carey could be the master in music production. As for the final profit sharing, other record companies took 76%, 88%. Singers only get 12%. Usual singers are at this price 24%. The profit is shared only after pop divas. Of course, Michael Jackson is the only exception in the world. I feel that many record companies have jointly suppressed this time. Avril, who has always been indifferent to money, directly dropped the contract share ratio. Mariah Carey and Beyoncé took 76%, and the company took 24%. Lin Feng felt helpless after hearing Avril's contract. After all, when companies help singers make albums, they have to take risks, and they also need to help singers contact radio stations to play songs, arrange publicity and other tedious tasks. It is usually right for companies to take the big picture, but most companies exploit them too much. As a result, many singers end up in a miserable situation where they grow old. Even though Lin Feng was secretly surprised by the arrogance of Avril, he didn't object. Anyway, he didn't expect to make money by this, and it was not wrong to make friends with these emperor superstars. What Lin Feng fancy is the authorization of these singers. There is nothing generous in the contract. As long as the audition virtual community can get the authorization of these singers. Money can't be made completely, and sometimes you can make a lot of money if you give up a small amount of money. Lin, I don't think you will oppose it. Seeing Lin Feng's thoughts, Avril quickly shook Lin Feng's arm like a baby for fear that Lin Feng would disagree. Mariah Carey and Beyoncé also looked at Lin Feng nervously. The two of them are willing to join Avril's record company. In addition to the introduction of Michael Jackson, they can produce their favorite music with high profit sharing. Another very important reason is Lin Feng. The recent vigorous Sonygate incident has attracted many artists in their eyes. I originally thought that Avril and Michael Jackson were the last losers in this incident. After all, Sony Records is too powerful and cannot be shaken by any artist. Unexpectedly, it was Sony Records that suffered in the end. President Motorola was forced to take the blame and resign. One of the reasons for this is that Lin Feng, the third richest Chinese in the world, who has created countless IT miracles. With Lin Feng backing up, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé are not afraid of being sanctioned by other record companies after joining Avril Records. Especially today, seeing so many record company vice presidents gathered in Avril's dream manor, the respectful attitude made Mariah Carey and Beyoncé even more shocked. Obviously, they couldn't be coming to Avril. The only possibility was Lin Feng. Haha, you have promised. I naturally have no opinion. Lin Feng smiled and said with his arms around Avril's waist. Boss, thank you. Mariah Carey and Beyoncé bowed to Lin Feng and apologized with gratitude. Hee, don't be so polite, you are Avril's friends. Naturally my friends. Lin Feng gently supported the two of them. However, when he lifted Beyoncé, the touch of Lin Feng's fingers slid across, making Lin Feng's heart palpitating. It was so sexy. Even if he just touched the skin, he felt sexy. Fortunately, it was not the first time that Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman, and this feeling quickly disappeared. Hee, Lin, you are so kind. I will honor my promise to you tonight. Avril whispered quietly beside Lin Feng. What? Deliver on promises? When Lin Feng heard it, blood boiled all over his body, especially the sensory stimulation caused by touching Beyoncé's skin just now, which broke out completely. It's getting dark, it's getting dark, it's getting dark. Lin Feng kept talking about it. In Lin Feng's words, it was finally dark. When the lights in the villa slowly turned off, Lin Feng walked into the Little Red Riding Hood room with the look of a big bad wolf. Today, only 2 chapters can be updated. 6,000 words. To make up for everyone tomorrow, we will strive for more chapters. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support the original. Read it. To be continued. Chapter 617 Slow Song. Next time? The night is deep and dark. The original bright moonlight was accompanied by soft but heavy footsteps. but shyly hid in the depths of the clouds. Even the immortal stars lost their luster at this moment. But there was a soft yellow light coming out of the room. Avril. Lin Feng knocked gently on the door. Since Avril was shyly in Lin Feng's ears in the afternoon and told Lin Feng that she would honor her promise tonight, Lin Feng was extremely excited throughout the afternoon and evening. Although this is not the first time Avril persisted for so long and was finally willing to compromise, filling Lin Feng's heart with excitement and a trace of wildness. It is like killing a boss in a game. After all the hardships, finally at the last moment, killing the boss, burst out a piece of equipment that has been longing for. So excited. At the dinner, everyone had already seen Lin Feng's excitement, although they didn't know why. From the shy expression on Avril's face, they still saw a little strangeness. So after the dinner, everyone was very acquainted and didn't bother them again. Each went back to the room. Fortunately, Dream Manor has enough rooms. Maria Kelly, Beyoncé and others don't have to rush back. They can stay here at ease and wait for their agent to come over and sign a contract with Avril Records tomorrow. Although everyone was very acquainted, Lin Feng didn't dare to be too presumptuous, otherwise he would be bumped into and embarrassed. Therefore, with light hands and feet, he whispered several times with an almost inaudible voice. For Lin Feng's almost inaudible voice, Avril, who had returned to the room early, heard it truly. In the recording studio this afternoon, I told Lin Feng that he was willing to fulfill his promise, and Avril didn't want to delay it anymore. If you continue to procrastinate, although you can continue to maintain your own reserved and noble, but it is very tiring. And Lin Feng is extremely good, and good is enviable. Such a man, according to Avril's mother, should be by his side as soon as possible. Otherwise he would be robbed by others, and he would regret it later. Moreover, Lin Feng has never lacked women, especially Li Zhu and Huang Meixi. Lin. The door is unlocked, Avril said, trembling slightly. Although he was mentally prepared, it was the first time after all. No matter how rebellious the little punk princess was, she was extremely shy. Lin Feng twisted the door gently and saw Avril leaning on the bed in a white nightdress under the soft yellow light. Lin Feng's heart was stunned. Although Avril is not tall, she inherits the characteristics of a Western woman, but she has a very good figure, with her lordosis and back curled, and after this period of leisure, her body is slightly fleshy, which is Lin Feng's favorite type. Avril. Lin Feng walked to the bed and sat down. Avril's cheeks blushed, and she didn't dare to lift her head, but she kept flipping through the score. Lin Feng looked at his heart and was even more passionate. It was rare to see the shy expression of the little punk princess, which was the most erotic expression. The right hand couldn't help but grabbed Avril's hand. Avril trembled all over, instinctively trying to shrink, but was pulled tightly by Lin Feng. My little princess, you are so charming tonight, Lin Feng said emotionally. Really? Really? Avril's eyes were blurred, the man's breath close at hand, and the man who fascinated her, made her chest like a deer jumping. Lin Feng responded softly, probed over, and lightly bit Avril's upper lip, a burst of bone-erupting sucking, bringing bursts of ecstasy. Avril responded with a vague enthusiasm, and put the fragrant tongue into Lin Feng's mouth, let go of the music score with both hands, and hugged Lin Feng tightly. Heartbeat, hotness, lust, all were provoked at this moment. Although the two kissed for the first time, the feeling for Lin Feng was particularly strong this time, especially when I learned that I would completely own this punk tonight. Little princess, let Lin Feng not have any taboos, do not have to restrain his desires, and vent his thoughts and desires for Avril to the fullest. During the hot kiss, Lin Feng's hands were put into the white night dress, and the flat lower abdomen slowly moved up without a trace of fat. The delicate, silky touch passed down the whole body through his hands, and the stimulating Lin Feng blood boiled even more. Especially as Lin Feng's hands advanced every inch, Avril trembled slightly all over his body, making Lin Feng crazy. When his hands finally touched the pair of plump jade rabbits, Avril trembled fiercely all over his body, his cheeks were flushed, his eyes closed, and his nose was sprayed with heat. and the punk boy took the initiative. Lin Feng gently let Avril lie flat on the soft bed, take off the annoying night dress, and present a perfect carcass in front of Lin Feng's eyes. The towering mountains, the smooth lower abdomen, and the land of grasses that make all men crazy, a pair of strong and elastic thighs make Lin Feng's eyes red, and the throat is slightly squirming, and the whole body is not live trembling with excitement. Avril was embarrassed by Lin Feng's look, and her body twisted unnaturally. Avril is a white man, with extremely white skin all over, but under the affection, the whole body turns red, which is extremely beautiful and delicious. May I turn off the light? Lin Feng was afraid that Avril was as shy as Lizu, so he gave a light cough, and the soft yellow light immediately went out. No, I like to look at you. Although Avril was shy, she showed the difference between her and Lizu, and coughed again, and the soft yellow light lit up again, and Avril was even more ashamed. However, a pair of wonderful eyes stared closely at Lin Feng's eyes, revealing infinite affection. Lin Feng had a bad smile that a man could only experience, and it would be better not to turn off the light. Whenever I have ML with Lizu, Lizu always asks to turn off the light. Although it feels like groping in the dark, it is not as good as looking at the coquettish expression of his beloved person when he is conquered by himself under the light. Looking at Avril with red cheeks and blurred eyes, Lin Feng's hands touched the pair of mountains. They were so full that they were almost impossible to grasp with one hand, and they were exceptionally strong. Those two little red beans were in Avril. Under the emotion, he stood firm, and was beating slightly with Avril's breathing, which was particularly heart-pounding. Rubbing, kneading, squeezing, Avril's jade rabbit under Lin Feng's clutches turned into various irregular shapes, especially with Lin Feng's sucking. Avril couldn't help but burst out with a groan. Lin Feng, who was also stimulating, was even more excited. While sucking two grapes in his mouth, Lin Feng's hands slowly followed the trend and touched the straight, round buttocks. The elasticity that made Lin Feng amazed. He could hardly bear to leave with his hands and kept playing. Provokes Avril's breathlessness. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the virgin land that had not yet opened up wasteland. When Lin Feng touched his finger gently, Avril trembled fiercely, and couldn't help but let out a cry of ecstasy. Lin Feng was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect Avril to scream so loudly, but there was a moment of wetness between his fingers. It was obvious that Avril was really emotional. By this time, Lin Feng didn't hesitate anymore. He stood up straight, and the already correct and angry Xiao Lin Feng entered the warm and humid place. Oh, was another yelling out of voice. Although Lin Feng was already very gentle and very careful, the pain of breaking the melon was inevitable. Avril's cry made Lin Feng frightened and wanted to stop, but Avril stopped him. I'm fine. Avril whispered softly in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng moved a little more when he heard this, and there were a few painful twitches in his ears from time to time. But as Lin Feng slowly twitched, Avril's screams had gradually changed from a painful hum to a pleasant moan. As Lin Feng's movements increased, the groaning became louder. Avril, be gentle, or be heard. Lin Feng was a little worried. The soundproofing of this room was not very good, and Avril's emotional moan can definitely be spread out, and the room is surrounded by Maria Kelly, Beyonce, Liu Yinying and others. They have to hear this. It would be embarrassing to meet tomorrow. When Avril heard this, her voice was a little quieter, but as Lin Feng's movements became louder, she yelled emotionally again. This cry made Lin Feng extremely excited and impulsive. Every time Lizu ML with Lizu before, Lizu was always shy to hold back the call, which was a little bit not passionate enough. But in this room, Avril's cry made Lin Feng a little bit. Can't let go. Avril, be gentle, or you'll really be heard. Lin Feng whispered helplessly, and at the same time, his movements were softened. How do people control it? If you move a lot, I can't control it. Avril yelled shyly, or if you move lightly, I don't feel that strong, so naturally I won't scream so loudly. Lin Feng was speechless. This had to be gentle. Then what is it called? Why don't I sing? Avril felt that Lin Feng's movements were getting slower and slower, and his body's sensation slowly declined. Avril said with a shy and dissatisfied tone, "Sing." Lin Feng was taken aback, and subconsciously speeded up his movements. As Lin Feng's movements accelerated, Avril couldn't control the bursts of pleasure coming from her body again, and screamed dissolutely, but then immediately controlled it and turned the uncontrollable excitement from her body into singing. Girlfriend Lin Feng was a little uncontrollable when he heard it, and with the rhythm of Avril's singing, Lin Feng found that his movement frequency was faster than before, especially in the orgasm phase, almost reaching the limit of body twitching. Especially Avril sang the faster-paced songs in his album, which made Lin Feng almost defeated. Finally, after Avril finished singing the seventh quick song, Lin Feng couldn't control it anymore, and he fell to the end, and Avril also reached a climax at the same time. "Lin, I love you so much," Avril said in a slightly hoarse voice. "Me too." Lin Feng hugged Avril tightly, and soon fell asleep. Before going to bed again, a voice flashed in my mind: "Next time you must come to Slow Song first." To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 618, An Awkward Breakfast? The next day, when the sun rose, a pair of wall men hugged each other happily, and the slight and even snoring sound was enviable. Not long after, a pair of wonderful eyes opened. Looking at the face close at hand, the owner of the wonderful eyes gave out a happy chuckle, but the slight pain from her lower body made her snort it involuntarily. This soft snort made the man wake up. The man smiled as he looked at the woman looking at him with wide eyes open. "Avril, good morning," Lin Feng said, stroking Avril's smooth jade back. "Lin, good morning." Avril touched the tip of Lin Feng's nose with her finger, and a happy smile squeezed her body tightly into Lin Feng's arms, enjoying the happiness of the little woman. The contact of the skin made Lin Feng's heart beat, and he suddenly remembered the madness of last night. Although his body was still a little tired, his lower body rose again. Avril is a typical Western woman, coupled with the straightforwardness of the punk princess. She is extremely wild and cooperative in ML, which makes Lin Feng feel a passion that she has never had before. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and began to wander on Avril's body, climbing to the peak for a while, then diving into the valley. When Avril was breathlessly panting, Lin Feng was about to start the morning fortune. "Lin, no, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé's agents are coming this morning, and we have to talk to them about the contract." Unexpectedly, at the moment of piercing, Avril refused with peach blossoms in his eyes. Lin Feng heard this, dumbfounded on the spot. "But it's true that Mariah Carey and Beyoncé's agents are coming this morning to see the height of the sun outside. It is almost 9 o'clock in the morning, and they are indeed going to get up. But now this is not up and down, which is really depressing." "Avril, if that's the case, why didn't you say it earlier?" Lin Feng complained, slightly depressed, unable to get vent. "I miss it too, and the person you touch is so comfortable." Avril's cheeks were flushed, afraid to look at Lin Feng, and buried her head in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng was speechless. But think about it, anyway, this punk princess has already eaten her mouth, and there will be more opportunities in the future, but business matters. "Okay, get up, otherwise it's really embarrassing to wait for someone to arrive." Lin Feng gently patted Avril's round buttocks, and amidst the heart-wrenching pleasure from his fingertips, Lin Feng get up with Avril. When Deng Lin Feng and Avril got dressed and went to the hall, everyone was sitting there and started eating breakfast. Seeing Lin Feng and others come out, there was a strange look, and Avril was a little embarrassed. "Hi, good morning everyone." Lin Feng had a thick-skinned face and didn't care, and took Avril's hand to sit down very calmly. "Lin, this is your favorite poached egg, soy milk, and deep-fried dough sticks." Since Lin Feng came, Avril ordered the chef to prepare Chinese food. Avril is very intimate with Lin Feng's favorite food. Clamp it into the Lin Feng bowl. Although everyone knew about the relationship between Avril and Lin Feng before, Avril was not as intimate as it is now. as if his wife was taking care of her husband. Everyone's faces were suddenly stunned. Liu Yinying and Lin Chiling were a little helpless, but Mariah Carey and Beyoncé snickered and gave Avril a compliment. At this moment, Avril was also used to the eyes of the people, and no longer cared too much about the teasing in the eyes of the people, but rather calmly did his wife's duty to serve Lin Feng. This change of Avril also made Lin Feng sigh for a while. A woman can only truly become intimate with you after she has a physical relationship with you. After everyone was surprised, they began to enjoy breakfast. Avril, why did you sing last night, or such a fast-paced song? Beyoncé asked abruptly as everyone was enjoying breakfast. Liu Yinying and Lin Chiling were also a little curious. They stared at Avril with wonderful eyes, and wanted to know why. Although the relationship between Avril and Lin Feng was unusual this morning, everyone had guessed that Lin Feng and Avril had some kind of relationship last night. But for the sudden sound of singing in the middle of the night, I was really puzzled. Although Avril is a bit too straightforward, often when inspiration comes, he will immerse himself in creative inspiration regardless of occasion, time and place. But it was so late last night. But Avril was suddenly singing fast-paced songs, still so hoarse, it really made everyone a little bit unbearable. Hearing Beyoncé's words, Lin Feng spouted the fritters and soy milk in his mouth, and Avril also had a strange expression on his face, and his cheeks blushed immediately, and he didn't know how to explain it. Only Mariah Carey laughed at the hammer table, ignoring the image of a pop queen. Maria, what's the matter? What are you laughing at? Beyoncé was confused when she was laughing, so she didn't know why. Liu Yinying and Lin Chiling are also at a loss. Look at the embarrassing Lin Feng and Avril, and then at Mariah Carey who is out of breath. The three women seem to understand something, but they are all incomplete. Understand? Come here. I'll explain it to you. Mariah Carey hooked her finger and made the three of them bow their heads. Beyoncé, Liu Yinying, and Lin Chiling moved their heads over. Immediately after Mariah Carey whispered in the ears of the three of them, the three women looked at Avril and Lin Feng with weird faces, and then, like Mariah Carey, patted the table and laughed. It's all you. No matter how careless the Avril's character is, she is still a girl after all. After being teased by the four, she couldn't hold her face. She stretched out her hand to pinch Lin Feng's waist and vented the embarrassment in her heart. Lin Feng was anxious for a while, but he could only helplessly accept Avril's touching. Looking at the four people who were almost laughing, Lin Feng was also helpless. Who calls this little punk princess so sensitive? When she touched her in ML, her whole body trembled. Of course, as a man, this kind of woman is naturally the favorite, but it's really embarrassing to be teased like this. Avril, you sing such a fast-paced song. Did he suffer? Mariah Carey is a married and divorced woman. This is another gathering between friends. There are not many worries. With strong feelings, asked with a smile. Avrilton's face flushed with shame, and he dared not see anyone. As for Lin Feng, although he has a thick-skinned face, he is extremely embarrassed to face such a problem. No, it must be soundproofed and redecorated. Lin Feng secretly vowed in his heart that he must redecorate the entire Dream Manor. A breakfast ended with everyone's teasing. Fortunately, not long after, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé's agents came, which also resolved the embarrassment of Lin Feng and Avril. The subsequent signing was very smooth, because this type of contract is not the first time everyone has signed, but the treatment is slightly different. The end result is that Mariah Carey and Beyoncé joined Avril Records as freelance artists and have absolute autonomy. Avril Records is only responsible for promotion and sales, and the two parties share the profit for the artist to get 76%. Avril Records takes 24%. Of course, at the same time, Lin Feng did not forget to add a clause to the contract with Mariah Carey and Beyoncé, and their avatars were licensed for free to the Audition virtual community under the Second World banner. For the free authorization of this avatar, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé did not hesitate to agree to it very readily. After all, it's just an avatar. What's more, they signed with Avril Records. In the future, there will be more places where they need to rely on Lin Feng. The favor of selling Lin Feng is profitable to them without harming them. Of course, at the same time, it was also agreed that in online games, they should not do anything that would damage their image. Happy cooperation. Lin Feng is very excited to reach an agreement with Mariah Carey and Beyoncé. Happy cooperation. Mariah Carey and Beyoncé are also extremely happy to finally join a record company that can develop freely this time. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. Mr. Lin, I'm Howard Stringer, the current president of Sony Records. I would like to ask you and Michael Jackson to talk about the 50% of Sony's copyright in Michael Jackson's hands. After Motorola was forced to resign, Sony was forced to take the blame and resign. The head office appointed Howard Stringer as the new president of Sony Records. Howard Stringer, born in Wales, naturalized in 1985. Became a citizen of the United States. He used to work at CBS Columbia Records, the predecessor of Sony Records. Later, after Sony acquired CBS Columbia Records, he became the president of Sony America and later served as related works so far. After Sony's former president Motorola led the Sony Gate incident that caused the company's image to plummet, Sony's stocks fell for a while. In order to save the company's image and deal with the aftermath, Sony's appointed Howard Stringer, the president of Sony Broadband Entertainment Co., Limited, as the president of Sony Records, to save Sony Records and deal with the 50% Sony copyright issues in the hands of Michael Jackson. After taking over, Howard Stringer launched a series of promotions and preferential activities, and promised to the public that incidents like Sonygate would never happen again. At the same time, he assured all its artists that the company will treat it fairly and justly. Every artist. After pacifying his artists, Howard Stringer invited Michael Jackson to negotiate with Lin Feng. Originally Howard Stringer only wanted to have a talk with Michael Jackson, but now Michael Jackson has torn his face with Sony. If Lin Feng hadn't supported him this time, he would definitely have his arms over his thighs in the end, even if he didn't return to Sony Records. The company, I am afraid that the 50% of the copyrights that I wisely decided to acquire back then will still become the coveted objects of other companies. In this case, Michael Jackson also knows that he has absolute talent in music, but he is far less talented in music than in the market. This kind of conflict is still handed over to Lin Feng for help. In this Sonygate incident, Lin Feng another gainers Michael Jackson's trust. Okay, Mr. Stringer. Lin Feng wanted to refuse, but as the president of Sony Records, Lin Feng wanted to meet him personally, especially after he rejected the terms of these record companies' peace talks. Lin Feng also wanted to figure out what these record companies were going to do now. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 612, Confident Lin Feng? I'm really sorry. First of all, I'm sorry to everyone. Yesterday, because of some problems of my own, I was able to attend for 500 yuan, so I played some tricks when I uploaded it last night. Therefore, I asked many friends to read the book. I got a 10,000 character of Jang. I'm really sorry for causing you a lot of trouble. Fortunately, I stayed up until 3:40 and finally finished the code of 12,000 words. I immediately modified and uploaded it. Here, for the inconvenience caused to you by my personal reasons, please forgive me. Here I promise, this will not be an example. Just this time. Also, in a hurry. The chapter name is wrong, it should be chapter 619, The Confident Lin Feng. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Feng rushed to the villa temporarily rented by Michael Jackson in Los Angeles. Since Michael Jackson underwent a humiliating physical examination at Dream Manor, he never went again. Therefore, during this time, Michael Jackson lived in a villa in downtown Los Angeles and communicated with Lin Feng and others. Is to use online video conferencing. Lin, this Howard Stringer, I also asked someone to ask. He is a business giant. very skilled. I am afraid that the 50% of the Sony copyright in my hand will cause trouble for Avril Records. Michael Jackson has a headache, say. During this time, Michael Jackson thought about many things and made him understand many things. I am afraid that this time his decision to join Avril Records is a very wrong decision. Before tearing his face with Sony Records, Michael Jackson also decisively followed the advice of his financial advisor. In 1986 he bought ATV's song copyright catalog for $47.5 million, which included the copyrights of more than 250 Beatles songs, and later merged with Sony Records, and the two sides shared half of the profits and were happy. After all, these copyrights can earn tens of millions of dollars every year, but after tearing their faces, they realized that the 50% copyright is a hot potato. Sony Records is the world's largest record company. It has numerous superstar song copyrights, from the Beatles, Elvis Presley, Madonna, Oasis, Bob Dylan to Mariah Carey. In the past 10 years, Rare, Celine Dion, Norah Jones, the copyrights of these superstar songs are in the hands of Sony Records, and half of them are in the hands of Michael Jackson. Countless record companies covet this 50% copyright. This is not only the value of the copyright itself, but also that which record company owns the 50% copyright can surpass Sony Records and become the world's largest record company. This point, for the other four major record companies in the world: Universal Music Group, EMI Records, BMG Records, Warner Records, has unparalleled allure. What's more, Sony Records will not let Michael Jackson's 50% stake be left behind. In this case, when Michael Jackson joins Avril Records, other companies will surely make trouble. Especially now he introduced Mariah Carey and Beyoncé to Avril Records, and everyone has signed. If you want to release the film smoothly, naturally you don't want the world's 5 major record companies to come and make trouble. But his existence, his 50% stake in Sony Records, is a hidden danger. Perhaps those companies can't deal with Lin Feng, can't deal with him who is now debt-free and light, but they can deal with Avril Records, Avril, Mariah Carey, and Beyoncé. Whether it is Avril, Mariah Carey, or Beyoncé, they are all his friends, and he must not watch his friends suffer for himself. I think he'd better quit, Michael Jackson said helplessly. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Michael, don't be so discouraged. Yes, these record companies are indeed very powerful. They can cover the sky with their hands, but that was before, not now. It's the internet age, in the Google age, and they may be able to control all awards, but it can't control the people's hearts, and can't control the fans' love for you. Lin Feng said confidently. Before the internet age, a singer, or a new record company, wanted to gain a foothold, or even challenge a powerful record company, without doubt. In the case of singers or Xenon Records who are unscrupulous and disobedient to discipline, powerful and established record companies can put pressure on radio and TV stations to prevent them from playing CDs of artists under Xenon Records. They can report to newspapers. The magazine pressured it not to comment on the records of Xenon Records, so that you could not find any bit of information about your new record in any corner, and finally you could control the record store to prevent it from commenting. Sell your records, so you have nowhere to sell. Even if your record is sold out by chance, many powerful record companies can make the major awards in the music industry every year without any nomination from you. In short, in the old era, the combination of established and powerful record companies was enough to crush all rebel forces, which is why the artists were called inferior in the past. Because they are not free, they are prestigious and sad, especially female celebrities. Whether they are beautiful or not, they have to look at the boss. Wink. Better fate, just eat with the boss, drink with the boss, and go to bed with the boss. The one who has a bad life is a senior prostitute, now with the boss, maybe later to accompany the producer, or the director, or other big-named male celebrities. But after entering the internet age, everything is different. Many record companies want to block the Avril Records company from advertising. Lin Feng can use the influence of Google to promote the record, Not to mention Lin Feng also owns the Fsnistan TV station, and also owns the Houston Chronicle. This is the window of Lin Feng's propaganda. As for sales, now with Walmart backing, Lin Feng is not afraid. What's more, Lin Feng's DingDong.com has also entered the US domestic market and can also provide an online sales model. What's more, after entering the internet age, record shops belong to the sunset industry, and sooner or later they will be replaced by large retail centers such as Walmart and online sales. As for the awards, if you really irritate Lin Feng, create an award yourself. Isn't there a Grammy Award? The big deal is that Lin Feng creates a Lin Feng Award by himself. As long as the singers who can come to participate in the Lin Feng Awards are superstars, and the number of singers is large, the Grammy Awards will naturally be banned. Everything is possible. Lin Feng has always believed this sentence. Of course, the premise is that Avril Records can have enough good superstars. After all, good singers are the most powerful weapon against these big-name companies. To attract more outstanding singers, Michael Jackson couldn't leave. His appeal is unparalleled. Michael, believe me, they are not so easy to deal with me, Lin Feng said confidently. Michael Jackson nodded. As the king of pop, he naturally has the arrogance of the king of pop. He would never bow to these record companies unless he had to do it, because there is something called dignity. Not long after, Howard Stringer arrived at the Michael Jackson villa. Michael, sorry, it took so long to visit you, and I hope to forgive me. Howard Stringer apologized again and kept boasting that Michael Jackson is definitely the best singer in the world today. Lin Feng looked at it, and secretly said a terrible cry in his heart. In the past, Motorola always liked the feeling of being aloof. No matter what star, he always adopted an attitude of looking down. Today this Howard Stringer is extremely approachable, the so-called not hitting the smiley person by reaching out. Awesome. Ha! This must be Mr. Lin. Fortunately, Mr. Motorola has offended him before. I hope to forgive me. I will not accompany you and Avril on his behalf and Sony Records. Howard Stringer bowed deeply. Although he was complimented by others, Lin Feng was shocked. This person is too powerful and definitely a ruthless character. Not only does not hide any mistakes, but is extremely frank, which makes people unable to blame at all. Moreover, such a big gift is given at the door. Today's negotiations will probably be extremely difficult. After the ensuing greetings, Howard Stringer brought the topic to the topic while talking and laughing. Michael, on behalf of Sony Records, I sincerely invite you to return to Sony Records. Howard Stringer took out a thick stack of contracts from his briefcase and handed it to Michael Jackson. In my opinion, you are still the well-deserved king of pop and you are still the most shining star in the world. Our company will tailor a series of plans around you to make you the well-deserved king of the world again. Michael Jackson took a look at the contract, and he was shocked. The terms of this contract, even the rich terms that Michael Jackson did not have in his heyday, will not only invite the most outstanding songwriters for him, but will also spend a lot of money to promote it. And in terms of profit sharing, Michael Jackson can also hold 50%. This contract is absolutely unmatched by any other emperor superstar. Howard Stringer had been staring closely at Michael Jackson's face. When he saw the brilliance flashing on Michael Jackson's face, Howard Stringer knew he was out against the crowd and gave Michael Jackson a history. The most generous contract of the famous singer has gradually moved Michael Jackson's broken heart. In Howard Stringer's view, whether for Sony Records' status or for its economic profit considerations, Michael Jackson must die at Sony Records. Even if the king of pop can no longer restore his former style, as long as he exists for one day, Sony Records should give him a generous contract that no one else can match. This is very good for Sony Records' dominance, and it also has an stimulating effect on other singers. In particular, Michael Jackson still holds the fate of Sony Records' 50% of the song copyright. Thinking of this, Howard Stringer looked angry. The stupid Motorola would actually think of a tough way to force Michael Jackson, and even wanted to use the $270 million loan agreement to get back 50% of the copyright in Michael Jackson's hands. Indeed, if it can be taken back, For Sony Records, it will be a major event no less than the acquisition of CBS Columbia Records that year. This credit is indeed very attractive. But Motorola doesn't look at who Michael Jackson is. He is the king of pop. How could it be so easy to deal with? In the end, a Sony gate came out, which not only caused him referring to Motorola to take the blame and resign, but also caused the image of Sony Records to be discredited. If it weren't for his own efforts to govern and implement various tender policies, I am afraid that Sony Records would have been early. It fell apart. After all, Sony Records is so mean to Michael Jackson, the king of pop, and it's even more needless to talk about other singers. The hearts of the people are scattered. The team is not easy to lead. In particular, Motorola also provoked Lin Feng. Facing this super young and rich man with assets of more than $40 billion at the age of 22, Howard Stringer felt that it was troublesome enough, but there was a Walmart behind him. It's even more troublesome. In short, in the eyes of Howard Stringer, Motorola is a fool. Therefore, before coming today, Howard Stringer developed a strategy for himself. Michael, you have been working with Sony Records for a long time. It's not a day or two. Everyone is used to each other. I believe that when you come back, the staff are also very happy. For example, your assistant May Isa, your stylist Jack, etc. Everyone missed you. Howard Stringer knew that Michael Jackson was a very nostalgic and affectionate person, and he used these people to impress Michael Jackson. Lin Feng listened in the sidelines, secretly worried. This Howard Stringer's method is too clever. First, he used a generous contract to impress Michael Jackson, then his friendship, and he never mentioned the 50% copyright of Sony Records from beginning to end. As long as Michael Jackson can return to Sony Records, this copyright crisis will naturally be resolved. This man is too powerful. But although Lin Feng was anxious, he couldn't show it. Michael Jackson is a very assertive person, and if he interrupts rashly, it will be counterproductive. I can't be a second motorcycle. Lin Feng controlled his anxiety, smiled and drank coffee slowly, watching the continued development of the gaffe. While Howard Stringer is paying attention to Michael Jackson, he is also paying attention to Lin Feng. For this young man, after accepting the position of president of Sony Records, he was the first to study Lin Feng. This incident seemed to have arisen because of the grievances between Michael Jackson and Motorola. In the end, Lin Feng only stood up for his confidant Avril. However, after careful study by Howard Stringer, he discovered that Lin Feng's series seemed to have planned for a long time, and the method was a series of steps. And finally a Sony door came out. First, it provided Michael Jackson with a contract worth $300 million to help him repay the loan and gain trust. Then he invited him to join Avril Records, angering Motorola, and finally showing weakness, but in fact it was secretly crossing the cabin. First, he sold the shares of Aquantive in his hands, then founded the now popular YouTube, and also raised Google and acquired 2% of Walmart shares and became a director. These few IT incidents that seemed irrelevant at the time, now seem to be Lin Feng's plan, and they are also the capital that led Lin Feng to challenge the record company in the end. After studying Lin Feng, Howard Stringer could only give Lin Feng a secret criticism. After the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves forward, it is no wonder that such a young man with scheming and tactics can own more than $40 billion at such an age. It is indeed admirable. When Michael Jackson hesitated, Howard Stringer stopped urging, and instead chatted casually with Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I heard that Avril Records, you also own 50% of the shares. Howard Stringer took a sip of coffee and said with a smile. Lin Feng stunned in his heart, saying this is too clever. Obviously it was an inquiry, but secretly, it was hinting to Michael Jackson on the side that everything that Lin Feng did was for profit, for the benefit that Michael Jackson had brought after joining Avril Records. Sure enough, Michael Jackson's brows moved slightly after listening. Although he didn't pay attention to what Howard Stringer was saying, he kept a God in his heart. After managing the Sony Gate incident, Michael Jackson was deeply aware that there were too many intrigues in the commercial arena. far less pure than a music world. Lin Feng said to himself that he was not good. Although Michael Jackson did not doubt his intentions on this, if he does not explain clearly at this time, it will be like a thorn in his heart. Once there is any misunderstanding in the future, the thorn will quickly become a full one. The prickly pear makes everyone who pierced uncomfortable. But he is not so easy to deal with. Lin Feng snorted to himself. Ha ha, that's good. But I invested in Avril Records in the first place, because Avril was not exploited by other record companies. Lin Feng smiled, glanced at the frowning Howard Stringer, and said with a smile, of course, I don't mean Sony Records, I mean other record companies. At the beginning I only invested $5 million. Unexpectedly, this girl, Avril, was too straightforward to give me shares. In fact, she made records for a concert. More than $5 million has been returned to me. Howard Stringer's face was ashamed. Lin Feng's words not only blocked his illusion of Lin Feng's intentions, but also took the opportunity to insinuate the exploitation of artists by record companies such as Sony Records. This is undoubtedly cursing bold in front of the monk. Michael Jackson nodded secretly. Regarding the exploitation of artists by record companies, he has been in this business for 30 years, so it is naturally clear. What a troublesome young man, Howard Stringer murmured to himself. After thinking about it, Howard Stringer decided to divert the subject. By the way, Mr. Lin, I heard that Mariah Carey and Beyoncé have joined Avril Records, but as far as I know, Avril Records is specialized in stylists, planners, bands, etc. Can those who serve Avril, like Mariah Carey and Beyoncé, have sufficient manpower after joining? You know, singers are used to the entourage of the Queen, especially Mariah Carey. I don't know if she is used to it. I am used to the entourage of Avril Records. By the way, we at Sony Records have a lot of talents in this area. If Avril Records does not have enough staff, we can lend these talents to Avril Records first, Howard Stringer said sincerely. But in Lin Feng's eyes, this sincerity is extremely sinister. It is clearly for the good of Avril Records. I borrowed people's hands, but secretly I took the opportunity to showing off the huge talent pool of Sony Records. It also hinted to Michael Jackson that Sony Records was powerful, and Avril Records could not provide perfect treatment to its singers. Hey, Shine Boy, let's see how you respond this time. Howard Stringer sneered with his coffee. Michael Jackson also stared at Lin Feng in a daze. After all, Howard Stringer is right in saying all this. The reason why big-name record companies can firmly suppress Xenon record companies is that in addition to having strong forces and connections in the industry, the talent pool in these other areas is also new, unmatched by N Records. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Hee, Mr. Stringer, I would like to thank you for your kindness first. For these entourages, our company, referring to Avril Records, when signing the contract, stated clearly to Mariah Carey and Beyoncé that if you want any entourage, you can propose it yourself, and the company will pay for it. By the way, Mr. Stringer, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé really have a lot of talents in your company. If the time comes, please also Mr. Stringer. Hey hun, don't blame me, Lin Feng said with a smile. Michael Jackson heard a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't for Howard Stringer's face, he would have laughed out loud. Damn it. Howard Stringer was secretly angry. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to tell Michael Jackson that the strength of Sony Records was far from that of Avril Records. Unexpectedly, he was beaten by Lin Feng and wanted to dig the corner of their company. Don't think about it. Looking at the twitching expression on Howard Stringer's face, Lin Feng continued to tease, very nasty and funny. Mr. Stringer, don't really blame me when you come, Lin Feng said deliberately. I blame your grandma for the ball. During the process of Howard Stringer's research on Lin Feng, he learned the only curse in Chinese. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he cursed in his heart, but he had to put on an indifferent expression on his face. Of course, Howard Stringer's face had a few more blue veins. Lin Feng was sullen and silent. By the way, Mr. Lin, when I came just now, I heard a lot of gossip. saying that the Avril Records contract is 24% for the company and 76% for the singer. According to my calculations, this way, unless the singer's record can break through tens of millions of records, otherwise, I am afraid that Avril Records will definitely lose money. But if you want a record to exceed tens of millions, this result is very difficult now. After all, the emergence of MP3 is huge. This has affected the sales of records. Howard Stringer saw that he was suppressed by Lin Feng everywhere. His mind flashed, and he smiled and said, if the final situation becomes that the singer makes money and the company loses money, I am afraid that such a company will not last long. Continue to operate. In the short term, it can make the singer earn a lot of money, but in the long run, it is absolutely detrimental to the singer. A singer needs a stable company to provide him with stable and long-term development space, such as our Sony Records have always made a 5-year or even 10-year plan for a singer. Although the profit drawn by our company is a bit higher, it is not too high after including production costs, operating costs, and publicity costs. Michael Jackson nodded. For a true singer, long-term development is crucial. A 5-year plan or even a 10-year plan is very necessary. But if a company goes bankrupt, there is no need to talk about 5-year or 10-year plans. Old fox, don't give up. Lin Feng snorted secretly. Afterwards, Lin Feng stretched out. His expression relaxed. Mr. Stringer, I think you have misunderstood one thing. In this contract of our company referring to Avril Records, although the company only accounts for 24% and the singer takes 76%, the premise is that the profit is shared. Except, profit sharing after all expenses. The company just pays all the corresponding payments in advance, and eventually these costs will be deducted from the record sales profit before the profit sharing. If it eventually loses, although the company will lose money, the singer will also. There is no income. Our contract binds the interests of the singer with the interests of the company, so unlike other companies, the more profitable we are as a singer, the more profitable the company can make. Everyone is mutually beneficial. Lin Feng smiled and explained. Howard Stringer felt bitter after hearing this. Lin Feng's own plan was ruined again. Looking at the expression of Michael Jackson, he clearly agrees with Avril Records' approach of binding the interests of the singer with the interests of the company. Lin Feng snorted coldly. The unwilling Howard Stringer rolled his eyes and got an idea again. Mr. Lin, with all due respect, your approach is indeed good, but does Avril Records have this financial strength? According to my investigation, Avril Records currently has less than $200 million in current accounts. Funding. In terms of Mariah Carey's status, it is normal to invest $4,050 million in an upfront investment, plus publicity. $60 million is not high. Not to mention Avril Records. It's just a new record company, and all aspects of the relationship must be managed and communicated. As long as it loses once or twice, I am afraid that Avril Records will not be able to make good money. Besides, let the singers make their favorite songs. With all due respect, many singers are very good at music, but not good at making money. The music they like may not be suitable for the market. Howard Stringer pointed to the current Achilles heel of Avril Records. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This is indeed the current Achilles heel of Avril Records and lack of liquidity. Also, even though Beyoncé is a member of the Destiny, after her solo flight, she is still very unfamiliar to fans and very unfamiliar. To cultivate such a newcomer, more funds are needed. On the contrary, companies like our Sony Records have absolutely abundant funds and can spend a lot of effort in cultivating any newcomers. Howard Stringer said coldly. How about it? Our company is rich. Howard Stringer looked at Lin Feng triumphantly. Regardless of Lin Feng's assets of more than $40 billion, but after acquiring 2% of Walmart and creating YouTube, Lin Feng absolutely does not have much cash. Of course, Lin Feng can sell stocks, but this is something that affects the whole body. If Lin Feng sells the stocks, the chain reaction will probably bring serious consequences that Lin Feng did not expect. Seeing Lin Feng's embarrassment, Howard Stringer was happy. He finally got back around. It was so much to be happy, so worthy of celebration. If it weren't for considering that this was at Michael Jackson's house, Howard Stringer would definitely dance rumba in front of Lin Feng with pride. Damn it. Lin Feng frowned secretly. After selling a quantive before, Lin Feng had $5.1 billion in his personal account. However, the acquisition of 2% of Walmart cost Lin Feng $3.871 billion. Plus Lin Feng's investment of $1 billion in Second Entertainment, there is only $229 million left on the wind account. If this amount of money is invested in Avril Records, Lin Feng himself will really have no working capital. Moreover, this amount of money is comparable to that of established record companies such as Sony Records. It's not enough to see. But looking at the smugness and arrogance in Howard Stringer's eyes, Lin Feng Kai didn't hit it. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Lin Feng's mind. Mr. Stringer, you are very right. If the Avril Records company has insufficient liquidity, it will not be able to give its artists ample room for development. So I have decided to add my subordinate Second Entertainment merge with Avril Records to form a brand new Second Entertainment company. It will involve many entertainment industries such as film, television, and records, and provide the highest quality entertainment services to all citizens of the world. Lin Feng said confidently. Lin Feng's voice fell to the ground, and Howard Stringer was stupid. Second Entertainment and Avril Records merge. This is too sensational. Second Entertainment has $1 billion in cash, which is cash, plus the liquidity of Avril Records. After the merger of the two companies, the liquidity will be close to $1.2 billion, which is no weaker than the world's 5 major records company. Although this is very shocking, it is indeed very feasible. After all, Second Entertainment is privately owned by Lin Feng, and Avril Records, Lin Feng also owns half of the shares. Will Avril agree? Howard Stringer asked unwillingly. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you a good news. Avril agreed to marry me. Although it is not married now, Avril will not object to any of my decisions. Lin Feng said proudly. Boom. Howard Stringer shook his whole body and almost fell off the chair. If Lin Feng really merges Avril Records and Second Entertainment, it means that the current pattern of the 5 major record companies in the world will be broken and will become the pattern of the 6 major record companies. If you count Michael Jackson's 50% equity in Sony Records, Howard Stringer is a bit unsure. No, absolutely can't let this happen. Howard Stringer thought for a while, and an idea came up in his mind again. By the way, Mr. Lin, before I came just now, I received a lot of gossip. I heard that other record companies would jointly impose sanctions on Avril Records because the contract signed by your company broke the rules of the industry. Under the pressure of multiple companies, I am afraid it will be difficult to survive even if we have money. Howard Stringer smiled. It is better to cooperate with our two companies to establish a brand new Sony Records company, and everyone can negotiate slowly on the equity. Both parties can take what they need. We have extensive contacts, mature operating experience, excellent talents, and abundant funds. You have singers and artists that make the outside world jealous. Isn't it great for everyone to take what they need? Lin Feng sneered secretly in his heart. This kind of taking what they need, and saying it nicely, is actually cannibalizing the Avril Records company. If I agree, I'm afraid it will be swallowed up by Sony sooner or later. Mr. Stringer, this proposal is good. It's better to invest in shares of my Second Entertainment. According to the current market value of Sony Records, it is valued at $2.5 billion, and my Second Entertainment is worth $1 billion. Ivy Records' value is at least $500 million. After the merger, the total market value of the new entertainment company is $4 billion. My Second Entertainment holds 25% of the shares, and Avril Records holds 12.5% of the shares. Sony Records holds 62.5%, but Michael Jackson holds half of the shares of Sony Records, so that Michael Jackson and Sony Records each hold 31.25% of the shares. Lin Feng also proposed. At first, Howard Stringer was moved by Lin Feng's proposal. After all, this is definitely a strong alliance. The 50% copyright in Michael Jackson's hands also returned to Sony Records. But when I think about it carefully, I can't wait to take Lin Feng alive. It is a cooperation, rather than an annexation, and it is the annexation of Sony Records. Lin Feng personally owns 25% of the new entertainment company, including 12.5% owned by Avril Records. If it is true that Avril has agreed to marry Lin Feng, then Lin Feng owns 37.5%. The shares have surpassed Sony Records and Michael Jackson, including the 31.25% shares held by Michael Jackson. Based on the current relationship between Lin Feng and Michael Jackson, I am afraid that Michael Jackson believes Lin Feng more than Sony Records. The company. At that time, I am afraid that this brand new record company will be the master of Lin Feng, not Sony Records. If Lin Feng agreed to this merger condition, Howard Stringer would be absolutely crazy. Hee, Mr. Lin joked. How dare Sony Records climb up to Second Entertainment? Howard Stringer said haha, but said unselfishly, but the sanctions of those companies, I'm afraid it's not that easy to deal with either. Lin Feng smiled. You are just a bunch of clowns. Lin Feng deliberately said the word although Howard Stringer was also scolded in. Howard Stringer was unable to attack. Damn Chinese. Are you so shrewd? Howard Stringer knew that his plan today had completely failed. He never thought that Lin Feng would be so difficult to deal with. Not only did all his tricks completely fail, but instead took the opportunity to let Lin Feng beat him down, and almost didn't get him out of here angrily to find a car and hit him to death. So he just reincarnated and reincarnated. After thinking about it, Howard Stringer no longer cares about Lin Feng. Talking to Lin Feng again, Howard Stringer dared to guarantee that either he went out to find a car and killed him, or he strangled Lin Feng. Of course, the latter component is mostly. Michael, how are you thinking? I can assure you on behalf of Sony Records that the Motorola incident will never happen again. In your lifetime, you will be the only privileged figure of Sony Records. Howard Stringer bewitched. All stars love face and vanity. Even the king of pop is no exception. Howard Stringer promised Michael Jackson only privileged persons Nuo, and Howard Stringer believes that Michael Jackson will be tempted. Unexpectedly, Michael Jackson frowned, shook his head, and put down the contract. I'm sorry, Mr. Stringer, I can't promise you this. Michael Jackson shrugged. Why? Howard Stringer was rejected by Michael Jackson and stood up a bit out of control. Before he came, he made complete preparations and never thought that he would be rejected by Michael Jackson. And the rejection was so thorough that he didn't even say any polite considerations. Mr. Stringer, although the contract you gave me is still promised, I am very tempted. But this makes me understand more that my privilege is based on the exploitation of other artists, which will make my conscience uneasy. I am a black and have suffered all kinds of discrimination, all kinds of cold talk, and unfair treatment, so I am very eager to get fair treatment. If other artists are treated unfairly for me, I cannot accept it. Michael Jackson said awe-inspiringly. Michael, this society is always the weak and the strong. Your treatment and status are all your own efforts. How can you have a conscience? Howard Stringer was unwilling to persuade. Mr. Stringer, it seems that you still don't understand me. I won't say anything more. Anyway, I won't sign this contract. Michael Jackson handed the contract back to Howard Stringer. Michael, don't you think about it anymore? Howard Stringer stood up, yelling out of control. He was low profile enough today, and he showed sincerity that others couldn't refuse, but he was still rejected by Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson shook his head. Lin Feng laughed silently on the side. Howard Stringer's disappointed expression was beyond words, and he sat back heavily on his seat. After thinking about it for a while, after hesitating for a long time, I had no choice but to hold on to the 50% copyright of Sony Records. Michael, Then I want to talk to you about the 50% Sony copyright in your hand. Our company hopes to redeem it at a price of $950 million US. Howard Stringer said. Michael Jackson shook his head. $1 billion. Howard Stringer was unwilling to increase the price. The 50% copyright in Michael Jackson's hands is the lifeblood of Sony Records, and it must not fall into the hands of anyone. Michael Jackson still shook his head. Howard Stringer frowned, and $1 billion was already the highest offer Sony Records could accept. Michael, you have been working with Sony Records for many years. You can't be so unconscionable. Howard Stringer yelled a little helplessly, and then pointed to Lin Feng. Do you want to sell the copyright to this Chinese? Michael Jackson still shook his head. Mr. Stringer, I will not sell this copyright to anyone. But in order to thank Mr. Lin for his help, and Avril's changes in the recording industry, I have decided to donate it to the Star Charity Fund. The annual profit will be used to help others. Michael Jackson said. What? Howard Stringer was at a loss. He didn't expect that Michael Jackson would donate 50% of his copyright to the Star's charity fund. This is too ridiculous. Tens of millions of dollars in income are donated to the fund for charity, which is outrageous. No, this Star's charity fund could be. Howard Stringer thought of a possibility and was a little silly on the spot. Michael, is this Star's charity fund a charity fund under Mr. Lin? Howard Stringer said with a horror. Michael Jackson smiled. Yes, it's Lin's Star Charity Fund. Michael Jackson nodded and said. Since Lin Feng's wealth has skyrocketed, at the suggestion of Abby Cohen, the original Star's Charity Fund was expanded by Lin Feng to the Star's Charity Fund. It is no longer just to help children and teenagers who are out of school, or university students, which have now expanded into a full range of charitable funds, donating to all those in need. Of course, it is still dominated by students. Abby Cohen asked Lin Feng to expand it into the Star's Charity Fund, hoping that Lin Feng could have the reputation of a philanthropist, and could use the money to donate to countries and all walks of life, to a certain extent, help the development of Lin Feng's career. But obviously, the Star's Charity Fund made Howard Stringer extremely upset. No, it should be said that it made him almost furious. He never thought that the final ownership of Sony Records would actually fall into Lin Feng's hands. Although Michael Jackson donated it to the Star's Charity Fund, it is not much different from what it fell into Lin Feng's hands. If Lin Feng wanted to get it in his hands, it couldn't be easier. Asshole, you will definitely pay the price for your behavior today. Howard Stringer finally couldn't control his irritable emotions, and threw away the door with an expression of immense disappointment and resentment. Michael, thank you. Lin Feng said gratefully. Ha. I feel very honored to be able to contribute to more people in need. What's more, you help me solve my debts and fight against record companies. It is also very correct that I donated it to your Star Charity Fund. Choice. Michael Jackson said with a long sigh of relief. Michael Jackson donated 50% of the copyright of Sony Records to Lin Feng's Star Charity Fund. First, he really wanted to help others. He has donated a total of more than $300 million of property so far. Although the 50% copyright of Sony Records is lucrative every year, it is not necessary for Michael Jackson. Without Michael Jackson, who is burdened by debts, the annual profits of other properties under his name are enough to make him live a leisurely life. What's more, he is not old yet and can make money by singing. In particular, Avril Records, a brand new contract that ties the artist and the company together, also made Michael Jackson very interested. He wanted to give it a try. With the company's all-round corporation, how much brilliance he can create. After leaving Michael Jackson's villa, Lin Feng returned to the Dream Manor and told Avril and everyone what happened today, and everyone was happy. Finally, Avril did not object to the merger of Second Entertainment and Avril Records. For Avril, as long as he can make the music he wants to make, and still have money to spend, it is enough. Besides, she is now Lin Feng's people. it really doesn't matter whether the company merges or not. Avril is so free and easy. As for Mariah Carey and Beyoncé, there is no objection to the merger of Second Entertainment and Avril Records. Such a merger will only benefit them, not disadvantages. The new Second Entertainment will have nearly $1.2 billion in working capital, and it will be fully owned by Lin Feng, and they will also be more secure. After all, the boss behind now has become the third richest man in the world. Afterwards, Lin Feng held a press conference with Michael Jackson, Avril, Mariah Carey, and Beyoncé, announced the merger of Second Entertainment and Avril Records to form a new Second Entertainment. Lin Feng owns 75% of the shares and Avril owns 18% of the shares. Originally Avril owned 25% of the shares. Unexpectedly Avril took Mariah Carey and Beyoncé into the shares, allowing each to get 1% of the shares at a very low price. As for Michael Jackson, obtaining this 5% stake is a matter of course in Lin Feng's view. After all, as long as Michael Jackson is in the Second Entertainment Company, he can bring huge popularity and appeal to the Second Entertainment Company. But what embarrassed Lin Feng was that although Second Entertainment welcomed all stars or newcomers who are determined to develop in the music scene to join Second Entertainment at the press conference, no one came to join for a long time. Obviously, the 5 major record companies in the world have used scheming behind their backs. Lin, what should I do? Except for us, no singer has joined. Avril was impatient for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's Second World Audition virtual community requires the authorization of a large number of stars. If these stars do not join the company, it will be too difficult for Lin Feng to obtain their authorization. What's more, in order to fight against the blockade and suppression of the 5 major record companies, Second Entertainment also needs a large number of singers to join in to strengthen its reputation. Lin Feng frowned for a while and smiled. Avril, if that's the case, then you should use your strengths. Let other singers take a good look, and Second Entertainment can also make good results. Lin Feng said confidently. There is nothing more convincing than a fruitful report card. As long as the first transcript of Second Entertainment is good enough, Lin Feng believes that other singers will join in. Lin, what are you going to do? Avril looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled look. Mariah Carey, Beyoncé, and Michael Jackson are also puzzled. Hee. Make a record. You just need to release a record that breaks the chart record. As long as you have this report card, I believe other singers will join the Second Entertainment, and they can also break the record of the top 5 record companies. Sanctions, Lin Feng said with a confident smile. Previously, the sanctions caused by Sony Gate were led by Motorola, and the major record companies worked together. The sanctions this time are a spontaneous alliance of the 5 major record companies in the world, and they are even more severe in terms of sanctions. Unfortunately, Lin Feng currently has a foothold in the record industry. In terms of contracted artists, Second Entertainment has Mariah Carey, Beyoncé, Michael Jackson, and Avril. These 4 people, except Beyoncé, who is not well known for the time being, the other 3 fame can be jingle. With the strength of 4 people as a guarantee, and the fact that Lin Feng's DingDong.com has taken root in the US market, as well as the nationwide sales of Walmart and the push of Google, Lin Feng could not think of the reasons for his unsuccess. All it takes is 1, 2 classic songs and popular songs to make Second Entertainment the 6th largest record company in the world. As for the classic songs, although Avril and others were anxious, they couldn't create them for a while. But they didn't know that Lin Feng was a person with a memory of the future. Many Lin Feng can't guarantee that 1 or 2 will be fine. Lin, what are you doing? Avril asked a little eagerly. Lin Feng has buried himself in the recording studio for several hours, and no one is allowed to enter. It is said that it is composing songs, but does Lin Feng know how to do it? Mariah Carey and Beyoncé, as well as Michael Jackson, are all blank. They have never heard of Lin Feng, a super young and rich man who can create songs. Avril was also at a loss. Although Lin Feng has created many miracles, let's not talk about commercial talents, such as writing TV scripts. The most popular American drama Prison Break was written by Lin Feng, and the script of the film The Legend of Sword and Fairy, which is under preparation, was written by Lin Feng. I only listened to Ivy. When you leave, Lin Feng will be able to sing very well. Does Lin Feng still write songs? To be continued. The 620th chapter. Even the King of Heaven admires. Lin Feng tossed in Avril's recording studio all afternoon, until the evening when the lights were on, when Avril was really worried about what would happen to Lin Feng and knocked on the door. Lin Feng just opened the door and came out. Lin, are you okay? Avril looked at Lin Feng's eyes slightly red, and felt distressed. It's okay, I'm fine. But Lin Feng shook his head again and again. His face couldn't contain the excitement. After spending an afternoon in the recording studio, and in the evening, Lin Feng finally copied the most memorable song of the three in his mind. This is still the experience of copying Welcome to Beijing last time, and Lin Feng also used Huang Jilun as his teacher when he was training Lisa in Shanghai, and he had studied music score knowledge for a few weeks, otherwise it would be true. Can't figure it out, Avril. I finally wrote 3 songs. Lin Feng excitedly raised the 3 scores in his hands. Avril's eyes lit up and she reached out to grab it. She has learned about Lin Feng's magic for a long time, but she never knew Lin Feng could write songs. Can Lin Feng really write a song this afternoon? And for myself, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé wrote songs in 3 different styles, and they completed it in one afternoon. When I think about it, Avril thinks it is an impossible task, even if it is anyone who has made a name for himself in the international music scene. Music masters didn't dare to say such big words, and Lin Feng also promised to be popular and become a classic. This is absolutely impossible. Avril doesn't believe it. Mariah Carey and Beyoncé don't believe it even more. The 3 talented women with proud talents in music creation all expressed doubts about this. Only Liu Yinying, the president of Dingdong.com, and Lin Shilling, Lin Feng's personal secretary, believed in this, and believed that what Lin Feng said would be realized. Seeing Liu Yinying and Lin Shilling's almost faith-worshipping faces, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé were speechless. As for Avril, although she believes that Lin Feng is a man who has repeatedly performed miracles, as a talented singer-songwriter, Avril does not think Lin Feng can produce 3 different styles of songs in one afternoon. Even if it is a capital, it may be difficult, not to mention that Lin Feng also promises to be popular, and it is a popular song. In particular, Avril knows that Lin Feng is not a hidden music master, but a businessman who can always create miracles and is a little unpredictable. Looking at the 3 music scores in Lin Feng's hands, although Avril didn't believe that Lin Feng would make 3 songs, she still itched and wanted to see it, at least to see how well Lin Feng is. Lin, I want to watch it. With expectation and anxiety, Avril reached out to grab the score. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng stretched his hand straight. With a height difference of 20 centimeters between the 2 and his arm span, Avril, unless he is a high jumper, otherwise he would not be able to hook at all. You bastard. Bully me. Avril raised her pink fist, angrily said. Lin Feng used his height to bully Avril to cheat Xiangxai. Hey, I have worked hard all afternoon. I want to get this score without paying a price. Lin Feng smiled and pointed to his lips. How did Avril not know this action? But there are Mariah Carey and Beyoncé behind her, especially Mariah Carey, a married person who often makes jokes that make Avril blush and heartbeat, especially for her evening sing. Mariah Carey often discusses with Beyoncé and others what song Avril should sing first, and then what song should I sing, and how to match various styles of songs to make Avril and Lin Feng reach heaven and man, the state of unity. This often makes Avril extremely embarrassed and angry. But to blame, she can only blame herself for being too sensitive. Seeing that Avril was a little bit shy, Lin Feng didn't make any jokes anymore, and smiled and handed the 3 scores to Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé. Before receiving the music score, the 3-day Queen-level women were still very relaxed, holding the mentality of taking a look at them. After all, this was made by Lin Feng. Their boss wrote songs for them personally, so they would naturally be able to be humans. No matter how bad Lin Feng writes, it is still his heart. And before Lin Feng came out, the The three had secretly decided that as long as they weren't the kind of songs that were particularly unpleasant and would affect their criticism from the outside world, they would all be included in the new album. Unexpectedly, after the three of them took the score and hummed a few sentences, they became stiff at the same time 3 days later, and then there was no sound for half a day. What's the matter? Sister Yinying, Lin Chilling and Liu Yinying are about the same age, but as the president of DingDong.com, Lin Chilling thinks herself as her younger sister, not Mr. Liu, but Sister Yinying, to bring the relationship closer. Did the boss write "Is it bad?" Lin Chilling asked, a little worried. She already has a blind worship of Lin Feng. Although it should be very exaggerated and outrageous for Lin Feng to write songs, she still believes that Lin Feng is omnipotent. I don't know. Liu Yinying frowned and shook her head. There are so many magical things about Lin Feng. From the young boy when he first met, he has grown into a giant in the international IT industry, which is really amazing. Lin Feng said that he could write songs, although it was a bit whimsical, but what Lin Feng said, Liu Yinying felt that it was still very impressive. Two people who were deeply poisoned by Lin Feng. Just when the belief of Liu Yinying and Lin Chilling was about to shake, Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé screamed and rushed into the recording studio, followed by 3 different styles of music. Boss, what's the matter with them? Lin Chilling brought Lin Feng a cup of green tea, and then handed Lin Feng a towel. Liu Yinying looked aside and shook her head. It's like a secretary's work. It's like a maid. Taiwan's first supermodel, so beautiful, so temperamental, and with a double bachelor's degree, actually works as a maid for Lin Feng. Who will believe this? I am afraid that only a wonder like Lin Feng can have such a perfect secretary. Hee. Sit down. You know when they come out. Lin Feng triumphantly took the green tea handed over by Lin Chilling and sat on the sofa, sipping tea leisurely, and listening to the loud music from the recording studio. About half an hour later, Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé each walked out with excitement holding the music in their hands. Boss, you are so talented in music creation. So amazing. I like this Touch My Body very much. I am thinking about making more R&B songs. This Touch My Body, the rhythm is light and sweet, and it suits me very well. Thank you. Mariah Carey looked at the score with amazement. Just now in the studio for half an hour, even though there were Avril and Beyoncé playing the music scores they got next to each other, the environment was so noisy, but Mariah Carey still felt the song Touch My Body charm. It will definitely be a champion song. Of course, Mariah Carey is full of admiration for Lin Feng, who can write this song Touch My Body. If you have joined Second Entertainment before, one is to follow Michael Jackson's advice, the second is the favorable terms of Second Entertainment, the third is to prove that they have been terminated by Viking Records for no reason. This will be their worst failure. Decision making. Fourth, it is also the financial and influence of Lin Feng. So now, there is another fifth reason: Lin Feng's talent. The boss who can make beautiful songs will definitely be the best boss she has ever met in her life. To join the Second Entertainment, Mariah Carey feels that this will be the most correct decision she has made in her life. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This Touch My Body is also Lin Feng's most appreciated song when Mariah Carey re-emerges after her fall. Although it didn't show Mariah Carey's intoxicating dolphin sound, it was an extremely light and sweet song, which made it extremely relaxing and pleasant to listen to. Looking at Mariah Carey's excited and admiring eyes, Liu Yinying knew that her boss had another believer. Beyoncé hummed the tune of the score in her hand and bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Boss, thank you for this song Crazy in Love. It fascinates me, makes me intoxicated, and drives me crazy. Boss, you are so talented, so talented. If you weren't the boss, I hope you can become my queen's music creator. Beyoncé gave Lin Feng a warm hug with excitement and exclaimed in excitement, feeling the enthusiasm of the Black Beauty in his arms. Lin Feng is secretly funny. A copy song can actually make this diva so excited in the future, and he wants to become his royal musician, which is really profitable. However, this song Crazy in Love is indeed very nice. with a strong sense of rhythm and dynamic style. It is indeed in line with Beyoncé. This is also the first time Beyoncé can release a film after making Beyoncé fly solo, the guarantee of leaping to the sky. Alas, there is another fool who is self-catching. Liu Yinying sighed helplessly. But look at Lin Chilling, who has already had stars in her eyes, and Liu Yinying shook her head again. This boss is amazing. So amazing. Mariah Carey's face was excited, while Beyoncé was so excited to death. Judging from their expressions, it is obvious that the two singles Lin Feng gave them are very good. Obviously, it turns out that her boss Lin Feng is really a man. Strange people. But what makes Liu Yinying curious is how good the song Lin Feng wrote to Avril will be. Lin, you are so kind. I really like this innocence you gave me. I like the song very much. And I like the lyrics even more. You are so kind. Avril hugged Lin tightly. The wind murmured emotionally in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng lightly patted Avril Jade on the back, with a smug look on his face. This innocence is indeed very suitable for the current Avril, and it is also one of Lin Feng's favorite Avril songs. Seeing Avril, who was excited and shedding happy tears, Liu Yinying knew that this song must be very good without guessing. Otherwise Avril would not be moved like this. In one afternoon, Lin Feng made a song that caused 2 queens, 1 future queen, and 3 queens to almost faint in excitement, and the styles were very different, which was shocking. I'm afraid that Beethoven is alive, but that's all. Liu Yinying sighed. Boss, how much magic do you have yet to show? Liu Yinying sighed, turning her eyes to the star-filled eyes beside her. As if she saw Lin Chilling, who was her favorite idol, Liu Yinying shook her head again. This time, Lin Feng probably not only added 3 more believers, but also added a superfan. This Lin Chilling had already admired him to death. I am afraid that no one can shake Lin Feng's position in his heart. In the following days, the entire manor was flooded with 3 different styles of music bombing, which made Liu Yinying admire the magic of Lin Feng even more. And Lin Chilling admired more and made Lin Feng more proud. I just picked up a few songs at random, and after these days I was moved to death, seeing my eyes full of worship and admiration. This is something money can't bring. Later, Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé were involved in the intense recording process. Although there are no more and better songs to form an album for the time being, the 3 women decided to release a single now. Also, in order to build the popularity of the Second Entertainment record company. As long as the single is popular, there is no need to worry about no singer joining the Second Entertainment. By the way, Lin, I listened to the 3 songs you wrote for Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé. They are really very good. Michael Jackson used 2 very good words in a row to describe himself. Sigh of these 3 songs composed by Lin Feng. If someone said that Lin Feng would compose songs before hearing these 3 songs, Michael Jackson would definitely treat it as a joke. After all, Lin Feng is busy with company affairs all day, so he can't be too busy. How could he have time to write songs? Besides, creation also requires talent and inspiration. However, Lin Feng composed these 3 songs in the afternoon. For this, Michael Jackson was deeply impressed. Facing such a genius creator, there is only one word on Michael Jackson's face: service. Lin, no, now I'm going to change my name to the boss. When will I write a song for me? You can't favor one another, Michael Jackson quipped. Lin Feng was speechless. Although writing these 3 songs, the 3 queens admired to death, and even the king of pop in front of him was amazed. But Lin Feng knew that there was not much inventory in his stomach, and some of them might not be suitable. But facing Michael Jackson's admiring eyes, Lin Feng could only bite the bullet and agree. Men are all face-saving. No matter where you sit and who you are very good looking. In less than a week, Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé had all recorded their own singles, and they were released globally on December 1st. And one day is also in later generations, becoming the Second Entertainment Day because it has created too many shocking miracles. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 621. Before Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé release their singles, there is a small problem. The lyrics and composition of these three singles are Lin Feng, but Lin Feng does not want to use his own name, because this is too blatant and incredible. Lin Feng asked himself that he was enough to be publicized, and he appeared on the cover of various financial newspapers and magazines almost every month. If he were to be on the cover of the entertainment section, it would be too public, and it will be suspicious. It is amazing enough to be able to judge the current situation in business, and to know the profit. If there are still amazing talents in creation, does such a person really exist in this world? Therefore, Lin Feng thinks to be a little loke. For these three golden tunes that are destined to become popular in the future, Lin Feng should never use his own name. Lin, you might as well choose a stage name, so that no one else can know who composed the music. Avril offered helplessly. She didn't understand why Lin Feng wanted to be so loke. Too loke is sometimes not a good thing. For example, Michael Jackson, with the title of King of Pop, has brought him countless pressures, but it has also brought countless benefits. He has privileges almost anywhere, which is unattainable by other singers. Compared with an emperor superstar, a Xinan singer is not only poor in singing skills, but more in fame. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng is naturally clear about Avril's thoughts. Publicity and loke have always been twins, each with its own advantages and its own disadvantages. People who publicize will make too many enemies. The so-called wood show in the forest, the wind will urge them. But a publicity person who acts high profile everywhere, but can gain popularity and attention that a low-profile person can't have. The same person, if you bear the name of the richest man in Shanghai, you go to the bank to get a loan, almost anywhere you go. On the contrary, you are just unknown. No matter how much gold you have in your home, the bank will carefully review it. However, low people are unknown and develop in secret. Don't worry about Muxiu Ayilin, don't worry about making enemies everywhere. But without fame, it is inevitable that sometimes the younger generation will be attracted. Although not afraid, they are troubled. Therefore, the two styles of acting have their own advantages. In business, Lin Feng decided to be high profile, to let everyone know that they are not easy to provoke and that they can offend themselves. But before they offend themselves, they must consider whether they can bear the consequences of offending themselves. As for the entertainment industry, Lin Feng personally has no desire to develop in this area. It's better to keep a low profile. In the end, after thinking about it for a long time, Lin Feng took the stage name Second, which also implies Second Entertainment. After finalizing these details, the three singles of Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé can start to play the charts. But the TV station once again refused the application of Second Entertainment to broadcast the third on the grounds that the recent schedule has expired. Application for the first single. Lin, what should I do? Faced with this situation last time, both Avril and Michael Jackson were extremely flustered, but now they are talking and laughing as if it had never happened. Since they want to hinder the development of our company, just let them do it. According to our previous plan, the music channel of MyF's instant TV station will help you play songs, and pass internet radio for publicity, and I will contact Walmart. You can listen to the songs of the three of you at the Audition Music Bar in all Walmart retail supermarkets around the world. Lin Feng said confidently. Indeed, the joint suppression of the five major record companies is absolutely irresistible to any Xinan record company. However, the object of their joint suppression is Lin Feng, this IT giant, which is called the Chinese miracle by all walks of life. Oxford Dictionary, UK. The person who created a new word Chinese boy for it. The 21st century is the internet era, and when Lin Feng has the sharpest search engine on the internet, the suppression of the five major record companies is just like a child's play. The three of Avril nodded, and stopped talking. Although for Mariah Carey and Beyoncé, it is relatively new to promote new singles through the internet. Previously, record companies spend millions to tens of millions of dollars to promote them based on artist level. Now Lin Feng only spends less than a tenth of the funds he used to promote through the internet. With such a novel publicity method, other singers might be worried about the impact of album sales. But for Beyoncé and others who have witnessed Lin Feng's miracle, they will not be too worried. Especially Avril. Her 2 singles were advertised and sold online, and their sales exceeded 1 million in 1 month, which is really surprising. Both of them alternately won Weekly Champion Golden Songs, become the youngest singer with 5 Golden Songs. With the precedent of Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé naturally don't have to worry. What's more, the 2 of them have already witnessed the magic of Lin Feng. This time it is not an attempt to change the traditional sales model of the record industry. For the first time, Lin Feng's Fsnistan TV station's music channel was broadcast. Although at present, Lin Feng's music channel is only ranked 13th among all music channels in the United States. But its TV series The Channel is ranked 3rd for the time being. There is only Prison Break, and the ratings of the second quarter have begun to decline slowly. Otherwise it is the first, and the Sports Channel is ranked 7th. Although the Houston Rockets currently have a strong record, with a record of 16 wins and 3 losses in 19 games, the Los Angeles Lakers, second only to 17 wins and 2 losses, are temporarily ranked 2nd in the league. Together with Jordan's charm, the strength shown by the top pick Yao Ming, and the smooth cooperation of the Houston Rockets, the Mercury-like offense has become the NBA's most popular team for fans. But the sports station only has this blockbuster broadcast. Although Terry has purchased the copyrights of many other sports programs, in the face of strong pressure from other TV stations, the ratings are only limited. Can be ranked 7th, under the recommendation of the TV drama channel and the sports channel. The 3 golden songs of Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé were immediately liked by all the fans. 3 singles, 3 styles. Avril's punk style and rebellious girl are still popular among boys and girls all over the United States. And this song Innocence is indeed very amazing. When I heard it in the first year, people couldn't help being deeply fascinated and intoxicated. Mariah Carey's relaxed and cheerful Touch My Body is really eye-catching, especially after experiencing the Viking Records incomprehensive contract. Mariah Carey stood up again and released a song one by one, changing the old-style singles, and being so happy, made Mariah Carey, who already had a large fan market, easily captured the hearts of fans. Although Beyoncé is a newcomer after flying solo, her stunning face rarely seen by blacks, and her sexy figure that makes all women jealous, captured a lot of eyeballs as soon as she appeared. With the dynamic rhythm of this song Crazy in Love and Beyoncé's dance, it instantly overwhelms Avril's Innocence and Mariah Carey's Touch My Body, becoming Google survey the song fans most want to listen to. Moreover, Walmart is also very suitable to post posters of 3% singles at the entrances of all Walmart stores, which is a full blow to it. The debut on December 1st, almost no need to guess that it must be very popular. But facing this situation, Lin Feng was still not satisfied. After all, many fans have not listened to these 3 songs. When buying, they will also look at the comments of some audio critics. Now on the market, although the Google survey is very popular, there is not a music magazine or a related music critic on the music of Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé. Obviously, this is another 5 major record companies behind the scenes. Otherwise, relying on the quality of these 3 singles, not to mention shocking the ancient and the modern, it is also a rare good song. Without any expert comments, HMPH, I said you will regret it. Howard Stringer, the new president of Sony Records, said coldly. Although the effects of these bans have been very limited, in Howard Stringer's view, he never expected to be able to make a record of second entertainment not sold. In Howard Stringer's view, as long as the records of Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé did not achieve the expected results of other singers, it would be enough to shake the idea of other singers whose contracts are about to expire to join second entertainment. At that time, the record company will lobby again, which will naturally stabilize the singers under their respective banners. Without other singers to join, Second Entertainment relied on Avril, Mariah Carey, Beyoncé, and Michael Jackson. It could not turn the sky, and could not change the current pattern of the record industry. Regarding the current situation, Lin Feng is naturally clear. He also knows the abacus of the major record companies, but Lin Feng has already figured out a countermeasure. Isn't there no expert comment? Find someone to comment by yourself. No newspaper propaganda, own newspaper propaganda. As for this expert candidate, Lin Feng had a good candidate in his mind for a long time. But at this moment, Shanghai called. Boss, come back soon. Heroes of Invincibility 4 inches has been released and sales are good. Of course, it is not worth it that you have to come back. What is really important is the game you conceived, the strongest on earth. The production has been completed, the insight has passed, and the public beta is about to come. I think the boss will definitely not miss this feast. Also, the Legend Cinema City is also about to be completed. Boss, do you want to miss these things? Wu Zhaopu said with excitement and seduction. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Mr. Wu, don't worry, I will go back immediately after solving this matter. Lin Feng hung up the phone and shook his fist. Damn record company, see how I clean up you guys. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 622, Everyone Loves Gossip. After Lin Feng hung up Wu Zeppa's phone, he began to contact the music review experts that he had planned. And the Lin Feng commentary expert that Lin Feng wants to hire is also the object of Lin Feng's previous cooperation. Huang Jilun. Huang Jilun commented on American pop music. Is it a bit fanciful? Yes. When he first thought of this, Lin Feng himself was taken aback. But think about it carefully, why American music critics can comment on Asian music, but Chinese critics cannot comment on American music. What's more, nowadays American music critics refuse Second Entertainment and keep aside the 3 singles of Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé. In this case, Lin Feng naturally goes to his compatriots. Lin Feng was the first to find Huang Jilun. Huang Jilun was shocked when he heard that Lin Feng asked him to comment on American pop music, and he also read column comments in popular newspapers across the United States. Mr. Huang, music is interlinked. Regardless of nationality or age, why are you so timid? Don't Chinese musicians even have the courage to comment on American pop music? Einstein is so great, his theory of relativity is still, isn't it, the same being questioned? Is it sad that teacher Huang is so timid? General Lin Fengjai said. Although Huang Jilun knew that Lin Feng was stimulating him, he still couldn't stand Lin Feng's remarks. Okay, Lin Dong, I agreed. Isn't it just a music review? What's the big deal? By the way, I will fly to Houston right away. Huang Jilun vowed. Teacher Huang, you don't need to fly to Houston. I upload the popular hits released this week to you from the internet every week. After you listen to it, you can pass the commented article to the editorial department of the Houston Chronicle. Lin Feng said with a smile. Now is the 21st century, the era of the internet. There is no longer any need to comment like the previous ones. The music to be commented on is passed directly to the professional reviewers via the internet, and the comments are sent back via the internet after the comments, and then printed. This is the most common way of working in the 21st century. Music critics can comment in any place. This is currently the most popular in the United States. Outsourcing. However, Lin Feng outsourced it to Master Huang Jilun. After finalizing Huang Jilun, Lin Feng found Yuan Weiren, the music master nicknamed Little Fatty, and he and Huang Jilun had a very good personal relationship, but the two often fought each other, which was a pair of live treasures. Yuan Weiren was also taken aback when he received Lin Feng's invitation. However, after learning that Huang Jilun agreed to become a music critic for the special column of Lin Feng's Houston Chronicle, He also graciously agreed. And then I called Huang Qilun and told Huang Qilun that he threatened to prove that he had a better musical vision than Huang Qilun. Don't think that you can write a song I do. Huang Qilun happily faced Yuan Huairan's declaration of war. Of course, the so-called war is only in music, and has nothing to do with each other. Without music, everyone is still best friends. Afterwards, Lin Feng transmitted the 3 singles of Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé to Huang Qilun and Yuan Huairan via the internet for comments. When Huang Qilun and Yuan Huairan commented, Lin Feng, in order to start the popularity of the newly opened music review column in the Houston Chronicle, also targeted Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was shocked when he learned that Lin Feng had invited him to be a special music commentator. Michael, I don't need you to offend anyone, you just need to say what you think is good. Naturally some people say bad things. Lin Feng explained with a smile. After all, it is undoubtedly very taboo for an active singer to comment on other singers' albums. Although in the position of Michael Jackson, most singers dare not say anything. But now that Huang Qilun and Yuan Huairan have these 2 venomous mouths, the 2 commented that they are not right. Michael Jackson naturally does not have to offend people, as long as he encourages them. What Lin Feng wants is the popularity of Michael Jackson. Okay, let me give it a try. When it comes to music, Michael Jackson is still very interested. If he doesn't release a record, it is also a good choice to be a music critic and comment on other singers, especially Xinan singers. Then on December 1st, the Houston Chronicle was released nationwide 3 days before the official release of Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé. Lin Feng spent money to expand it into a popular American newspaper. There is an 8th edition column 3% commentary on music. The main critic is Michael Jackson, and the 2 specially invited commentators are Hung and Yuan Huairan. Many readers are looking forward to the new music column of the Houston Chronicle. After all, the main critic is Michael Jackson. Just seeing this name makes readers interested. They really want to know what Michael Jackson thinks of other singers. However, at first glance, it was disappointing. Michael Jackson's comments were too modest and did not contain any interesting content. After all, what Americans like to read are bitter and mean comments. The more bitter, the more mean the better. A group of kindness, who is watching. However, Michael Jackson's comments were disappointing, but the comments of the 2 specially invited commentators Hung and Yuan Huairan were really eye-catching. Hung commented that Avril's Innocence is not bad, it is a top-notch masterpiece, and it can definitely hit the championship song this time. But for Mariah Carey's Touch My Body, Huang Qilun maintained a cautious attitude, thinking Mariah Carey was a bit risky. Contrary to Hung, Yuan is not optimistic about Avril's Innocence, but is optimistic about Mariah Carey's Touch My Body and thinks it can become the champion song. The opinions of 2 specially invited commentators of the same newspaper are so left, which really excites the readers. In particular, Lin Feng also cleverly added a section at the back, allowing Hung to comment on Yuan, and Yuan to comment on Hung. Comment. Hung satirizes that Yuan doesn't understand music in the section, and Yuan satirizes that Hung doesn't understand what is popular. The 2 lashed out at each other, and all the readers who watched them were intoxicated. Especially the 2 of them also quoted the classics. It can be said that the entire 8th edition is almost a battle of words between Hung and Yuan, but the readers are very much buying it and calling it so enjoyable. Everyone loves gossip. Of course, Hung Huang Qilun and Yuan Huairan share the same view that Beyoncé's Crazy in Love will surely become an instant hit, and it will surely hit the throne of champion hits. Only because she is a newcomer, she is not taken seriously. And after Lin Feng's ingenious hype, especially for 3 consecutive days, the 8th edition of Hung and Yuan Huairan were published on the 8th edition for their support for their arguments and criticisms of each other. At the same time of excitement, the 3 singles of Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé became familiar to the general public, and everyone began to look forward to who will win the championship song in the end. The names Hung and Yuan have also begun to make their mark in American music critics. On December 1st, it also came amidst the noise of Hung and Yuan. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, Please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 623. Avril's Innocence, Mariah Carey's Touch My Body, Beyoncé's Crazy in Love, 3 singles with 3 different styles. Who will become the champion? Judging from the booking status of dingdong.com, there are 121,201 copies of Avril's Innocence, only 43,580 copies of Mariah Carey's Touch My Body, and Beyoncé's Crazy in Love is even less, only 12,540 copies. With online pre-sales, Avril is far ahead. But there is a reason for this. Most of Avril's fans are young people between the ages of 14 and 22. They are most enthusiastic about emerging online transactions. On the contrary, fans of Mariah Carey follow Mariah Carey's The growth of more than 10 years has also gradually gotten older. Although new young fans have joined in, they are naturally not as active as Avril for online transactions. As for Beyoncé, a newcomer, this kind of performance is already pretty good. Howard Stringer, the new president of Sony Records, snorted. For Howard Stringer, he did everything he could. He joined the other 4 major global record companies to ban second entertainment in publicity and sales. There was no radio or TV station to promote Avril. The new singles were not sold by record shops, and there were no newspapers and magazines to comment on them. But their efforts were in vain. There is no radio or TV propaganda. Lin Feng's own Fsnistan TV station propaganda, but also uses the influence of Google to let people on the internet in the United States just search for music and popular categories, and the first pop-up is Second Entertainment. The official website of this does not charge money, it is just a calculation method of the Google search engine, with Lin Feng owning 5% of the equity of Google, which is understandable to Lin Feng's favor, which made Sony Records and Time Warner waiting for the record company is helpless. Although Sony Records had thought of acquiring a certain share of Google to fight against Lin Feng, but now that Google's second round of financing has ended, Sony Records cannot enter if it wants to enter. There may be another way to wait for Google to raise funds again, or to acquire after going public. But the daily is cold at that time. As for the total blockade of record shops, Lin Feng stopped lobbying record shops at all this time, and did not even use the Sony Gate attack on record shops to threaten record shops across the United States to sell Second Entertainment records directly through Walmart Global Sales, which makes companies such as Sony Records helpless. Finally, Sony Records can only hope to reduce the chances of Second Entertainment appearing in newspapers and magazines to reduce the influence of the Second Entertainment record company as much as possible, so that the record sales of Avril and others are lower than expected. It is a pity that American newspapers and magazines do not report, but Lin Feng's own Houston Chronicle has been serialized throughout, and he has given a whole page to comment on it. This makes Howard Stringer and other record company presidents annoyed. Moreover, the comments of the 2 music critics Hung and Young not only caused the American people to have a strong interest in the recordings of Avril and others, but also took advantage of the general public's gossip psychology. In Hung and Young, during the War of Words of Young, the Houston Chronicle officially became one of the most popular newspapers in the United States. Originally, the Houston Chronicle was only an influential newspaper in Houston. However, after the acquisition of Lam Fung, the influence of the Houston Rockets was used to make it the main report of the Houston Rockets-related news, especially the recent Houston Rockets record. Yes, coupled with Jordan's influence, it has gradually radiated from local newspapers to newspapers distributed throughout the United States. However, due to the limited number of talented reporters and the transition from a local newspaper to a nationally distributed newspaper, it is impossible to support a sports sector, especially the Houston Rockets alone. The Houston Chronicle is almost the lowest-selling newspaper in the United States. Yes, only 1 million copies on average. This time, with the comments of Hung and Young on the music, the 2 men's war of words on the 8th edition attracted a lot of readers' interest. Here, I have to admit that the history of Chinese culture is not comparable to that of American culture, with a history of more than 200 years. Hung and Yong Yuan Weiren are both highly talented students, in the midst of a war of words. Citing a few Chinese idiom stories casually makes all American readers fascinated, and the ingenuity of swearing is unmatched by experts in other newspapers and magazines. Most other newspaper and magazine experts directly use fuck, shit and the like. Of course, the original American readers did not see the mystery of swearing, but Lin Feng cleverly adopted the format of the chat room for the battle between the two, and printed it out in the Houston Chronicle one by one, and the American readers approved it. The dialogue between the upper and lower two naturally came to light upon closer inspection, and I was intoxicated by their cursing eloquence unknowingly. Later, many American readers were not rushing to see another song on the market, but to how they scolded each other. This has also allowed the sales of the Houston Chronicle to rise steadily, with an average sales volume reaching a staggering 2.7 million copies. Although it is far from the staggering number of other newspapers such as the British The Times, which has an astonishing number of more than 4 million copies, it is still far behind, but it has created a miracle in sales of local newspapers leaping international newspapers. Of course, the Houston Chronicle currently has only two attractive sections, the music section and the sports section. If you want to truly become a newspaper sold nationwide, or even a global newspaper, other aspects need to be strengthened. Avril, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé also thanked the Houston Chronicle. On December 1st, the first day the single was officially released, the sales of the three Walmart reached astonishing data. Avril's Innocence sold 70,200 copies, Mariah Carey's Touch My Body sold 103,000 copies, and Beyoncé's Crazy in Love sold 54,570 copies. This sales performance has been very amazing, and it has made the world's 5 major record companies such as Sony Records shocked. If the 3 Avril records continue to sell hot, it will be a major temptation for their respective contracted artists who are about to expire. You can make your own songs as you like, and you can also get far more profits than signing with other record companies. It can be described as the best of both worlds. Under such a severe situation, the 5 major record companies have launched their artist records. However, in the current situation, the big-name artists are naturally unwilling to rush to release their records and go head-to-head with the 2 pop queens of Avril and Mariah Carey. Have spontaneously resisted the company's irrational behavior. Going head-to-head with Avril Mariah Carey at this time is definitely a very silly behavior. Regardless of who wins and who loses in the end, it will definitely hurt both sides in the end. What's more, both singles of Avril's Innocence and Mariah Carey's Touch My Body are so nice. They asked themselves if they could not come up with a song comparable to it at the moment, so naturally they were even more reluctant to touch it. Regarding the non-cooperation of its big-name singers, the 5 major record companies did not dare to force it at this time. If they were forced to go to Second Entertainment after the contract period expires, they would really want to cry. Although they used to dig each other's corners, most of them still abide by a hidden rule, but Second Entertainment does not abide by any unspoken rules. With the help of Google and Walmart, Second Entertainment owns challenge the strength of the unspoken rules of the record industry. In desperation, many record companies can only let some young or inexperienced singers who dare not disobey the record company to release their films. However, these new and uninfluenced singers themselves are reluctant, and their own strength is also limited. Naturally, they have no right to shake the kingship of Avril, Mariah Carey. At the end of the first week, Avril's Innocence relied on the sales results on DingDong.com to beat Mariah Carey's Touch My Body with 422,340 sales in the first week, surpassing Mariah Carey's Touch My Body with 417,580. Zhang's sales performance has become the weekly sales champion of the American Billboard Golden Songs. As for Beyoncé's Crazy in Love, It also sold more than 284,000 copies in a quiet manner. Although the results are far inferior to Avril and Mariah Carey, as a rookie, it is popular in the two majors. When Tin Hau released the film, it was already very impressive to have such an achievement. In the Houston Chronicle, Hung also laughed at Young for his optimism before. But afterwards, Avril's innocence was surpassed by Mariah Carey's Touch My Body in the third week after maintaining the championship for 2 weeks. At this time, it was Young again to show off his power. Witnessing the record sales of Second Entertainment so good, the world's 5 major record companies such as Sony Records are completely unable to suppress the strong rise of Second Entertainment. Record shops in the United States have also begun to frequently talk about Second Entertainment at a high level. Record shops can also sell Second Entertainment records. Lin Feng couldn't stop sneer in the faces of these record shops, rejected mercilessly, saying that Second Entertainment not only did the albums of the 3 people including Avril not be sold through the record store this time, but also all the records in the future will not be sold through the record store. This statement not only shocked public opinion in the United States, and made Lin Feng a figure in the limelight again, but also panicked all record shops. After all, Lin Feng is backed by Walmart and DingDong.com. So he doesn't care if he doesn't sell through record shops. In particular, Walmart retail stores are spread all over the world, which is equivalent to a super record store. After cooperating with Second Entertainment, it sells Avril and others records in the most conspicuous places, and also launches discounts and other activities, which is unmatched by other record shops. If Second Entertainment really never sells in record shops, the record shops will lose out in the end. In particular, more and more artists began to show their interest in Second Entertainment overtly and secretly, which made record shops panic. In desperation, the recording industry led by Tower Records decided to visit Lin Feng, hoping to persuade Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, he was rejected by Lin Feng again. At the beginning, I cooperated with Sony Records and other companies to oppress my Second Entertainment. Now I want to regret it and want to cheat me. Unfortunately, I don't need you anymore. Lin Feng relentlessly refused again, not even letting him meet. In the end, with a frustrated mood, many record shop owners left Dream Manor in disgrace. Although he did not resent Lin Feng's strength and followed Sony Records, the rise of Second Entertainment, the rise of online music, and the strong invasion of Walmart into the record sales industry have already been destined for the record store become a sunset industry. And in this remark, everyone was surprised. No, it can even be said that something horrified happened. On the occasion of entering 2003, Beyonce's Crazy in Love has a monthly sales record of more than 1.4 million copies, becoming the new US Billboard top sales champion. After A New Man was overwhelmed for 2 days, he became the champion of the American Billboard Golden Songs chart, which horrified everyone. But what is even more shocking is that the 3 singles released by the 3 major record companies of Second Entertainment have all become the champions, which is really shocking. This also invisibly made other record companies' aspiring artists tickling, thinking about signing Second Entertainment. Although when signing the contract, Second Entertainment will be authorized to own the online avatar of the contracted artist for free, but relative to the profits obtained, this online avatar copyright is not valued by many celebrities. At least before the internet has fully become the main way of life for human beings, many artists do not value the copyright of this online avatar. Suddenly, the hearts of many record companies fluctuate, even if Howard Stringer and others continue to increase signing chips. But in the face of the absolute benefits of Second Entertainment, their contracts have no advantage at all. Damn Second Entertainment, damn Chinese, we are endless. Howard Stringer, president of Sony Records, uttered resentfully. The strong rise of Second Entertainment in the record industry has been unstoppable. When Avril and others were selling records, Lin Feng had already returned to Shanghai. Returning to Shanghai with the momentum of setting off a repellent storm in the record industry. The Strongest on Earth is also ready for public beta. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 624. The cost is too high. Lin Feng returned to Shanghai quietly by special plane, and rushed back to the Second World headquarters in the first place. In the United States for a month, several games developed by Second World have either been put on sale or are ready for public testing, especially Underground Strongest. After repeated revisions, this game will finally be publicly tested, which makes Lin Feng extremely tickled. Naturally, I have to come back as soon as possible. Upon learning that Lin Feng had returned, Wu Xiaopu also convened an ad hoc meeting as soon as possible. Mr. Wu, what's the current situation? Lin Feng asked excitedly. Boss, have a cup of ginseng tea before you get off the plane. You must be very tired. Lin Xiling then brought Lin Feng a cup of ginseng tea. Looking at Lin Xiling's style, there are thousands of styles that can't be said, and the deep affection in his eyes is also unprecedented. Lin Feng went out, not only disturbed the global record industry, but also caused the world's largest record company Sony Records president Motoru to resign. He also made his second entertainment no less than the sixth largest record company in the world. The big record company also raised Google and joined forces with Walmart. The various miracles in this business have been amazing. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng is also so smooth on women. Looking at the affectionate styles in Lin Xiling's eyes, Wu Xiaopu sighed. Why are all men also? Lin Feng can have a double harvest in love and career. Not to mention the golden house at home. There are still flowers in full bloom outside, and others are so ordinary. In fact, Wu Xiaopu is definitely not ordinary anymore. He is 32 years old and has assets of hundreds of millions of dollars. He is single, Shanghai's upstart, the standard diamond celebrity, and I don't know how many beautiful women have embraced him. It's just a far cry from Lin Feng's comparison. Regarding age, Lin Feng is less than 23 years old this year, but Wu Xiaopu is already 32 years old. In terms of wealth, Lin Feng sits on $40 billion, while Wu Xiaopu's net worth is only over $100 million. In terms of position, Lin Feng is the boss and Wu Xiaopu is a wage earner. Regarding women, all the women around Lin Feng are super beauties, and there are superstars. Although the women around Wu Xiaopu are also personally better than Hui Jiao, they cannot be compared with the women around Lin Feng. Of course, these Wu Xiaopu recognized them a long time ago, and never thought of comparing them to Lin Feng. What makes Wu Xiaopu really depressed is why the women around him have money in their eyes. Everything is for his money, and occasionally I meet one or two women who seem to be unmoved by money, but also pretend. What Wu Xiaopu saw in their eyes was only the desire for money, not the true love for him. Originally, Wu Xiaopu had already admitted. After all, it is not his fault to have money, and it is not guilty for people to love money, so he can pick the best one. But look at Lin Feng, whether it is Avril, Lisa, or Lin Xiling in front of him, there is only love in his eyes, which makes Wu Xiaopu a little unbearable. Why is there such a big gap between people? Wu Xiaopu shook his head, no longer think about it, so he can only comfort himself. The boss is the boss. They can't compare with ordinary people. Boss, the sales of Heroes of Invincibility 4 inches will be introduced to you by the leader of the 4th game development team, Zhou Wankanam. Wu Xiaopu said. Kanshem, what's the situation? Lin Feng asked, looking at Zhou Wankanheim expectantly. If there are any games in this world that can be played for a lifetime, everyone can think of many games. For example, Tetris, Minesweeper and so on. But if you can play for a lifetime and still play with gusto, Heroes of Might and Magic is definitely one of them. Heroes of various characters, various camps, and almost perfect game balance make Heroes of Magicians full of fun. Before the Old computing game production team joined the Second World, a total of 3 generations were developed. The launch of each generation has won wide acclaim from all players, but since the launch of Heroes of Might and Magic 3 inches, now, more than 3 years have passed. Although corresponding expansions were released later, for all players, they are still looking forward to Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches. Boss, according to your suggestion, Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches we use 2.5D game graphics, Joe Canham said. The so-called 2.5D, also known as fake 3D, is a type of video game that often appears in the era when the three-dimensional technology of video games is not yet mature. Originally, with the current technology, it has been possible to design a complete 3D version of Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches. However, Lin Feng believes that when players play Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches, the requirements on the screen are far from the requirements for the fun of the game. Therefore, considering the current player's computer configuration and game development costs, Joe Canheim chose 2.5D to ensure that the screen has both 2D gorgeousness and 3D scene effects, making the entire game map more space. Many, but also adhering to the consistent style of the Heroes of Might and Magic series. Each time the next generation of games is released, the graphics have improved significantly. As for the performance of the game, Joe Canheim was originally planning to develop the offensive skills of heroes. After all, in Heroes of Might and Magic 3 inches, heroes are just a display, except for magical heroes. In addition to losing magic, physics heroes only have passive bonuses of attributes and skills that affect the army. But strictly speaking, there are almost no absolute physical heroes except York, who has a unique background, because even barbarians can build 3-level magic towers. In order to break through the traditional shackles of heroes in Heroes of Might and Magic, Joe Canham originally wanted the heroes to have the ability to fight alone. But this is also the biggest failure of the original Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches, and it is also the most unacceptable place for players. In Heroes of Might and Might 4 inches, the hero can sweep the entire map without a soldier and one family, completely without the strategy of leading soldiers in the previous work of Heroes of Might and Might, and become a real hero invincible. For this, Lin Feng is firmly opposed. After weighing it again and again, Joe Canheim modified it. However, the offensive ability of the hero is still retained. The hero can directly attack the opponent, the so-called non-magical hero, but the opponent cannot attack the hero, and the victory or defeat is still determined according to the destruction of one side's arms. After modification, a 2.5D picture was adopted. Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches was launched on November 11th, a day known as the Stick Festival, with a price of $18 and a unified global price. However, for Chinese users, Second World still adopts certain preferential policies. By ordering through dingdang.com, Chinese users will be able to purchase genuine products at a low price of 69 yuan, original price of about 148 yuan. In the first week of listing, 4.2 million units were sold in the European and American markets. Thanks to the new 2.5D graphics, and the hero also has a certain attack ability. The hero invincible players who have been waiting for many years sold out. I bought it for a while to relive the classics of the past. Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches also topped the European and American game rankings with its gratifying sales of 4.2 million units a week in the European and American markets. Boss, there are more gratifying ones. Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches has sold a total of 470,000 sets in the domestic market. Wu Zhaopu said with joy. The score of 980,000 sets, although not comparable to the previous 500 million sales of The Legend of Sword and Fairy, is enough to make people ecstatic. This can be regarded as a rare gratifying achievement in the sales of domestic legal games. Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches can sell 980,000 sets in the first week in China. In addition to the support of tens of millions of Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches players in China, players can also rely on the genuine CD of Heroes of Might and Magic 4 inches. Key logs onto the secondworldbattle.net, fights with players around the world, and has a ranking of points. And Second World promises to invite the best players to come to the Shanghai Players Festival to compete in the Second World Players Annual Meeting. In addition, players who rank high on Battle.net will have the first qualification to experience Heroes Online. In Lin Feng's view, the Heroes of Might and Magic series can already launch online games, so that players who love strategy can directly reproduce the game's highs and lows through the network. Kancham, how is the plan for Heroes Online going on? Lin Feng asked afterwards. Boss, Heroes Online is being planned, and we are ready to develop it into a real 3D game, and solve the troubles of waiting between players during the Heroes of Might and Magic series battle. Zhou Wan Kancham said confidently. In the Heroes of Might and Magic series of battles, the rule is that you go for one round and the opponent goes for one round. Although the time of each round can be limited, the waiting is still uncomfortable. If it is adapted into an online game, it will naturally no longer be able to adopt this game mode. Zhou Kanheim is going to adopt the 2D round game rules similar to Magic Baby, but there are many problems in this that need to be improved, and the game map also needs to be remade. Think about Heroes of Might and Magic on the world, millions of loyal players. If they enter the game collectively, how big the map should be. Players all over the world are playing on the same server. Lin Feng listened for a moment. Yes, boss, I think this will allow all players to experience the fun of Heroes of Might and Magic. Zhou Kanheim said. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. From the beginning of the production of War of the Worlds, these game production teams have begun to target the unified server architecture. Although this is not a bad thing, in terms of the current configuration of the player's computer, it is not a good thing for the Second World company to compare the performance of the player's computer through a supercomputer. The cost is too high. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 625 Internal Crisis? The cost is too high. If all game development teams under the Second World Group aim to develop on a global unified server, there will only be one consequence. At the time each Second World funding chain will be dragged down. Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Servicing the country now has a total of 13 sets of servers that can carry 2.8 million players online at the same time. It costs a total of 39 supercomputers. The manufacturing cost alone costs nearly $350 million, which does not count other venue concession fees and labor costs, maintenance costs, and high electricity bills. However, although so much capital was consumed, although the expected effect was achieved, it was an extremely failed strategy in terms of balance of payments. And it also brings a series of negative effects. From a financial point of view, the Second World cannot afford that other game development teams adopt a global unified server architecture. Maybe in a few years, the players' computers will be upgraded and can withstand tens of thousands of players playing on the same game map. Perhaps that will be the dawn of the era of global unified servers. For now, it's too early. Boss. Zhou Kanchim looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Whenever he thinks of thousands of players fighting in the game, using various strategies and tactics, Zhou Kanheim gets excited. Although small servers can also host player games, they are undoubtedly much smaller in terms of scale and atmosphere, which is inevitably embarrassing. And this is also about the profit sharing of each game development team. After all, the fewer players, the less the company will make naturally, and the less profit share its game development team will have. Especially Swordsman Love, Loyalty to Serve the country enjoys the privilege of a global unified server architecture, but other game development teams can't. This naturally makes other game teams jealous. And even worse is Joe Canham's fourth development team is American. This inevitably makes people wonder whether Lin Feng is too partial to his compatriots. Although this thought only turned around in Joe Canham's mind, his expressions inevitably showed a little, and he involuntarily glanced at the leader of the second game development team responsible for Swordsman Love. Serve the country. Kook Sin. Come from the heart. Lin Feng is in charge of a company that is close to hundreds of billions of dollars. In addition to relying on unpredictable profits, he also relies on knowing people and seeing each other's psychological activities from the subtleties. The book that Lin Feng reads most often on the plane or before going to bed is Psychological Manipulation, by Juventus Weber. United States. Management is the key to the development of a company to a certain scale. And management is about people, but people's hearts are the most complicated. If you want to understand the human mind, psychology is naturally the first choice. It can be said that all successful managers are basically masters of psychology. They can use their subordinates' every move, facial expressions, and subconscious activities to infer subordinates' intentions and psychological activities at the moment. Therefore, for Joe Canham inadvertently glanced slightly at Kook Sin Chai, who was 2 seats away from him. Lin Feng caught his intentions, and he was secretly vigilant in his heart. My second world now belongs to a multinational company, with internal members from all countries. As the chairman and president, he must be balanced. Otherwise it is absolutely not conducive to the development of the company. And once it is not handled well, it may cause the company to fall apart. Such examples are not common in history. Lin Feng lightly pecked a sip of ginseng tea, and after a little brewing, he had an idea in his mind. First of all, here I would like to apologize for the economic losses caused to the company by adopting a global unified server architecture in Jiangxia King Yuan. Loyalty to the country, Lin Feng said cautiously. Everyone was surprised. I originally thought that the global unified server architecture could bring huge profits and popularity to the company, but I didn't consider whether the player's computer supports it or the cost of the supercomputer architecture. Here, I apologize to all shareholders of the company. Feng got up and bowed slightly. There was a sound of surprise in the conference room. No one thought that Lin Feng would apologize in front of everyone. Originally, Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Servicing the Country adopted a global unified server architecture. At that time, everyone also expressed different opinions. However, at that time, Lin Feng held absolute equity and no one could express objections and could only obey. Later, in order to fulfill the promise to the players, the second world was at a loss in the construction of the server. Although everyone didn't say much, they still had some complaints in their hearts. After all, although the Jiangxia King Yuan's loyalty serve the country developed by Kook Sin's second game development team also brought huge profits to the company, it was not proportional to the company's investment in server architecture. However, in accordance with the company's agreement, the second game development team still received the same profit share as other game development teams. This naturally made other game development teams quite complaining and faintly dissatisfied. However, the current second world performance is booming, and it is now one of the most promising IT companies in the world. The other is Google, so this complaint is naturally buried in the hearts of everyone. But if any crisis breaks out in the future, these hidden contradictions will violently erupt, which will be fatal to the company at that time. Boss, Kook Sin is not a fool. In ordinary communication, from the eyes and attitudes of other people, it is natural to see that other game development teams treat him and his game development team view, but he couldn't say anything, and he didn't know what to say. If profit sharing is not required, the more than 100 employees of the second game development team have worked hard for 18 months, and the hard work of more than 14 hours a day will be considered in vain. It is extremely uncomfortable to accept this share, but also suffer the gossip of other game development teams. Group Leader Ku, this has nothing to do with you, it is my fault. Unexpectedly, Wu Zhaopu stepped forward at this time, stopped Kook Sin, and stood up, everyone. The architecture of this global unified server was proposed to the boss privately. I insisted on it. After all, with the development of computer hardware and network bandwidth expansion in the future online games, a global unified server is imperative. But I have forgotten the limitations of real technology and funds. This matter has nothing to do with the boss. I have suffered it for me. Here, I deeply apologize and I am willing to accept any administrative punishment from the company. Wu Xiaopu bowed deeply and said, Mr. Wu. Lin Feng whispered softly. Obviously, Wu Xiaopu did this for Lin Feng. After all, the global unified server architecture was proposed by Lin Feng himself. When it was proposed, Wu Xiaopu had also opposed it in private. However, under Lin Feng's insistence and the joining of Bruce Allen, the second world had its own research and development. The possibility of a supercomputer has smoothly implemented a unified global server architecture. This matter absolutely has nothing to do with Wu Xiaopu. Lin Feng wanted to explain. After all, it was his fault and he had to admit it. Unexpectedly, when he was about to speak, Wu Xiaopu stepped on it. Lin Feng frowned, watching Wu Xiaopu winking at himself, and after a little pondering, he immediately understood what Wu Xiaopu's move meant. Wu Xiaopu is carrying a black pot for himself, and there is only one reason why he wants to carry a black pot for himself: to maintain his absolute authority and mythology in front of everyone in the company. Since Lin Feng created the second world, he has never failed. All of his decisions are extremely correct. Invisibly, he has established a mythical image that never makes mistakes in front of everyone in the company. This mythical image makes when facing any difficulties, the second world fully believes that Lin Feng can lead them to success. In Wu Xiaopu's view, Lin Feng's image is very good for the company's stability and long-term development. If it is not necessary, it is better not to destroy Lin Feng's mythical image and let it continue. In particular, Second World is listed as a stock company listed on Nasdaq, and may be attacked or acquired by other consortia at any time. Although Lin Feng holds 35% of the shares, plus their shares in the hands of Chinese people, the Second World can be said to belong to Lin Feng. But in case one of them sells the company's stock, coupled with other consortia's intentional acquisitions, it is not impossible for the Second World to slip from Lin Feng's hands. At that time, it is not only Lin Feng's regret, but also all Chinese. In the 53 years since the founding of the People's Republic of China, a second world and a forest wind appeared with great difficulty. In Wu Xiaopu's heart, he absolutely did not want to let Qi become the bag of other consortia. The second world must not repeat the same mistakes and follow the old path of Tencent. And Lin Feng's mythical image helps Lin Feng maintain the company's authority and dominance in the company. As for his image and status in the company, it is not important to Wu Xiaopu. Besides, Lin Feng is definitely not the kind of person who kills donkeys and crosses rivers and bridges. Moreover, Wu Xiaopu believes that he is a vice president who is not greedy for power, is not careful, and can be a scapegoat. Wu Xiaopu believes that all the bosses love most. For Wu Xiaopu's painstaking efforts, Lin Feng would naturally not let it go in vain. Mr. Wu, although you insisted on this, but I agreed. For your punishment, I decided to demote you one level in the administrative position, but temporarily acting as the Deputy General Manager. As for the economic punishment, I will take it on my behalf. Starting today, in 2003 next year, my president's salary will be $1. Lin Feng announced. There was an uproar in the crowd. Lin Feng is the president of Second World. According to the current economic situation of Second World, the annual salary is $20 million. It is admirable for Lin Feng to reject the $20 million so boldly. Although Lin Feng is the third richest person in the world with more than $40 billion in assets, it is surprising that he refuses the annual salary of $20 million so boldly. However, with Wu Xiaopu's confession, administrative downgrading, and Lin Feng's self-penalty, the matter of the global unified server architecture has even been exposed. The company has since regained a peaceful scene. Boss, I understand, Heroes Online will still adopt the server architecture of ordinary online games. Joe Wankenheim also has no dissatisfaction and resentment at this time. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng smiled. If only this is the case. In fact, these game talents from all over the world cannot be satisfied. After all, this penalty, except for the ban on Lin Feng's $20 million as the president's salary, other penalties are fun. What's more, in Lin Feng's view, although the global unified server architecture cannot be realized at present, it can save the country with a curve. No, Kanshem, you can still adopt a global unified server architecture, Lin Feng said with a smile. Now, everyone in the conference room didn't understand. I don't know what Lin Feng wants to say. Disagree for a while, admit mistakes, and agree again for a while, which makes everyone's brains really hard to turn around. After thinking about it for a long time, Joe Wankenheim patted his head helplessly and shook his head. I'm sorry, boss. I really can't figure out what you mean, boss. Joe Wankenheim said helplessly. Everyone also looked at Lin Feng expectantly. In particular, Wu Zhaopu couldn't figure out what Lin Feng meant. Although he is willing to carry the scapegoat for Lin Feng, he always carries the scapegoat, which is not a good thing. If you can recite it once, you can lose it once. Hee. Although the global unified server architecture cannot be implemented at present, it is the general trend in the future. We can fully structure it in advance. Then, as long as the computer hardware development and bandwidth meet the requirements, we will be able to launch a global unified server. Lin Feng Zanwang said. But, boss, if we adopt a global unified server architecture, when I set up Heroes Online, I must set the game map and related facilities in proportion to a certain number of people online. This cannot be changed. At that time, either game server adopts a global unified server architecture, which can accommodate millions or even tens of millions of players online at the same time. But in the end there are indeed only a few thousand players. These thousands of players are in the game. I am afraid it is like playing just like a standalone game. It's hard to meet other players, Joe Wankenheim said. Kuxin also added. Yes, boss, the original Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Serve the Country was also a game developed in accordance with the global unified server architecture. In the end, it can no longer be modified. Only a supercomputer architecture server with a negative profit ratio can be used. If you still use a global unified server based on the structure, Heroes Online will face the same dilemma as Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Servicing the Country at the time. Kuxin said worriedly. After hearing this, everyone looked worried. But Lin Feng smiled heartily. Ha ha, yes. Your concerns are correct. But this idea of mine can perfectly balance cost and future game development trends, Lin Feng said with a smile. Everyone was taken aback, held their breath, and waited for the forest wind to follow. Kanshem, you develop games in accordance with the global unified server architecture, but the game scene is temporarily limited to the 500,000 maximum online quota, Lin Feng said. Joe Wankenheim frowned, and he didn't understand what Lin Feng meant after hearing Lin Feng's words. Heroes Online adopts two kinds of servers. Among them, the game client with a global unified server architecture uses a supercomputer as the game server to ensure that it can accommodate between 400,000 and 500,000 online players. I believe that when Heroes Online is developed at that time, the computer hardware should have been able to meet such requirements, Lin Feng said. Bruce Aran Rules, Vice President of AMD's Development Department, nodded. However, the rest of the game development team was puzzled and didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. What I mean is that a game client with a supercomputer architecture is used as the game body large game scene, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of players. And a game client with a common game server architecture is a copy of the game small game scene. Usually accommodates thousands of people. All ordinary players play in the dungeon, and only the top players can enter the advanced server, and play in the same large-scale game scene as the top players in other parts of the world. Lin Feng explained in detail. Everyone's eyes lit up after listening. As for this qualification, we can use various competitions and rankings to determine. Players who meet this qualification will automatically upgrade their player accounts to VIP accounts and enter the scene of large game servers. Ordinary players can only play games on ordinary game servers. This will not only allow the games developed by our company to be integrated with the global unified server architecture in the future, but also generate a certain degree of competition among players, so that they can work hard to enter advanced servers. I believe this will definitely stimulate players' desire for games. At the same time, it only needs to provide a supercomputer as an advanced server. From the cost point of view, the company can also fully bear it, Lin Feng said. After listening carefully, everyone applauded. This solution couldn't be better. It can be said that all advantages have been taken into account. Although most players still can't enjoy the pleasure of a large map with hundreds of thousands of people playing at the same time, it allows excellent players to enter the advanced server to experience this pleasure. Spend the same money, naturally hope to enjoy better service. This undoubtedly makes players more invested in the game, and can also bring more revenue to the company, and it does not affect the cost of the company in the slightest. Wonderful. It's wonderful. Everyone's eyes looking at Lin Feng are full of worship again, and only their boss can come up with this idea. Minwu Li, your world war can also be set in this way, divided into advanced servers and ordinary servers, so I believe that the development difficulty will be reduced a lot, and the cost can be well controlled. Lin Feng reminded. Minutes Wu Li nodded in focus. If the main body of the game with advanced server architecture and the copy of the game with ordinary server architecture, then everything is simple. Your game can also be set in this way, using advanced servers and ordinary servers to meet the company's development and current cost requirements. Lin Feng looked at the others. Kui Mings and others also nodded for a while. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and it was only then that the problem of the global unified server architecture was completely solved. The company no longer has to bear the burden of huge costs. By the way, what happened to the strongest on Earth? Then, Lin Feng looked towards Takashi Nishiyama. The strongest on Earth was proposed by himself, and it is also one of Lin Feng's most concerned games. Lin Feng was excited when he thought of this game. To be continued. Chapter 626 The Strongest Player? The strongest on Earth. From Lin Feng's idea of this game, to now the inside is completed. Preparation for the public beta. It took 8 months. Which not only made Lin Feng wait too long, but also made all players wait too long. Boss, the internal beta of the strongest on Earth has been completed. I suggest to officially start the public beta on December 24th. In most of the year in China, Nishiyama Takashi, a Japanese, has gradually become accustomed to life in China and has begun to understand this nation. But there is one thing that makes Takashi Nishiyama very strange. In China, except for the Spring Festival, other festivals are very important to the Chinese people. It seems that the Chinese themselves do not pay much attention to them, and businesses do not have any corresponding development plans for this. On the contrary, those foreign festival merchants are extremely enthusiastic, and so are most Chinese. Such as Christmas. In the West, Christmas is a day of reunion, which is equivalent to the Chinese New Year. But in China, Christmas is the day when all Chinese go out for fun, and it is also the day when businesses have the most frequent activities. Nishiyama Takashi heard from others in the company that that day was as lively as any festival in China, and businesses seemed to be more enthusiastic about it than the Spring Festival. This is too strange for Takashi Nishiyama. However, Takashi Nishiyama knows one thing. That is that there are many poor people in China. Regardless of the beauty on the road outside, the sports cars driving by are no less than any developed country, but most ordinary people, especially those around 20 years old, the young people are very poor, and their choices for consumer entertainment activities are very limited. Online games are definitely the first choice for these young Chinese. and they are also where they consume excess energy. Takashi Nishiyama has been unable to understand the internet addiction war that broke out some time ago. The emergence of online games has greatly satisfied the needs of these energetic young people. If there were no online games, I am afraid that China would be like early Japan, where the underworld or small gangs would be rampant, and there would be constant fights and fights. This is a little bit more important for public security. There is no benefit. Although online games are indeed prone to addiction, overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Therefore, after various considerations, Nishiyama Takashi believes that the launch of The Strongest on Earth on Christmas Day could not be more appropriate. The rich go out to celebrate the holidays, and the poor can spend boring time and spend the lonely and unbearable years in the game. Lin Feng nodded in response to Takashi Nishiyama's proposal. It's almost Christmas, and The Strongest on Earth is a Christmas present for all lonely men. Boss, this is the game demo video. Takashi Nishiyama took out a CD and put it in the DVD drive. After a while, the screen flashed out. The Strongest on Earth adopts a 2D scroll-style horizontal version of the online fighting game. The style of the entire picture is based on the style of the King of Fighters, also known as the King of Fighting, adding Chinese ink painting elements to make the whole picture more vivid. The level, tension, and the characters are more realistic, and the whole painting style is extremely beautiful. 10 points. Lin Feng scored 10 points for the picture of The Strongest on Earth. But is the gameplay as expected? Lin Feng looked at Takashi Nishiyama, wanting to get an answer. Boss, The Strongest on Earth later will listen to your suggestion and let the players create characters freely. Takashi Nishiyama looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Originally, The Strongest on Earth was created by the player choosing one of the 108 characters in the original King of Fighters series as their own game character, and then remastering the original game character in the King of Fighters through the game in The Strongest on Earth. Make moves and decide with other players the strongest on the ground. Lin Feng originally agreed with Takashi Nishiyama's idea, but after careful consideration, Lin Feng came up with a new idea. Lin Feng believes that the greatest feature of online games is freedom. Unlike standalone games, players can only play the game according to the rules of the game setter, understand the plot, help the plot characters complete various tasks, and finally wait for the finale. This kind of game is more like watching a movie, except that the characters in the movie are controlled by themselves. But for online games, it is definitely not a good thing to restrict the player's actions too much. Since players can choose one of the 108 game characters to play the game, it can be said that the openness of the game is already very large. But in that case, why not let the players be more free? Allow players to create a brand new character, create a brand new game character according to their own preferences, and free to learn any skills. After following Lin Feng's suggestion, Takashi Nishiyama revised it. In The Strongest on Earth, players can set the appearance and attributes of the characters in the ideal situation in their minds. The appearance of the characters is divided into hair, appearance and height, especially in order to maximize profits for the company. Lin Feng also proposed that players can pass video authentication and upload their avatars to the Second World. Then Second World specially made real game character avatars for it according to his avatars. This is like the player himself playing in the game, providing players with more sense of substitution. Of course, the production of such real person avatars, in particular, cannot conflict with the style of the game as a whole. The Second World charges a production fee of RMB 50 for each player who wants to modify the avatar. 50 yuan looks more expensive, but it is definitely not expensive compared to the player's investment and sense of substitution in the game. In addition to the appearance of the game character, the character created by the player has 4 major attribute points. The 4 attributes of the characters are divided into 4 attribute points: strength, agility, spirit, and physical strength. Strength determines the player's attack power and the determination of certain skills. Agility determines the player's flexibility and speed. Spirit determines the success rate of certain kills. Physical strength determines the number of times the player's skills are used. When each player enters the game, each player has 10 attribute points, which can be allocated freely. Later in the game, for each level up, the player has one game attribute point that can be allocated. In the game of the strongest on Earth, players upgrade and acquire skills by completing various tasks. And this skill is the skill possessed by more than 100 characters in the original King of Fighters. In other words, players can freely choose the skills that can be practiced. There are hundreds of characters and thousands of skills in the King of Fighters, and players can learn, and it is completely free to learn. For example, players can learn the 100 types ghost burning of Kozijing, and the thunder fighting of Nikaido Red Maru, even if it is the trick of Kozijing's old enemy Orokin. 1211 styles 8 childish girls. In short, in the strongest on Earth, players are free to learn any skills, as long as the players have enough skill points to complete various tasks for learning skills. They can learn various skills. Therefore, in theory, a player can have 1017 skills of 108 characters in the King of Fighters series. Of course, this is just theoretical. The factors that restrict players from learning all skills, except for the difficult tasks of various skills, the greater the power, the more difficult the task to complete, and according to different NPCs, there will be different tasks. Some need to cooperate with other players, and some can only be single people pass. And then there is the existence of skill points. Although the strongest on Earth does not limit the upper limit of skill points, players can obtain sufficient skill points by completing various tasks, and they also need a certain amount of game currency when learning. After calculation by Takashi Nishiyama, a player who wants to learn 1017 skills of 108 NPCs in the strongest on Earth would take 8,760 hours and cost 300 million game coins. This is equivalent to a player who does not eat, drink, or go offline, playing in the best mental state, and playing for a full year to learn all these 1017 skills. And there is no other distractions, such as chat, etc. Obviously, this is impossible. A conservative estimate is that a normal player plays 3 hours a day and wants to learn all the skills in 2,920 days, which is 8 years. Counting park time, chat time, and days time, etc. It takes at least 10 years for a player to learn all 1017 skills. In 10 years, it is hard to imagine that an online game will be played by players for 10 years. Therefore, in fact, by the time the strongest on Earth ceases operation, I am afraid that players will not learn all the skills. Of course, if there are players who have learned all 1017 skills, it is definitely lucky for the strongest on Earth. An online game that has existed for 10 years is enough to become a classic. Of course, although the strongest on Earth provides 1017 skills, not all skills are suitable for every player. Since players have different settings for the 4 attributes at the beginning of the game, in terms of strength, agility, spirit, and physical strength, different skills naturally have different effects on different players, and different attack judgments and defensive decision. For example, players with 20 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 3 points of spirit, and 15 points of stamina, using the power moves of Damon Gora or Clark is definitely a very good choice, but if you use Kaibojian like a monkey, extremely flexible moves, that is undoubtedly nonsense. I'm afraid that even if you learn the skills in the end, the effect of using them is extremely limited, or even no effect. Therefore, the setting of attribute points is different, which also brings more choices to players. Different heights, different attribute points, and how to choose the best combination of skills and exert the best attack power are also difficult problems faced by all players. Of course, invisible, it also allows more players to indulge in the 8 months of game design and development. 6 of them are to balance different attack or defensive moves brought by different attribute points, so as to avoid various bugs in the game. The most important thing in fighting games is balance, and the most feared thing is bugs. In these 8 months, Takashi Nishiyama and his game development team almost didn't get crazy by this cumbersome and complicated balance system. Of course, operating games is to make money. If some rich RMB fighters want to use money to find pleasure in the game, Nishiyama Takashi also offers them a shortcut. In The Strongest on Earth, the player's level is restricted. Currently, only 30 level capping is provided. In other words, from the beginning to level 30. The player can only gain up to 40 disposable skill points. Balance is naturally 10 points of strength, 10 points of agility, 10 points of spirit, and 10 points of physical strength. Such a configuration naturally cannot satisfy RMB fighters. The reason why they are called RMB fighters is because they don't have a lot of time to play games and hone their skills. So they use RMB to transform themselves. Although the game has restrictions on attribute points, Takashi Nishiyama provides a large number of equipment and props in the game. Different equipment and props can provide players with different attribute point bonuses. RMB fighters can fully arm themselves by acquiring these props, strengthen themselves, and satisfy their desire to be superior. Of course, although there are these equipment provided, some are enough for you, but this will not really change the strength of the players in the game. Indeed, RMB fighters are powerful, but in The Strongest on Earth, manipulation and matching different skills according to character attributes are the real kingly way. There is no strongest game character and equipment, only the strongest player. This sentence will get the greatest verification in The Strongest on Earth. In order to maintain this statement, The Strongest on Earth only adopts a point card fee system. In Lin Feng's view, at present, only the point card charging system can guarantee the fairness and rationality of the game to the greatest extent. Takashi Nishiyama, regarding the server architecture of The Strongest on Earth, I think the same is true for both high-end servers and ordinary servers with a global unified server architecture. The top players of each server enter the high-end servers and hundreds of thousands of simultaneous games. Lin Feng said, The Strongest on Earth adopts a 2D scroll-style horizontal format, which requires very little on the player's computer on the screen. According to the supercomputer simulation calculation, a supercomputer will be able to load about 380,000 players online at the same time. Ordinary game servers can also host games for 10,000 players. Takashi Nishiyama nodded. He had said this a long time ago. Since the development of World War, almost all game development teams of the Second World have developed games in accordance with the global unified server architecture. Fortunately, today Lin Feng has solved the problem of a unified global server architecture. Otherwise, as the Second World develops more and more games, I am afraid this contradiction will accumulate deeper, and once it breaks out, the world will fall apart. With all the anticipation, and the enthusiastic anticipation of all the King of Fighters players, Christmas finally arrived. When the wealthy went out, more ordinary people were sitting in front of their computers, waiting for the launch of The Strongest on Earth. Freely create characters, freely assign attribute points, freely learn skills, thinking that the characters you set will learn various skills. All players are already excited. What kind of skills can make the strongest player in The Strongest on Earth will be verified in the game. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 627 The Company's Credibility. The Strongest on Earth. Starting from December 15th, Lin Feng used the media resources under his control, and the third of the 4 major domestic portals Baidu, Tencent, NetEase began to build momentum for the game, and overwhelming advertising past the 3 big portals radiate to all netizens. Of course, Second World advertising costs money. After all, this is a cooperation between the company, and the accounts must be clear. However, because Lin Feng owns certain equity in Baidu, Tencent, and NetEase, Although the three major portals charge the second world advertising fee based on the average market price in terms of advertising prices, they are carefully designed in terms of advertising design and give the most advantageous position, which naturally makes the effect of the strongest on earth far exceed the advertising effect of other game companies. Other game companies want to advertise, although they are also spending money. They absolutely do not have such a good advertising position and effect. In particular, Tencent even pops up the promotion window of the strongest on earth when netizens log on to QQ, which makes other game companies are jealous. After all, the number of QQ users has exceeded 100 million, and a window pops up every time they log in. This advertising traffic is undoubtedly very enviable. Many game companies were very excited, and they found Tencent and Mahuan, hoping to be able to log into the QQ pop-up window like the strongest on earth, but they were directly rejected by Mahuan. Sorry, in order to ensure the interests of our customers, we can't advertise here. Mahuan faintly refused. Why? Why is the strongest on earth of second world able to advertise? We can't. We can also give money. The game company that wants to advertise is a bit unacceptable, shouting. Why can the strongest on earth be able to advertise? They can't. It's not a question of money. Mahuan shook his head. What's the problem? Is it because Lin Feng is a shareholder of Tencent? Other company representatives were a little irritated by Mahuan's attitude. This is not a question of money, but a question of the quality of the game. The quality of the game in the second world is high, and our company recommends it so you don't have to worry about holding it. Your game, Imho, has not reached the requirements of our recommendation. Our Tencent is a quality company, Mahuan said helplessly. Oops. The representatives of other game companies were speechless for a while. I wanted to say something more, but seeing Mahuan's expression resolute, the representatives of other game companies could only leave in despair. However, when he left Tencent, he was unwilling to say, Ma Dong, now most of the well-known IT companies in China are under the control of Lin Feng. In the long run, I am afraid that there will be no place for other game companies. Is this good for my country's game industry? What's more, doesn't Tencent also launch online games? You are also rivals, this game company representative said a bit tricky. Mahuan is also a human spirit, so he naturally heard the evil intentions represented by this game company and smiled faintly. Indeed, for a long time, no company in China could compete with the second world, but it was freezing 3 feet long and it was not a day's cold. When Lin Feng became the richest man in the country, it was doomed to this end. As far as the competitive relationship between the company and the second world, I think, almost does not exist. Because his referring to Lin Feng's goal has never been in China, but in the world. Mahuan said with emotion. When many domestic game companies are still obsessed with the domestic game market, Lin Feng's eyes have long been on the world. This is the difference in realm. These game companies want to challenge the second world. Isn't that idiotic dream? With the push of the 3 major portals and the good reputation that the second world has always had, the strongest on earth has instantly become the most anticipated annual masterpiece by domestic players, and all players have a Christmas dinner in their hearts. Freely set the character shape, freely assign character attribute points, and freely select skills, almost absolute freedom, which makes all players excited. In particular, the strongest on earth originally inherited most of the game characters in the King of Fighters, and these game characters have accumulated a lot of popularity since the launch of the King of Fighters 94 inches, plus the launch of the Second World Esports Champions League. The King of Fighters has also reignited the passion of fighting players. This the strongest on earth has naturally received the expectations and praise of all players. As one of the current King of Fighters Esports Master Luo Fu, in an interview with reporters, excitedly say although I am currently a professional esports player, I am also a small celebrity in King of Fighters Esports, but for the strongest on earth, like everyone else, I am looking forward to it. In the King of Fighters Esports competition, I like to use Ori, Nika Ido Red Maru and Terry. If my game characters in the strongest on Earth can learn from the three of them, what an expectation it would be. The speech of Luo Qianfu also represents the aspirations of most players. Usually when using the King of Fighters game, although each character has its own unique tricks, and there is almost no such thing as the strongest character, the original SNK company has always believed there is no strongest game character, only the strongest player the idea. But for the vast majority of ordinary players, they still hope to choose the most powerful character in the game, and their character is the most powerful character. This kind of psychology exists for almost all players, which is why players are so obsessed with online games to create the strongest characters. The strongest on the ground just can give players such an opportunity. Although the final decision is the player's operation during the battle, it gives all players an expectation and a goal. Of course, the strongest on Earth has 108 main NPC characters and 1017 skills. Although they are all copied from the characters in the King of Fighters, for most players, there are too many characters and a bit incomprehensible. Therefore, in order to help most players better understand the system of the strongest on Earth, Lin Feng asked the official magazine of Second World Second Game to publish in detail 108 of the strongest on Earth. Introduction to the skills of the main NPC characters and attack determination, as well as the attack time of the move. The publication of this information is undoubtedly like adding fuel to the fire, and it has stimulated the player's desire for the strongest on Earth. After all, looking at the detailed introduction and analysis in the exquisite magazine, as well as the simulation of various character skill combinations, no one is uneasy. There is only one thought in their minds: the strongest on Earth, hurry up to the public beta. Of course, this also involves a problem. Second Game is the official magazine of Second World, which is only distributed for free to members of the Second World Club. If you are not a Second World member, you will not be able to get the Second Game magazine. This has caused many players who are not members of the Second World Club to complain constantly, and they have posted messages on the official website of the Second World to express their protest. I hope that Second World will be able to sell Second Game to the public. A player named Little Haha Yang Yang left a message: although Second Game is only sent to the members of the Second World Club for free, non-members of us can buy it with money. And this is also a way of making money in the Second World, isn't it? Lin Dong, please release the Second Game to the public. The message of Little Haha Yang Yang received the support of more than 230,000 players within 3 hours, but there were also objections from the Second World Club members. The ugly, outrageous Second World Club member said Second Game is the benefit of Second World Club members. It is easy to read magazines. Become a Second World Club member. The membership fee is only 120 yuan a year. Not only does it hold various activities on a regular basis, the purchase of point cards can also be discounted, and the Second Game magazine is also included every month. I personally think that the 120 yuan membership fee is very worthwhile. Ugly Outrageous undoubtedly won the support of all Second World Club members, and the instant support rate exceeded 1 million. After all, the Second Game given every month is a benefit for all Second World Club members and a symbol that distinguishes it from ordinary players. This kind of welfare, all Second World Club members are naturally unwilling to share with ordinary members. The two groups of netizens also quarreled together, and even started to quarrel. This matter naturally caused Lin Feng's in the end. Boss, what do you think about this? Are we going to sell the Second Game magazine to the public? Wu Xiaopu asked. In Wu Xiaopu's view, the Second Game can be sold to the public. This is definitely a new profitable project. It is conservatively estimated that at least 1 million copies can be sold to the outside world. After all, the Second Game is either paper, content, or various. The evaluation of the game has reached the first-class level in the industry, and it is by no means the kind of magazine that likes to make gimmicks. Of course, in order to take care of the emotions of Second World Club members, we can continue to adopt a free gift model for Second World Club members. After Lin Feng listened, he pondered for a long time, then shook his head. Mr. Wu, Although the public sale of second game can bring some profits, it definitely depletes the interests of the members of the Second World Club. Although non-members need to spend money to buy, for members, it's not the money, but the honor and qualifications. What's more, the Second World Club now has 3.2 million members and they are also loyal users of our company. We can't commit this petty profit to offend this group. Loyal users. Not worth it. We can't damage the campaign's credibility for this, Lin Feng said, shaking his head. Instead of harming the interests of non-members, it is better to make them a member. In this way, we will hold the discount service. Before December 24th, all new players can become a Second World for 100 yuan 20 yuan discount. Club members, this promotion will end at midnight on December 24th. It's a Christmas gift we give players, Lin Feng said with a smile. Wu's upper eyes lit up when he heard it. Later, when the Second World announced the news, all club members praised and sighed that Second World did not sell the interests of members for profit. It is indeed a reputable and ethical online game company. At the same time, many members also feel the good reputation of Second World and help Second World to promote it for free and encourage other non-members to join the club. Under the encouragement of members and preferential policies, the number of Second World members exceeded 5 million in one fell swoop, and all other game companies I watched were dumbfounded and jealous. For this result, Lin Feng smiled to himself. With more than 5 million members, the influence of the Second World in China will be stronger. Moreover, I can use this resource to jointly promote the development of other companies of my own and form a huge industrial chain, which can not only bring huge profits to all of my own companies, but also increase my own bargaining chips. Mr. Zhu's term of office expired in March 2003. Lin Feng has no other background in the domestic senior management except for Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu offended a lot of people. Lin Feng can be regarded as one of his direct descendants. There are still more than 3 months. Lin Feng must add a bargaining chip for himself. Of course, maybe you can also consider getting to know Mr. Wen and Mr. Hu. At this time, in the villa, Lisa and others finally returned from filming. Brother Lin, my filming is finally finished. I'm so tired, but I'm so happy. While waiting for Christmas on December 24th, Lisa finally completed all the filming work of the crew of The Legend of Condor Heroes. After all, Lisa is just an extremely inconspicuous supporting role. This time I mainly experience the feeling of filming and learn about the experience of filming with the big stars. Yu, look at you, you are all thin. Lin Feng took Lisa's hand distressedly and sat down on the sofa. Hee, brother Lin, it's okay, I can learn a lot this time, and it feels worth it. Lisa smiled. By the way, what about wisdom? Only Lisa and Lin Yikan came back this time, and Lin Feng did not see Lin Ziyui. Wisdom is still filming. She is the main supporting actress with more points. A slight loss flashed in Lisa's eyes. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp, and he immediately smiled when he saw the loss of Lisa's eyes. Don't worry, after you rest for a while, I will prepare a Korean drama. Then you will be the protagonist. Lin Feng smiled and pinched Lisa's nose and said, in addition to fulfilling Lin Feng's promise of being a 5A and 3-star actress in South Korea, filming Korean dramas is more about promoting his own starting fast food restaurant. This is not only an agreement with Kim Dae-jung, but also related to his future promotion of the game industry. Hee, thank you brother Lin. Lisa leaned a pair of beautiful breasts tightly on Lin Feng's arms, and said with a smile on his face, but when filming, you are not allowed to have any intimate points with the male lead, otherwise, Lin Feng pinched Lisa's chin and said in a threatening tone. Lisa felt happy. Lin Feng's domineering style made her extremely fond of her. She didn't belong to that kind of superwoman type, and it would be great to be Axio Jiabu. Anyway, the money she earned was enough for her to live. Not to mention that Lin Feng was more than enough to support her. Yu, long time no see, why don't we? Looking at the happy Lisa in front of him, feeling the thrilling feeling that came from the beginning of skin contact, Lin Feng's heart rose. Brother Lin. Lisa closed his eyes shyly. Unexpectedly, some people are very ignorant. Cough, cough. There are still people here. Algra came out suddenly, coughing. Lizu was embarrassed, but Lin Feng was very thick-skinned, but his face was slightly red. In the laughter with Lizu, the December 24th that millions of players are looking forward to has finally arrived. I'm really sorry, there is one more chapter, it will be late. Update before 12 o'clock in the evening to be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be completed continued. Chapter 628, Unique in the World? December 24th, Christmas. The most grand festival in the West arrives as scheduled. This day in the West is a day for everyone to exchange gifts and send blessings. Of course, for all children, this night is also a day for waiting for Santa Claus to deliver gifts. For all players who love fighting games, they finally got a Christmas gift, The Strongest on Earth Open Beta. In the early stage of the promotion of major portal websites, and the detailed introduction of the second game on The Strongest on Earth, all fighting game players have long been itching. Among them are ordinary fighting game enthusiasts and esports fighting professional players. Although today is Tuesday and there is no rest, most fighting game enthusiasts are still waiting in front of the computer, opening the client that has already been downloaded, and waiting for the moment when the login button becomes bright. In an internet cafe, nearly half of the computers are men, and few of them are sitting looking at the computer screen, not entering the game, just chatting with each other. Hey, Persian Divine Emperor, what skills are you going to choose? Also, how do you plan to allocate your attribute points? A man held a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the grey login button on the window and asked, "Hey, I want to do my best to add more to all of you. I like the Judo plus extreme fighting technique of Demon Gora the most, and the military fighting plus Hadeland assassination of Clark, and my favorite, the dark casting skill of the True Kaisong Society. I want to pursue on Eshot kill." The player named Hushan Divine Emperor laughed, trembling with excitement all over. Cut. What's the use of great strength and great stamina? I want to be all-minded, take advantage of speed, and tell you that the world of martial arts is fast and not broken. Another player named Xuani Yun Xiao shouted in disdain at this time. HMPH, I want to be full of energy and bomb you to death with the must kill. Someone yelled, unwilling to show weakness. There was a sudden chaos in the internet cafe, each clamoring for their own direction of adding points, as well as the skills to choose, and at the same time disdainful of other people's adding methods and skills, but empty words. No one can persuade them, and in the end they can only yell at each other. One cry, see the difference in the game. Such things still happen in many internet cafes. The launch of The Strongest on Earth makes internet cafes lively like a vegetable market. Although the internet cafes are extremely noisy and messy due to the disputes and clamors of many players, it also makes the game atmosphere in the internet cafes extremely lively. Even if they were originally from each other, people who don't know will become acquainted and familiar during this heated discussion, and then they will form clans in the game and form a family. This is also the reason why online games are so popular. Online games are fun when everyone is playing together. Although the personal home environment is more comfortable, the air is fresher, and with the assistance of various voice chat tools, netizens from all over the country can get closer and can directly use voice to call games, but it is far from everyone in an internet cafe sit together to play games and have fun. The scene where one person is bullied, shouts, and the entire internet cafe people avenge him is undoubtedly very exciting, which is why games like Legend are so popular. Although the game is simple, the feeling that everyone helps each other, fights monsters together, and Park is unforgettable and obsessed with it. When everyone in the internet cafe was arguing, I didn't know who yelled you can log in, and the entire internet cafe was silent. Only a keyboard tap was heard, and the people couldn't help but laugh with excitement. The game has started. As soon as the login button became bright, all the fighting players in the internet cafe who had been waiting for a long time immediately clicked in. Fortunately, this time The Strongest on Earth did not like swordsman love. the essence of the loyalty. The open beta can only accommodate 200,000 people online. Although 200,000 players and a server game are extremely exciting, there are only 200,000 places. People are stunned. The feeling that they can only be dumbfounded while watching other people's games is too depressing. This time, the strongest on the Earth launched 108 sets of servers at the same time, which can meet the needs of the country's highest online 3 million people, which undoubtedly satisfy most players. Although the maximum number of online users of each group of servers is much lower than that of Jiangxia King Yuan Zizongbao Go, the highest online quota of nearly 30,000 people in each group of servers is already satisfactory. What's more, there are elite servers. The screen flashed, and with a burst of excitement and enthusiasm, the very familiar King of Fighters music sounded, and a server for login flashed on the login window. At the top is the flashing Elite server, which is composed of 3 supercomputers. After discussion, Lin Feng and Takashi Nishiyama decided to expand the Elite server to 3 supercomputers, based on the current player computer's configuration. The Elite server can hold 500,000 people online at the same time. The super server composed of it is the server of the global Elite player game by looking at the name. According to official propaganda, the Elite server can hold 500,000 people online at the same time. Only the top players from the best on Earth in the world can enter this Elite server and play with 500,000 Elite players. Seeing the Elite server flashing extremely smooth green light, no one is currently playing in it. All the players of the strongest on Earth have a fiery eye. Entering the Elite server is the goal and dream of all fighting players. This is not only a symbol of strength, but also a symbol of honor. Consider that with the second World Esports Champions League, more and more players around the world have joined the field of esports. It is conservatively estimated that there are at least more than 500 million esports players in the world. Among them, fighting games are not as popular as real-time strategy such as the StarCraft category, but they are also a major item. After all, since the beginning of human beings, fighting has been the eternal theme. The pleasure of falling opponents makes all men yearn for. Therefore, it is conservatively estimated that the global players of the strongest on Earth will exceed 30 million, including more than 25 million players in Asia, mainly China, Japan, and South Korea. Think about it. Among the at least 30 million players in the world, only 500,000 can enter the Elite server. This is an N6 chance. Only 1 out of every 60 people can enter the Elite server. This Second World Internet Cafe chain, the official internet cafe operated by Second World, has 500 computers, and currently 160 computers are playing the strongest on Earth. According to this ratio, only 2.6 players can enter the Elite server. The other 57 people are only envious and jealous on the sidelines. Think about it. A group of players who also play the strongest on Earth can only watch from behind their backs that they are competing with the top players of the strongest on Earth in the Elite server. This in itself is an extremely fascinating thing. Excitement and pride. It has to be said that the launch of the Elite server has provoked a sense of honor and competition in the hearts of all fighting players. No one wants to be weaker than others, especially fighting players. Almost all have a willingness to win. Everyone reluctantly turned their eyes away from the Elite server, and turned to look at the operating conditions of the orange busy servers or red full servers below, and everyone was speechless. In just such a short time, the 108 servers launched were half full, and the other half was also busy. Hey, the bell rings after the rain. Which server do you enter? Let's play together. Someone yelled. Whatever. The player information of the strongest on Earth is shared across the entire server. You can add it as a server, and the account can be switched on any server at will. The player called the bell after the rain shouted loudly. After a sound of mouse clicks, everyone entered the character selection window of the game The Strongest on Earth. This character selection window allows players to freely choose the appearance, height, hairstyle and other appearance characteristics of the character. The most important thing is to let everyone choose the 4 attributes: strength, agility, spirit, physical strength. Strength determines the character's attack power, as well as the determination of the attack when using special skills such as throwing skills and throwing attacks. The attacker can only successfully use the special skills if the strength exceeds the opponent. Agility determines the character's speed and flexibility, as well as the jump height in the game. Certain skills that need to be airborne must require agility to reach a certain height before they can be used. Spirit determines the success rate of the character's must-kill, as well as the must-kill comprehension when learning the must-kill skill. Players with high spirits have a higher comprehension, otherwise the comprehension fails and you can only do the task again. Physical strength determines the character's HP and the number of moves used. Without physical strength, it is impossible to use any moves. At the same time, it is also closely related to kill and combo. For the four major attributes, all players can only add 10 points when they enter the game initially, but how to add them makes all players a headache. Although the second game previously published a detailed introduction to the skills of the 108 NPC characters in the Strongest on Earth and the impact of attribute points on them, all players are timid when faced with 1017 skills. I hope to learn all, but it is obviously impossible. In addition to the time it takes, skills that cannot be used have different requirements for attributes. Unless they are developed in a balanced manner, they cannot be learned. If there are many kills in a balanced development, kills require a certain level of player attribute points to be issued. Headache. Countless players have been stuck at the character attribute point bonus, and don't know how to increase it. Although the Strongest on Earth provides an opportunity to wash points, it must be after level 30 temporarily full level, before it can be related to the player's status and strength in the game, and the status and strength in the game are directly related to whether everyone can enter the elite server. Just when everyone had a headache, one suddenly laughed loudly, ha ha ha, it seems, it's worth it, this 50 yuan is worth it. Everyone hurriedly looked sideways, and there was a character's appearance on the screen, exactly the same as the player named Tears of No Desire sitting in front of the computer, almost the same. It's just a little bit Q version. This is the player portrait service previously provided by the Second World. As long as the player spends RMB 50, he can make his avatar into a character avatar in the game and play in the game. For the fee-based service provided by the Second World, most players did not buy it, thinking it was a scam. Although with the consistent reputation of the Second World, there should be no possibility of cheating money. However, it takes a full 50 yuan to make your own head portrait into a portrait of a game character, which is more expensive for many players, and it is too extravagant, and no one knows whether the image will be made by then. But at this moment, looking at the player's portrait in front of the computer screen, everyone was jealous. Originally, when playing a game, the characters in the game represent the players. With every move of the players in the game, every player has full feelings for his own characters. This is also a lot of times. It is clear that a game has deteriorated, lost fun, and one of the reasons why countless players enter the game. Empathy. The characters in the game represent the players themselves. Nowadays, the Strongest on Earth allows all players to make their own portraits into game characters, which undoubtedly enhances the player's sense of substitution. Think about it. In the game, other players have the same avatars, but their avatars represent themselves. There is no similarity. How attractive this is. After all, everyone has the hope that they are unique in this world. Lin Feng launched this real portrait from the player's psychology. It is unique. In a world where tens of millions of people play, you are unique. This is how attractive. The weakness of human nature. This is the weakness of human nature. Grasp the weakness of human nature to start, and you can reap success. The player named Tears of Desire, who spent 50 yuan to produce a real portrait, amidst the envy and wonder of the crowd, excitedly chose the balance attribute to enter the game. Spending 50 yuan can win the envy and jealousy of other people. This 50 yuan is worth it. It's only 50 yuan. Playing mahjong and smoking a few packs of cigarettes are more than that money, but they can win the highest attention and popularity for themselves. It's worth it, especially in the game. Meeting other players is also a look of envy and jealousy. which makes Tears of No Desire even more proud. It also makes other players who have not made real portraits secretly determined to make real portraits. Among the players' input, The Strongest on Earth has also created a global public beta record. 4 chapters are updated today, and 3 more chapters will be available later. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. To be completed continued. Chapter 629 Long Live the US Tax System? In the Second World Office, Takashi Nishiyama's 7th game development team, as well as Lin Feng, Wu Xiaopu and others are closely watching the open beta of The Strongest on Earth. At present, the main profitable games of the Second World include Audition, Full House of Romance, Swordsman Love, Serve the Country, Legend Declined, Crazy Farm Asian, European and American markets. Only half of the domestic market revenue. Zeng2 and the Giant Group share profit equally. The King of Fighters Online and other esports games lose a pays system income. In terms of hardware, revenue from the sale of smart computers and AMD chips and ATI chips, as well as revenue from operating Second World national chain internet cafes. There are many profitable projects, but the expenses are also huge. The investment in supercomputers, the investment in the game World War, and the investment in 3D engine technology. Although it used to cooperate with Blizzard to develop a 3D engine, but as Blizzard fell into a situation where it might change ownership, 3D engine development came to a halt. Lin Feng asked Jade to lead the second is lost technical staff to develop the 3D engine independently, as well as the cost of the construction of the Second World headquarters building. Although it was paid by the Zhenjiang Industrial Group, the Second World must pay up to $100 million in interest plus the principal each year, and pay off in 15 years. The Second World headquarters building is expected to invest about $1.2 billion, and the construction of the Legend Movie City, which is about to be completed, but then it will be turned into a game theme park. Of course, there is also investment in AMD and ATI hardware. Although Lin Feng is planning to adopt the Star Wars plan to fudge Intel, his investment in this area cannot be too conservative. It is estimated that the annual investment will be around $150,200 million. Intel's annual technical and hardware R&D department investment funds are in the billions of dollars. This kind of investment requires money. Although Second World has been listed and has nearly $2.5 billion in cash, previously $3 billion in cash, but the investment in Second World national chain internet cafes and other expenditures will cost $500 million. But I want to continue to thrive and develop steadily, to become the world's largest IT company. Its profitable projects must be as many as possible. The Strongest on Earth is a new profitable project that can also allow the Second World stock price to climb to its peak again. Boss, good news. Takashi Nishiyama, who has been paying close attention to the public beta date of The Strongest on Earth, reported to Lin Feng excitedly in a Chinese dialect that was still a bit unfamiliar. Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu looked at each other, looking expectantly at Takashi Xishan. Boss, as of now, in 2002, on December 24th, Tuesday, at 1 o'clock noon, the server opened for 1 hour, and the highest online number of The Strongest on Earth reached 3.235 million. Among them, 2.1 million were from mainland China and 700,000 from Japan. People, 400,000 players from South Korea, 30,000 players from other Asian countries, Europe and the United States. Because it is nighttime and don't particularly like the game style of The Strongest on the ground, there are currently only about 5,000 players. Takashi Nishiyama said happily. Yes. Lin Feng clenched his fist and let out a soft cry. The Strongest on Earth has adopted an unprecedented global simultaneous open beta, and the servers in Asia, Europe, and the Americas are launched at the same time. This also allows The Strongest on Earth to create the highest online record in the open beta of an online game. Of course, there is a big gap between the highest online record of 5.01 million Guinness Online Games in Audition's All-Star lineup, but Lin Feng believes that it will be sooner or later for the strongest on Earth to break this record. After all, as the second World Esports Champions League is in full swing, more and more players love esport. Coupled with the various near-perfect designs of the strongest on Earth and the past King of Fighters' popularity, the online record of breaking 5.01 million is not a dream. Of course, it's incomparable with Farming Crazy, which created the world's highest online record of 30 million people. However, in a strict sense, although Crazy Farm already has various elements of large-scale online games, such as upgrades, such as attack, defense, and various plant attributes, in reality, Crazy Farm is still a casual online game. After all, players only need to enter the game regularly to grow vegetables, steal vegetables, and of course plant plants for defense. Boss, it seems that the strongest on Earth will also become our company's third profitable game, Wu Zhaopu said excitedly. At present, the most profitable game in the second world is undoubtedly Crazy Farm. A monthly subscription fee of $1 per month for European and American players can bring nearly $50 million in gross profit to the second world. Revenue from Asia can bring a gross profit of over $50 million to the second world. In addition to operating costs and taxes, there is a monthly net profit of nearly $30 million. The monthly net profit of $30 million. And it is still growing month by month. This is a very enviable income. In particular, most of the profits are contributed by the American people. After all, you only need to spend $1 a month to enjoy the fun of stealing vegetables, growing vegetables, and combating vegetable thieves. This is for the United States, which has an average income of about $40,000. For people, it is very, very cheap. However, such a huge income is monopolized by the second world, which makes many anti-forest media and experts in the United States upset. They criticized the taxation of the US branch of the second world one after another. Here, I have to mention tax. In the United States, taxation varies from state to state, and each state has its own tax system. In order to reduce or exempt taxes, Lin Feng took advantage of the characteristics of the second world and opened the second world American branch in the poorest city of Ely in Georgia, an underdeveloped economy. There are only 15,215 people in Ely City, which is almost equivalent to a town in China. It belongs to the mountain forest area, where pine resin products are the main products. Although life is relatively leisurely, the per capita income is far lower than the average American income of $40,000, only about $9,000, making it the poorest area in Georgia. In order to encourage other companies to invest here, the local city government has implemented certain preferential policies on top of Georgia's tax policies, hoping that other companies will come to invest and improve the local economy. Unfortunately, due to its location in a mountainous and forested area, coupled with an underdeveloped economy, although the transportation is convenient and the telecommunications are smooth, few companies have come to invest. When the local city government was in trouble, the Second World American branch opened in Ely, Georgia. According to the tax policy of the city of Ely, the U.S. branch of the Second World only needs to pay 15% of corporate income tax, compared with the tax system of more than 35% in other economically developed cities. This 15% can save tens of millions of dollars in taxes for the Second World American branch in 1 year. In addition to the low-cost tax system, the city of Ely has other related tax reduction and exemption policies. The Second World U.S. branch provides a local job with a corporate income tax of $7,504,000 per year for 5 years. In addition, if it has been in business for more than 3 years and the investment amount is more than $50,000, you can apply for investment tax incentives. The proportion is 15% of the investment amount, which can be used to deduct the company income tax payable in the year. Moreover, if the salary paid to employees exceeds twice the local average salary level, Each position can be deducted from the company's corporate income tax of $5,000 each year. The preferential period is 5 years. Part of the company's retraining expenses for its employees can be used to offset the company's corporate income tax for the year. In addition, the company's expenses for purchasing and constructing qualified childcare facilities and venues for employees can also be used to deduct corporate income tax. It can be said that in the U.S. branch of the Second World, the actual corporate income tax in the city of Eli is only 5% to 7% cost-effective on average. Moreover, although Georgia's economy is underdeveloped, in the United States, internet broadband has already entered millions of households. Therefore, the Second World U.S. branch is not at all affected by the economic impact of the impoverished areas of Georgia. This has also greatly criticized the American media. The indignation on the face of USA Today. The cunning Chinese opened the company in the least developed area of Georgia, the least developed economy in the United States, but did not affect the operation of the Second World American branch in the slightest. Crazy Farm earns more than $20 million in profits every month in the United States, but only needs to pay about 5% of the tax. It is too cunning and too cunning. Washington Times. The damn Chinese, playing with the American tax law system, evading taxes in the United States. I call on the state government of Georgia to amend the state bill to allow the Second World to pay the taxes they should pay. There is a lot of criticism from all walks of life in the US. After all, the Second World is too dazzling and too jealous. Especially this is a Chinese company, and its president is so annoying. It always makes US companies embarrassed. In all kinds of crises, they not only show off in the limelight, but also always reap the most benefits. This makes people jealous, and unwilling. However, facing criticism from major American newspapers and even financial experts, before Lin Feng responded, the state government of Georgia stepped forward. Indeed, the U.S. branch of the Second World took advantage of the state plan. While making huge monthly profits, it only needs to pay about 5% of taxes, which is as high as 35% of taxes in other economically developed regions. Very cheap. But for our state of Georgia, especially Eli, the 5% tax is already very much. If other companies or individuals think it is unbalanced, we welcome them to invest in Georgia, and our Georgia state government. They will definitely be given preferential tax conditions like the Second World. Georgia Governor Mike McKenzie said passionately. The statement of Georgia Governor Mike McKenzie immediately dispelled all media criticism. There have been governors who have come to support the Second World and Lin Feng. What else can they say? What's more, according to the state laws of Georgia, Georgia Governor Mike McKenzie did not favor Lin Feng at the beginning, and everything was implemented in accordance with the state laws of Georgia. As for those companies that are jealous of the Second World, there is nothing to say. Georgia's economy is underdeveloped and everyone knows it. To let them invest, these financial investment companies, there is undoubtedly digging their own graves. What to invest there? Pine forest or stone, or retail? There are only 15,215 people in the city, so how much tax can be created? After all, Georgia is far from the financial center. Although the transportation is convenient, no company wants to go there, and only the Second World online game company can take root there. After all, what the Second World needs is the internet, not a financial center. As long as the network is open, the Second World can sit back and relax. On the contrary, after the broadband expansion in the early 1990s in the United States, all cities and towns in the United States have long been connected to broadband. In terms of network, economically poor areas are no different from economically developed areas. Of course, what makes those companies even more angry is that Walmart has also opened a Walmart national retail chain in this economically impoverished city of Eli. Samuel Robson Walton, the president of Walmart, only said one word in response to the doubts from the outside world and criticized Walmart for helping Lin Feng, the Chinese. Walmart has only one goal: the #1 retail chain in the world. Our goal is to have Walmart wherever there is need. At this time, many anti-Lin people who choked were speechless. He could only curse this damn Lin Feng secretly in his heart. With his wealth, he became a director of Walmart and won the support of Walmart. After learning that Georgia Governor Mike McKenzie was supporting him, Lin Feng, who was in Los Angeles, immediately called to express his gratitude. Governor McKenzie, thank you for your support. I think it was a very wise choice for our second world to choose Georgia as the US branch. Lin Feng said with satisfaction. Mr. Lin, you don't need to express any gratitude to me. Everything I do is for all the citizens of Georgia, and it is also in line with the laws enacted by Georgia. You are our legal investment company here, and you should be protected by our law. This is what we should do. If Mr. Lin really wants to thank you, please continue to invest in Eli and Georgia. We also have many preferential policies here, which will definitely allow Mr. Lin's company to get the most benefits. Georgia Governor Mike McKenzie said flatly, for the city of Eli, for the state of Georgia, it is an honor for the city of Eli to invest in Eli, Georgia, for this online company that ranks 41st by market capitalization in the world. Not only can it bring in huge taxes compared to the current Eli City company, it can also improve the local people's livelihood. The second world American subfamily of Eli City not only employs a large amount of labor, but also because the construction of the headquarters and surrounding facilities have improved the local living conditions. Whether it is the city of Eli or the Georgia state government, Lin Feng is very welcome. In particular, even the embarrassing situation that Eli City did not have a large zero supermarket before, now has Walmart settled in. This is a very exciting thing for Eli City and Georgia. But Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the words of Georgia Governor Michael McKenzie. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 630 The Causes of Bush Constipation. Georgia Governor Mike McKenzie welcomed Lin Feng to continue to invest in Georgia, which also made Lin Feng, who was fashionable in Los Angeles, brightened his eyes and had an idea in his heart. Later, after inspection and research, Lin Feng asked Liu Yinying to move the U.S. headquarters of DingDong.com from New York to Eli, Georgia. This move is very welcome to the city of Eli. On the day of the establishment of the U.S. branch of DingDong.com, the mayor of Eli City, Duke, personally came to congratulate him, and gave a flower basket and blessings from the people of Eli City. After all, for a city of Eli with a population of 15,215, first the second world ranked 41st in the global stock market value settled, and then the Walmart of the top 500 global companies came, and now DingDong.com has also settled. Eli City. This change to Eli City is absolutely earth-shaking. From the smiles on the faces of the citizens of Eli City, I know how grateful the entire Eli City citizens is to Lin Feng and the second world. And this is exactly what Lin Feng wanted. In the United States, I have been too public, coupled with repeated miracles, so that other American companies such as Apple, etc. have nothing to face, arousing dissatisfaction from many American entrepreneurs and media, as well as the local government. Although these people and forces will not be clearly attacking Lin Feng's company for the time being, they will inevitably make a lot of secret tricks in the future. In order to get rid of them, they also find a place for themselves in the United States. The city of Eli is Lin Feng's comparison. Satisfactory place. With the welcome of the people and government of Eli City, Lin Feng's company can take root here. When every move that will affect the lives of the people in Eli City in the future, whoever wants to shake Lin Feng's company will be even more difficult at that time. After all, in the United States, all states and local governments have relevant laws, and even Congress cannot force them to change them. This is the free spirit of the United States. Now, it's just being used by Lin Feng. Of course, the city of Eli is still too small, but there are still many cities like Eli in the United States. Lin Feng can also slowly learn Chairman Mao's strategic policy. Countryside surrounds the city. In the United States, slowly run your own company. As for the migration of dingdong.com to Ely, Georgia, in addition to the low taxes and the support and welcome of the people of Ely, Lin Feng also hopes that Dingdong's Unlimited Express company can successfully enter the United States. Although it is very pleasant to cooperate with the US FedEx, it is somewhat uncomfortable that Dingdong.com has its own courier company, but has to use other people to deliver the goods. This is somewhat uncomfortable, and it is not conducive to the full-scale invasion of the United States by the Ding Dong. At the moment, the Unlimited Express company of Dingdong.com wants to compete with established express companies such as FedEx in the United States, which is undoubtedly a dream. Lin Feng had only to learn from Chairman Mao's strategy of encircling the city from the countryside. He started his Unlimited Express business from these economically impoverished areas in the United States, and gradually spread the tentacles of Unlimited Express across all corners of the United States, dumping Chinese goods to the United States, making a lot of dollars. But this is not something that can be done in one day. You can only take it step by step, down to earth and slowly. However, Lin Feng's continuous relocation of his own company to Ely, Georgia, including Second World, Ding Dong, and Phantom Technology, has angered all American media and financial experts, especially many politicians who discriminate and prejudice against China. Even reported the matter to President Bush, hoping that President Bush can use his power to curb Lin Feng's tax evasion phenomenon. President Bush has long held a grudge against Lin Feng. Since the 9.11 incident, the White House was bombed. Although it has now been rebuilt, President Bush has always been concerned about Lin Feng. It's just that Lin Feng hasn't caught any painful feat that Lin Feng has been getting away. Among the many laws in the United States, the most precise, often prisoners who cannot be punished by the U.S. Constitution can be punished through tax laws. After receiving the news from his subordinates, the excited President Bush went around 3 times and held an internal emergency meeting that night. The best prosecutor from the Ministry of Justice was hired to discuss the case to see if he could give Lin Feng finalized. But after 3 days and 3 nights of research and pondering, in the end, the best tax prosecutor in the U.S. Department of Justice could only sigh. Your Excellency, Lam Feng's company moved to Ely, Georgia. It enjoys low taxation policies. It is absolutely in line with local laws and regulations. We cannot prosecute him for any crime, the Justice Department prosecutor said helplessly. President Bush frowned like a 90-year-old man, with a look of indignation. Is it true that even the president of me would take him when he is watching this cunning Chinese tax evasion? Yes, there is nothing wrong with him, the prosecutor said helplessly. Georgia's state law clearly stipulates the tax reduction and exemption policy, which is within the purview of the Georgia state government, and other states, including the White House, have no right to interfere. President Bush was frustrated. Facing this Lin Feng, he felt that his president was really aggrieved, and there was no way to get a Chinese businessman. Thinking of this makes my stomach frustrated. Speaking of frustration, President Bush only remembered that since 9.11, it seems that he often has constipation, and all kinds of medicines are useless. The doctor said, "Please feel relieved, don't think too much, and be calm." However, thinking of that Lin Feng, Bush was so angry. How could he be calm? The prosecutor glanced at President Bush, who was full of gloom and constipation, and felt relieved and depressed in his heart. Fortunately, the laws of the United States are strict. As long as you don't break the law, the president can't help you. To my frustration, I know that this Chinese is evading taxes and earning a lot of dollars every year, but the tax department can't do anything about it. However, on second thought, he is just a prosecutor, only responsible for prosecuting suspects, and other matters have nothing to do with him. After leaving the depressed President Bush, the prosecutors left the new White House with ease. However, the news that President Bush could not help with Lin Feng also spread quietly. This caused an uproar among the American media and politicians. This was great news, and it was definitely the biggest selling point. Newspaper sales would surely be out of stock again. Think about it, as the most powerful person in the world's most powerful country, but there is no way for an ordinary businessman to do anything about it. This is amazing news. However, these media rarely remain silent. There is no other reason. Now Lin Feng's company has moved to Yilai City, and Lin Feng has the support of local citizens and the city government. If these media publicize this matter, they will not be able to rectify Lin Feng, but will let them even more proud. The media cannot afford to lose this person, and the US government, referring to President Bush, cannot afford to lose this person, as if for wanting to rely on the pressure of public opinion to influence the decision-making of the Georgia state government and the decision-making of the city of Eli. That is definitely a delusion. Unless there is a company willing to vigorously develop the city of Eli, which does not lay eggs. Lin Feng Zai is the most popular person. But will any company develop the city of Eli for the sake of vindictiveness? The United States is an extremely commercial society, and no one will do anything good. As for using the government's financial resources to develop the city of Eli and drive away Lin Feng, even more difficult, the US Congress and laws, as well as those politicians who serve their own interests, will not allow it. Otherwise, a city like Eli will not be one of the poorest cities in the United States. At this time, back to December 24th, Christmas. Boss, our campaign is current profitable game. The first is Crazy Farm, followed by Audition, Full House of Romance. Through the appeal of celebrities, the monthly net profit in Asia is enough to reach about $13 million. Wu Zhaopu took a breath and turned to a look of excitement. The strongest on earth adopts a point card charging system, which is divided into point cards and monthly cards. The card is 120 hours, 40 yuan, and the monthly card is 60 yuan. According to the current trend of the strongest on earth, the number of registered players will eventually exceed 20 million, and the average global online conservative estimate will be about 3 million. This group of people will undoubtedly choose a cheap monthly card, which is 180 million yuan in income. Converted into US dollars, there are about 22 million US dollars. Excluding operating costs and various taxes, it will be a net profit of 12 million US dollars, second only to a Full House of Romance. However, this is not counting the income of other point cards, and the decline in the popularity of Audition, Full House in the future, and the continued popularity of the strongest on earth. I am afraid that in the end the strongest on earth will become the second world the most profitable project. Lin Feng and Wu Zhaopu sighed. Online games do make money. Consider the poor profits contributed by the two companies AMD and ATI currently in the third quarter. The two hardware development departments only contributed about 20 million US dollars in profits. The investment in online games is low. The characteristic of fast recovery is undoubtedly driving all companies crazy, and it is also the reason why so many companies are willing to squeeze their heads into this industry. Of course, although the AMD and ATI hardware divisions of the second world are not making money, it does not mean that Lin Feng will give up. On the contrary, Lin Feng will continue to increase investment. The 21st century is the internet age, yes, but the core of the internet age is hardware. Without hardware, the internet age is a castle in the sky. Moreover, considering the tens of billions of dollars in profit of Intel every year, Lin Feng will not give up the hardware development department. Boss. The highest number of online users has exceeded 3.4 million. Takashi Nishiyama ran over excitedly and shouted. The applause of the seventh game development team was also heard outside. After all, the more successful the strongest on earth is, the more profit share they have for members of the game development team. Boss, celebrate with a glass of champagne. At this time, Lin Xiling was very clever to bring a bottle of champagne for the three glasses, and personally filled the three of them with champagne. Cheers. The three toasted and celebrated. There is one more chapter, which will be provided later to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. To be continued. Chapter 631. Earn money with players from all over the country. After Lin Feng drank the champagne in the glass, he looked at Takashi Nishiyama. Xishan, now the elite server is still vacant. You can use the server to post a message to all players that the strongest on Earth will hold an elite challenge on January 1, 2003. All players can participate. The top 500,000 players will be eligible to enter the elite server. Lin Feng ordered. Boss, is it too early to hold the elite challenge on January 1? Wu Zhaopu reminded. After all, today is December 24th. And there are 7 days remaining on January 1, 2003. It only takes a week. The skills that players can master are undoubtedly very limited, and their strength is also extremely limited. Without so many gorgeous moves, the excitement of the Elite Challenge is undoubtedly much worse. Lin Feng nodded, and naturally understood Wu Zhaopu's worries. However, launching the Elite Challenge a week later is also a helpless move. Mr. Wu, it is not a solution to the elite server always being vacant. Players must be able to enter the game and play with players from other countries around the world. This is the real strongest on Earth, Lin Feng said. Wu Zhaopu nodded. The strongest on Earth of ordinary servers is not the real strongest on Earth. Only among the elite servers is the real strongest on Earth. In the elite server, players are divided into different camps according to the country. At present, it is divided into 6 major camps: China camp, Japan camp, Korea camp, Asia camp, Europe camp and North America camp. Different from the normal server game mode, in the elite server, players of the same faction cannot park each other, but can only attack players of the opposing faction, and can obtain meritorious value in exchange for money and skill points. Learn various skills. Of course, different camps can naturally form alliances and attack each other, and the system does not impose any restrictions. And each faction also has its own city, which can be attacked by players from other factions. Although it will not destroy the city, it can plunder the resources of the opponent's city. The resources of the major faction cities include the NPC characters and money owned by each city. At the beginning of the elite server, all 108 important NPC characters were evenly distributed in the cities of each camp. Players who want to learn skills can only learn through these NPC characters. If the NPC is in another city and the player wants to learn, he can only kill into other cities, which is undoubtedly very difficult. Only by looting NPCs in other cities to learn related skills. Moreover, currently, there are too many Chinese players and too few players from other countries. We must let players from other countries join in, Lin Feng said helplessly. Since the game The Strongest on Earth is called The Strongest on Earth, it is natural to hope that it can include all players who love fighting games in the world, which is worthy of the name. And for the second world, for Lin Feng, always making money from domestic players, it would be too incompetent. What Lin Feng wants to earn is the money of global players, and he also helps to use the game to use the money of players from other countries around the world to give back to Chinese players who have always supported the second world. China is a developing country and there are too many poor people. Lam Feng now hopes to provide all players with an opportunity to earn foreign fighters dollars through the game. And if you want to earn dollars, you must let foreign players join in. The launch of Elite Server is imperative. Only a large-scale collision between players from different countries can truly provoke the patriotic plot in the hearts of all players. For example, the Japanese camp attacked the Korean camp, looted a large number of NPC characters in the city of the Korean camp, and a huge amount of money. Will Korean players just swallow it? If it were a normal man with a little blood, he wouldn't stop there. It must be looted back. After all, humiliation can only be washed away with blood. What's more, they are all players who love fighting games, and the belligerent factor in their bodies is far beyond ordinary people. And hate slowly sprouted in this, and eventually became an important reason for players of different camps to fight with each other. While the second world earns a lot of money, it can also provide Chinese players with an opportunity to make money. After all, with the madness of Chinese players. The ability to create various equipment and money in the game is definitely the world's first. In the game, the equipment is smashed out, and then sold to foreign players to earn US dollars. Allowing foreign players to have more generous capital to attack players from other camps is very beneficial to both the Second World and Chinese players. Give back to the society. The Second World has reached a certain scale, and it can give back to the society to a certain extent, and give back to these players who have always supported the Second World. Although at present, with the ability of the Second World, there is not much way to help all Chinese players, and only use the game to help Chinese players. Hope it can make a fortune through games. It is better to teach people how to fish than to teach people how to fish. Of course, Lin Feng would naturally not tell Xishan Long Ziming about these things, and only Wu Xiaopu and Lin Feng knew about them. Otherwise, if Takashi Nishiyama learns that Lin Feng calculates players from other countries, mainly referring to his home country, Japan, he will never feel comfortable in his heart, and he will have a lot of trouble. It's better to keep this thought deep in your heart, as long as Wu Xiaopu can understand and implement it. However, because of this, Wu Xiaopu is here to become a scapegoat. However, Lin Feng would never treat Wu Xiaopu wrongly. What's more, Lin Feng also needs someone who is responsible for him. Later, when Takashi Nishiyama published the Best on Earth server for a week, after the news of the Elite Challenge held on January 1, 2003, the whole server was boiling, especially at the moment. The official website also announced the differences between the Elite server and the ordinary server, which makes all players around the world more excited. Being able to enter the Elite server itself is a symbol of strength, and now a faction system has been added. Players from different countries can attack each other, looting the NPC characters and resources of the other city. Just thinking about it is exciting. Humans are militant. Especially players who love fighting games are militants. Just the civil war between the respective servers has already made people excited. Now the battle between the camp and the camp involves different countries, which is even more exciting. Of course, many keen studios are also aware of the announcement of one of the instructions of the Elite server. Players can freely trade the gold coins and equipment in the game through the online trading system of dingdang.com, and the system will provide online translation function. This one, for most domestic studios, is like a bolt from the blue. In the past, they played equipment and gold coins, and they sold all domestic players, and all they made were RMB. With the emergence of Elite servers, players from all over the world gather a server and launch a faction system, then they will earn dollars in the Elite server. As for not being able to speak English, doesn't the system say that it provides online translation function? Language is not a barrier, and for a piece of equipment at the same price, the US dollar is worth more than the RMB. Thinking of earning green dollars in the future, many domestic studios screamed in excitement. With this continuous stimulation, the number of online users of the strongest on Earth also broke through the peak one after another, eventually reaching an astonishing 4.3 million people online. Among them, 2.7 million online in China, 1.07 million online in Japan, 400,000 online in South Korea, 100,000 online in Asia, and 30,000 online in Europe and America. By the way, boss, if domestic players sell their equipment in large quantities to Japanese, Korean, or European and American players, will the Chinese camp be repeatedly attacked by players from other camps? Wu Xiaopu said, slightly worried. Regardless of how much money he earns and his status, for Wu Xiaopu, the blood of the descendants of Yan Huang is flowing in his body, and a Chinese heart grows in his chest. He definitely does not want China to lose its face, even in the game. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Mr. Wu, you can rest assured about this. Lin Feng patted Wu Xiaopu's shoulder lightly. Wu Xiaopu is worried about this and can only say that Wu Xiaopu doesn't understand the studio. If you want to sell advanced equipment to dollar players, these studios must first have better equipment. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to play high-level equipment. It can be said that in terms of top equipment, Chinese players are not as good as American players, perhaps because of the purchase and sale of equipment. But in terms of the number of advanced equipment, Chinese players should have a certain advantage. Moreover, in China, there are definitely more than one or two studios or individuals who want to make money, and to make money, they only have to enter the elite server. Under the stimulation of money, Lin Feng believes that in the end, it can only accommodate 500,000 people online. The elite server of China will eventually be the majority of Chinese players. At that time, even if the equipment suffers a little loss, the People's War can be used to overwhelm the opponent. If other countries protest, Lin Feng can speak out. If you have the ability, you will be among the top 500,000 in the world. As long as the rules are fair, players from other countries can't say much. After listening, Wu Xiaopu nodded repeatedly. In this way, he would have nothing to worry about. For Lin Feng, in his heart, he admired the five-body cast to the ground even more. This elite server can not only arouse the enthusiasm of all players in the game, the pursuit of honor, and the hatred brought about by the camp, but also help Chinese studios make a lot of money and improve people's livelihood. In addition, these transactions can only be traded on Dingdong.com, which undoubtedly can make a fortune for the Dingdong.com under Lin Feng's, and can also increase the popularity of Dingdong.com in foreign countries. Wonderful, really great. Lin Feng smiled and tied all of his companies together, but it was the idea of Wall Street myth Abby Cohen. This is because it has an important effect on Lin Feng Holdings and its own influence. Thursday today is over. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 632. I am a Chinese? Wu Xiaopu admired Lin Feng in addition to admiration. Lin Feng smiled lightly for Wu Xiaopu's praise. With so many companies under its control, it is natural to connect them together to form a huge industrial chain. Although this will bring about a consequence of all prosperity, all losses, its anti-risk ability is undoubtedly much stronger, and it can also maximize profits. And this has a decisive effect on Lin Feng's absolute controlling rights in his own companies. Especially when resisting hostile takeovers by other companies, the influence of the entire industry chain is enough to give Lin Feng an absolute right to speak far beyond others. For example, as the flagship company of the entire industry chain Second World, Lin Feng owns 35% of its shares. If some consortium conducts a hostile acquisition of it, even if it acquires more than 35% of Lin Feng's equity, Lin Feng will still have the absolute right to speak of the company. Otherwise, Lin Feng could threaten to dismantle the entire industrial chain and cause the Second World stock price to collapse, which is definitely not what the hostile bidder wants to see. Of course, this is the ultimate method of burning jade and stone. However, at present, according to Abby Kern's analysis, as long as this huge industrial chain can be formed, the outside world would need to spend at least $300,400 billion to maintain the entire Second World company if it wants to acquire its flagship company. The industry chain will not collapse, so that this kind of acquisition will not lose money, and can also withstand Lin Feng's counterattack and revenge. However, there are very few companies that want to put out $300,400 billion in cash globally. I am afraid that only those super consortia in Arabia can come out. But in the future, as other companies under Lin Feng go public in the future, I am afraid this conservatively estimated acquisition amount of $300,400 billion will increase several times. At that time, I am afraid that only some economically developed countries will be able to acquire the Second World. However, according to Abby Cohen's analysis, this large industrial chain has finally formed. Once a hostile takeover event occurs, Lin Feng can definitely obtain unlimited loans from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China to fight against the hostile takeover. After all, The Chinese government will never allow such a large industrial chain to be annexed by other countries. This is the result of a company reaching a certain social influence. With the backing of the Chinese government, Abby Cohen believes that no company or country can hostilely acquire the second world. Therefore, this is why Lin Feng currently tries to connect all of his companies with the second world as much as possible. By the way, Mr. Wu, and it's already December 24th, and the second World Players Annual Meeting this year will also begin. Lin Feng suddenly reminded, "Boss, rest assured, we have been planning since November, and this time the Shanghai government is very cooperative with us." At that time, not only Shanghai hotels will launch corresponding discount activities to welcome players from other countries to visit, but also temporary arrangements. This kind of activity welcomes players from other countries, and at the same time it will provide some convenience in traffic. Wu Xiaopu said excitedly, "I think of the second World Players Annual Meeting, although it is also very grand, but the Shanghai government is not very keen on it." However, in the second session of this year, the Shanghai municipal government has cooperated in all aspects to give it as much convenience as possible. This also proves that after the growth of the second world, its position in the heart of the Shanghai government has become more and more important. In China, with the support of local governments, the prospects of this company must be very exciting. Well, but don't forget, this year's Laba Festival is on January 10th. Not last year's January 20th, 10 days in advance. Lin Feng reminded. "What, January 10th? Wu Xiaopu was startled, then looked at the calendar and slapped his head. He always regarded this day as January 20th, but he forgot that the 20th Players' Annual Meeting started on the day of Laba Festival. Fortunately, the second World Players' Annual Meeting was organized long ago. Although it was 10 days in advance, I didn't panic. Not to mention all kinds of invitations were not issued." Lin Feng shook his head. Fortunately, he reminded him so smoothly, otherwise he would be embarrassed. The slogan is "Drink Laba, appreciate the annual meeting," but it is undoubtedly very embarrassing to not hold the second World Players Annual Meeting at the Laba Festival. Of course, this has something to do with Lin Feng himself. After all, such large-scale events are usually held in terms of the Gregorian calendar, and only Lin Feng's second World Players Annual Meeting is based on the lunar calendar. However, Lin Feng did not hold the second World Players Annual Meeting in the Gregorian calendar. Instead, it held the Laba Festival in the lunar calendar to promote Chinese festivals. Why can foreign festivals such as Christmas and Valentine's Day enter China, and Chinese lunar festivals cannot enter foreign countries? Lin Feng will rely on his own ability to promote China's various poetic and commemorative festivals into globalization. There is no other reason, because I am a Chinese, Lin Feng said. At this time, Wu Xiaopu said suddenly, "By the way, boss, you are still going, isn't Huang Maxi's expected delivery date at 3 a.m.? It's 3 p.m. now." Lin Feng listened and patted his head, almost forgetting this important event. After returning from the United States, Lin Feng took the time to see Huang Maxi, who was expecting a childbirth at the Ulsan Maternity Hospital in South Korea. It was estimated that the baby would be born on December 25th, which can be described as a Christmas baby. After spending a few days with Huang Maxi in Ulsan, Lin Feng rushed back to meet the public beta of The Strongest on Earth. Now that The Strongest on Earth has been in public beta, everything is going well, and Lin Feng just rushed back to accompany Huang Maxi to produce and spend Christmas Eve. After confessing to Wu Xiaopu a few times, he rushed back to Ulsan, South Korea with Li Ju. Originally, Lin Feng wanted Lin Xiling not to go there, but Lin Xiling thought that as Lin Feng, as the president of a multinational company, his phone must be on standby 24 hours a day and he needs to keep in touch with the outside world at any time. However, in hospitals, especially during production, mobile phones are not allowed to be turned on. Just stick to the past. Lin Feng thought for a while, and that was indeed the case. As the president of a multinational corporation, it can be said that there is almost no personal space. Although the company belongs to oneself, how can one not belong to the company? However, Lin Ziling's persistence could not provoke Lisa's faint look in his eyes. At 5 p.m., Lin Feng and Lisa arrived at the Ulsan Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital in South Korea. Brother Lin. A happy smile immediately appeared on Hwang Maxi's face when Lin Feng came in. Hey, Maxi, how about it, the little guy? Are you honest today? Also, how are you doing these days? Did you sleep well at night? Lin Feng sat next to Hwang Maxi, gently holding Hwang Maxi's hand, and at the same time he gently stroked Hwang Maxi's belly and asked nervously, N. Hwang Maxi shook Lin Feng's hand and smiled sweetly. Seeing that Lin Feng was so nervous about himself and the child in his belly, all the grievances in his heart disappeared. As one of the well-known female artists in South Korea, Hwang Maxi got pregnant unexpectedly, and because of Lin Feng, she did not dare to tell her family, otherwise the family would definitely go to the trouble. After all, her daughter was raised so big, she was pregnant, and she was not married. For those who have no name, whose parents will bear the heart to see their daughters suffer this grievance. Once the trouble arises, I am afraid it will be a global uproar. After all, with Lin Feng's current identity and status, and international attention, this matter will not only involve Lin Feng, but also the entire group company. Coupled with some media hype for fear that the world will not be chaotic, the stock price of Lin Feng's companies may fall sharply. Hwang Maxi also didn't want to be restless because of her troubles. Therefore, Hwang Maxi hid in the small city of Ulsan, South Korea, and almost no one knew where he gave birth. He couldn't tell his parents yet, although Lin Feng asked for a full-time nurse, a babysitter, and bodyguards to prevent possible harassment such as miscellaneous people. But no matter how well the nanny takes care of it, it doesn't feel as good as a family member around him. Especially looking at the hospital, the other people are in pairs, and the expectant mothers are accompanied by their husbands. Hwang Maxi is not sad and feels aggrieved. However, women are all sentimental. Lin Feng rushed in, this greeting and expression of tension, enough to make Hwang Maxi's grievances vanish. Looking at the happy tears on Hwang Maxi's face, Lin Feng tenderly reached out his hand and gently stroked the tears, feeling very sorry in his heart. After all, he owed him too much and did not fulfill any responsibilities. Maxi, look, this is my gift for you and your child. Lin Feng took a gift box from Lin Ziling. Open it, and inside is a necklace studded with diamonds and a concentric lock representing good luck. Looking at this shiny diamond necklace, Hwang Maxi exclaimed, women love diamonds. In addition to their natural love for shiny things, they also have the meaning of diamonds. A diamond is forever, and one is always passed on. As for the concentric lock, it is for the future son or daughter. Hwang Maxi was going to take a ultrasound, but Lin Feng rejected it. No need, men and women are now equal, and children and daughters are the same. And expecting to be a son or a daughter itself is extremely anticipated. Lin Feng didn't want to be ruined by ultrasound with that kind of expectation. Brother Lin, thank you. Hwang Maxi was excited with tears in her eyes. Don't get excited. Pregnant women should keep a calm mind. Lin Feng said softly. Lisa and others witnessed this situation and retreated to the guest room aside with interest, leaving Lin Feng and Hwang Maxi to be alone. The silence speaks. Under the Christmas carols, the 12 o'clock bell rang. Yui, Merry Christmas. Lin Feng handed Lisa a Christmas gift. Big brother Lin. Lisa exclaimed in surprise. She originally thought that Lin Feng would forget Christmas because of Hwang Maxi's mother and son. But Lin Feng carefully gave her a limited edition Chinese doll, which surprised Lisa. Silly girl, how could I forget to prepare a Christmas present for you? Lin Feng gently stroked Lisa's forehead and said. Lin Ziling on the side looked with envy for a while, and sighed for Lisa's good destiny. As for Lin Feng's fancy, in her opinion, this is a common problem among men all over the world, which has been the case since ancient times. Lin Feng just has the same ills as men in the world. At this time, Lin Feng walked to Lin Ziling. Ziling, this is a Christmas present for you. Merry Christmas. Lin Feng said with a smile. Boss, I have it too. Lin Ziling was startled. Of course, after you have been so busy for me, you will naturally have Christmas gifts. Lin Feng smiled, and then asked Lin Xiling to open the present. Inside is a car key. Boss, this gift is too expensive. Lin Xiling looked surprised and wanted to refuse, but Lin Feng refused. You deserve it. But this BMW 3 Series 325 is still in Shanghai. You won't see it until you return to Shanghai. Lin Feng smiled and put the car key into Lin Xiling's hand again. After hesitating slightly, Lin Xiling sighed in his heart and received the car key in his hand. Thank you, boss. Lin Xiling nodded. Lin Feng's BMW 3 Series 325 has a market price of around 650,000 yuan, and the gift is extremely valuable. Although Lin Feng is rich, this gift is still too expensive for a secretary like Lin Xiling. This gift obviously represents a hint, expressing the reward for Lin Xiling's efforts during this period, and also hinting that although Lin Feng thanked her for her thorough care, he would not have any feelings for him. Lin Xiling, who has a double bachelor's degree, didn't know the potential meaning of this car key, and naturally sighed in her heart. Seeing Lin Xiling receive the car key, Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lin Xiling became Lin Feng's secretary, Lin Feng's workload has been reduced a lot, and many trivial matters are directly handled by Lin Xiling, but because she takes care of it so well, this puts Lin Feng under a lot of pressure. What's more, Lizu and Avril are always on guard against him. They often ask Lin Feng if they have any intentions against this glamorous secretary. Lin Feng, who often asks, is not annoying, so they just happened to give Lin Xiling a valuable gift on Christmas. Gifts to express my attitude towards Lin Xiling. Lizu watched by the side, and naturally understood the meaning of this. At the moment, she was also sweet. She was really afraid that Lin Feng would see one love one, so she really didn't know what to do. In the warmth, Huang Meixi suddenly had a stomachache. The amniotic fluid broke, and she was about to give birth. When the nurses and doctors were busy, Lin Feng also anxiously waited for the birth of his first child outside the delivery room. This is also the first time that Lin Feng has become a father. Such feelings are beyond comprehensible to outsiders. The kind of expectation and anxiety, as well as the feeling of worrying about whether the mother and child female are safe or not. Lin Feng has gone through a lot of big scenes, and at this moment, he is also a little bit arrogant. Brother Lin, don't worry, Meixi and the child will be fine. Lisa comforted. At 6 o'clock in the morning on December 25th, the forest wind that was waiting for the night finally ushered in a croak in the delivery room. Huang Meixi was finally born, a daughter. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, Huang Meixi said guiltily. After all, both South Korea and China hoped to have a son to pass on the family, but she gave birth to a daughter. Hee, look at what you said. Isn't the daughter bad? How good is it to be as smart and beautiful as you? Lin Feng held his daughter in his hands, lovingly comforting Huang Meixi. Indeed, in Lin Feng's view, both the son and the daughter are the same, and for now, in the long run, the daughter is better. Otherwise, if you give birth to a son and have another son in the future, if the age gap is too large, after you get old, you will fight for family property in all likelihood. Of course, for Lin Feng, all this is still very far away. However, although Huang Meixi gave birth to a son, the problem also emerged. Lin Feng must go to see Huang Meixi's parents and give them an explanation. Besides, it is time for him to go home to see his parents. After all, when a grandson was born, neither grandparents nor grandparents would see each other. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 633 The Evildoer has just begun. Huang Meixi was in a normal delivery. According to the mother's practice, she would go home for confinement after 3 days in the hospital. For the past 3 days, Lin Feng spent the last 3 days in the hospital with Huang Meixi and his daughter, enjoying the family happiness. Lizu, accompanied by Lin Xiling, took Huang Meixi's parents over, and bought a villa in Ulsan City. where the two elders moved in first. Huang Meixi's parents went to Ulsan City and lived in a spacious villa without knowing what happened. Fortunately, they knew Lizu and trusted Lizu, so they didn't ask any questions. It was not until the third day when Lin Feng took Huang Meixi and his daughter to appear in front of the two elders that Huang Meixi's parents knew what had happened. The two old men were speechless in consternation. Although they saw the white and fat granddaughter, they were full of joy, but thinking about raising such a big and beautiful girl, they actually had a daughter with a man silently. This is too big an impact for the elderly. No name and no part. What is this? Moreover, seeing the relationship between Lizu and Lin Feng is absolutely unusual, and Lin Xiling, the secretary beside Lin Feng, is also so glamorous, even more faintly displeased, and worthless for her daughter. Suddenly, Huang Meixi's mother cried and laughed while hugging her daughter and granddaughter. But Huang Meixi's father was smoking cigarettes one by one, looking at Lin Feng, and then at the happy smile on Huang Meixi's face. What's good? In the end, Huang Meixi pulled his parents in and explained the reason in detail. Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, there was an argument in the back room, and the door was opened not long after. Huang Meixi's father walked out angrily, staring at Lin Feng with his small eyes, thinking for a long time and didn't know what to call Lin Feng. Calling Mr. Lin seemed too alienated. After all, his daughter had such a beautiful daughter with Lin Feng. Can call son-in-law. Now the two are not married. Legally speaking, Lin Feng is not his son-in-law, so calling son-in-law is naturally not suitable. Finally, after thinking about it for a long time, Huang Meixi's father didn't call his name at all, and said, I heard my daughter say that you are very rich. You are a very rich family in China. But although we are just a very ordinary family in Korea, Meixi is not a golden branch, but she is an innocent girl. Now she has given birth to you quietly. I don't know what the relationship is between you, but as parents, we only have one request. You want to give my daughter a name. My daughter and granddaughter must not be anonymous. Dad. Huang Meixi frowned and shouted, Meixi, don't talk. This is your father's conversation with him. Men's conversations, women don't interrupt. Huang Meixi's mother grabbed Huang Meixi and told him to sit down instead of participating in the relationship between Lin Feng and Huang Meixi's father. Conversation. In Korea, women's family status is very low. What's more, although Huang Meixi has just been in the hospital for 3 days, but the body has not recovered. It takes at least 1 month to restore the previous complexion. This is also the origin of the confinement. Well, uncle, no, father-in-law. Lin Feng is also the first time to call his father-in-law. He is not used to it. Fortunately, after living with Lizu and others for a long time, Lin Feng has a basic grasp of Korean. Although he can't write, there is no problem in daily conversation. Otherwise he still can't understand what his father-in-law said. My father-in-law, indeed, I'm sorry for Meixi and made her a little wronged. But please believe me, I will definitely give Meixi a name, but not now. Lin Feng said very sincerely. It's not that Huang Meixi can't be given a name, but to give him a name, it must be a banquet. As soon as the banquet is set up, the news will naturally be known to the world. When the news came out, Lin Feng and Huang Meixi had children instead of Lizu or Avril. The negative news had too much impact on the company. I am afraid that it will directly cause the stock price of the listed companies under Lin Feng to plummet, and under the hype of the people, I am afraid that it will also affect the company's profitability. After all, as the chairman of a listed company, a positive and brilliant image is necessary. Not now? When is that? Do you wait for the children to grow up and go to school? Huang Meixi's father was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Feng's answer and frowned. This. After I go home and ask my parents for instructions, I will definitely give you an explanation with Meixi. Lin Feng didn't want to argue with Huang Meixi's father. After thinking about it, he decided to postpone it for a while. Dad, don't talk about it. I know what happened to me. He will definitely be nice to me. Huang Meixi also said helpfully at this time. She is well aware of Lin Feng's distress, and also understands the relationship between herself and Lin Feng. Now, finally, Because of her daughter's birth, Lin Feng has gradually developed feelings for her. She never hopes that this growing relationship will be weakened by a name, or even be hated by Lin Feng. Fame is indeed important, but sometimes it is not so important. The important thing is the relationship between the two. Huang Maxi's father frowned, looked at Huang Maxi, who was short-guarded, and Lin Feng, who looked sincerely, and then looked at the granddaughter in Huang Maxi's arms. Huang Maxi's father stopped speaking. After all, his granddaughter was born, and he was not afraid that Lin Feng would fall back. By the way, what is my granddaughter's name? Huang Maxi's mother came over and asked at this moment. Ha ha, called Yui, Lin Yui, Lin Feng said with a smile. The name Lin Yui, in addition to the two words Lin Feng and Huang Maxi in the name, the word Yu also means wishing to bless the baby to grow up healthily. Of course, there is also the meaning of wishing God to bless Huang Maxi and mother and daughter. Yes, good name, Xiao Yui, Grandpa hug. Huang Maxi's father saw the lovely Lin Yui and smiled suddenly, which was completely different from the previous angry rush. A family dispute that is likely to have a serious negative impact on Lin Feng Company was resolved peacefully. I have to say that children are angels and can resolve many contradictions. Later, Huang Maxi started the traditional show after giving birth. Take a bath. For example, because Huang Maxi's mother couldn't take a shower during the confinement period, Huang Maxi's mother hurriedly went outside and bought a large package of herbal medicines of unknown ingredients. It was dark and boiled into a large bucket of herbal water, and she personally wiped her body. It is said to be good for pregnant women's body and can help them recover as soon as possible. Also, after a woman gives birth to a child, she will sweat all over her body during the confinement period. Huang Maxi's parents bought a whole box of towels and dozens of cotton underwear for Huang Maxi to change in Washington. Lin Feng has only heard the almost uninterrupted roar of the fully automatic washing machine in the villa these days, and when did he touch Huang Maxi? Behind it is sweating like rain. Of course, the most troublesome thing is the pain. The perineum of the normal parturient women is cut and stitched. Although I asked the doctor again and again when I was discharged from the hospital, the doctor said that the pain will not be very painful after the delivery, and the pain will disappear after a few days. But Huang Maxi had pains for half a month before the development gradually improved. During this period of more than half a month, when he walked or sat down, he would feel pain when his posture was slightly wrong, and Huang Maxi's face changed color when he was in pain. Of course, the most painful thing is when I go to the toilet. I am afraid of forcefully re-tearing the wound, but I am afraid that there will be other problems when I cannot go to the toilet. It can be said that this tossing Huang Maxi is restless day and night. Originally, Lin Feng thought it was Huang Maxi's health. Later, he learned that all pregnant women who gave birth were the same. If it didn't hurt, it was because the doctor was fooling people. Of course, the only comforting thing is that Huang Maxi's milk is enough, and Lin Yui doesn't worry about not having milk to drink. And when there is too much milk, Lin Feng occasionally helps to drink a little. The feeling is really wonderful. In this kind of busy warmth, January 1st arrived in 2003, which is also the day of the elite challenge of the strongest on Earth. Maxi, I'm going back. I will fly back whenever I have time. Anyway, it's not far away. I also have a special plane. Lin Feng said reluctantly. After all, staying at home with Huang Maxi and his daughter Yui every day, this kind of life is still very comfortable and happy. It's okay, brother Lin. Go ahead. There are parents with me and Xiao Yui with me. It doesn't matter. Huang Maxi teased the daughter in her arms with a smile on her face. It is said that a woman will be satisfied with a child, and it is true. Thank you. Lin Feng deeply kissed Huang Maxi's forehead apologetically, and finally kissed his daughter gently. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I have something to do with my company, I must rush back. Lin Feng then bid farewell to Huang Maxi's parents, and at the same time paid $10 million to Huang Maxi's parents' account. Well, go, men should work on their careers outside. Here we have to take care of Maxi. But you remember, we must give us a name for Maxi as soon as possible. and we want to meet with my in-laws sooner. Huang Meixi the father confessed. As for the $10 million given by Lin Feng, Huang Meixi's father wanted not to accept it, but Lin Feng finally hesitated to accept it after hesitated to take care of Huang Meixi. However, the stubborn father of Huang Meixi deposited the $10 million in Huang Meixi's name, and each expenditure has a clear account. Koreans with too much self-esteem. Lin Feng sighed. And after getting along these days, Lin Feng found that Huang Meixi's father was very authoritative in Huang Meixi's home, and Huang Meixi's father had the final say in almost everything. Normally, Huang Meixi occasionally loses her temper due to some physical factors, mainly pain after giving birth, but is drunk by Huang Meixi's father. Huang Meixi, who often scolds, tears and apologizes, watching Lin Feng all distressed. But this also made Lin Feng affirm that South Korea is still a society where men are inferior to women. In most families, the status of women is far inferior to that of men. This is probably also a custom peculiar to Southeast Asian countries. However, thinking about modern Chinese women, they have almost turned themselves over. Men are inferior at home. This makes Lin Feng have to lament that sentence on the internet: the most perfect life in the world is live in a British house, eat Chinese food, get American wages, and one thing is to marry a Japanese woman. Although Korean women are not as good as Japanese women in terms of gentleness and virtuousness, they do inherit Chinese traditional customs in this respect. The concept of male chauvinism in the whole society is deeply rooted, and the status of women is low. After sighing, Lin Feng, Li Zhu, and Lin Xiling and others returned to China by special plane. Yu, you have worked so hard these days, and I have also wronged you, Lin Feng said, hugging Lisa tightly. In the past few days, Lisa has been busy with Huang Meixi's affairs, and Lin Feng did not have much time to accompany her, which really made Lin Feng's heart full of guilt. It's okay, Meixi needs someone to take care of her confinement, and it's already like this, so I can accept it. Lisa's words were a little jumpy, which made people a little confused to hear. But Lin Feng heard the helplessness and a shallow complaint. Lin Feng could only hug Lisa tightly and comfort him. Brother Lin, let's have a baby too. I think Xiao Yui is so cute, and I really want to have a baby, Lisa said with a look of hope. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. Yui, Meixi is 20 years old this year, and you are less than 18 years old. It's too early. A few more years. Lin Feng persuaded. Oh, Lisa replied a little sadly. Lisa was sad, although it made Lin Feng feel distressed. But on this issue, Lin Feng did not want to compromise. It is not a good thing to have children bound too early. Although I think Xiao Yui is very cute and often has the idea of having another baby, I just think about it. Lin Feng still doesn't want to have a large group of children around him at such a young age. After all, the saying goes, well, children are long in love, heroes are short of breath. The joy of family relationships these days has almost made Lin Feng lost in the happiness of this small family. Although Lin Feng's current assets are enough to enjoy a wonderful life. But when people reach a certain level and have a certain social status, their views and ideas will naturally differ. Moreover, as the chairman of several listed companies, Lin Feng must also bear corresponding responsibilities. Whether it is the responsibility from the family or the responsibility from the society, Lin Feng cannot shirk this. What's more, now Lin Feng's company has tens of thousands of employees and is in charge of the livelihoods of tens of thousands of people. Lin Feng can't neglect. And if you are born again, if it is just for pleasure, it would be too sorry for this rebirth. Personal regrets in previous lives are now almost all made up, but as a Chinese, there are still many regrets. For example, the Chinese have a low status in the world. For example, Chinese football cannot make it out of Asia. For example, China does not have an aircraft carrier, and it is often used by the Philippines and other countries to extract oil from the Paracel Islands. For example, HP notebooks are compensated globally, but China does not compensate. All these made Lin Feng, who is a Chinese, angry. Of course, perhaps Lin Feng's strength alone cannot change the entire country. the entire nation, but if he can't change the lifeline of the entire nation, then he will be the strongest Chinese. It is said that 1 Chinese is a dragon and 3 Chinese are worms. Then be the strongest Chinese dragon by yourself. Lin Feng vowed secretly on his Windwings special plane. Lin Feng's enchanting life has just begun at this time. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 634. Diligence can make up for one's weakness. Donglin, are you back? Son or daughter? Wu Zhaopu was surprised when he saw Lin Feng rushing back in the afternoon. He thought that Lin Feng would take a few more days off to accompany Huang Meixi, but Lin Feng only stayed for a week before rushing back. Ha, my daughter. My name is Lin Yui. Lin Feng smiled and said quietly. Only Wu Zhaopu and Wang Meng knew about Lin Feng and Huang Meixi. After all, this is really not good news for the company, known by company employees. They will definitely chew their tongues, and the news will surely spread all over the city. At that time, the company will definitely be affected by this incident, which will not only directly cause the company's share price to fall, but also affect Lin Feng's authority in the company. Good name, but unfortunately a daughter. Wu Zhaopu said slightly regretfully. After all, in the eyes of Chinese people, succession is still a major event. Besides, Lin Feng needs an heir for such a large family business. Lin Feng smiled. Okay, I'll talk about this later. By the way, how is the elite challenge of the strongest on Earth going on? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Hearing about the elite challenge, Wu Zhaopu's face was full of excitement. Boss, the elite challenge started at 9 o'clock this morning, and it has been held for 6 hours. Wu Zhaopu said excitedly. The elite challenge of the strongest on Earth adopts a computer-based entry mode. Players challenge computer NPC characters, 108 characters. 108 levels in total. According to the player's final score, the top 700,000 players are eligible to enter Elite Server. Players can challenge 5 times in total to get a comprehensive score. However, because the Elite Server has only 500,000 places, although the bottom 200,000 players have the right to enter the Elite Server, once the Elite Server is fully loaded, the top 500,000 players want to enter the game, the system will automatically start to kick people from the online ranked players who have passed the test, and give them 20 seconds to leave the Elite Server and allow the top 500,000 players to enter the Elite Server. Although this is unfair and even discriminatory to the last 200,000 players, as far as the rules of the game are concerned, the lower 200,000 players do not have the qualifications to enter the Elite Server, and now they just guarantee the Elite Server is fully loaded. After all, it is impossible to maintain 500,000 online places forever, and only an additional 200,000 standby places are available. Although this rule is a bit cruel and inhumane, Lin Feng is convinced that it can stimulate the player's winner. After all, no one wants to be kicked out by the system, and they are kicked from the last in the online ranking. This is good for all players, even the top one. This is undoubtedly very exciting. Of course, in order to improve competitiveness, the strongest on the ground will also hold an elite challenge every weekend, and still use computer NPC breakthrough competitions to score points. The first 700,000 players are eligible to enter the Elite Server. Of course, for players who have entered the Elite Server last week, they do not need to participate in the challenge, and the scoring will be based on the previous week. However, you must challenge yourself once a month, otherwise you will be deprived of the qualifications of the Elite Server. However, in order to highlight the antagonism of fighting games, the strongest on the ground also said that any player can challenge the Elite Server player, as long as a challenge fee is spent, and the other party agrees to be able to challenge. If the challenger wins, he will be eligible to enter the Elite Server. Of course, half of the challenge fee will be awarded as a consolation prize. If you fail, the challenge fee will all go to the opponent. As for the challenge fee, it is negotiated by both parties, and the system will not interfere temporarily if there are some high-level instructions. The system can only interfere and limit the upper limit of the challenge fee. Lin Feng believes that this paid challenge system will further stimulate all players' enthusiasm for attacking the elite server, allowing players to maintain a sustained high enthusiasm for the strongest on Earth boss. The elite challenge is all over, and all 700,000 500,000 qualified candidates, 200,000 candidate qualified elite server players are born. Wu Zhaopu excitedly took over the datasheet from Nishiyama Takashi. Boss, out of a total of 700,000 players, mainland China has 250,000 players, Japan has 220,000 players, South Korea has 120,000 players, and other parts of Asia have 15,000 players. European players have 40,000 players, and North American players have 250,000 players. 50,000 people. A total of 700,000 people. Wu Zhaopu said with a fist. Chinese players really live up to expectations and become the country with the most players entering the elite server, which is certainly surprising. But it is Japan that is truly shocking. This country, which has an average online number of only 1.07 million, less than half of China, has the same number of people entering the elite server as China. It has to be said that Japan, the birthplace of the King of Fighters, is indeed a master. As for the first place in the points is also a Chinese player named Internet Pusher. The second place is a Japanese player named Chinese Cabbage. The third place is also a Chinese player named Zunti. Taoist players. Wu Zhaopu said excitedly. There are 2 Chinese players among the top 3 in the world, which is more or less exciting. Lin Feng smiled faintly. When it comes to online games, the strength of Chinese players is still terrifying. After all, Chinese players can spend a long time in the game and have time to study. Even if one person can study it, everyone can study the rules of a game together. The so-called 1 with short skills and 2 with long skills are the reason. No matter how difficult the game is, as long as someone has time to study it, it will be understood. This time it was really unexpected, but it was reasonable to say that many professional players of the Second World Esports Champions League were still very arrogant. After all, I usually occasionally challenge on the King of Fighters online to hone his skills, or look for the pleasure of winning, and to increase self-confidence, but also found that the level of most combat players is still a distance from professional players. Therefore, I originally thought that the qualification for this elite server should still be the world of their professional players. At least the top-ranked players should be their professional players. Unexpectedly, the final result came out, and only 3 professional players entered the elite server. But the Second World Esports Champions League has a total of 18 clubs and 2 fighting games, the King of Fighters and Street Fighter. On average, a club has 9 professional players. There are 162 people in the 18 clubs. These 162 people have played the strongest on Earth, but in the end only 3 people entered the game. The promotion rate is 1.8%, which is no different from ordinary players. This is undoubtedly a loss of face for these professional players. But through competition analysis, these professional players did not lose in justice. In addition to technology, the strongest on Earth is also critical to level, equipment, and skills. Since these professional players usually spend most of their time on training, they can only use their free time to play the strongest on the ground. Naturally, they can't compare with the ordinary players who mix in the strongest on the ground every day. They have high levels and many skills. Well equipped. Although the technology is high, it is useless in the face of the huge gap in data. This also happens to prove that diligence can make up for one's weakness. With the birth of the elite server player qualification, the elite server was officially opened, which also opened up a battle between player camps. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 635. The Pearl Harbor Incident in the Game. The opening of the elite server of the strongest on Earth is a major event in the global online game industry. After all, This is the first real global interconnection in online games. In Asia, China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and other countries, Europe in Poland, Germany, France and other countries, North America in the United States, Canada and other countries, players from more than 50 countries gathered to play on the same server. This is absolutely unprecedented. Although the previous Second World Counter-Strike Online, Audition and other games can allow players from all over Asia to log into the same server, and players from different countries can play on the same server, but first, none of these games belong to the large-scale online role-playing games in the strict sense. As for online games in different countries, only a few players, as few as many as 10 play on the same server. Far from the elite server of Strong is comparable. What's more, the elite server has also launched a faction system, which divides 6 camps according to different nationalities of players, and can attack each other and plunder the resources of other camp cities. This is the first time in the history of online games. This grand occasion of the online game industry not only makes players look forward to it, but also makes the media look forward to it. On January 2, 2003, at 9 AM, the elite server of the Strongest on Earth was officially opened. Almost the top 500,000 players logged in. This made the next 200,000 players feel depressed and wanted to go up. Experience the grand occasion of elite server. Unexpectedly, there is no chance at all. Occasionally, a few people who made up for the vacancy landed up, and were quickly squeezed down by the positively selected players, which made them more depressed. This also allowed these 200,000 alternate players to vow to successfully enter the top 500,000 in the Elite Challenge next week and obtain the positive election qualification. Boss. The first 500,000 elite players are online, and the faction system is officially opened. All data is normal, and Asian, European, and North American players are logged in normally without any abnormal conditions. Wuza Orpa reported to Lin Feng excitedly. This time the elite server was launched, although the Second World Korean branch, Japanese branch, Taiwan branch, European branch, and US branch have been waiting for a long time. They have used supercomputers to simulate many times, but the simulation is after all simulation. Only when the actual operation is true, can the entire system be truly checked whether it can operate normally. Now that everything is normal, it is natural to be happy. Lin Feng nodded. At this time, in the major internet cafes across the country, players who were lucky enough to be eligible to enter the elite server are naturally crowded with people. Many players who are not eligible to enter the elite server can only enjoy their eyes and see what is in the elite server. What is the situation? Tears of No Desire is a fan of fighting games. The global ranking of Elite Challenge is not high, barely entering the top 400,000. But he has enough to experience the elite server in the first time. Qualifications. In the envy of everyone behind the discussion about the elite server, the first moment the elite server is turned on, they log in as soon as possible. Different from the ordinary server of the Strongest on Earth, the elite server enters in an extremely large city, and it is almost full of people. Click on the map and you will find that the map of this city is far beyond everyone's imagination. The Strongest on the Ground is a 2D scroll-style horizontal version of the online fighting game. The city map of the Chinese camp is a 25 by 25 square, which can accommodate up to 300,000 to 400,000 players online. And the biggest difference between the ordinary server and the elite server is that in the ordinary server, 108 main NPC characters are randomly distributed in every corner of the entire game, and will change their positions as the game progresses. But in the elite server, 108 NPC characters are equally divided into 6 camps, each with 18 NPC characters. Players want to learn their skills. They must complete their related tasks. As for learning the skills of NPC characters that the city does not have, there is only one way: city battle. Through a collective vote of players from the same faction, more than half of them can launch a city war to rob NPC characters in other cities, and at the same time, they can obtain huge amounts of city funds from the opponent to help their own city develop. and at the same time allow players in their own city to get more resources. Boss, when will the city war happen? I guess the first wave of city war will happen within 3 days. Wu Zhaopu laughed while looking at the game data displayed on the screen. Haha, Mr. Wu, I'm afraid you are still too conservative. I guess there will be a city war today. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. City battle will happen today? Wu Zhaopu was a little unbelievable. After all, the elite survey has just been opened. Players should get familiar with the environment first, and then develop their own city defenses to resist attacks from players from other countries, and then follow the game. Corresponding missions are opened. Most of the missions in the elite server require meritorious value, and the meritorious value can only be obtained by players of the Park rival camp. We'll slowly start the city war system, and today we will start the city war. It's a bit weird. Lin Feng nodded heavily. Today there is bound to be a city war, and it will be the Chinese players who will launch the city war first, and the Chinese players who will make the most profit today. Why? Boss, why are you so sure that the Chinese players must be the first to launch the city war, not other countries? Also, although the Chinese players have the most players, in terms of ranking, the average ranking is the Japanese player. Why the Chinese players must be the most profitable? Although Wu Zhaopu is also a Chinese, he also hopes that Chinese players will win in the city war, but he doesn't understand why Lin Feng is so affirmative. Mr. Wu, I wonder if you have noticed that there is an elite server forum for the strongest on Earth in China, most of which are the current domestic players of the strongest on Earth. And there are many studios in it. Lin Feng opened a website on the computer. Wu Zhaopu clicked in and browsed freely. Most of them were about elite server discussions. The most was City War. Many players called for early development of City War so that players all over the world could see how powerful Chinese players are. Although the forums are full of clamors to give players from other countries a good look at posts, there is no evidence to prove that Chinese players will launch a city war on the first day. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Wu, don't forget, if you want to make money through the strongest on Earth, you must enter the elite server. I believe that among the 250,000 Chinese players only 180,000 before 500,000. The studio, there must be a lot of players, and if you want to make the most profit through the best on Earth game, it is most important at the beginning. Only by establishing a huge advantage at the beginning, can you reap huge profits in subsequent games. Lin Feng slowly explained, saying, only when the city war is launched on the first day, as many NPC characters as possible and funds from the opponent's city are captured as much as possible, so that the Chinese camp is at an advantage, and the other countries' camps will buy equipment from Chinese studios and money to upgrade skills and strength. After listening to Wu Zhaopu, although he strongly agrees with Lin Feng's statement, he does not believe that Chinese players will really launch a city war on the first day. The country that initiated the city war is the easiest to become the target of public criticism. In Lin Feng's walk and see eyes, the day passed quickly. At 6:30 p.m. Beijing time, Chinese players launched a city war and attacked the North American camp. There were only 50,000 among them. Only 40,000 are among the top 500,000 elite server qualifying cities. City war, as long as a certain faction submits a city war request to the system, it will be able to attack the opponent's city after 3 hours. In 2003, January 2nd, at 9:30 p.m., 250,000 Chinese players attacked the cities of the North American camp. At this time, North America had just about 9:30 in the morning, and there were only more than 10,000 online players. A sneak attack on 180,000 Chinese players was defeated, and the city resources, NPC characters and money were looted in the past half. At this time, the Japanese camp also took the opportunity to sneak attacks on the cities of the European and American camps and the Asian camps. Japanese 160,000 players successfully attacked the European and American camps with less than 20,000 online and the Asian camps with only 10,000 online. Faction successfully plundered some resources of the two major camps. When the Japanese players were in high spirits, an accident happened. Chinese players and South Korean players simultaneously attacked players from the Japanese camp and ambushed Japanese players on their way home. They caught Japanese players by surprise and became the Pearl Harbor incident in the online game industry, violating countless Japanese players' equipment. At the same time, they declared war on the Japanese faction. At 2:30 a.m. on February 3, Beijing time, Chinese players and South Korean players jointly stormed the Japanese faction city and robbed NPCs looted by Japanese players. A big battle. At 6 o'clock in the morning on February 3, Beijing time, the First City War officially ended. At this time, the Chinese camp has 41 NPC characters, the Korean camp has 27 NPC characters, the Japanese camp has 16 NPC characters, the Asian camp has 6 NPC characters, and the European camp has 9 NPC characters. The North American camp has 9 NPC characters. Chinese players became the biggest winners. In the face of this fiasco, players from other camps were indignant and began intensive preparations for revenge. The media from various countries that are concerned about the strongest on earth jumped out, complaining about their own players, especially the Japanese media, trembling with anger. The Japanese players were supposed to be the biggest winners. Unexpectedly, they were attacked jointly by Chinese and South Korean players. Not only did the NPC characters handed out to them, but also their own city was breached. A fight of saliva is inevitable. There are still 2 chapters, updated around 12 o'clock in the evening. I had a bit of misunderstanding with my girlfriend, boring, and now I'll explain it. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. The 636th chapter is able to pull back. In 2003, January 3rd, the elite server of the strongest on Earth broke out on the first day after the city war broke out. The world's major media began to discuss the results of the city war. Relentless attack. Although this is only a game, it involves the interests of players from all over the world. Of course, as well as the faces of all countries, this game is no longer just a game. In particular, Chinese players won a big victory, and other countries, except South Korea, suffered heavy losses. Especially the smart Japanese players suffered from the nightmare of the Pearl Harbor incident on the elite server, which was even more shocking across the country. In particular, the prototype of Underground Strongest is the King of Fighters from the Japanese company SNK, which is known as a national game in the Japanese fighting game industry. It was unexpectedly attacked by Chinese and South Korean players, which made the Japanese media unbearable. The Asahi Shimbun is the largest newspaper in Japan. It has always reported real-time news as its selling point. Therefore, although Japan is a big game country, it rarely reports on game-related topics, even if it is a sensational event in which the sales of PS2 exceeded 100 million in the world. The Asahi Shimbun at that time, it was only reported in a little detail on one page of the 3rd edition. Unlike this time, the home page was actually covered in black letters "Despicable Chinese and Korean Players" as the title, which slammed Chinese and Korean players. Shameless behavior. Conspiracy. Honest Japanese players have encountered the most conspiracy incident in the history of the game. I have never seen such a despicable player who would be extremely insidious. Players who attacked our Japanese country without declaration of war would ambush and fight without declaration on the way back, which is too despicable. In the end, we even took advantage of our country's players to sneak attack on our country's players' cities. Too despicable. Too shameless. Is this the quality of Chinese and Korean players? Don't they even declare war? Wouldn't it be a despicable sneak attack, not an upright fight? Japanese players were also criticized on the forum, condemning the shameless behavior of Chinese players, condemning the despicable behavior of Chinese and South Korean players with more victory than less. and threatened that the great Japanese empire will be ashamed. Lin Feng smiled extremely contemptuously for the Asahi Shimbun and the criticism from Japanese players. Although this is just a game, but I have seen the tactical qualities of Chinese players and South Korean players. There is a saying in China's The Art of War: soldiers and tricks. Originally, the war between the two countries was based on their ability. The Japanese players are careless, and who can be blamed? What's more, when Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in World War II, did it declare war in advance? I think. Wasn't Japan also very proud of it at the time? As for the more victory, the less. How to explain why Japanese players attacked the Asian camp and the European camp with more victory than the European camp? Although this is a game, it is not just a game. If Japanese players want to save face, they can do it through games. Regain your face. Don't bark through the media and provoke people to spurn. Lin Feng said in a tone of extreme disdain and contempt when facing the reporter. Lin Feng's remarks naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of the Japanese media and players, but they couldn't reply, especially for Lin Feng's refutation of the Pearl Harbor incident when Japan attacked the US military during World War II. It made Japan speechless. Refutation proves that their sneak attack that year was despicable. If they did not refute, they were really annoyed by Lin Feng's blockage. In the end, the Japanese players can only bite their teeth and swallow their stomachs, secretly vowing that they must give the Chinese players a good look. As for Korean players, they have been ignored by Japanese players. This stick country will only follow other people's ass, which is not worth mentioning. However, maybe you can take advantage of it. Originally, the European and American media wanted to criticize the Chinese players for taking advantage of the North American players to launch sneak attacks in their sleep, but Lin Feng responded to the Japanese media's speech, leaving the American media silent. Although the North American camp also lost terribly this time, the Americans cannot clamor like the Japanese with inferiority. If they lose, they will lose, and they will be able to pull back next time. Of course, as a media, it is natural not to be silent, and it is always necessary to retaliate. The New York Times also opened a rare game section, accusing the Elite server of the unfairness. The Strongest on Earth is a good game, and the Elite server is also a good idea. There are too many unreasonable points in the Elite challenge. China is a populous country with a large game population base. This will undoubtedly be detrimental to other camps with a smaller population when the Elite server launches a city war. This is not a match-to-play game at all, but an innate game. There is a disadvantaged game. We strongly recommend that Elite servers restrict Chinese players. The argument of the New York Times is supported by most players in North America. It is generally believed that China's population is too large and the number of Chinese players should be limited. Lin Feng smiled lightly at this attack. As for the large base of Chinese players, I don't think there is any problem, because this is the result of the hard work of Chinese players. The model of the Elite Challenge is the same. Chinese players have worked hard to get the final ranking. As a game developer, must not obliterate the efforts of Chinese players because of this. If other countries think that the base of Chinese players is too large, I hope they can have more players join the game. Besides, in the Elite server, different camps are you can form an alliance. Lin Feng finally reminded the European and American players. In fact, the Elite server of the Strongest on Earth is divided into 6 camps, which is a bit too much. In Lin Feng's view, it is enough to divide into 23 camps. Of course, at present, China and Japan are the mainstream, with the largest player base, followed by South Korea. Europe can compete with South Korea if it forms an alliance with North American players. Only the Asian camp has the fewest players. Lin Feng's words really woke up European and American players. Then, as Lin Feng guessed, European players and North American players formed an alliance, and the number of players in the two camps reached 80,000. Slightly more than the 70,000 players in South Korea. The Elite Survey has also formed a brand new force, the Chinese camp with 180,000 players and the most resources. The Japanese camp with 160,000 players who suffered from the Pearl Harbor incident in the game industry. The European and American camp secretly trying to re-emerge, and the Korea camp that is a little clumsy, of course. There is the most pitiful Asian camp. Suddenly, the situation in the elite server was vague, and all players could faintly feel that a big battle was about to start. After all, the Chinese camp is the strongest, and players from other countries will naturally not let Chinese players continue to dominate. Otherwise, the Chinese players who have the most resources will unify the elite server sooner or later, and this face will be embarrassing then. Back then, the 8 power allied forces entered the Forbidden City, burned, killed, and looted. What a magistry it was, but now it is suppressed by Chinese players in the game, which makes players in Western countries such as Europe and the United States embarrassed. Boss, if you wake up European and American players like this, it seems to be bad for Chinese players, right? Wu Zhaopu said worriedly. After all, the Chinese camp is now dominated, and players from other countries are very greedy. Lin Feng smiled. If not, how can Chinese players make money? Later, Lin Feng announced a news. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 637th chapter has no face and no skin. The persistent revenge of European and American players, coupled with various equipment purchased at high prices, and careful preparation, caught Korean players by surprise. The Korean players who were ultimately killed can only choose to temporarily go offline to avoid greater losses. After the Korean players were killed and unable to go online, the European and American players who had not yet enjoyed themselves finally targeted the Chinese players and launched the city war with the Japanese players. The reason for launching a city war against Chinese players, rather than dark battles, is also due to the fear of Chinese players. Although a lot of equipment and gold coins from Chinese players on the market have been bought by European, American and Japanese players, it is precisely because of this that European and American players and Japanese players feel a little puzzled about the strength of Chinese players. I don't know what is the power of Chinese players. This time, European and American players have taken the lead to attack Korean players. It is also hoped that Chinese players can reinforce Korean players, and then the Japanese players waiting on the side will join European and American players to fight an ambush by Chinese players. It has to be said that the inherent problem of the Chinese people's difficulty in unifying opinions saved the lives of Chinese players who came to support Korean players. But at the same time, this is the result that European and American players and Japanese players most want to see. As long as the Chinese players and South Korean players are tied together, with the strength of European and American players and Japanese players, wanting to attack is a losing-lose situation. Nowadays, Korean players are afraid to go online when they are killed, but Chinese players have never sent a single reinforcement. This will undoubtedly make Korean players who are already a little clumsy cast into the camp of European, American and Japanese players. At that time, the 3 major camps will attack the Chinese camp. Even if the number of Chinese players is large, the equipment will not be enough. As for the 5th camp, Asian camp, the poor number of 10,000 players is usually only a few thousand online, and it has long been ignored. This time, European and American players and Japanese players launched the city war to find out the reality of the Chinese players. It doesn't matter if the equipment is dropped, it just pays to buy it. Anyway, for their income, this equipment is still very cheap. However, if you lose experience, you have a headache, and it's not so easy to practice. Moreover, there is a very cunning design in the strongest on earth. After death, it not only loses character experience, but also loses skill experience. This is the most troublesome. However, this city war ended in a handshake between the two sides. After seeing the strength of the Chinese players, European and American players and Japanese players quickly closed their arms and stopped fighting, preparing for the next 3-sided siege. The next day, As expected by European and American players and Japanese players, South Korean players angrily accused Chinese players of standing by, and at the same time announced their separation from the alliance with the Chinese camp and declared to join the European and American camps and the Japanese camp, for the Korean players to join. The European and American camps and the Japanese camps smiled and expressed their welcome. At the same time, they said that the last dark battle was only due to a map error and the wrong place was played. For this outrageous explanation, South Korean players also gladly accepted, and said that everyone is allies, don't mention the past, and we will support together in the future to deal with the despicable and shameless Chinese players. At the same time, in order to please European and American players and Japanese players, Korean players also extremely vilified Chinese players, describing the shamelessness of Chinese players. As for the betrayal of Korean players, Chinese players were still a little intimidated, although they had been expected. After all, we are now facing a total of 310,000 troops from South Korea, Europe, America, and Japan, while the Chinese players only have 180,000 players. The disparity is too great. Even if the Asian camp is won, there will only be 10,000 more people, not enough for the other party to stuff their teeth. Faced with this difficult situation, the Chinese players of the elite server did not hug each other tightly, but had huge differences. They blamed each other, shirked their responsibilities, and even reported a split scandal, and strongly demanded the strongest on Earth. The official launch of the independent portal system allows some of their players to form their own factions. Players from Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea who watched this farce laughed loudly. And taking advantage of the civil unrest among Chinese players, it was announced in a high-profile manner that they would conduct a city war against Chinese players the night before the opening of the annual game of Second World Players on January 9th. With such high-profile players from the three camps, the arrogant remarks naturally angered all Chinese players. But in the face of this imminent event, the Chinese players actually slogans "the outside must be settled first," threatening that the major guilds will first enter the ordinary server decide victory and leadership. After all, when it came to the rescue of South Korea, it was because of the disagreements of several major guilds that the rescue failed. Regarding the behavior of Chinese players, Lin Feng shook his head. They all say that one Chinese is a dragon, and 3 Chinese are worms. It's really damn right. It's all like this. And we have to fight ourselves first and weaken our strength. Isn't this a bullshit? Faced with this incomprehensible behavior of Chinese players, overseas media naturally took advantage of the heat and reported heavily on it. After all, on the first day of the city war, Chinese players won a big victory and became the biggest winner. At that time, many media were choked by Lin Feng's saying have the ability to win back, and now other players have the upper hand. Chinese players are still in civil strife. They will naturally not let go of this opportunity to hit Chinese players. Of course, the important thing is to fight Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng is also Chinese. Japan's Asahi Shimbun. Chinese people are short-sighted, incompetent, without foresight, and also like infighting. If they were willing to support Korean players and lose a small part of the players' interests, how come today's catastrophe came to an end? This time, we will erase Chinese players from the elite server, and make them the world of Japanese, European and American players, and of course, Korean players. Regarding the clamor of Asahi Shimbun and the Japanese forum, Chinese players burst out of unified thinking at this time, criticizing the clamor of Japanese players, threatening that if Japanese players dare to challenge, they will definitely make Japanese players come back. However, the clamor is back to the clamor, but in fact, in the face of this situation, several major domestic guilds and all the game studios still cannot have a unified caliber. For their own interests, they cannot reach an agreement at all. South Korea's Dongguilbo HMPH. The Chinese players who have not saved their lives have finally tasted the evil results this time. For a little bit of my own benefit, we have left our Korean players in disregard of the lives and deaths, and let us Korean players suffer from each other. The siege of the most elite troops several times greater than our own, and in the end our Korean players retreated strategically outnumbered. Now, it's your turn to China. When that happens, our Korean players will surely let out this bad breath. The remarks made by South Korea's Dong Guilbo undoubtedly made everyone laugh. 80,000 players from Europe and the United States and 70,000 players from South Korea are actually called several times more than oneself. They are still besieged by the most elite troops and finally strategic retreat. For the word game played by the Korean media, Chinese players, it is even more bloody. But the unavoidable fact is that Chinese players did not send teams to reinforce their ally, causing their ally to be attacked by European and American players. Most of the Korean players killed were almost equipped with equipment. Being exposed, I lost a lot of experience. European and American. The sun now is the time to form the 8-power allied forces again, and it is time for Chinese players to pay the price. As Mr. Lin, the president of Second World, said, although this is only a game, it is not just a game. However, perhaps out of compatriots, perhaps Lin Feng would forcibly order to intervene in this city war. Ha ha, let us see if Lin Feng, a Chinese, will help his compatriots. This argument of the sun has undoubtedly caused great controversy in China. Many players who are skeptical about the future of Chinese players on the elite server claim that Lin Feng is a Chinese, and there is nothing wrong with helping the Chinese have the ability to let them foreigners also launch this game. But there are also many players who are very spine and think that if Lin Feng helps, it will break the rules of the game. Even if they win in the end, it will rely on Lin Feng's official power, which is not only disgraceful, but extremely embarrassing. Suddenly, the two factions quarreled together, and the quarrel was inevitable. Regarding this situation, Lin Feng sighed straight. Just because of such a game, I can't accompany Huang Meixi and his daughter Lin Yui. Well, Lin Feng really wants to strangle these players. Big brother Lin, go ahead, I have my parents here to take care of them. It's okay. Huang Meixi hugged Lin Yui with a look of happiness. Well, be careful, and call me if you have anything to do. Lin Feng gently kissed Huang Meixi and Lin Yui's faces before leaving. Brother Lin, no matter what conflicts between Korean players and Chinese players, I and Yui love you the same. Huang Meixi said suddenly. Silly girl. Lin Feng smiled, rubbed Huang Meixi's forehead lightly, got up and left. Boss, what are you going to do? Wu Xiaopu is also worried about the situation of Chinese players in the elite server. If other countries join forces to suppress the Chinese players and finally make them afraid to go online, it will really be the end of the Chinese players. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Wu, don't worry. The Chinese are definitely not Koreans. You can be beaten up facelessly and then go to court. Europeans and Americans. Although China likes infighting, there is one thing that there is no doubt about it, that is, noodles. The Chinese have a high head and an unyielding heart against the aggression of the great powers. Lin Feng said with a fist. Then boss, what are you going to do? Wu Xiaopu was also enthusiastic about what Lin Feng said. After all, what the Chinese players did during this period of time is really chilling. Now, Wu Xiaopu saw hope again. First of all, I want to, Lin Feng said confidently. There are still 3 chapters to be updated in the evening to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. To be continued. Chapter 638. Each takes what you need. After the city war on January 2nd, Chinese players won a big victory, and the whole country was full of joy. As Lin Feng said, although the strongest on earth is just a game, it is not just a game. The direct duel of players from various countries in the game has long been beyond the scope of a game, especially the opening of City War, which has added many elements of national enemies and families. Let players from all over the world stay in the game all night long, just for the level to be higher, the equipment to be better, and the skills to be stronger. Especially this time, the Chinese players were the most prosperous American players who robbed them, and then they jointly attacked the Japanese players who invaded China in the World War II with South Korean players. Finally, they attacked Huanglong and made the Japanese players not only lost the soldiers, and finally returned the bamboo basket to fetch the water. The Chinese players and South Korean players were very angry. On the first day of the elite server, the entire server was filled with grievances and hatred. All players want to stop. However, just as the Chinese and South Korean players were celebrating, the alliance between the European camp and the American camp, as well as the clamor of the Japanese camp, made the whole situation full of conspiracy and danger. For the second time, city war is inevitable anymore. And I believe that it doesn't take long to wait. Compared with the elation of most players in China, it is the studio players who are the happiest. In the city battle on the first day of Elite server, the leading figure is the leading figure of the domestic server. The Elite Challenge ranked first as the network promoter, but its core strength is hundreds of jobs. Among the 180,000 Chinese players who entered the top 500,000 of the Elite server rankings, the studio's players accounted for a full 5,000 people. Although the equipment of these 5,000 people is not the top-notch, they are all above the standard, and the skill levels they learn are all relatively high, and they cooperate well with each other. Therefore, it is also with the strength and cooperation of these 5,000 studio players that Chinese players can sweep the American camp and sneak attacks on Japanese players to obtain the greatest benefits. After all, whether it is a real world war or a city war in the game world, the war is fought with money. This time the city war consumes money and equipment. The dropped equipment has a 1% chance of being completely shattered. It is a huge consumption for all camp players, but some camps such as the Chinese camp can harvest more than the expenditure, and some such as the Japanese camp spend more than the harvest. In the strongest on Earth, the only source of funds is mining, fishing, farming and other side business is extremely time-consuming. At present, only studio players have such a huge amount of funds and equipment to launch the city war. As for why these 5,000 studio players have devoted so much to the city war, they did not hesitate to buy a lot of equipment and money for this city war. Naturally, it is not for honor. The reason why professional players to be called a professional player is to make money. They have only one reason to be so invested: to make money. But what these studio players make is not immediate profits, but future profits. They believe that the strongest on Earth can become the leader of large-scale fighting online games in the next few years, and they can gain far more money than paid by this game. They firmly believe that the strongest on Earth will definitely become a new money-making treasury. The city war on the first day is the key battle that will determine the size of their future treasury. Mr. Wu announced that Dingdong.com will open a new trading system for the strongest on Earth. All players of the strongest on Earth can conduct completely free transactions as long as they register an account on the Dingdong.com. It guarantees, and all users, no matter which country the transaction is with, we will waive the handling fee to help them perform exchange rate transfers. Of course, every transaction Dingdong.com will charge 1% of the transaction fee. Lin Feng announced. Boss, do you really encourage players to trade? I am afraid that more studios will enter the game, which is not good for the game. Wu Zhaopu said hesitantly. Although the existence of game studios has long been known to everyone, major game companies also have a headache for this. After all, game studios will do everything in order to make money. They will dig out any money-making methods, and even change the game process. And once there are too many game studios on the server, it will also bring devastating blows to most games. After all, game studios do not play games, but only to play gold coins and equipment, which will cause prices in the game to soar in a short period of time, which is harmful to many ordinary players. Ultimately, the game itself will be hurt, and the lifespan of the game will be greatly reduced. Lin Feng opposed Wu Zhaopu's views. Mr. Wu, what really destroys the balance of a game is not the existence of the game studio, but the innate defects of plugins and games. Currently, The strongest on Earth does not have any pollutions. Our campaign is 24-hour online. GM has a technical team. It is enough to block the latest plugin in the fastest time. As for the game's congenital defects, currently, the strongest on the ground is not there yet. Lin Feng explained. Of course, the existence of a game studio will indeed cause price fluctuations in a game, harming the interests of some ordinary players. But from another perspective, the more studio players a game has, the more you can prove the success of this game. Otherwise, those game studios will not waste money on a game that is not profitable and not popular. Lin Feng said with a smile. There is another point. Game studios cannot be banned. If you want to forcibly prohibit the existence of game studios by modifying the game-related settings, it will destroy the original balanced game settings. This change is enough to make players lose interest in a game. This is the real choice for the game. What's more, don't forget that the selling point of the elite server of the strongest on Earth is the city war among multinational players. This alone is enough to attract players to continue the game, and there will be a large number of RMB fighters have entered. If there is no game studio to provide them with equipment and money, I am afraid these rich players will not have the patience to slowly play equipment and play gold coins. After listening to Wu Xiaopu, he thought for a while and nodded. What's more, letting Chinese players rely on the strongest on Earth to earn foreigners' money, we can also be regarded as contributing to the country's income generation. Lin Feng finally joked. Boss, I think these game studio players really have to thank you. Wu Xiaopu shook his head and smiled. Other game companies are trying their best to combat game studios, but their boss encourages the existence of game studios. Their style is quite different from other players, which is surprising. But perhaps it was this unusual point that made Lin Feng the third richest in the world today. Later, when the second world announced that all the strongest on Earth players could freely trade game equipment and gold coins by registering an account on dingdong.com, the shock to all players was absolutely unprecedented. After all game companies hated the existence of game studios very much before, and they often racked their brains to kill game studios, and made repeated orders for private transactions. I emphasized that I hope players do not trade. Of course, this is also why the major game companies want to sell their own equipment or game currency. After all, the profits are too generous. For example, Zen 2, a game with millions of people online, can create a net profit of over tens of millions of dollars per month, which is really surprising. Now the second world encourages players to trade, which is really exciting. The announcement of this news, just as Lin Feng guessed, directly stimulated the entire game market of the strongest on Earth. The number of players entering the game is increasing. The highest global online has exceeded 4 million, and not only elite servers have frequent transactions, but ordinary servers have more frequent transactions. After all, you can enter the elite server to city war. Whether you want to fight to foreign devils to become a national hero or sell equipment to a foreign devils, you must first enter the elite server, but the qualification for an elite server is only this many, so it also forces more people to level up. Of course, in order to stimulate the entire game market more, Lin Feng also announced a very good news for all players. After the official charge on January 10th, players can consign point cards in the game, and other players can use the game gold coins to buy point cards. This is undoubtedly very good news for all students who want to play games but don't have the money to buy some cards. And it is also good news for those RMB fighters. In the setting of the strongest on Earth, the violence rate of gold coins and the way to get money from farming side business takes a lot of time. Therefore, for many RMB fighters, the gold coins sold by game studios are simply nothing. If it is not enough to spend, if the point card consignment system is launched, it will undoubtedly be a win-win situation for multiple parties. For many ordinary and poor players, through their efforts in the game, they can exchange gold coins for point cards, allowing themselves to continue the free game. Rich people can sell point cards in exchange for what they want: gold coins, to create superior game characters. And for the second world, this will also allow more players to join the game family and earn more profits. After all, The Strongest on Earth is a game that relies on point cards to charge fees. Only the more players, the more profitable it will be. While various stimulus measures made all players crazy, European and American players who spent a lot of money to vomit blood and bought a lot of equipment and money from Chinese players launched the second City War of Elite server. This time away from the first 3 days have passed since a city battle. For this city war, Chinese players have long been waiting for it. Although a large number of studio players sold a large number of equipment and gold coins to foreign players, the Chinese players are extremely confident when the population base has an overwhelming advantage. Moreover, although the studio players have sold a lot of equipment and gold coins, they have not sold the equipment they rely on for survival. Coupled with skillful cooperation, Chinese players believe that this city war China will win again. However, to everyone's surprise, European and American players did not submit a city war request to the system, and did not attack the Chinese camp, but directly entered the city of the Korean camp. You can attack your opponent at any time without launching a city war, but you can't capture any resources. There are only 70,000 Korean players, which is less than well-prepared European and American players. They are rushed to meet. European and American players choose the time of daytime in Europe and the United States, and the early morning hours in Korea. In addition, Korean players thought that European and American players would look for Chinese players. Bad luck, so I didn't care at all. Hardly any preparation. According to the logic of South Korean players, when European and American players attacked Chinese players, when Chinese players reaped the victory, they came forward and shouted, "By the way, stealing oil." Unexpectedly, European and American players would use them to attack and fight without declaration. I would rather fight this kind of dark battle without any gain. The so-called dark battle is an undeclared battle, directly gathering forces to enter the opponent's city. This was too unexpected for the Korean players. In a hurry, the Korean players without any preparation were smashed by the European and American players, killing corpses all over the field, crying for their fathers and mothers, and repeatedly asking for help from the Chinese players, hoping that the Chinese players could help. The Chinese players who are waiting for the battle are naturally called for help by the Korean players. However, Chinese players are also hesitant to support Korean players. Yulong 1911 inches, ranked 99th in the qualifiers, is the president of a larger guild in the Chinese player camp in the elite server. Through online voice chat tools, he said should support Korean players. After all, we and Japanese players already have national enemies. Even if there is no previous sneak attack, they cannot become allies. Although players from Europe and the United States are currently attacking Korean players, they are playing our right-hand man and we must support it. Otherwise, in the future, it will be embarrassed on all sides. The speech of Yulong 1911 inches is still approved by many people, but more people are worried about Japanese players. When European and American players swept the South Korean player city, the Japanese players' whereabouts were unknown and too silent, which is by no means a good thing. And everyone is also worried about whether Japanese players will be the same as the last time Chinese and South Korean players attacked Japanese players. They are waiting for Chinese players to support Korean players and ambush on the way, especially when dozens of hot-blooded men from a small guild who volunteered to rush to reinforce them. They were ambushed by Japanese players who had been ambushing for a long time. After they were killed, more players supported the sitting and watching. Although Yulong 1911 inches in the audio conference said that it would not rescue the disadvantages of South Korean players, but very little support. After all, fighting in the city, players in the city can gain a lot of advantages. In the end, there was a debate. Before the Chinese players made a final decision, the Korean players had been killed and dared not go online. After all, in the elite server setting of The Strongest on Earth, A normal death costs experience and equipment. In the city war system, the player will only lose equipment but not experience when they die. This is also the reason why European and American players have chosen Dark Battles this time. They want revenge. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 639. Top-wronged approach. Elite server Chinese players are 1 enemy 3, and the cause of the embarrassing situation lies in the interests. There are mainly 5 major guilds in the Chinese camp in the elite server. These 5 guilds all hope to become the leaders of the Chinese camp and lead Chinese players to fight against foreign devils. At that time, as the guild president, they will enjoy the admiration of thousands of players. Think about that scene. No one is willing to give up the title of this leader. No one will give up at this glorious moment when 10,000 people respond with a call from the heights. Players who can enter the elite server will not be the kind of people who are willing to be ordinary. However, the 5 major guilds are similar in strength. No guild is superior in strength and can convince the public. Therefore, for the title of leader, they have been arguing, even in the face of the current situation. At the moment of emergency when one foot stepped into the ghost gate, these players still thought of first deciding who would lead these 180,000 Chinese players. Of course, there is still a force in the Chinese camp. Although there are only 5,000 people, no one dares to underestimate it. This is the studio player. However, although most of these studio players are well equipped, high level, skilled, rich in money, and skilled in cooperation, their purpose is to make money. It is obviously impractical to let them not make money and fight for honor. What's more, for all studio players, they are competitors themselves, and internal conflicts are not small. Naturally, there is no time to stand up at this time. What's more, many studio players don't care about victory or defeat in their hearts. Perhaps they think it is better to lose. In this way, Chinese players will spend a lot of money to buy good equipment and learn more advanced skills, so that they can make money. This is true of the 5 major guilds, and the same is true of game studios. Players from the Chinese camp naturally become a group. Although we all know that being beaten into the city by the 8 power allied forces is a very shameful thing, and will be scolded by millions of players who have not been able to enter the elite server, but they all hold the idea of I can't change the overall situation alone under the circumstances. The situation has naturally become more precarious. Boss, what are you going to do? Wu Xiaopu looked at Lin Feng and asked a little anxiously. After all, now, the other 3 camps are eagerly watching and arrogantly threatening to bloodbath the Chinatown on January 9th, and no Chinese player can swallow this breath. Although Wu Xiaopu doesn't play games, he heard that such arrogance does not put the Chinese camp players with the largest number of players in the elite server in the eyes, which really makes the Chinese people transferred to him unhappy. However, the current situation in the Chinese camp within the elite review is really a headache. Lin Feng smiled. First of all, it is announced to the outside world that the Second World is a multinational company that has always placed the interests of players as its top priority. It has always been adhering to providing all players with a fair and just game. We also hope that all players can play in the game, enjoy equal treatment in the game. Therefore, our company will never use the company's authority to interfere with the player's behavior in the game for any reason, as long as the player's behavior in the game conforms to the rules of the game. Our company will never make any interference. Lin Feng said. Wu Xiaopu nodded. Indeed, this must first be guaranteed. At present, under the propaganda of interested people, the Second World will use official power to interfere with the behavior of players in the elite server to help Chinese players overcome the current difficulties. This rumor directly causes the stock price of Second World to fluctuate. It must be clarified in the first incident to combat the sinister intentions of some unscrupulous people. A company is a company and a game is a game. The two must not be confused. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos. If the Second World, as some domestic players say, for the benefit of Chinese players, forcibly modify game data and interfere with the normal activities of gamers. It will not only affect the game The Strongest on Earth, but it's the entire company. If Lin Feng really ordered the amendment, I am afraid that a large number of foreign players in the Second World will leave the Second World because they have become second-class citizens in the game. This is undoubtedly very deadly and will be affected. Criticized by foreign media. Human rights have always been the most valued by Western countries, and they have always been a weapon used to attack China. The Second World must not make mistakes in this regard. Lin Feng's speech represented the official attitude of the Second World, crack down on the evil intentions of some unscrupulous people, and stabilized the campaigner's stock price. However, it has caused two factions in China. Some expressed support, thinking that this should have been the case. The contradictions of the game should be resolved through the game, rather than relying on other external forces. No matter how bad the situation is, the Chinese players have not made it necessary for the Second World to use official forces to interfere. Chinese players can solve all troubles, but the big deal is to lose one game. Lost this time, and win it back next time. But there are also players who think that Lin Feng is too cold-blooded and ruthless, sacrificing national dignity for the benefit of the company, calling Lin Feng not a Chinese but a traitor. But this argument is not mainstream. Only a small number of players support it. However, it was soon overwhelmed by the words weak and incompetent of more spine Chinese players. For Lin Feng's speech, the foreign media was the most disappointed. In my mind, many foreign media and game companies really hope that Lin Feng will use his own power to interfere with the operation of the game for the so-called face of China, so that they can take this opportunity to destroy the Second World. An IT company without credibility cannot survive in the 21st century. It is a pity that Lin Feng was not fooled, and he was not swept away by this Chinese complex and made foolish behaviors. Otherwise, a game empire that has been established with great difficulty may collapse, and collapse as soon as its embryonic form has been formed. However, although Lin Feng will not use official power to interfere in the progress of the game, it does not mean that Lin Feng will not secretly help Chinese players through some macro control measures. After all, Lin Feng is also a Chinese, and he is also an avid gamer. He doesn't want to see Chinese players being ravaged by players from other countries in the game. Xishan, announce it and launch the military rank system. The system will automatically appoint the player's military rank based on the player's merit value. During the city war, the player with the highest rank will automatically obtain the temporary management qualification of the city. You can add city defense and range defense to direct other players to attack or defend. Lin Feng said. Wu's upper eyes lit up when he heard it. Meritorious value is a long-existing system of elite server, but at present it can only rely on meritorious value in exchange for money. Now the military rank system has been launched, which not only makes perfect use of meritorious value, but also solves the current problem. The contradiction of one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers in the Chinese player camp in the elite server. At the time of the city war, whoever has the highest rank will listen to whoever has the highest rank. It is simple and clear, and it can also stimulate players to attack other rival camp players during normal missions, creating more hatred and making players more addicted to the game. By the way, Xishan, this military rank system shouldn't be difficult. Lin Feng asked again. Boss, it's not difficult, this system is very simple. The meritorious value itself already exists. Just add a title to it and add some instructions during the city battle. It will be done tomorrow. Takashi Nishiyama nodded and said. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It is said that one Chinese is a dragon, and 3 Chinese are worms. Lin Feng hopes that the introduction of this military rank system will enable Chinese players to gradually cultivate a tacit understanding of teamwork. It must be understood that at any time, only by forming a group with each other can we resist the powerful enemy together. And the elite server of the strongest on Earth is also a preview of the future war of the army. After all, World War will be faced with dozens of countries around the world, and more complex wars. There will be no division of camps at that time. but directly based on one country and one country of course, the same can alliance. If the Chinese players are still like they are now, and they are scattered, then it will really be a headache. The setting of World War can not only plunder the opponent's resources, but also occupy the opponent's city, and even make the opponent's country perish after the country is lost. It will become a guerrilla or rebuild the country in a new place. If that time, it is undoubtedly a very embarrassing thing for Chinese players to be destroyed by the other party and watch the enemy show off in the city they have worked so hard to build. After Takashi Nishiyama set up the military rank system and launched it, there are only 3 days until January 9th. However, the introduction of the military rank system has greatly eased the contradictions among players in the Chinese camp. As for who will lead the army by then, it will be very simple. After the launch of the military rank system, whoever has a high rank will naturally lead. For a while, there were no disputes and conflicts between each other. Instead, the 5 major guilds sent out their main forces to find players from the opposing camp, and earn as much meritority points as possible. Then they would become the lord of the city, take over the city defense, and become in the movie, the general commanding a multitude of troops. A power crisis was quietly resolved in this way. Regarding the changes brought about by this military rank system, many foreign media know that this is set by Lin Feng specifically for Chinese players, but they can't blame it for it. After all, the military rank system is open to all camps, European and American camps, Japanese camps, and South Korean camps can enjoy the convenience brought by the military rank system, but compared to the chemical changes produced by Chinese players, other countries are not so strong. After all, there are only 80,000 players in Europe and the United States, which is much smaller than the 180,000 players in the Chinese camp. In addition, the purpose of each other's struggle for a common goal is inherently strong. As for Japanese players, although there are 160,000 people, Japan has always been an extremely united nation, and the Japanese have absolute obedience and discipline in their bodies, and there is almost no confrontation between them. Even if confronted, it won't make others cheaper. As for Korean players, similar to Japanese players, they are also a very united nation, and they will become very united in the face of foreign enemies. This characteristic of Japan and South Korea made Lin Feng sigh. The united nation is undoubtedly the most powerful nation. However, just a set of military rank system cannot completely solve the current plight of Chinese players. With 180,000 facing an army of 310,000, or an army of 310,000 with a strong discipline, it is undoubtedly a delusion to rely on this set of military rank system to resolve contradictions. In the entanglement, Lin Feng asked Takashi Nishiyama to launch the City Lord. The cities of all major camps have a castle lord. When a city war occurs, any hostile camp looting the castle lord of the attacked city can ask the other party to pay a huge reward in exchange for the castle lord. The system defaults to half of the city's resources. The launch of this city lord is undoubtedly very fatal. For the European Union and the Japanese camp, whoever finally breaks through the Chinese camp city and robs the city lord can get the most benefit. If the city lord cannot be looted by that time, the resources obtained through desperate efforts are undoubtedly far less than those of other allies. Naturally, no side of the camp will do such a thankless thing. Who on earth robbed the city lord in the end? European and American players, Japanese players, and South Korean players discussed endlessly in international video conferences. They all want to make the most profit for their respective camps, but they cannot persuade players from other countries. Although it is not going to fall out, it is clear that differences are slowly emerging, and the cracks are slowly growing. Many Western media naturally saw the evil intentions set by this city lord, and immediately accused Lin Feng of insidiousness and used this method to divide the alliance. Faced with these accusations, Lin Feng directly blocked everyone's mouth with the reason that the alliance battle, without the city lord, could not accurately divide the final profit share. At this point, this originally one-sided city war has produced unpredictable variables, and no one knows how it will turn out in the end. The most relaxing one is undoubtedly the Chinese players. They only need to accumulate meritorious value to improve their own strength. At that time, they are all enemies, and there are no allies at all. However, the European and American camps, the Japanese camps, and the Korean camps have started their own careful thinking activities. Whoever robs the city lord in the end will not only get a lot of NPC characters, but also a lot of money. Every time players in each camp complete a task, a certain amount of gold coins will be transferred to the city account, allowing the city to increase its city defense and increase the level of various equipment. In terms of the number of 180,000 players in China, it is undoubtedly a piece of fat to be able to rob the city lord of China. When players from various countries paid close attention to the third city war of the elite server of the strongest on Earth, Lin Feng went to Beijing to find the director he was going to send to Walmart. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 640. Men have gold under his knees. Lin Feng went to Beijing just to find one person, a girl who was once a childhood sweetheart, but because of her mother's various relationships, she eventually broke up with each other. Huang Shuqi. Since she broke up with Huang Shuqi's mother, Lin Feng has been worried about the emotions of Li Zhu and others, and also to avoid Huang Shuqi's mother from making unreasonable trouble again. For nearly a year, Lin Feng has not had any text messages and occasional greetings during the holidays. I have seen Huang Shuqi last time when negotiating with Walmart President Samuel Robson Walton. Lin Feng asked Samuel Robson Walton to steal the core logistics system and supply chain management program of Walmart. Asked for a seat on the board of directors. At that time, the first candidate in Lin Feng's mind was Huang Shuqi. The IQ is high, and he is a simple childhood sweetheart. Of course, this is also a little selfish Lin Feng. I also hope that Huang Shuqi can have a decent identity without being too inferior. In the past, Huang Shuqi was always too inferior, thinking that she was too ordinary. After several confessions to Wu Xiaopu and others, Lin Feng flew to Beijing. Since the special plane, everything is so convenient. Lin Feng arrived in Beijing on the afternoon of January 8. He wanted to drive directly to Peking University. However, considering his current identity, Lin Feng still called Huang Shuqi first. After a period of blind tone, the phone went through. "Hey, Shuqi, it's me," Lin Feng said slightly apologetically. In any case, the fault is not with her, and she hasn't been in contact with her for such a long time. Brother Xiaofeng. Huang Shuqi's voice trembled a little, with continued surprise, and continued anxiety. "Well, how about it, Shuqi? Long time no see. I'm in Beijing now. Where are you?" "I'm coming to you," Lin Feng said with a smile. Brother Xiaofeng, I haven't finished class yet. Shall I contact you after class is over?" After a period of silence, Huang Shuqi said a bit hesitantly. Lin Feng frowned, faintly feeling something wrong. After thinking about it, he hung up the phone. Then Lin Feng called Huang Shuqi's friend Li King. "Hey, Li King, it's me, Lin Feng," Lin Feng said in a loud voice. After being stunned at first on the phone, after remembering who Lin Feng was, he immediately criticized Lin Feng, scolding Lin Feng for being